Well, they're one and all, and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are out of the group stage, out of the round robin, and into the big money. 8-team, double elimination, bracket time for playoffs. I'm pumped. Hope you guys are as well. We've got nothing but great matches all day long, as we always do with Challengers Elite. I'm my whole Jeff. With me, I've got Austin Visions, Neil, and you can see the tease at the match that we have kind of starting for us on the day with winners round one. But first and foremost, partner, how are you feeling about the playoff action we got today?
I'm feeling good, Alan. You know me, man. Whenever we get the playoffs, I start to feel a little bit better. Start to get that little tingle inside. You know, just everything starts to come together when you get to playoffs for EU, for NA. This is where a lot of upsets happen. You know, you have to look at the stats and see who's been doing well to the group stage. But sometimes they don't always hold true and transition well when you get the playoffs. So sometimes things do end up in the air. We'll see what happens here today.
It's crazy to think, man, all you've got are 3 days worth of group action, and then it feels like your back goes up against the wall very rapidly. A little bit looser as we get into this particular playoff compared to last year because it's not single elimination. It's not just 4 teams, it's 8. It's great news all the way around. But let's take a look to kind of get a reflection back as far as what had happened in those groups. Again, everything was split between 6 different teams in each group. Group A's finish looked like this, with the Wobble dominating the group stage, only dropping a single map. Team Notorious just below them, also very impressive. Alongside them, La Nave del Mysterio. And then our final team to qualify were Clutch Rain. Unfortunately for eFuse and Who's in Charge, their opportunity for playoffs ended after their 4th round robin phase, not quite getting the wins they needed.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Wobble Bobs, I mean, they jump off the page. Those guys have just looked insane. They have ridiculous overall stats coming in, only dropping a singular map. So I think a lot of people have their eyes on them. But, you know, Team Notorious coming in, at least for day number 1 out, I was a little shaky, at least looking at some of their gameplay. They didn't look as dominant as they did in the previous cup. So I wasn't sure how they were going to be able to fare, but they have obviously also been able to kind of pick things back up, and they look solid too. So definitely a great group that shaped up to be fantastic throughout these last couple weeks.
Then on the other side for Group B, again, top 4 teams there will also make their way into the playoffs. And we had a much tighter affair here with must-win conditions coming through in that matchup between Team Falcons and Team Veer. Both of those squads at different moments in time looked great throughout their round robin phase, but in the end, they had to take down one another to determine the final spot in their group, and Team Falcons had the overall edge. Up top, though, the originals, Nixa, Elevate, were all tied at 3-1 going into their final day, and it would be Elevate who would slip from the top position down to 3rd because of the tiebreakers and of obviously also their overall win-loss. Where was your head at when it came down to our teams that were in the mix for this particular group?
Yeah, I think Nixa is a team that I kind of look at for as far as the squad that I had maybe thought they'd probably make it in, but I didn't think they'd be able to finish, you know, something like 4-1. You have some players kind of returning, you know, from the Halo scene, being able to pick the game up. You know, it's just like riding a bike, as the term is kind of thrown around here in the COD scene, and obviously that holds true. So I think that team is going to be a lot of fun to watch going through this playoff bracket as well.
Yeah, really exciting things, but as we kind of already teased, that top 4 teams from each group made it into the playoff bracket. Double elimination as we continue to hit. Just want to make sure you guys remember that. And while we look at the overall group matchups, there are a lot of really interesting winners round 1 matches in this bracket. Of course, you kind of already see the one that we're going to be focused on here with Team Notorious and Elevate, but you look across the rest of the matches in this bracket, and it's going to be hard-pressed, I think, to pick favorites, just due to how the matchups had kind of fared. Maybe with the only exception being a Wobble versus Team Falcons because of the stature of how Wobble have played, but that's not the sleep on Team Falcons. They looked good yesterday.
They did. I think their respawns, you know, in particular, looked really strong. I think their hard points looked good. It feels like they cleaned up a lot of things from week number 1 over to week number 2. So that's something that's going to have to be on point if you're going to look at that squad that's a Wobble that have only dropped a singular map, and that is In Control. So they are flawless in the hard points. If you're going to beat them, it's got to be through one of the hard points, I would imagine, in my mind. But as you mentioned, you know, we have Team Notorious, Elevate. We got some old teammates going up against one another that have been around for a very long time. And then La Nave as well as the originals, I think, will also be a really fun matchup here in winners round 1. And you just never know which way they're going to go, because like I said, you can only hold the stats, you know, so much. When you get into playoffs, you can study a little bit more. You can do your homework going into day number 2 and see if you can really shape up to kind of take out those top juggernaut squads.
Yeah, it's interesting. And again, with double elimination being a little bit more extended from 4 teams to 8 teams, the pathway through the lower bracket becomes that much more daunting if you end up dropping this first overall matchup. So, like we continue to talk about, we say this a lot, the desk of the CDL says this a lot, you just don't want to be in the lower bracket after your first overall matchup.
No,
you got to make sure you give yourself at least some sort of a cushion, because all 8 teams are incredible. That's just really the only way to put it. So, with that in mind, a lot riding on these opening matchups as we start to work our way into it. As far as the stream schedule is concerned, we will be running, again, 3 blocks today, as we'll be taking a look at these are the opening winners round 1 matchups, all of them starting at the exact same time. But the overall stream schedule for us will include a winners round 1 matchup to start. We'll jump right immediately to lower round 1 after that, and then to finish off the EU region, we'll be concluding with winners semifinals today, so that winners round 2 matchup. It's going to be a lengthier day than what we've seen so far in the round robin, and that will bleed almost immediately right into North America. So you better buckle up there, friends. We got about 10 hours worth of EU and NA challengers to get through today.
Yeah, a lot of Call of Duty to go through today. That's what we're here for, Alan. We love to see it. And, it's a lot of fun, too, because you kind of get an idea right in day number 1 where teams are sort of at. And, seeing eliminated teams as well, maybe something that we don't always expect. So it should be a lot of fun, man. I can't wait to get through the bracket.
For reference sake, as far as how the coverage is going to work for this winners round 1 matchup, of course, Team Notorious Elevate, our featured matchup here on Call of Duty Bravo. We will be getting live look-ins to the Nixa and Clutch Rain matchup as kind of our secondary focus, whereas if you're looking for the Originals versus La Nave or Wobble versus Team Falcons, those matches will be handled on the We Are Clutch GG Twitch channel. We will obviously have the ability of pulling into all of those as well, but that's where the kind of focus will kind of split between those 2 streams. Then as we jump into lower round 1 and winner semifinal, both of the matches that are going on simultaneously will be getting full coverage on one stream or the other. So, like we always talk about, get those tabs open, start consuming as much Challengers content as possible as we get into the rest of this day. But let's take the focus and our discussion now immediately into Team Notorious versus Elevate. The big surprise here, I think, is the fact that we haven't talked about this. I'm just going to assume and guess because I know you're like a brother to me from another mother in a different country. I think we're both surprised by the 3-2 stat line for this Elevate squad. They feel like a better team than that, and maybe that's just to go and say that this group that they were in was uber competitive from start to finish.
Yeah, I think that's a really fair point. I mean, you look at their losses, right? Like, they lost to the Originals. You thought that one was going to be a little bit closer. Some of the respawns were. And then, look at their loss yesterday, which was a really tough mat number 5 loss. So, those ones can go either way, I think, when you really do look at it. But I think you do come to expect at least a little bit more from this squad, just because, listen, they had a hell of a run when you look back on the last LAN, the last Open. They obviously had some changes coming in. I think the biggest problem, at least for me, Alan, is I haven't seen kind of the same sub-duo that we have seen since the beginning of the game. Really come into full with these kind of new ARs behind them. And I'm wondering if they can hopefully kind of find that same footing. If so, then maybe something special does happen that we're used to seeing with this Elevate roster.
It's curious, and it builds up for a very tight matchup between these two. But let's introduce Team Notorious, the technical home team here, as the overall higher seed, coming out second in their group. Nolson is coaching this team, by the way. I feel like that's not been talked about enough. He's a longtime member of the EU community, but the roster is made up of Eric Boom, Metals, Maple, and Weeman. It's interesting because, we kind of saw Eric Boom and Metals, largely playing alongside a lot of the Spanish community last year, but now matched up with one of the most flexible ARs in Maple, and probably one of the best overall main ARs in EU out of Weeman. This team has looked really scary throughout their group stage.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen really Metals kind of find his own, and I think he's got a great sub duo that has some fantastic pacing that matches his level, right? Like, he's kind of that cracked out player, up in your face, Eric Boom right there with him. They can kind of trade off the objective work back and forth with each other, and you got a great flex from Maple, and just a very nice AR, as you mentioned. Just got the cement boots on. He is going to hold a lane for you. You can always rely on that man to find some kills and do his job and set up his subs.
Yeah, it's been really successful for them, and again, it feels a little weird to kind of look at them in that roster. It just feels like, how did this team come together? But I don't care how they came together. I'm just glad they are together because they look really, really solid. On the other side, though, as you kind of teased at, the SMG versus the AR duality on Team Elevate, as we look at their roster, has been, again, a bit curious to kind of see them do well at times, but also kind of have a little bit of a difficulty getting them connected from front to back. Denza, Journey, Vortex, Lucky. The biggest thing here is that Vortex, he looks comfortable comfortable on this game. Just comes down to, can he get into full map takeover mode, which we know his counterpart in Denza absolutely has the potential for.
Yeah, they definitely do. And, since the beginning of the game, it was almost like this trade-off where, Denza was a little bit more focused on the objective work, maybe kind of taking those routes, where Vortex had really stepped into, finding the slaying power on the map, which is not something that I think has ever come out of any of our mouths when we talk about Vortex in years previous, right? But we haven't seen it as much this stage. And of course, you add in Journey, of course, you add in Lucky. So there is a bit of a change-up for as far as the backline, so to speak, behind you here. But will they be able to kind of find, that same rhythm that was working so well for Elevate at the beginning of the game? That's kind of the big question for me today.
And even more so, this AR battle is going to be maybe what wins or loses this series for either one of these two teams, because statistically speaking, and you'll see it here in a moment, that AR setup is what has provided a lot of the success for both of these two teams. But looking at how they stack up together, now that we're finally through the group stage, the results start to kind of paint a bit of a picture for us compared to what we kind of had at the beginning of the season. 80% series win rate for Team Notorious, but look at the success they found in the respawn, winning 2/3 of their hard points, and they have not dropped a single control yet. Mercy.
That's it, right? And it's scary. It's scary when you look at Team Notorious and you look at their respawns overall. They have just been completely on top of winning that game mode. That is something they've been able to rely on. That makes them extremely dangerous when you play them in a best of 5, with there obviously being more respawns than Search and Destroys. On the other side, you look at Elevate, and I don't really think that there is a clear strength for them right now. I don't think there's a clear weakness either. I think they've just been okay through just about every game mode. And that's not bad by any means, but usually you would see a team kind of have, a standout somewhere. We'll see if maybe Elevate will have some of that going for themselves here in this series potentially.
Yeah, I'll be curious when we get the series layout up where the hard points are going to take us, because for Elevate, their overall averages as far as their score differential in hardpoint are really close to being full-on flat out. Like, a lot of the maps that we've watched them play have gone 250 to 230 pluses.
That's
except
fair.
for when they play Fortress. They're great at it. Otherwise, if we see them on Hotel, they haven't been so great there. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what maps that we get. But kind of talking about that before we get to the series layout, I still believe, and what we were teasing at and marinating on, was that the AR battle between these two squads were likely going to dictate who the victor is. And you can see it by the highlighted players on either side. Weeman has been the best main AR in EU Elite with a 1.3 overall KD. Where on the other side, Lucky, who I would say largely we kind of looked at through Cold War and Vanguard as being more of a flex AR, he's picked up a great steady setup when it comes to anchoring for his squad. Look at his search KD. The boy is untouchable to 1.8. That is nuts.
Lucky's been doing like all the legwork for his squad in S&D, man. Like, we were watching over, some of his games when he's got the sniper in hand. He's putting up sometimes double digits on maps like El Asilo, where he can really be effective from long range. And he is dropping 11, 12 kills. His teammates just aren't really up there with him. So he has just been completely on fire, despite Elevate maybe not having the best S&D stat record, so to speak. But he's been, I think, the really big standout when you look at Elevate as a whole. And then, as you mentioned, this is the best Weeman has really looked. And I think this game really does suit him. And obviously, the stats are a reflection of that here for him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting when we get to the search if there's going to be anyone who can match up to that long-range pressure that Lucky brings, either with the scope or with the tack. But let's jump into the maps and the modes. See what we've got here for this featured matchup. Hotel, Fortress, Embassy. Interesting situation here. Fortress Hardpoint was on the table and not selected by Elevate. Very curious about their bans versus their picks here, considering, again, they hold a very steep win condition based on what we've seen previously on Fortress Hardpoint. But it's going to be Hotel first and foremost. And look, I'll say it, this has been their worst hardpoint so far. They only played it once, but they lost it by about 50 points. So okay, time to step up and find the adjustments, because this Team Notorious squad's great throughout all the respawns, in particular what we've got for the map 1 and the map 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think looking at least at the map set now, it's even more important for Elevate to come away with a couple of those early map wins here versus a Team Notorious that, hasn't really been great in S&D, but they've been really good on Embassy. So a map number 5 where, if you end up going the distance here versus this squad, they will maybe have that slight advantage with that being kind of their only map win so far in that game mode. But it looks like we are loading in We have framed it up, Alan. Map number 1, Hotel Hardpoint. These two squads looking to stay in the upper bracket. And in my mind, Elevate. They got to come out here first, grab this map number 1 win, have a really good start to the series.
Yeah, you have to have it here, I think, if you're Elevate. It's a hard road based on the 1-3-5 that we're seeing map selection-wise versus the results that kind of help bolster the news and the stigma that comes to Team Notorious. Map number 1, winners round 1. Let's get it on. Notorious in very quickly. Journey already opening up space, though, from the bottom, and a quick route from Vortex. This is something that we did not see a lot from him in Vanguard, and he has been instrumental in breaking up hardpoint setups for his squad by doing things like this. 7 seconds earned, but neutral goes P1.
And neutral goes P1, and already a little bit of a flip kind of coming through. Ends up trying to make his way back over, but will not be able to do so. And the kill's just pretty much all yellow in the feed here so far as Team Notorious will be able to throw themselves on the point. But a great nade out of Lucky actually ends up taking out 2 members. That's going to allow the flood to come through the front. Weeman's got a lot of work in front of him. He's only able to come away with 1. Now Metal's already starting to do some groundwork here for P2 spawns.
Yeah, but this is very weak groundwork. Shovel hasn't even hit the ground yet, actually, as he's just trying to hope he gets some timing to anchor up these spawns. But Team Notorious are being pressured out. Elevate around the back, able to get Journey through. That will get him onto the hard point. But the status of the spawns tilt to the favor of Team Notorious. Still spawning in towards the back. Kills now starting to come as Weeman gets the opener. Vortex trying to follow up. Back and forth goes the kill feed. But how about Journey and Lucky on the stretch back in? Clean up the kills, but still have not influenced the spawns as of yet, with Team Notorious splitting in around the hard point.
Metals has a chance to still break this open. Not the best stand out of Lucky right there. Forces him to back down for a second, but he recovers well. Tries the dolphin dive over, maybe force a different angle. It does leave Metals kind of out to dry. So very nice cleanup here so far. The spawns now coming in the back for Elevate. Should be able to get just about all of this time until Weeman and Maple move in for a little 2 versus 4. And now it's a 1v1 on time, and Eric Boom has just won the first 1v1.
Yeah, this is great news. He's got even a little ability to find the second. Look at the help now coming through. Not the full scrap time earned by Team Notorious, but significant pressure now starting to amount over into Kitchen. With Elevate, really not a lot of ground to work with. They'll be glad that Journey's got a free alley into Freezer. But Eric is watching the cross. He's got help. Semtex trying to predict it. Will not connect. Stun will follow. Elevate on the way in, and the stun is very well done. Vortex able to at least secure the trade, keeps the play alive. Sigs the next one up, and Maple is in a very difficult spot with attack. Help is on the way, but is it here fast enough? Sure seems to be. Weeman bounces his way into Freezer with an AR and gets both, and that will help reestablish Team Notorious for the first 30 seconds.
That's beautiful teamwork right there, right? Maple, a lot of players would probably over-chow in that position. Maple just lays down, waits for the push to come to him, waits for the help. Team Notorious might just be good for just about all of his time. Eric is still here alongside Maple. One last 1 versus 1. He's been alive for 5 in a row. Should be able to get number 6 here on the Denza, and he does. So big plays out of Maple. This is pretty much all on him, really locking down this hill, stopping Elevate from having a foot inside of the kitchen. That's going to allow him to get a streak, and we already look at some early moves now to the next hill.
Oh, Vortex hopping on the good foot to do the bad thing. 2 kills for him as he steps in towards bedroom. No worries there. Onto the ladder. Oh, yeah. We just had Weeman jump right over him, and they're both like, well, wait a second, where is he gone? And in midst the confusion, Lucky's going to tally up 3 from the back heady. Oh, brilliant play here from Elevate to lock down the early time.
Weeman now forced to kind of continuously find these picks, allow Eric to get a forward position, but Weeman with a sub. See it too often. We'll be able to find that first one. Now long-range shots won't be able to connect onto that. Good shots at a Journey. That now allows numbers here for Elevate to get in up until Eric is able to find a 2-piece. Such a scrappy hill here thus far. It goes back and forth. It looks like the lead change will go back over to Elevate. One last hit for Metals. He'll be shut down, and scrap time is good for Elevate.
What a start to this map between these two squads. I mean, moments of perfection starting to be showcased between the two of them at different moments. That time for Elevate, a nice perimeter set by Vortex. Lucky follows up, and then the scrappy battle, as you mentioned, just barely tilts their way. But now to Eric Boom's POV. A double for him inside and around the booths of Restaurant. Help from Maple will work out, and Team Notorious will lock some of the initial time. But once again, it's just down to, can you read how Elevate want to break this? They're going to try to split the hit and try to hit from multiple angles, but all of it shut down by Weeman.
Weeman and Maple starting to set up here with the ARs, and this is where things get very dangerous, especially around this hill in the Restaurant. You can't break the ARs. Your subs just aren't really going to have a chance of getting up close. Lucky, a lot of work in front of him. Metals, who started very slow. He was 5 and 13 just about a life ago. Now he's on 4 in a row. And that's going to be number 5, number 6 from Metals, as he just starts piecing them up. What a play. What a moment. Team Notorious starting to find some solid holds.
And that's not your average 6B right there. He nearly gets the quad feed for the initial first team wipe. And then a brilliant prediction on the spawn rotation coming in to get 5 and 6. And it should be a free opening 30 seconds here for Team Notorious on Garage. An opportunity the Lucky's gotten his way over to the bottom side. He's been seen by Eric Boom. Spawns are still a bit all over the place. Jump shots nearly decent enough for the kill. But still with it, Team Notorious hold on to the rooftop high ground. Vortex, backside staircase. Not good to find the kill on the Weeman. Down low, Journey tries it and is pushed away, no problem. 5 in a row now for Weeman as Team Notorious have wide openly broken this game to their favor.
This is what we start to talk about with this Team Notorious roster. I mean, they are just so relentless at being able to find kills, and just about every single member can do it. And when you're finding double kills in just about every single life, it is allowing you to build up a lead like this. It's Eric Boom. Not gonna let this time go over for free. It's 2 in a row for him. Lucky in the back will be able to finally move in, but it is just scrap time. 9 seconds at that. Elevate having a very difficult time dealing with just about every single member right now from Team Notorious who are heating up and have built themselves up a nice lead going back into P1.
These opening gunfights around the first hardpoint at Atrium are crucial towards Elevate. Not just to try to neutralize the hardpoint nor find time of their own, but maybe start to significantly push this map into their favor and move around to try to get themselves set up for a rotation to P2. North to south fight is currently occurring, though, in this main lobby. Lucky down low. Well done to find Metals. Tries to back away. No initial chase to secure the trade as Team Notorious were still soaking up a little bit of hardpoint time. But now that the regen comes back through, Elevate have numbers and they feel good about their positions on the map. Kills are also falling into their favor, except for who stays alive, the side archways. And that may be enough to try to keep this a little bit further contested than Elevate would have liked.
It's a huge battle in the back right now from player 5. Maple up against Lucky. This is for the spawns. As both players just patiently wait, and Maple's going to be able to use that prone angle to take out Lucky. So now a little bit of pressure starting to fall on the shoulders of the players inside of the hard point, but they know the spawns are not in the back, and you have multiple angles to worry about. Eric has just found one from the side. Journey forced to go big. Can he find 2? Denza's there with some excellent help, and Journey and Denza, they 2v4 the hill. The spawns will flip around for Elevate, and they're back in the game.
Yeah, this is great news for Elevate fans all over. Even more so that Vortex continues to create extra space to work with through these bar headies. Denza through the middle of the map also locking down everything. So the only route that Team Notorious have available to them, you would think would be up towards shops, but Lucky's here possessing that as well. So literally everything is covered. Spawns will be out though with 20 seconds still to fight on this scrap. Lucky with a good read on it after his help from Journey, and Lucky turns it into 4 in a row. Rotation also on the way from Denza, and Elevate will regain and take the lead.
Denza, he's got no support really back here right now. He's just got to try to buy as much time, play his life, wait for his teammates to start to come off that old hill. Elevate have control, but they had a really difficult time breaking this open last time around. Shots have come through. Denza's going to give away his position with the teammate that follows here for Team Notorious. So now they have to try to clean it up, but Weeman also takes out a teammate. Despite taking out each other back and forth, they're still able to hold on to the back end of Maple again, who's just found what feels like almost over half of his kills just alone in this hill.
We've still playing as the front line. Oh, big gunfight win for Denza. Puts tons of pressure onto the Notorious members that are trying to lock things up. It's just down to Metals, and he will get out-traded. What a break from Elevate. But they're not done here with the scrap time. Notorious off spawn, trying to get back through to recontest it. Up and down, Vortex goes, but he's peeled off. Weeman gets the shots to connect. Now the push comes through from the side door. Denza has to step forward, and he wins a key double. 13 seconds of scrap time look good, and the focus goes to the bottom right side of the map. Journey in a little bit of trouble through Spa, and Team Notorious will win the overall headies in and around this last hard point.
It's quick movements coming out of Elevate, trying to force their way to the back. Vortex just does not check the desk heading through mid. Big challenge out of Weeman. Will be taken out, but a quick trade will follow. See the spawns, a little bit split. Player 1 Lucky in the back, just gonna have to try to hold on to his life. We'll see if he can do so. Great stun, will be able to lock up the first. Now you gotta deal with Eric on the point, and he's got no real support around him anymore. It is him against the world, and Journey will be there for the trade. Notorious good off the first 20, but now Elevate finding their way right back in.
Oh, great nades as well from Elevate. Semtech stun combo deals with Weeman. Notorious are still spawning in the back, but they're going to feel more like they're trapped in the back right here with how well positioned Elevate are. Metal jumping across, takes a look at the scene. Everything else coming from the front. Lucky, Denza combining. That is a 2v3 moment for them. No other help was around. And with 10 seconds going their way in the scrap, it's going to be Elevate. Darn close to winning, but they will be late on rotation to Shops. As Metals will lock down one side, Eric Boom the other. And the restaurant hardpoint will open up the Team Notorious.
Elevate's breaking has just gotten so much better. We'll see if that continues. As the setup here was at least initially first for Team Notorious, but it's up to Maple. Trying to hold on to his life, and Denza and Lucky have been able to find 3. Eric Boom has to do some damage control, has to find some shots, but Denza just turns and burns, takes him out of the picture as Elevator 10 seconds away from the dub.
Streak being called in. I don't think that's going to land really anywhere. No, actually it does. Maple is able to confirm the kill on the Journey. Big 1v1 for Denza. Turns on 7 HP and nearly secures the kill to Eric Boom. Help now on the way for both sides. Just down to who can confirm the trades, and Metals will take down his former Heretics and Team War teammate for a chance to keep his team involved. Elevate do not have to play for this if they don't want to. But look at the rotation. Team Notorious, it may come down to a 1v1 between Eric Boom and Lucky. And I think Eric's got the jump on him. Sure does, but no! Lucky wins the gunfight. 245 to 241. Team Notorious from the backside of Kitchen. They're not going to get an eyesight on the Lucky, or will they?
Oh.
The contest comes in, and Metals nearly able to secure it, but 250 is reached just as soon as the trade comes through, and Elevate will strike first.
What a map number 1. Elevate have been in these positions so many times in these last 2 weeks where they have lost by 10, 20 points. They have just fell short. Not this time, says Elevate, as they get numbers on the point. They're able to play their lives in the back. A couple of big moments there. Lucky in that 1v1 onto Eric Boom. I mean, what a massive moment that is to find that one up close with 1 HP. You thought Metals has a chance to stay alive up top, but he's not able to hold on to his life. Elevate get in there with a dolphin dive to secure that final tick, Allen.
I mean, that trade comes through right as the scoreboard ticks from 249 to 250, because otherwise that very well may have gone the other way. And what a response for Lucky onto what looked to be a pretty easy elimination coming around the backside of Garage. It didn't look like Lucky had the information that he was going to get challenged, but maybe he heard something. Maybe he got a call on a cross. Maybe he did see him. That 1v1 was the difference maker in that without question as we look back over the scoreboard. I mean, where do you want to start? Do you want to talk about the non-traded kills, the assists, the highest kill streaks? Really, the world's your oyster right now. 32 and 26 from Lucky, though. By far, I would say the biggest reason why they won was not just off his 1v1, but also his overall impact with 375-60. What those are numbers? 37-56 total damage and a minute 50 to hill time. He was definitely a major reason for victory.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, we highlighted him for a reason, right? We said this battle between him and Weeman would really be here the entire series, and we have not lied, at least so far, as we got into the map number 1. It has been a battle between those two, but Lucky, I think, did find a lot of really big moments. And the one thing I will say as well is, you know, as we were looking through the first half, it felt like Team Notorious were just not really being broken around some of those money hills that we look at, you know, like Kitchen, you know, kind of around P2 at times. It just wasn't really there. They were only kind of getting like the back half of scrap time here and there, trying to do what they could, but they were down by about 50 or 60 points, and all of a sudden, that's when they kind of flipped the switch. That's when we started to see Vortex, Denza, Journey start to find a little bit more value around the point, allow Lucky to get set up so he could just start mowing them down like a turret, and boy did he, because he drops 32 at the end of it. 3,700 damage for this man. But hell of a map number 1 here, Alan. Just 8 points separating the two.
It's just the history between these two squads. It's going to feel a lot longer lived than just the more recent team change from Elevate and the kind of recency of Team Notorious being brought in. I mean, you got to remember that the core 3, as soon as we went from Black Ops 4 to Modern Warfare, the Heretics team kind of broke up.
Sure.
3 of them went one way, 2 went the other. I mean, Metals, Lucky, Journey were a core 3 members throughout all of their time since Cold War, really. I mean, Team War, Los Galacticos, even playing with the Minnesota Rocker Academy team last year. I mean, they were kind of dominant. And to see them playing up against one another, it's definitely intriguing to say the least for, I think, all of you that are avid Challengers followers. And it was just so fitting that some combination of the three of them were instrumental in the win conditions for either of their teams throughout a number of different moments across this opening hardpoint.
Without a doubt, man. When you have that much history between players that you've just been around, for so long, day in, day out, I mean, like that bond that you build with them, you can't really put it into words. So it all obviously means that much more. Beating them, it's just proving to yourself that you made the right decision, right? Saying, listen, we got to hang it up. We got to try something different. It's time. And to come away at least with the map one, but better yet, even a series win kind of solidifies that even more. As we'll take a look at the maps and modes here yet again. The Hotel Hardpoint is good for Elevate, but now we move over to the S&Ds. And this is where Elevate have a chance to really start to take away this series right now. Go up 2-0, try to punish Team Notorious for having some sloppy S&Ds outside of the Embassy S&Ds that they play.
Yeah, the hotel search is not something that we've seen Elevate on throughout their group stage yet, but we can look at the results against Team Notorious. It's not great news. They're 0-3 on this map, playing it half of the amount of total times they found themselves on Search and Destroy throughout the group stage. So all of a sudden, and this is what we were talking about, like if you're Elevate, you got to come out and win the 1 or the 3 just because Team Notorious are so good on Hotel Hardpoint and even more so just on Control generally. So with that steal away from Elevate, this series layout almost flips itself on its own head, because now all of a sudden Team Notorious have to either win a Search and Destroy that they have not found a win on yet, or find a way to reverse sweep Elevate, which is not easy for anybody, no matter how good you are at Control. I don't really care. It's just winning 3 maps straight against this Elevate team is not easy to do.
No, it's very difficult to, rely on that, but we'll see what ends up happening. In the meantime, we'll take a look at what's happening right now with Clutch Rain and Nixa. Looks like Nixa are good. They're mat number 1. Not surprised with their hardpoint record by any means. But now we'll see what Clutch Rain can do as Twiz in a 1v2. Bomb is down. Great spot for Dave, as he's now got to clutch up in the 1v1.
This is for the ace as well, round 1. Dave's got the benefit of the bomb for him. Twiz is going to lose his dead silence. No, he's just going to try to knock the door and see if he can shrug Dave off. And, oh, this is brilliant. If you can find the timing on it. Just over the sign. Dave still seems to have an angle. Twiz waiting, but Dave has checked it at the exact right moment with just 7.5 on the clock. No chance for Twiz to secure the round, regardless of him securing the ace.
Yeah, it's always tough, right? The player just kind of sitting top PD, just needs to check the bomb, just make sure you don't give away your life. It's a good play from Dave, too. I think he gets a sound cue and knows that he's also kind of right beside the building. So he knows he has a couple extra seconds at least to kind of back up, play that corner, wait for that push if it does end up coming in. But either way, good news, I suppose, is that Twiz, is on 4 in a row. So there's a chance to work for a cruise missile, and cruise missiles do typically have a lot of value on Embassy Search and Destroy.
Yeah, truth, that's for sure. Also, for what it's worth, again, we didn't catch any of the map number 1, but it was a 250 to 243 game.
Wow.
This Clutch Rain squad, much better than just the 4th seed that came with their name into this playoff bracket. I'll say that much for sure. For this offensive round, though, Defrag, watching the cross with the scope. He does not see Fabrone jump through the window, though. And as the Semtex pushes Defrag back, the bomb's going to get planted, and there's a massive advantage here for Clutch Rain. Fabrone just trying to keep his life for as long as possible. And he's done well. He's gotten 1. Wow. Twiz will follow up with 2 behind that. And how about some flawlessness from Clutch Rain?
That's so clean. I mean, the support, you just have to rely on your teammates in a situation when you're Fabrone. You got to get across to the site. You know that you're probably only going to ever be good for a kill. But when you can rely on your teammates to watch over you, Gaz up top of the window, Twiz finds that angle to kind of cut through mid, pick his timings well, added for the assistance. That's exactly what you want to see out of a strong Search and Destroy squad here in round number 2. To answer back, and, well, we talked about that streak. It's round 2. Twiz has already got it.
Yeah, Frax. I mean, talk about a hot start. Tell you what. Golly. So, back foot, all of a sudden, Nixa find themselves on. They're going to look to maybe make a play over towards A. Defrag making sure no one's in the shower. Twiz, oh my, how has he gotten away with this? Trade was nearly not even there as he got a lot of damage into Henry. And the thing about this is Henry backs off. Dave's by himself, and the defense is very aware that the threat towards A could be imminent, and they will reposition accordingly into the 3v3.
Twiz is shooting like that. We got to see a lot more Twiz. That's all I'm saying.
True.
But 3-3 are the numbers here for a big swing round. And this is kind of, the problem we see sometimes with teams on the attack is when you haven't gotten one player across the map, it can be tricky to do so. But Henry, he's doing this with the bomb, so it's a little bit scary. If you can make his way over to A cleanly or find Isaac, you could get yourself a free plant. He's going to break open some doors. Isaac's position will be traded here from Defrag. Now there should be a chance to drop this bomb.
That's two different moments, though, for Clutch Rain, where they're opting to play one-for-one positions. For Broen, last round off the plant, Isaac doesn't have any help, so he's got to play a one-for-one corner behind Trailer. And it works out great. They don't even get the bomb down as Yaza dolphin dives after getting the elimination. Defrag's got nowhere to go. This is some great search and destroy from Clutch Rain, regardless of the fact that it's still a one-round game. Twiz is opening ace, plus the flawlessness after round 2, and then great trade-out positions from Clutch Rain here in the third.
Just a little baiting and switching happening in the back, too. Like Yaza was just throwing some dolphin dives in, trying to just stay behind cover as much as he possibly could, and he's good for it. So 2-1 up with the streak, looking pretty solid there for the Clutch Rain boys. We'll see if that continues. But back over to our main matchup. We just saw Elevate come away with a 8-point differential in the Hotel Hardpoint. Now we'll move to the Search and Destroy Hotel. See if this will also continue here for us, Alan, as it is already shaping up to be an incredible series. And now we'll see what the S&D has in store for us.
And I'm sure throughout this Search and Destroy, we'll get little updates as far as how that other matches will be going. Kind of the same situation here that we talked about for Team Notorious. Kind of a must-win Search and Destroy for him. It almost feels the exact same way all of a sudden for Clutch Rain, though, as Defrag will get the pick onto Yaza. As we're going to get a little bit more of a look here while we're still waiting on that primary match to get going. The Broen, though, pushing through, and Clutch Rain offensively are looking real nice.
Yeah, their A hit is looking just absolutely incredible. I mean, you're just looking at what the subs are able to do up close. That is usually the difference maker, right? Like, where the ARs and snipers are going to likely be on the offensive side. They're going to be up top PD. They're going to be sitting maybe middle. They're going to be watching over the back spawn. Like, those are kind of the key positions you're going to find themselves in. So it really is on, what are your subs able to do once they get across? And when you can see them making those type of plays, it certainly makes it a little bit easier. Also makes it easier when Twiz is 9-1. I mean, that is not going to hurt by any means, and he's still yet to use that cruise missile. So watch out for that, especially on these crosses over to the B site. As nades are coming over, stuns coming over. Henry caught open in the tennis court. Will be able to play his life. He is not safe by any means.
And the thing about this play for Nixa, it's not a full commitment to get the bomb planted. So the fact that Yaza gets an elimination and Henry is stuck, I mean, this is, again, just overwhelming control from Clutch Rain. Defrag last one up. He's tagged down to critical health. And it's just, Nixa can't get off the ground, moving in any direction right now. It's just Clutch Rain suffocating on both sides of the bomb.
It just hurts. And there's just a point that also ends up happening in Search and Destroys as well, where that you're just overwhelming the opposing team. You're just kind of better than them in the moment, like in the map. So you just start taking these aggressive chows. I mean, we just saw one of the players kind of chow out wide right away after finding Henry. And then Twiz is ready to do the exact same thing, cutting through mid, just finding these angles to get in there for the assistance, or at the very least the trades. And that's really the big factor, as Clutch Rain are now 4-1 up.
My goodness. 11-1 from Twiz. He still has the cruise missile in his back pocket. Won't be able to use it this round, though. It's a rare shutdown of Twiz to open things up, but a quick trade back to an opening 3v3. Bomb still a little bit of vacancy to make a play forward for Broen. Jumping out of the window, I believe he did see Henry, and yeah, he has to call the dead silence just to try to get out. Raffi on the back of tennis, hoping for a chance to take care of the bomb planter, but even with this, for Broen was a fraction of a second away from getting the plant off. But as he backs off, it leaves Isaac to a very difficult 1v2. First major advantage for Nixa in the search.
No dead silence to work with. It's going to make some noise, so Nixa should have a clear idea on where he is. He's going to have to fry Dave up top if he decides to take this route. This is not an easy gunfight. You got to fly to the door, kind of just make the prediction. 30 seconds left. This really is your only play.
First couple of tags are decent. This is an isolated 1v1. Oh, gosh. It's like Groundhog's Day over there. That planners. Little pop-ups on both sides. Dave finessing for, well, more than long enough, I'd say. But Ravi was not there to secure a trade, so there was a chance for Isaac, like you mentioned, to make the right read, the right play, and still have a chance. But Nixa secured their second round. Still have a lot of work to be done here, considering that you would have to assume that Twizz's cruise missile should guarantee a round in one form or another.
Done a really good job of kind of shutting down the key players, right? Like Henry, he kind of leads, up top there with the S&D KDs alongside Dave. This has been a pretty strong S&D squad. You don't typically see them on the back foot. Here's another one from Twizz, man. Every single gunfight, it feels like he's been able to just about find only 2 deaths here, another first blood. And Henry, I mean, you can see it. He just does not feel safe. He's going to have to try to make a solo play.
Tries to get through. I mean, the nade usage from Clutch Rain, so darn good. As the trades eventually come through, but still in the end of it, it's Rafi by himself, 1v2. Does have an opportunity maybe to isolate Isaac around the corner. But help is quickly on the way as Twizz has gotten to the second floor, right outside the B-bomb site, and Rafi's job has just become a near impossibility, although the dead silence will allow him one for free. Now the question that remains is, where has Twizz gone to?
Well, he does get a reset on the dead silence, so he has a chance to wrap all the way up top.
Yeah.
He should be able to find Twizz maybe with the high ground here, and he will. Wow. Twizz backs up to his spawn. What a nice play out of Rafi. Pull off, what was that, a 1v3, Alan?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Great stuff. I mean, the opening kill is as easy as a trade, but finessing through admin building, not even needing to collect the bomb. That's just good awareness and great route running from Rafi. And now we get to a one-round affair all of a sudden. And things become a little bit different, especially with Rafi on 4. That's the ace for him, by the way, not just the 1v3. Apologies, Rafi. We see you, brother. But this is where, if you were to change the turn of the entire of this search and destroy, target the search and destroy, it has to be right here. You've got to win a defense because Clutch Rain's offense have looked really good. It's
been clean, been very difficult to deal with, and it's because of those opening gunfights from Twizz. But Rafi, you know how important it would be to maybe earn the streak. Talking about the streaks, Twizz is now opted into using his. Might be able to find one in the back, and he does. Rafi ends up dropping up top as well. So already 2 versus 4. Henry and Dave got to try to make some magic happen here.
Yeah, Dave's not going to be able to get through mid-map. Yeah, okay, yeah. And I love that usage for what it's worth on the cruise missile. I mean, you kind of get the intention off of the opening ripoff that Clutch Rain are looking for window fights up top. But as soon as they understand there's a trophy up top, you saw the amount of utility that was thrown to make sure the trophy was out of the picture before the cruise missile was called. Even better that while the cruise missile's coming in, Yaza gets a kill with, long-range tack, watching a player jump off that top echelon. So, yeah, great stuff from Clutch Rain executing off this streak. 14-3 now for Twizz. That'll do wonders for his search and destroy KD stats as now Clutch Rain are a round away.
Yeah, that'll juice it up just a tad bit. That's for sure. Rafi, he's kind of been the silver lining for the squad. He's going to see a foot, and that's going to make it an easy cleanup there for Henry. A lot to deal with for Isaac in front of him. He's got a player already to his left. I don't think he knows, but Henry doesn't really full-on push it. The frag off screen, we'll be able to also find a second, so now that's going to make it a 2v4 here for Clutch Rain.
Oh, this is all about Yaza on the flank. Isaac needs to stay alive while Yaza hopefully finds a free kill from range. Doesn't see Dave, doesn't see Henry, doesn't see Rafi. So this has gone a little bit awry, and yeah, great Semtex around the back. Keeping honest, the flank, leaving Isaac for a very difficult 1v4. Not that any of them are ever easy. And Nixa stay alive, but still need another 2 in a row if they want to try to upset what has been a very, very convincing tally from Clutch Rain so far.
Yeah, let's see what they do differently, I feel like, on the defense. You haven't really been able to stop the sub players from crossing. You haven't really won the duels up top in PD. So, are your options to then look for some flanks, get some sub players to disrupt the AR players up top, send some dead silence plays kind of, inside the building here in PD. You got to think about something potentially different. Be a little bit more aggression onto the B site, getting a player kind of laying down just outside of planters. We'll see what they decide to opt in for, but it is a little bit of a different look here for Clutch Rain. Seeing if they can maybe make something happen over by A.
Oh, and they don't expect that Nixa has stacked the middle of the map. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, but the defense comes out on top here just simply due to the fact that all of Clutch Rain are kind of stuck over through vans at the moment. And these Semtexes could be a huge problem. Rafi also trying to confirm the pinch, but with that elimination off of Isaac, plus the stun on the defrag, now an exit has been possibly built. Dave on 3 in a row, turns it into a 1v1. But a lot of time on the clock, and Isaac has the opportunity, if he wants to back away and commit to B. They've also no dead silence playing with the trophy means that he will also be a little bit slow as Isaac makes the call to Planet B.
This is going to be really tough for Dave because he's going to look at his bomb site and he's not going to know where Isaac is kind of playing for that clutch spot. And he's deciding to opt through mid. So he should have been able to cut the map and likely kind of secure the information that he is probably still on their side. He's got a sub, he's got an AR, and he's got 30 seconds to work with.
But is he up top? Is he deep? Is he maybe re-wrapping through mid? Lots of things to think about and not a lot of time. Clears out orange. Now to the high ground. This is surely heard, and yeah, it's predicted very nicely. Clutch Rain put away the Search and Destroy after a dominant performance from Twiz. Would have felt bad to see that one go even further south than it was starting to.
Yeah.
That gets that series to a 1-1 tally. Don't rule out Clutch Rain.
Don't rule them out. That's for sure, man. If they're playing like that, Twiz is playing like that, man. Like, hope we get to tune into a couple more of these maps because that was just disgusting. 14 kills there to end with. As we'll now jump back into how this Search and Destroy is going here on the hotel. Shots coming through up top. How about that for a little entryway back into our main matchup? Little 1v2 for round number 2 here for Elevate.
Yeah, I'm good with that. We could, get used to seeing scenes like this. Nicely done from Vortex. And the question now, again, with the first map going the way of Elevate, you kind of need to see Notorious find a way to pull off a map that they have not been great at on Search and Destroy. 3 kills for Vortex, 2 in a row for Denza. And Team Notorious do not want to go down 0-3 early, I'll tell you that much. This feels like a must-win round early for their defense if they want to try to, feel a little more confident in their playbook on this map.
A lot of pacing coming into this round, at least for Vortex, right off the bat. His options to potentially hit through. Little stun check inside of couches, but take a look at least how the setup's looking for Team Notorious. They got a heavy stack, and now they're going to try to backtrack to see what's happening over in the B site. Denza through the door! What a read! What a shot! B now completely taken over here for Elevate. Bomb will slowly make its way over, and Vortex still has a chance to hit a late pinch.
And no reason for Denza to make any further moves. Sees Metals on the cross. He's desperately hoping for connections, and, well, he's going to have to hope for a little bit more than just connections now. Loses Maple, putting him into a 1v4. Deals with the first, 6 HP. Vortex dancing with him. The regen was on the way, but so was help from Elevate. And they do go up 3-0 after a very clean look and breakdown of that kitchen bomb site, which we don't often see done that sufficiently, I would say, in the early stages of Search.
Oh, we definitely don't. And a lot of, like, those early stuns and nades that are kind of coming out, over by the opposite side too, is what's kind of making sure everyone's standing still, watching over mid. It never really felt like, Team Notorious kind of put anybody inside of that bomb site at B. And then when Eric Boom comes flying through the door to check to see what's happening, and Denz is already there waiting, finds 2, and says, all right, guys, well, you can come over to the site if you want to now. And that's what they do to go 3-0 up.
Snacks are on the counter. Come on in. Water's fine. Metals, quick route here through couches. He's got help, too. This is a great position for the offense to try to utilize on a post plant of A. Eric coming back, and Lucky has seen the cross. He bails out. Oh, and the timing of this could be exquisite, but flat out overwhelmed. Great team shots from Team Notorious. Vortex. Oh, he was actually on top of the railing, and him jumping off of it may have affected his line of sight, let alone the aim overall, as Team Notorious get to a 3v3, and they're looking for more kills here. Vortex is trying to get pressured out. Semtex to clear the bedroom, but this is bold. This is dangerous, and that's why Journey Vortex come away the favored trades, and Metals is stuck, nowhere to go. Elevate up 4-0.
That's just a good response. Very quick, snappy, everyone kind of transitioning over and just providing the help needed. As soon as you lose Lucky down low, he's able to at least call out 2 players already here. Vortex is able to play his life on the back end of that gunfight there, down low in the ladder versus Eric Boom. And really that kind of buys enough time to play off the trades. Able to get 1 up top for Vortex was really the biggest deal of all of that. So Team Notorious just have not had an answer. And I mean, this has really been the storyline of their Search and Destroy so far this entire stage. They've not really been able to put it together outside of one map. We'll see if they can just try to get themselves around on the board to start.
Yeah, facts. Journey checking mid. Stun will not connect with anybody, and Denza has once again broken through into kitchen. This time Eric Boom shuts it down. The bomb was not following behind that route, though, from Denza. So it's really on to Vortex, who I believe did just see Metal. Stun comes through. Vortex will bail away. It keeps him safe for now. The defense is moving, at least so you'd think. Eric Boom and Weeman are still hanging out towards B. There's numbers here for Elevate. And you've got Vortex forward. This could still work out in the 3v4.
It very much could. You kind of need Vortex to probably get something for you. His teammates doing a good job being able to distract. They're going to try to lay the bomb. It looks like it might go down. Metals doesn't have an angle. They're going to know Lucky's caught on the bomb with nowhere to go, and Metals will catch him on the cross. Off-screen, Journey gets one. Vortex is going to drop, and now Journey's going to have to try to clutch up this 1v3.
Yeah, losing Vortex there is not great news for Elevate trying to get to 5. But Journey's looking for a kill off the cross. Has to be wary of the long route back through top roofs. Connects largely onto the first, but misses out on the kill. Metal still playing around with it. The rest of his teammates trying to overwhelm, make sure Journey stays away from the diffuser, and they're successful in their feats. Notorious finally on the board. Boy, was it closer than you would have liked, I think, considering the opening first blood was free.
Yeah, Journey made it a lot harder for them than you initially expected, right? Just a 1v3 dancing through like 3 different angles. It's just like, man, is this guy gonna die? Like, can we get him? Metals does a good job of at least bouncing back and not committing to the gunfight. But yeah, Journey does everything he possibly can to almost clutch that one up, brings it down. So I think about 13, 14 seconds. So you think if he maybe repositions one more time, hell, there's maybe a chance, but not to be. Notorious, we asked for it, we called for it to get themselves a round, but you know, can they build off of it, and will they give us maybe a different look at their offense to potentially play for a plant here?
Yeah, not a lot of groundwork towards any sort of a post plant setup. I mean, you can see on the tally they haven't planted the bomb yet once. So that's the immediate correction, is get to a spot to where you can hopefully put the clock into your favor. Vortex watching for any early crosses towards bedroom. Right above him is Lucky. The rest of the defense stacked up over watching mid and helping B. And Notorious, I mean, you can kind of see it on the map right now. They're hoping they find some point of contact. I mean, they haven't had any sort of designs towards executing. Maple will get a read that Lucky is here, and that actually forces Vortex to kind of have to back up, simply due to the fact that there's no one top bedroom now except for Maple.
Maple's got to make the play. Is he going to read that Vortex is to the left? And, well, he's going to get some sound cues. But Weeman finds Lucky. And now there is a chance to try to play for this bomb. He's still player A, Eric, who's just kind of waiting to make a pinch happen. But he doesn't have dead silence yet. And, well, he's going to spot one, but he's going to get spotted in the process. Try to draw some attention over to B as they're going to make a fast little move here to see if they can drop the bomb. But Journey can stop it all. He snaps onto the second. And now should be able to clean up the last one on the bomb. Elevate, just not going to fall for any kind of tricks.
I'm scratching my head on that one there, Visions. I mean, you've got Maple into a great position bedroom. You would have to think at that point if you've got bedroom control and you know that the only threat nearby to stop a plant at A is coming from bottom luggage, just have someone watch over the bomb planter. That's an aggressive route to re-wrap back in towards B. You would have to think the call from Team Notorious was, hey, they know we're top bedroom. Surely the defenders are coming over to help this. Let's try to sneak one underneath their noses towards B, but that wasn't the case because Elevate had good eyes through mid-map. Puzzling decision-making there from Team Notorious, to be sure. And Elevate now at 5-1. A chance to go 2-0 up in the series as Journey is going to try to bullheadedly make his way in towards Kitchen. Eric Boom, that's fine. Getting a 1-for-1 trade is good. Even better, that's on the bomb carrier. We did some damage on the Vortex, but both parties will kind of back away for now. Still more trades around the backside. Notorious, a read that Vortex is still trying to find kills. But wait a second, because he can play his life while Lucky hits the long route over towards roofs.
Should have a kill on the Metals, and he does off screen. So now everything falls on Weeman, and, well, the second comes through. That's a nice play. Coming in from Lucky in the back, just pushes through late, allows his teammates to just flood into Kitchen, and the play just all comes together so perfectly here. It even gets eyes on the Weeman, so it's just a quick snap. And Weeman, to be fair, does put up a good fight. Just not enough, and Vortex likely there for the trade. So 6-1 victory. I mean, the woes continue here for Team Notorious when it comes down to S&D here on, where they still have yet to really kind of put it together, figure it out. They're taking a lot of risk, but it's a lot of unnecessary risk at times, you feel like, when you watch over their rounds.
And that moment where you start to see Team Notorious either not stable in their defensive setup, or in particular that last offensive round that we just saw where they're making some gut check call saying, ooh, we've been at A for a while, let's re-wrap back towards B. I just don't think that that's necessary. I mean, you kind of, the thing about like plays like that in my mind is you have to pull off a successful take towards the A site first. Like, if you can get a plant off, successfully hold the post plant, and it makes the defense weary about having to play more through bedroom, then yeah, trying to make a quick wrap back over to kitchen once you get somebody in there, I could see that for the adjustment, because you've got the ability to kind of keep throwing off-speed pitches to your opponent, but there's no reason for Elevate to feel shaky about their defense because they hadn't lost one. So it's definitely, I think, confusing to see them make that gut check call. As we take a look over the final scoreboard, 9-4 from Journey, 6-3 from Denza, 6-2 for Vortex. Great statistics across the board.
That's a big like jump up for Journey. Like, he has been kind of just okay. It feels like in a lot of the S&Ds, just slightly kind of below that 1.0 range. So for him to have, you know, a massive game here, make a lot of rounds just difficult for Team Notorious. Like, even that 1v3, I think back on, just not giving anything away for free, always putting up a fight. So it's nice to see Journey come alive a little bit, help out one of his old-time teammates, Lucky, who's been doing a lot of that heavy lifting, at least within this game mode from what we've seen over week 1 and week 2. So 6-1, feeling good right now for Elevate. Now we'll move back over to the Wobble Bobs. They finished first in their group. These guys, not sure if they lost the hardpoint or not, but they were flawless in it, at least up to this point. And now we'll see Team Falcons even up by 2.
Yeah. Could be big. How massive this would be as far as an upset's concerned.
Oh my.
Team Falcons have to secure their point in the playoffs after a must-win victory versus Team Fear, to going into the dominant seed from EU, only dropping a single map. And now a chance on Fortress Control to possibly just pop off for a quick 2-1 lead in the series. Pack King of Body doing really nicely, getting onto the B zone. First tick of progress on the way. I'd say very aggressive look from Cobra. Didn't have any help on the challenge. That's going to lock down the first tick here, no problem. Lives also in favor of Team Falcons. Trades will eventually be here, but there are still Falcons members on the point, and even worse, the streak that's supposed to be there to bail you out has only caused a team kill. Advantage to Team Falcons across the board right now. They can get their way back over to B.
Yeah, and it still doesn't really give them, you know, full control of the map. Again, doesn't force everyone in the back. You still got one player lurking around. That's King of Body, who's been just putting on a hurting right now to the Wobble Bobs, but they're going to do a good job finding him and now 2 others. So now they can start to put them in the blender. That's 4 players down here for Team Falcons. Still a lot of time to work with. They got 1:20 on the clock, but this is where things can go from bad to worse.
Yeah, it sure feels that way. 4 kills in a row for Brezzy. There's number 5. And as you mentioned, the spawn trap is feeling more and more imminent. But again, it's hard for us to make the full tally as Brezzy, I thought he was going to run out of ammunition. Looks like that's bugged right now. I was going to say he's only got 3 shots left, but it doesn't seem that he's got only 3 shots left. Collats him up, lines him up. And straight dominance from Wobobs after the bounce back, nearly losing the B zone, it felt like. Still more coming through from Brezzy, just not holding off the trigger at all. And Team Falcons are without respawn, stuck in their spawn. It's looking like we're going round 5.
Yeah, it's looking that way. Couple more kills, that's all you're gonna need. There's 2. Vampire, King of Body, gonna do what they possibly can, but the lives, unfortunately, just not really with them. Just need to find 1 more to close it out. Maybe try to play your life for a little bit here if you're Vampire. But trade is likely gonna follow as he just gets tackled from every single area, just bombarded. Where are you gonna go, Vampire? Nowhere.
Staying hot, that's it.
That's about it.
Yeah. So now the question that we will be getting the answer to pretty shortly is who starts where? And just based on the success you just saw from Team Falcons, I don't know, if that were to be how they played their first offense, you would think that they would have the blessing of the defense here in round 5, but that's just nothing but mere assumption. We'll swap the sides, we'll find out. This is a key swing map, though, for these 2 squads. I mean, there's a 250 to, like, 163 map number 1. Team Falcons dominated the search 6-1, and now they're on the defense round 5 to possibly go 2-1 up in the series. Lot to ask of Wobble Bobs right here.
There sure is. Crazy. Really read a stat line like this after a 5-0 start in the groups, but already gunfights starting to go either way. will be able to get a touch on the zone here. So Wobble Bob did love to come away with at least that tick of progress. King of Body going to make it difficult for them to do that. But still having one player alive there. Might have been able to secure it. It is just him, however. Prezi going to have to do what he can. Pack will find him. At least you get the tick. But now back to step one.
Yep. The only real blessing here is the fact that Brezi went in that long spree in the last round. So he's got an extra resource to try to help Wobble Bob's either deny a possible spawn trap or get a little bit of extra help towards securing one of the two zones. Oh, brilliant gunshots from Cobra. An impressive double, to say the least. Pack now by himself. Trophy systems all over the place for Robobobs, and they cleanly take down Pack as well. Vampire repositioning back up top, though. First tick of progress, gonna get locked. Second on the way here at the A zone, but Team Falcons, they feel like they can go here to possibly recontest, maybe to reconsider that, as Pack and Vampire tried to combine for a re-ingress back into the zone. But it looks like it'll be a chalk and rotate situation. Just picking apart at exits, hopefully.
They do a good job of finding one up top here in maps. That's going to be King of Body. King of Body finds the second. What a snap. 33 and 20 now. Doing what he can to try to keep everything contained for the Wobble Bobs. Do not let them through that halfway point on the map. As soon as they start to get kind of inside of ammunition, start running around, that's where everything starts to be very uncertain for you from the defensive side. But Abuza up close, able to find himself that first one. This could maybe ignite something for the Wobble Bobs.
And this is your overall KD leader right now in Europe. Trophy systems do not appear to be in the zone. This would be the call to drop in a cruise missile, maybe. Although I say that a trophy system does get placed. Abuza tried to work their way in the hard way. And it will not work out. Cobra up top needs to hold his life here. Have to have it. King of Body will not even be required to find the kill. Lins with the team nade will put Wobble Bobs on the back foot. And now you're at a 7v12, 55 seconds. You got to get out of your spawn. King of Body will be stunned, but he's surviving. No one checks the close corner. Help from Exdid. Oh boy. A double from Lins, but still Wobble Bobs on 5 lives are stuck in their spawn.
Pax got to try to do something right here, and Pax goes down. It's 5 lives here for Wobble Bobs. It's got to be just about clean as you'd ever want it, but Brezi has just opened up with 2. And now it's 4 playing up against 6. You got members that are in and around the point, in the building. You're looking at Cobra to try to open something up, and he finds the first one.
Oh, but everyone else is nearby. 22 seconds on the clock. 4v5. Lin's in the back on 4. Pack's up top in a 1v1. Cobra will drop. Clock will stop as Brezi steps foot on, but he's got no trophy to help him. 2v4, 1v4, it's just down to Brezi. He's got 18 seconds to play with. The first one comes across his line of sight, but cannot secure the kill nor get away from the follow-up. And Falcons will steal away the control in round 5 and go 2-1 up in the series. Woo-wee!
Wobble Bobs, after not dropping a map up until, what was it, like week number 2, finally dropping one. And then they go into a series versus the Falcons, and they are now down 2-1 in the series in winners round 1, Alan. What is going on? What is happening?
It's playoffs, baby! We love it out here. It's getting crazy. It's getting wild. Throw all your expectations away. Anything can happen on any given day in Call of Duty, and we're seeing that right now. Woo! This is going to be a spicy day, especially if Team Falcons can pull this off. Send Wobble Bobs to the lower bracket. That makes the whole dynamic of the top side of the bracket look very, very different. I'll say that much. As Elevate is still our primary focus with Team Notorious, it's hard to say one thing or the other because look at those two boys down low. We framed them up at the very top of the broadcast. Their hardpoint KDs were unbelievable as we start to look forward to the Embassy hardpoint that's going to grace our screens here soon.
That'll be a big one, man. I mean, Team Notorious had to pull off, what, one reverse sweep we've seen? But they are flawless when it comes down to control. This is where you expect them to start to find their footing, get back on track. Be that same Team Notorious that we've kind of seen throughout this entire early season. But let's see what they're able to do here off the bat. So far, so good. First pick will come through. Wee Man's got a lot to deal with. That will be a quick trade, but Metal's on the pinch. How about that? He gets information on the last one as well. So Maple about to get support through mid. They're going to be good for this second tick.
It's just going to play for the kill, and oh, very well found. Tough gunfight versus a full HP Vortex. More contest on the way. Sig still by himself, and Denza will eventually flush him out of the zone. Depletion on the third tick started, but Elevate more kind of considering the positioning, wanting to get further into this top relics position. Wee Man trying to hold them off. But, I mean, there are just members of Elevate flooding through this bottom side of the map. Unfortunate self-nade from Vortex creates a little bit of space here for Team Notorious to get out. Wee Man a bit stuck still. How has he gotten that elimination? Denza now by himself, and maybe all that's required for Elevate to try to hold on to this A zone. Vortex up top there to assist. Not the nicest gunshots we've seen, but it works out. 17 v 17. No further progress made on A.
Taking a lot of time off this clock, and it's kind of now down to what you feel like is one final push. Journey doesn't finish off that kill position. Be given away, but he's able to find Metals up close. What a challenge to Journey. Sub in hand. He's ready to take the next, but Maple, good snap from him. We'll be able to get the trade. Lucky now, responsible for holding the line, holding the cross, and he has just found two. Ben's able to get that third. Team Notorious, well, it looked good off the start, but since that point in time, Elevate, they just keep them trapped in the back.
Yeah, only giving up 2 ticks of progress is going to feel pretty miraculous, given the state of the minimap at one point in time, where Elevate were kind of on their individual gunfights to try to fight back in, and it is a lot of assistance to clear out Maple in the first place, to kind of turn the tides and stop that third tick, which looked so good. So an advantage now all of a sudden to Elevate. You kind of feel like only giving away 2 ticks of progress is pretty solid, especially considering the stigma that Team Notorious has been able to pull on their controls. On average, they win all of their control maps 3-1. So already something a little bit different here, as Team Notorious will go on towards their defense. Elevate hard focus through mid-map, and they're a little bit more stuck here than I think they were anticipating. Metals and Sigs for the first openers, and Vortex tagged up pretty heavily. Metals will just kind of dance with him over the top of the boxes as the full clearance comes through. No progress made at all.
No, but Den's up. He has a chance to still fly through, or maybe just kind of hold his position, wait for his teammates to start to work into maps. He should be able to start to find some trades here. Dead silence pops. Maple will go down, and now he could threaten this B zone. He's going to start to draw some members back and maybe open up some laneways to start to push through the other zone. I like this wrap from Denza, but it's a good read for Maple right off of spawn. He was likely coming back to support anyway. Denza shut down, Journey the next one up.
Yeah, it's just tough when you make a route like that through B and you don't really have any pressure on A. Notorious just essentially say, all right, thanks for the free information that you're coming around our flank. We'll all turn, we'll all deal with it, and on top of that, we'll full wipe your team off spawn. Okay, 25-18, and just as much as we thought that Elevate did a nice job defensively, only giving away 2 ticks of progress, Team Notorious say, okay, we'll 1-up you. Actually, technically, we'll 2-up you right now, as no one has gotten any progress at all in either zone. 25 plays 15. This is just a beatdown of a round favoring Team Notorious.
Is it ever? I mean, yeah, only losing 5 lives up to this point. It's ridiculous to say. Now they all just come flooding through the blender up top. Journey is able to find 2, but I don't think there's much of a chance to get any kind of a touch here, and Maple holds the line. He almost found 3. Likely would have gotten the 3rd had it went a second more, and that is as clean as they get when we talk about defenses here on Fortress.
Yeah. And I think, again, I like what the call of Denza is to try to hit that long route around the back. But with that silence and without having anyone kind of taking the focus of Team Notorious to the zone, I would have loved to have seen just a little bit more patience. Maybe even just holding your life in that back spawn area, trying to just pick apart kills and force Team Notorious to come back to you. You know, it's kind of one of those things you would like to coordinate, kind of a 3-1 split. Focusing on both things at the same time is difficult from that position if you're on the defense, but made easier thanks to the dominance in the gunfights for Team Notorious, who now will take an aggressive route through Blacksmith, maybe trying to not just win the mid-alley, but maybe try to get to B first here. It's just Journey, the only defender who's technically here, and that's all they need. And Denza also helps with a little bit of clearance through mid. Only 2 Elevate members will fall defensively, and Team Notorious are already scrambling to get out of spawn.
Vortex now in the godlike position that we typically see, where he is so hard to trade, and then you got Denza able to provide some crossfire here. So, a much better look, at least so far, trying to deny some ticks of progress for Team Notorious to continuously build up for what is usually inevitably round number 5. 3-man hit now coming through up top in maps, looking for some kills. Lucky's able to find that very first one onto Wee Man. You got a great setup right now. Journey, what can he find from the side? looking for Eric Boom, able to tag him up, and now down to about 25 seconds.
Yeah, and this is the picture-perfect setup. I mean, you could screenshot this if you're, a team that's either recently formed or looking to get better at fortress control. That is what you want defensively. Everyone's able to watch an angle, plus also provide cover fire to a teammate. Yeah, it's just absolutely flawless. So this round will come to an even more dominant conclusion. I mean, both teams just kind of trading back and forth with one another defensively, but each defense looks better than the last. I think the Team Notorious, though, will have a hard time topping that.
Gonna be tough, for sure. I think Denza ended on 5. I don't know if he got kill number 6 there. We weren't watching his POV, and just ended as he got this kind of final second kill. So I'll be interested to see what his final streak is at. But, getting a cruise missile and just kind of getting rid of the trophies when you make that call to use the streak, that is really your entry point in. And yeah, he did get it. So Denza has a streak. That's the good news. There is a chance for Elevate to at least still get some of those ticks back in their favor. We'll see if they'll be able to do exactly that here in round 4.
Other updates very quickly. The Originals are up 2-0 on La Nave del Mysterio after a very tight hardpoint and a pretty competitive search. Clutch Rain took the control, which puts them 2-1 up versus Nixa. And we are still awaiting map number 4 to start on Fortress hardpoint for Falcons and Wobble Bobs. Kind of a look at all the winners round 1 matches that are happening simultaneously. Vortex on 4. 5 is up top, but Dirty beating him to the punch on a lot of the kills that looked much easier. And with that, Metals will put to rest any initial attempts towards A, but quickly off the respawn, Elevate have room to work with here at B. And Denza may try to go off the same route once again. All the nades are starting to come through. They largely miss him, but it's a double hit from Notorious defensively that will make sure that they do not give away a tick of progress at B.
Maple, 3 in a row, 13-7. Streak is actually called in for Denza, so a little bit of desperation. See if it ends up finding anything. Tries to weave it into top double. It's not going to happen, but it does now at least draw some pressure over to the zone on B. But all that time you were able to at least start to get has been depleted. Knife in hand. Lucky says, thank you very much. Read you like a book. Vortex able to find the second. And, well, Metals is still trying to do what he possibly can, but so far this has been great. Lucky can't find anything in the back either.
That was like one of those bad 90s scary movies. Like, don't go in that room. Don't go in that room. You saw the door shut. Don't go in there. But just as soon as Elevate tried to pull the trigger to kind of feint pressure one direction, then go the opposite, Notorious cleanly come back through. Elevate, though, with 3 straight eliminations. 18 seconds on the clock. Maple's the only one really guarding either zone. And a chance now for Elevate to get on towards A. Stall the clock out. They're down 5 lives. Notorious still quick on the bounce to come back forward and try to contest this, but Vortex gets a double. Mid-map. Metals. Oh, how is he able to find 2? Him and Sigs together clear out more of the Elevate offense, leaving Lucky by himself. 3rd tick of progress on the way. Contest is in. Semtex does not connect. Elevate looking to reinforce, but can they get to the guns of Notorious? Does not look likely. And as Journey, the last one standing, will fall, we will go to a round 5, with the extra 2 ticks of progress. May have been enough here for Elevate to get the defense on round 5.
Yeah, we'll see. It was, what, 2 ticks for Team Notorious in the round number 1?
So none in their second, so.
Yeah, so I think it's tied, right? I want to say. Let's try to do some quick math. I believe it is. So it should go off of kills. We'll end up seeing what happens here. There was also a crucial moment during that round 4 where they shut Metals down, who was on that 5 spree. So they made sure he doesn't have the cruise missile going into this final round. But the sides, everything. Everyone wants to know, do we have defense? We're going to find out. How about it? So, Team Notorious, they do have defense going into this round number 5. Pressure on Elevate.
Yeah. Metal's got 23. There's your difference maker. 23 and 16. Vortex with an opening kill from Denza. Oh, if he finds Maple, that is a very different look towards this B zone. Still not done yet, though. Dirty confirms the trade. Maple down low. Good read on the Denza. Great prediction on the Journey as well. And Notorious will successfully hold the initial attempts from Elevate, who are now looking to play largely through the bottom at Blacksmith. Guns will land on the Maple, but he's already got the angle he wanted locked in, and Team Notorious go 3 for 1. Defense starting to make their way forward.
Journey unable to play his life, and now a streak is in. Maple, he's just picked him apart. It's been all him. Up this round number 5, 45 seconds on the clock. Weeman's able to find one up top, and Well, it just continues to get worse and worse here for Elevate. Just not able to make moves, not able to get a touch on the zone. They are trapped, they are pinned. It's what we typically see on Fortress, for goodness sake.
Yep.
It's so hard to break through. But you just need one good team push. You just need a set of gunfights to follow, and maybe there's a chance to get a touch.
Journey will get some control of double doors, but he tries to go underneath. These players stacked up over in Relics. It's not going to work out. Now the play through Blacksmith. It's desperate, and it's unsuccessful. The only player left is Denza, and he was trying to see how many he could get by holding off on the trigger, but it's not going to be enough. Most likely 3 seconds. Lucky 1v1 to stop the clock. Gets on, but would have to be an absolute Superman, and oh, he is! No kryptonite here, and Maple, he used his cruise missile to try to just force the final kills needed to keep anyone else from touching. Now all of a sudden, Elevate, they have some good work done here at A. Second player trying to stack. Not going to work out. Lucky by himself. Can he do it twice? Oh, tries to go to the knife. And as that fades away, so also will the clock, and Team Notorious defensively will take the 5th round.
Oh, man, we've seen some crazy things happen in Control. You know, those final 2 seconds, final 3 seconds, player pops a 3-piece. All of a sudden, it allows you to kind of just flood right off the spawn, get in there, try and stack, get some trophies down. And especially with the fact that, you know, Maple's thinking, I got 3 teammates all running at Lucky. Like, you know, they're surely going to get him. It's not the case, but still not enough in the end. Unfortunately, a little nice moment for him individually. Team Notorious still continue to hold on to that flawless streak in Control. As we now take a look at what's happening here with the Wobble Bobs and Team Falcons, and this is the Wobble Bobs we're used to seeing.
Yeah, their hard point has been dominant. I mean, yes, their map count has been equally as good, but their hard point in particular, no one's been able to touch them. And you're starting to see exactly why. The shutdown of Vampire is a big reason, you would think, for this kind of walloping that we're getting out of the Wobble Bobs. 28 and 16 for Abuza helps out, too.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. Definitely seen worse.
Just a small moment for the Falcons to get some scrap time at the back end of P3. Abuza, well over 30, seeing exactly what he could maybe push this towards. But Falcons, just so much work in front of them. You're not getting a whole lot of participation from every single member, and that is almost required when you go up against the Wobble Bobs, when you know that's what you're going to get out of just about every single one of these individuals.
Yeah.
222 to 134. Looking great. Everything uncontested so far. Up until where King of Bodies able to come to the back, able to find that first. But it's now all purple in the feed. Wobble Bob's just 25 seconds away from the dub.
Yeah, these guys, I mean, just to kind of reinforce the verbal statement of how dominant they've been on hardpoint, on average, they're winning by 70-plus points. Doesn't seem to make a difference on the map, but Fortress in particular has been their bread and butter, 3-0 overall with a 50-point average score margin, which is significant considering how this map often goes. That will likely improve, though, that number, if this holds the course. But you don't want to rule anything out. This map, definitely the potential to snowball more than most others in the pool. But it would be a thing of absolute mystique if Falcons were able to pull this off.
Yeah, it really would be. You kind of need more from Vampire. You need a little bit more from Pack as well. It's kind of one of the usually key slayers when I look at this Falcons roster. Doing well in Respawn, but one more break. That's all that's required. Lindsay, man, he's going to watch his nades today. He's throwing a lot of bad nades at his teammates, man. Throwing a little 3v5s in there at times, it feels like. But either way, just one more good break should be able to get this done. Everyone from a Wobble Bob just kind of posting up for a quick moment, just waiting patiently. Strike, pounce, and make the break happen here on the final hill.
From the unfavored side, you take this at the moment for Team Falcons. Great lockdown of the lanes. Lins nearly transfers for the double. Now the pitch should come through, but King of Bodies staying alive. Turns to get the second on the Cobra. Okay. A little bit of greatness here from Team Falcons. Everyone's starting to get back involved. That's the better part of 40 seconds right there for Falcons.
Yeah, that was a really strong hill. I mean, one of the best ones we've seen at least so far. Well, Bobs, though, are still able to at least get the scraps, and that's all you need from here on out. You have to now control the scraps, win the rotation. There is so much to ask for when you're making these kind of comebacks happen, especially on this map. We'll see if they're going to be able to do something incredible. Up top, Cobra has to find more than one here. He's in the position from the high ground. We're going to read on the spawns, see what he's going to be able to do. Only able to find one. Good play from the back, but King of Body can't come together with more than one. Pack there for two. Vampire can't win that one-on-one, and now that should allow Wobble Bobs to move in, but we'll see the kills follow for Falcons again.
Yeah, these spawns for Falcons in the North Stables are actually working out for them to stop any crosses. And now look all of a sudden to the minimap. Wobble are spawning towards P3. The only person trying to anchor things up are Abuza, but that is not a position that you can move spawns with. So as he drops, all of a sudden Team Falcons are back to within 40. Have to clear off the old time though. Exnid trying to wait for help, and his regen will get neither. And Wobble will put this map to rest, but it got a lot tighter than I think either of us thought it would, considering the scoreline when we first jumped in. But as they say, a day late, a dollar short from Team Falcons. To map 5 we go.
And that's kind of the tough thing, right? And it tends to happen, I feel like, a lot in this game where, you know, 1-2 individuals just can't get it going. And that's just kind of how, especially a map like Fortress really works with the power positions. Like, you just come off spawn, you're taking a tough gunfight. You come off spawn, you're taking a tough gunfight. So, you know, Vampire just can't really get too involved. Pack having, you know, a lot of depths, maybe getting a little too aggressive at times, you know, hurts them when he's not setting up, kind of matching what we typically get out of someone like Brezzy, who is just going to have, you know, the iron boots on, posted up on a heady, ready for you to come running into him. So they're able to keep it at least a little interesting in the end, but now we got to see how that map 5 plays out, because if it's going map number 5 with the Falcons, man, I mean, anything could happen there, and we could see still a very big potential upset versus our top seed in that group.
I've got great news for you fans that are out there for Team Falcons. The Originals and La Nave has completed at a 3-0 tally in favor of the Originals. So the new main focus for We Are Clutch GG's Twitch channel will be the Wobble versus Team Falcons matchup. You can find that by going to twitch.tv/WeAreClutchGG. While here, we'll be kind of continuing with Elevate and Team Notorious, and also taking a look at what's going to be a map 5 between Nixa and Clutch Rain. They're heading to a Mercado Search and Destroy, but we've got 2 embassies kind of to follow up here. And now the question kind of remains, with Team Notorious losing their hardpoint map selection, does the trend change drastically as we consider this 4th map?
I mean, I did say that, you know, Elevate had to strike early on in the series. They did that, right? They had a great opening map number 1. They had just about a perfect map number 2, it felt like. But, you know, this is where things do get interesting, because you get into these embassies. If you're able to win this embassy hardpoint, it is really good news then going into the map number 5, because that is at least where, you know, Team Notorious have been able to win some of their search and destroys. And I feel like that's what you have to be kind of telling yourself going into this. They've been a very strong hardpoint team, and obviously we look back on the map number 1 now, and it was an 8-point differential, and you know that final 1v1 comes in, maybe something even is different between Eric Boom and Lucky at the back there. So much could happen going into this embassy, and you have to get that same performance out of Lucky, in my mind, going into this map number 4 if you want to close it and make sure you don't see a map 5.
Yeah, I think you point to the right players there as far as who are going to be the keys, possibly opening up the door to a reverse sweep consideration without question. Just comes down to execution, my friend. I mean, we know how Embassy goes. I mean, the flexibility that's required between your 3rd AR and your 3rd SMG kind of are mostly spotlighted on Embassy compared to the other maps in the pool. Just due to the fact that you've got wide open hard points at long range that can be contested versus hard points that you have to get in to the fray to try to contest over. So yeah, I think that coordination that we talk about kind of from Elevate side of things, we've seen great duality from the subs between Denza and Vortex. On the other side, like you continue to mention, Journey's been really solid, kind of assisting into the mix here as a quote-unquote second AR alongside, you know, we're getting out of Lucky. So I don't know. This is another map that I still kind of maintain. The ARs are going to open up the groundwork for the SMGs in my mind more often than not. I think this game is won or lost based on which AR duo shines right here.
Yeah, I think so too, man. I think so too. The records, though, certainly at least going the way of a reverse sweep potentially. But, you know, sometimes you got to throw them out the window, especially with performances we have seen today. Because it's one thing to go come away with like a week 1, week 2 crazy stat line from Lucky. But then you go into, you know, your day number 1 here in playoffs, and you're continuing to keep that same level of performance up. I mean, it does speak to a lot of what he's able to do. And to be fair, we have been seeing a lot more of the old heads kind of, you know, find a little more success in a game like this where you're not slide canceling around, a little less variance. It does come down to, you know, centering, gunfights, a little more mechanical, huge 1v1s, you know, really mean a lot compared to last year where you can get to that same 1v1 like 10 seconds later if you want to. So like there's a lot of big differences, and, you know, you're seeing, you know, some of those big players from the past like Metals, like Lucky here, you know, for this team here, Elevate, that, you know, could potentially come away with this dub. I think you got to do it, though. The 3-0 on Embassy, I'm pretty sure, if I have my notes correctly here for
right.
Team Notorious, right? So, again, it shapes up for a Team Notorious comeback story if everything aligns with what they've been able to do thus far.
1-0 on Embassy, but the win that they had was a 250 to 154. So, kind of crazy. Whereas for Elevate, a 1-1 tally for them. Average point differential in their favor by a mere margin of 3. So tight matches for them the both times that they've played it. Again, for what it's worth, I mean, a one-map sample doesn't really say much, and I don't have on my notes who they played up against on that in particular. It could have been like Signs. So, no shade, but if 250 to 150. Sorry, I got a little ahead of myself there. But again, there is something to be said about the caliber of opponent that you play, especially considering that this region in particular has showcased, I think, some very significant differences between good respawn teams versus great search and destroy teams. Maybe a little bit of a smaller ground between what we see in Control often, but there have been some pretty clear differences in squads for Europe this year as far as who's great at hardpoint usually is not very great at search, and vice versa. Whoever's great at search usually not that great at hardpoint. So we'll see if there's going to be any major differences besides kind of the assumption of the AR battles here for these two squads as they were going into a must-win map for Team Notorious.
It's going to be a good one, man. If it's anything like the map number 1, and we're in for a treat with these two squads. And, I mean, still so much riding on this matchup as we were kind of framing up before, right? Like, old teammates going up against one another. Just having, just that mental differential going into the rest of the series, just again kind of knowing that you made like the right choice and really having a strong Elite 1. We always talk about how important this first Elite is with teams looking for potential changes. You have a strong showing, could really mean a lot, and finding that huge win in round number 1 could be the differential for how your tournament ends up unfolding going forward. So it'll be a good look here, Alan, either way. We know we're in for a treat. It's just a matter of will we get that same elevate from the map number 1, winning the clutch gunfights, making sure things don't get too out of hand. That's kind of the big factor.
Yep, indeed. Okay. Waiting to see how this one all unfolds. Still waiting for the lobby to get populated out. But boy, we've got ourselves, as we continue to talk about, a full both EU and North American Challengers Elite action as we get into our first day of playoffs. Winners round 1, losers round 1, winners semi-final is what we have on store for us. Was not 100% sure how the drop down to the lower bracket is going to work out. The only things that we could really obviously talk about right now is the fact that Nave del Mysterio will be in lower round 1.
Right.
So that's, great news for Originals coming out and finding a 3-0. They're looking extra dangerous.
Good.
They'll play the winner of this series. No, pardon me. They will play the winner of the Wobble and Team Falcons, which, based on how that series is going, I wouldn't, again, rule out either of those from shutting down one of EU's best right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, you talk about the Originals. I think Harry's looking like one of the best players right now in Challengers. Just what he's been doing, man. I mean, even coming off of the last land in Grand Finals, he had one of the highest KDs. He was just doing some ridiculous things with that tack in his hand, man. So excited to see that squad go forward. But it looks like we are now loading into this hard point on Embassy that we keep talking up, man. It has been a treat, absolute treat to watch these two squads so far. In round number 1, you feel like both could very well even make a run all the way, but only one going to be able to make it to round number 2 here in this matchup, and Elevate want to put it away right here in my mind.
Yep. A lot on the line for it. But let's go. On to the mix. Team Notorious. We jump on in. Already secured 9 points of time. Wee Man still up top. Trying to maybe chase down Vortex, who got around the back. Very aware of this. The Vortex has gone high instead of low. Extra kills from the front will allow Wee Man to get a better prediction on this. Call-outs from his teammates, good help as well. Trophy system will be really what costs Wee Man his life. But all in all, Team Notorious still holding on to the advantage with still 18 seconds to fight for, and good control out of the bottom right of the map as we look over towards the Garden Hardpoint.
Good kill here for Journey now, coming off of the old hill. Immediately rotating over to new. Metals just kind of caught in between two players, and now Journey's position, it's going to be great. And cut off players reinforcing from mid. Can back up and watch over his teammate sitting in the hill here. So I like what Elevate have going for themselves. Now you got to break it open if you're Team Notorious, and it looks like they're going to start to do this right through mid.
A tall ask, though, I'll say that much with this split. Even exchange so far. Vortex gets a good read on the Metals. Chance now for numbers for Elevate, and actually they bounce the spawns out as well. So Team Notorious kind of have to fight this from whatever ground they could stand on, and no standing will be allowed here whatsoever. No loitering signs somewhere in the mix, as that will be Elevate right back into the game. They've got very early days, but this is looking good for their scrap time. Just comes down to, do they find these final 2 kills onto either Weeman or Sigs? There's the opener. Weeman, the last one left. He will reveal himself and be chased out of danger. Looks solid here for Elevate to lock down the scrap, and so it will be.
That was just beautiful. I mean, the cover fire from the ARs through the outside was just completely on point, and now Vortex able to come behind this play. Maple, he had him hot on his tail, but he's able to get to that heady just in time as Vortex comes up the ladder. Another ladder player will be dealt with on the other side of the map as Metal's able to find one. Lucky able to find, how does he find that second one up close, man? That is just ridiculous reaction out of this guy. That's going to be a third. Lucky just about breaks this open all by himself. One more player. Maple's able to respond with 2. And now we'll see if him and Metals can try to hold on.
Really well done. And look at your minimap. Number 8 and Weeman is on the opposite side of this hard point, so he can watch the mid cross. He can make sure that the subs and the other AR of Maple could just kind of just lock things down, predicting angles from around the back. Looking good for Team Notorious. Again, these are the differences that we're looking at, is how do these ARs kind of light things up. And so far, the positioning very well done. Lucky, though, deep. Will at least neutralize part of the time here in the scrap. Eric Boom right back up through orange. Will get on for more time, forcing Lucky forward. And finally, Elevate will get on for the final 7 seconds. Overall, though, a dub for Team Notorious on the 3rd hill.
Yeah, you'll take that. You got to be really happy with it. Metals, though, will be stunned up. Position going to be known here, so Vortex might be able to finish him off, but no. Metals gets to the top of the staircase, catches them off guard, and that will allow now the setup start to come together here for Team Notorious. Nice little wide shout for Metals, just picking his moment so well, making sure he gets out, not being very easily traded. And now if you're Elevate, you're starting to move through off that spawn. You got to find a break here.
Yeah, Notorious once again is a really solid setup. AR splitting their focus, SMG's watching the close corners, and it's working out for trades. Elevate able to get into contest. Good kills from Vortex, and whoa, he does get the final gunfight win versus Sig. So a key 4 in a row for Vortex. Number 5 is around the corner. Metals will gift him the elimination. And Vortex just single-handedly may have kept Elevate alive in this game. Not only because he's gotten into the hard point, but 5 in a row with potential streaks on the way. But as he tries to transition to new, Eric Boom will shut him down, and Notorious will maintain their lead.
Lucky, though, in the back. Won't be able to come away with more than 1. Metals with a key kill to make sure he does not get posted up for too long. Things tend to go wrong when that happens, but Journey now through the front. Sub in hand, looking to try to break up with this kitchen hill. This is where the Vazneps are going to come out to play. Weeman says, rather, Maple still having it right up close and personal with the tack, and we'll be able to win that first. Weeman with the second. So far, so good. First 20 seconds will be locked in here for Team Notorious.
And Lucky is just going to blow these doors up. Look how many trophies are down.
3 or 4 of them.
Literally. There is not a single... There's not going to be a dragonfly that gets into this hard point without being blown out of the thin air. And that will be good for Team Notorious. Solid hold here. Journey trying to work something in, but ultimately unsuccessful. An Elevator spawning in not exactly the greatest of positions. They're going to have to continue to try to hit through old here if they want to have focus towards new at all. Eric Boom in the corner, still working with Sigs, and collectively, they've done well. 136 to 71, near full time of the scrap, locked in for Team Notorious, and kills on the eggs that will lead to scrap from it, or pardon me, from scrap into initial as they go from 5 to 1.
We're starting to find that flow right now. Everyone's just kind of going to the right places at the right times. The support has just been there. Eric Boom trying to play his life to maybe work for a streak, will be denied that opportunity. But Elevate have a chance now, start to get a little bit back here on P1 and start to maybe take some early moves to P2, get that favorite side of the map if they're able to. Journey down low, gets a read on the second, good shots over the top. We'll be able to take out Maple, and along with it, Metals. Still allows Weeman to move in for 7 in a row, and how about it, Weeman? He's just silently been able to go on a nice little spree, and that's going to be the streak earned for him.
Is that not just the story of his career, though? Just silently the most dominant EU AR player? I mean,
yes.
Golly. And the difference in this game, you could almost read it as a 1-for-1. I mean, looking at the tallies out of both Weeman and Sigs right now, comparatively on the other side to Lucky and Journey, there are advantages starting to mount. Not only that, but the hardpoint time is more shared across the board for Team Notorious, who continue to reap in the kill feed. Lucky, the last one to stand, hoping for a chance to contest this P2, but he's going to get pushed out from the inner office area, waiting for help around the back, but this is all individually and one-dimensionally set up for Elevate, and they're not finding the kills needed.
They really are not. Down by so much, you got to find some kind of a break. If if you're Elevate, you're going to see that map number 5 that we keep talking about that you do not want to see. Break now required. Lucky with a sub in hand. Needs to find something, at least one. His teammates falling all around them. Elevate starting to crumble. The first 30 seconds has been on lock for Team Notorious.
Very clean. Journey, Lucky, last one's left. You have to get on and stop this time. Very calculatively, just wanted to make sure that they do this correctly, though. Denza over towards New. A lot to ask of him, though, with not a lot of help in and around the hard point. Good gunfight win, and then turns back, finds Eric Boom at the exact right moment. And Wee Man down low really could not help to contest, but because the second hard point's still active, Notorious are going to spawn close here to Orange. They have numbers to get right back in. Denza has to lock this up, waiting for Lucky to get here. But he's not going to be allowed to wait for too much longer. Nade's on the way forward. Journey is here, though, and Journey saves the day from distance. Vortex now on from the rooftops. First one will cross. Nearly gets the second, but once again, Journey at range will neutralize and Elevate with the closer spawns. Will get there first.
Yeah, Metals was expecting another one maybe to fly out of Orange, but Journey's just holding on to that angle from top PD, so it allows them to clean everyone off of the point. Crucial time now in the hands for Elevate, and there's going to be no real contest for this back 25 unless they decide to make one last second move. A little bit risky because it could now make things a little weaker on this rotation. So Denza, yeah, he finds that second. It's going to give you now a little bit of freedom to work with if you are Elevate to start making early moves to this next hill.
Key moment there for Elevate if they were to get this comeback going. Still more obstacles to hurdle. And Denza through the back alleyway. He loses help from the front. The focus for Team Notorious quickly shifts to what they weren't watching. And the pickup of the kill on Denza is rapid. Over the 200 threshold. Go Team Notorious. Metals clearing space in front. Goodness, this guy's not missing. Triple now in this life for Metals. Lucky up top. Doesn't even see Wee Man going prone, and it's just the sneakiness of Team Notorious once again causing major advantage. It's just clean kill feed after clean kill feed, shutting down these break attempts before they can even start.
Break attempt was here early. They just have not been able to find the gunfights needed. That might all change now on the back 25 seconds, but Wee Man wants to put a halt to it, wants to put a stop to it. Won't be able to get good timing as Denza and Lucky able to move in there for just about that remaining scrap time, but scrap time's not good enough from here on out. You need to see holds, you need to see quick breaks. It is required if you want to make some kind of a big comeback here if you're Elevate.
Yeah. Desperation almost. Maple, a double for him as he's got the Vaznez in hand this time around. Notorious still trying to focus to the middle of the map. The only contest could come from behind, and Six just gives him a snapper. 238, 153. Team Notorious looking real nice on map 4. Trades back and forth. Wee Man's still alive, because of course he is. 25 and 19 for the young man. And that will do it. Team Notorious absolutely blow Elevate out of the water on their route to a map 5 and a potential reverse sweep.
Boy, oh boy, Alan. I mean, it almost felt like we would inevitably end up in that map number 5, but you know that's not the storyline Elevate wanted. And if there's anything we can take away from the S&D in general, for Team Notorious, that it's not great, but going to a map 5 on Embassy at least is good news. But what a map it was, coming through, everybody getting involved. You know, that is not just, you know, one individual making sure we're going to a map 5. That's everyone using their teamwork, making really good calls. And I mean, that first set of hills really was what built them up kind of enough of a lead to then run away with going forward to that second set of hills as well.
And I think if you're really looking at the map from a breakdown, analytical perspective, the freedom that was created by the ARs out of Team Notorious, again, just allowed the ability for the subs to know where to expect these next challenges to come from. I mean, they were swarming, they were buzzing, they were looking real good. As we get a look in towards map number 5, Wobble in a very controlling position, not just on the scoreboard, but also in this round. King of Bodies, the last hope for Team Falcons to secure the upset, and it will not work out for them. What a fight, though, out of Team Falcons.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little bit too short in the hard points, and then here in the map 5, Wobble survived into the winner's bracket, but extra life for Team Falcons. They'll play in the lower bracket next, still has a chance to continue their run.
Yeah, at least still a chance, but I think, it's a series that not a lot of people probably expected the Falcons to come away with. The fact that they get to a map number 5, certainly impressive. I think maybe people expect, they'll maybe get a map here, but the fact that they look at least that strong in a lot of them, and they can push a team like a Wobble Bob's, probably a little bit of an eye-opener for whoever ends up meeting them there for that loses round 1.
Yeah, not 100% sure how the fall down is going to work out again, but it very well may be them dropping into Nave del Mysterio, which they're looking kind of soft right now, if I'm being honest. I mean, they've dropped, 2 out of their last 3? Well, now 3 out of their last 4. So, who knows? Could be an opportunity for the run for Team Falcons to push on, pending, of course, that's the way the bracket works out. Our wonderful GB admins will take care of all that, and we'll give you guys the reports once the bracket is set up for you. But let's take a second, since we have a moment here, to really take a dive into this map number 5. Embassy will be the location for Team Notorious Elevate. Key win here to keep yourself alive in the winner's bracket. This would put you into the side of the bracket of Nixa and Clutch Rain. So, I don't know. Where's your headspace at when it comes to the search? I know we've already talked about for Team Notorious, this is a solid map mode combination for you. Just comes down to being able to execute, because they looked pretty empty in the second map today.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, are they still reliant on just like one individual on Embassy that's how like they're kind of winning them? Like, it's hard to say. There is just 2 maps, but both of them being wins, I guess, does bode well for them. But I mean, I think there's definitely some concern just looking over the map number 2. Like, it almost felt like it was too easy for Elevate, right? Like, you're not putting up like enough of a fight. It feels like in a lot of those rounds, even off the back end of sometimes drawing that first blood. A huge problem, at least, that kind of jumped off the page to me, Alan, is that the fact that they just can't really drop the bomb. Like, I don't know if they're not finding the windows. I don't know if there's just not enough confidence for them to have all the angles covered. But I think that sooner or later you got to take a little bit of risk. Now, the good news, at least about Embassy, is that you typically have a free plant if you're able to get through and your ARs are watching over you, or at the very least you can kind of rely on a trade. But I think that's at least something I want to see a little bit more out of these guys. But I'm sure they are at least feeling a little bit better combining with those last 2 maps going into one that they are good at.
And the thing, too, is this is not a map that you can really get cute with like they were trying to do with Hotel. We go back to that last offensive round where they had a free plan essentially at A, but decided to make the gut check call to try to out-rotate Elevate. But we'll see. Map 5 affair here as well between Nixa and Clutch Rain, and it's not Twiz this time. It's the combination of Fabron and Isaac. 12-1 between them, 6 in a row for Isaac, and a 4-0 tally on the scoreboard for Clutch Rain, who are moving very quickly in towards A. Defensively set up through tunnel. We'll watch the cross, but Clutch Rain are focused on clearing out planners back here, and they've got some solid nades to try to get Twiz forward.
Oh, it's a good kill there for Defrag. We'll be able to take out Twiz, but Rafi's position, he's got to stay up just about as long as possible. Try to at least get one if they decide to push you out. That's the goal, but Dave, nice little angle in the back. He's watching over, he's providing some cover fire. That's the second for Defrag. Getting a clean trade. Isaac, though, is able to find kill number 7, still yet to die. This would be for a 1v3.
Oh, please call the cruise missile right here. You've got Dave on a sniper rifle. That would be a bold call, but I think it would probably work out in theory. Trophy carrier will collect the bomb. No chance to go dead silent. Dave on the cross. Does not expect it. Didn't have the gun up. And Isaac now is on 8 in a 1v1 with Henry. How big could this possibly be for Clutch Rain to secure the clutch up? The shots are at range. Henry will back down, and they nearly predict each other. Bomb now getting planted. Henry over the top of the bomb site. Isaac still alive. Resets, goes high. Henry predicts and catches him on the mantle. Nixa on the board.
I half expected him to run inside of Cantina and actually call in the cruise missile there and try to see if he could just put it away with a little 1v3. And you feel like if that was the case, I mean, that just takes kind of all the wind out of the sails here on the other end. But at least on the board, I think the craziest thing about this is that Nixa is not a bad search and destroy team whatsoever. Like, you look at Rafi first off, and I mean, he is one of like the best S&D players, out of Europe. When you talk about that small niche S&D scene that is there, it does exist. Rafi's at the top of it, but he's yet to kind of get involved whatsoever here for them.
Yeah. Opening nades allow Nixa forward. Isaac trying to deny any further progress with Twiz, but again, the follow-up nades will be successful, and Nixa will gain possession of the A site with numbers, mind you. Dave up top. AR in hand this time. They have not committed to the plant yet. Bit surprising. I'm not sure what else you could possibly want. You see the shadow of Twiz on the corner. And that should be enough now to get the plant off. Isaac also mid-map. He'll get tagged. Yaz is the only one who can really contest the bomb from going down. He doesn't have a great angle at it. Checks. Rafi, though, will actually not hold for the plant. Hold on a second. This gets now to a 2v3, and Yaza may be able to confirm a kill on Rafi off the exit, but backs away for the reload. And that will allow a safe plant for Nixa. Rafi still on the site. Yaza may have seen a shoulder. Quick play coming forward. Yaza gets the kill. Did not stay alive, though. Defrag with the trade, and it's Isaac for the 1v2.
Oh, honestly, a really good attempt at a 1v2 as well, because you have information on that first one who's kind of up top, and you likely know the second one is probably in Cantina at some position down low up top, but Isaac just not able to win this first initial battle, and there probably would have been a quick trade either way. It's certainly a good attempt, but hey, how about it? A couple rounds in a row. It's a good little execute off the back end of a good plant. Finding some picks at the back of planters, really creating some space.
Yeah. And it's the opening nade exchange too, right? I mean, Clutch Rain just never have a chance to fully contest just due to the fact that Nix's nades were connecting early. It's these small little things on Mercado Search that can create massive advantages. Clutch Rain trying their own luck with nades. Couple will connect. Fabron forward. Henry trying to get the awning jump and will be successful by the look of it, but Fabron's going to go straight into his earned cruise missile. Nixa may not have been prepared for this. They're kind of scrambling around, but everyone will survive. But look at the full wrap back. Nixa expect this to come through. Actually, it was a double cruise that gets called in. Isaac called his at the same moment and catch Rafi and Dave. Twiz for the third onto Henry, leaves Defrag by himself. Fabron sticking, doesn't quite get the bomb planted. Still a chance for Defrag, who's going to try to take the second engagement. Bold to say the least. And Clutch Rain will put him down, avoiding the 1v3 and getting to 5.
It is one of those probably more difficult clutches when we talk about this map. But Defrag, maybe realizing he probably doesn't have too many options here, decides to take this gunfight. If he wins this one too, then yeah, maybe there is a chance to finish off that final 1v1 after you kind of back away to cover and regen. But now things back on track here for the Clutch Rain boys, who might be able to pull off a massive upset after barely squeaking in too, right? Like just getting into playoffs. Now a chance to take down the second seed here. One round away from doing it.
Nades this time blocked by trophies, but Dave gets up top quickly. Defrag working alongside him. Both will walk away with eliminations. Defrag with one more on top of that for the tally. Bomb will go down with no hesitation this time. Yaza by himself, 1v4. And another clean execute from Nixa. Rafi, this is going to feel familiar to him. This time comes away the victor of the gunfight, and Nixa will extend the map.
Feel a little bit for Yaza, because he's been in a lot of these positions where we like joined in 4-0. He was like 1-1. Like he's just not really involved in the play, right? He's just playing that solo mission over by B, maybe go for a late flank, come behind the play. But when all of your teammates kind of drop right away, it obviously kind of completely nullifies your position and makes you a little bit useless at the end in a little 1v4. That's pretty hard to expect. But either way, initial gunfight's good for Nixa off the bat. Need a little bit more of that. This time maybe from the defensive side, they're going to start to mount any kind of a comeback.
Yeah, true. Different look here from Nixa. Not going to be tagged by nades because they're full focus in towards the middle of the map, waiting for nades to explode before they even get into their defensive positions around A. And a lot of the trust defensively of this A site is actually coming from this double stack between Defrag and Henry. Not a lot of hope that Rafi or Dave will be much part of the picture to stop the plant. They're just here to kind of check for intel and take any window fights.
It's the setup that you want, but Yaza, you got to make sure you don't lose him. He's playing this island position again, continuing just to try to at least get himself one. And he's starting to push up a little bit. Doesn't have any real support. Shots still going back and forth. I mean, you're finally going to call for a little assistance, and Yaza's going to get information on 2.
No,
that's a little pinch that comes in, and yeah, the trades are at least good enough here. Clutch Rain still up by 1, and they're going to drop the bomb on A.
It's all a sleight of hand. Hey, look at me through mid-map while my SMGs run it down your gut. Dave, last one left. As the defense starts to crumble, this would have to be the most incredible sniper rifle clutch we've seen in Modern Warfare 2. Well, he puts that to rest by going to the tack. Never mind. Clutch Rain take out the map 5 and take down Nixa. That is a 4 versus 1 seed upset for Clutch Rain after coming out of their group. And now they move into the winner's bracket. Well, they will be the ones to take on the Map 5 winner between Team Notorious and Elevate. Whereas on the opposite side, Nixa will have to take the loser of those two matches. That is not a fun prospect to consider.
No, things are going to get really spicy down low in that loser's bracket, but Clutch Rain, man, very impressive with those guys, man. I mean, they look really good in Search and Destroy. Those are only really the maps that we got to see, but at least watching over their embassy, it looks great, and they're kind of passing the torch around. It's not like it's just Twiz dropped 14 in map number 2 and then, you know, dropped another like 12 or 13 bomb here in map 5. Like, that's other players getting involved. Isaac having a massive map there in the end. A lot of great team moments also coming in there, I have to imagine, through those first 4 rounds when we joined in. So those guys, man, it'll be interesting to see if they can kind of keep that going up top.
This Clutch Rain team's really good, dude. I mean, we knew it. We saw it happen across their group stage. Some shaky moments here or there, but largely speaking, they looked really solid in their Search and Destroys. That will stay the case. As we jump on to map number 5, Team Notorious Elevate. Notorious working on the reverse sweep. They've done it a couple of times in the groups, by the way. So it's not out of the realm of possibility as we get to a 1v3 situation for Vortex quickly, and he will not get through the second contested. Team Notorious on the board first.
And we wanted to see, you know, really what was, you know, something that Team Notorious were really good at doing, you know, on this map. This is the only S&D wins they have whatsoever through all of their games here. And we're seeing Maple, at least with the scope, that signals to me that he is probably a huge part of a lot of these opening strategies, offensively and defensively. He finds 2 in that round, has an opportunity at a 3rd there in the middle. Let's see if that continues now going into our next round here on defense.
And the questions to consider are the headaches that we saw in Hotel going to show up again for Team Notorious on Embassy. Metals aggressively steps forward right into the second hard point. And that's enough for Sigs to kind of be his alarm system. If anyone comes around his backside, he can hard focus on this bathroom window. There are 2 members of Elevate that are nearby. He takes the first gunfight, no problem. Second one's up top. That stun may land. Doesn't quite connect. But now the dead silence starts to allow him to make an extra step onto the way in. And he takes down Denza. Bomb carrier down. And Elevate stuck in a 2v4 in a pretty dire situation.
Oh, what a snap that was for Metals. And I mean, it hurts the setup so much now because if Denza wins the 1v1, it gives them options. He's also the bomb carrier. Now you have to rely on Journey. Surprise, Maple. And while Metals is even there for a little assistance, and now a 1v4. We're lucky he spotted. He doesn't have too many options, and Metals will track down his old teammate.
That's just great from Team Notorious. You know, that playbook is, let's get Metals forward. Let's make sure he gets there safely, and then once he is, trust Metals to take care of business. And boy, did he ever. He gets 3 out of the 4. I think. It's going to be hard to say because he was on 5 in a row, so a solid start for him overall. But yeah, that's just a great play call and a great setup from Team Notorious. No, that was the ace for him. No one else on his team has a kill from that last round, so full ace for Metals on 5. Possible streaks on the way if you can find another kill.
Now he's just going to try to cross right away. This time he's got the AR to take that gunfight on the Journey. Throwing a Semtex for good measures, but
man,
that battle, that's going to be a fun battle. That'll continue here. This time Maple again, able to get the best of him. Wee Man gets a great kill on the Journey. Vortex able to get one back to try to make this manageable for Elevate.
Yeah, the problem about it is, as much as they've cleared out the majority of the high ground at admin building, they're not going to have the time to get a read onto Wee Man. Plus, you also have to deal with the issue, which is the bomb could be watched from the other high ground as well. Although Vortex deals with the first 2 rather rapidly, so great stuff from him. Time's still a bit of an issue. 17 seconds on the clock. Denza's going to hop. And it's up to the timing. Eric Boom has to check this, and he's shut down by Vortex from the low ground. Vortex pulls the ace in round 3, and Elevate, by the hair on their chin, sneak out the 3rd round.
Like a different word was coming there, and I'm with you there because it feels like that was just absolutely insane. I mean, Vortex with all 4 at the 2v4, and you said it, like it's both sub players that have to deal with ARs on either side of the map from the high ground. Like, it's never a position where you feel like, oh, this is going to be, you know, a clutchable round. Like, this is like, you know, a 10% chance you have at being able to win this round. But when you can at least sniff out some of the angles, get Vortex into a spot where he can get up close, win those battles, and then find a great read on the final player up top in AC. That is a hell of a round and an important one for Elevate to stay in this game.
Yeah, hard to agree, because off the first 30 seconds of each of these rounds, Team Notorious have had advantages in the execution of what they want to do play-wise. So that little heroic moment from Vortex may change things. Very similar setup here defensively for Team Notorious. Metals once again working through mid-map. This time he doesn't see anyone bathroom, though, and the follow-up is for him to make a play over towards the outside. He cannot freely peek this, though. Wayman's watching over the top of him. Oh, and there are shots here where Denza will make aware his position, but he's got an AR, and as Metal takes the challenge, he'll fall in the same breath.
Oh, that's gross. Gross shots. Metals thought he might have been able to pop up, surprise him. Not going to happen. Now down by a man. Eric does pop the dead silence here as he goes back and forth, and once again, it looks like they're going to have to start to adapt and move over, try to protect this A site. Maple up top. He was hot in the first round. See if he can maybe find value here up close, but Eric off screen has just found Journey. Will even us up 3 versus 3.
Oh, well done. Vortex dropping. Makes this a little bit easier. Sigs confirms that Denza's nearby, but he also needs to kind of help his teammate because Eric Boom is in trouble. Oh, and he has not seen the exit from Denza, but what a shot that is from Sigs. Has to clear things out, though. One more quick scope will do it. Oh. Doesn't quite connect. Over the top. Doesn't see him. AR now in hand, and Denza has created enough doubt to give him the ability to check this at 7.5. And there it is. Well done. A heck of an effort from Sigs, but not enough time on the clock.
Yeah, should not be enough time to get that defuse. Awfully close. Just another couple milliseconds, and he's got it, but Maple doing everything he can, just can't get a read on where Denza is, and I think, you know, he's making the right read. Like, is he wrapping around? To me, that seems like a Denza play, right? Trying to wrap around the back, trying to cut through the inner side of the door, pop out when he needs to check the bomb, but just kind of holds his angle, makes a good play, also backing up initially after finding that first to make sure Maple can't find that immediate trade. Big moves, Elevate, they go down early. They're starting to work their way back in, and it's off the back end of that sub-duo we highlighted off the start.
Yeah, true. Very, very true. Back and forth we go. But with very different dynamics in each round. Oh, the nades this time for Elevate are going to connect on the cross. Makes life so easy for Journey, who is ready for the aggressive peak. Lucky on top. No problems here whatsoever. And this will be the first real round that Elevate can feel confident in their setup with. Sigs by himself is going to run right into the waiting arms of Denza. Yeah, convincing from Elevate. The first time we can say that as they take their lead.
3 rounds in a row. That's the fastest round we've gotten out of all of them. Denza working flanks. Great challenge at a Journey. I mean, I do love that play. You throw stuns and nades over the top, and it allows Journey to kind of maybe find that opportunity to run into the orange doors, take the heady, find them in tennis court, and have that advantageous kind of spot to watch over the top with the tack in hand. So nice little play call coming in, changing up the tempo. Love to see it.
And that's going to have to be when Team Notorious get back on the offense. They're going to have to put together something that's different than their full flood to be. Different look defensively here, though, as now Sigs will watch the cross to the B zone. Help over through orange, but Denza, that's a key elimination on Eric Boom. They're going to try to go for the early plant, but there's a player sneaking around the back of this. It's Metals, who gets the kill, but not before the bomb is planted. Lucky for the trade, advantage to Elevate in the post-plant position. Gunfights have to be won by Team Notorious, and as Weeman tries to move forward to deal with the contestants and admin, he gets dealt with, leaving Sigs by himself. Pistol sniper rifle combo, and he runs out of the dead silence. Oh, not great news here for Sigs. Although he's keen to possibly pull off the quick scopes, he goes to the pistol. The old trusty sidearm not going to work for him, as Elevate will get the eliminations off the post plant to go up 4-2.
Yeah, like you heard it the whole time. You can kind of see like his arrow like spinning down low on the mini-map. He's like, I know he's around here somewhere. He's kind of banged open 2 different doors. You can hear him stomping around. The dead silence has run out. And I mean, overall, this has felt like, you know, Elevate, outside of that round 1, round number 2, they've done a really good job of making sure that Maple's not really involved in too many of these plays anymore. They're not giving him the same angles. Sure, he's still sitting on 6 kills, but Elevate are kind of working around him, tiptoeing around the map. It's really worked out in a lot of these rounds. A lot of these opening engagements, of course, have went their way.
Wow.
Metal's going to watch that cross, and they're going to start to make an aggressive move back onto this B site.
It's the same play. I'm surprised by this. Considering how good the nades were for Elevate, you would have thought that Notorious would have tried to set something different up. And maybe Elevate were expecting the same thing because they full push in towards this admin building, which they're going to need to successfully win if they want to deter this post plant, which is coming very rapidly. 32 seconds on the clock, and Elevate are searching for kills. Through the back, Sigs, good for the first, nearly gets Journey as well. Vortex on the other side will also make life a little bit easier on top of the bomb site, but these are just individual 1v1s with not a lot of time on the clock. Weeman secures the admin side of the post plant. Lucky by himself with the scope, would not have the time to find both kills and defuse. I'm just surprised that Notorious make the game call plan to say, we just got destroyed on this cross to B, let's try it again. Like,
yeah, it's bold, but you also got to come down to, it's like, oh, not too many options on a map like Embassy, I guess, either, where it's like you either slow work to A or you just, you know, push late, and that's off the back end of usually finding a kill. But they do decide to send it. They get a good read, at least on that initial door entrance, to make sure that there's no one kind of coming out and challenging right away. I think that's kind of one of the key factors. They throw a stun right into that position that we saw from Journey, kind of pieced them up a couple rounds before. So slight changes, still in this. Team Notorious finally able to get one back after 4 rounds straight.
Yeah. What's next for Elevate? Lucky, who has been the search and destroy demon for his squad, is just at 2-4, but that's some improvement from 0-4 where he was previously. Metals has, I imagine, seen Journey take that little dive across. And I think he's under very good awareness that he's going to be pressured out here. Needs to get one. Backs away. Weeman's working with him, and Weeman's actually the one to confirm the first kill. Stays alive through this. Vortex with the trade. Metals will reconsider if he wants to take a secondary challenge, but help has arrived here defensively. And on the offensive side, Lucky's not a part of this play. So Vortex can't really do much besides sit and wait. Lucky up top should get a free kill, but doesn't confirm the last shot needed. And now Notorious have all the information they need. Vortex looking to finish off, give his teammate the assist, and that'll work out. 2v2 we go. But Eric Boom quick to try to contest. The Vortex will try to chase. And he's going to re-wrap back to B. This is a bold call.
Bold, but I like it. You kind of regroup with Lucky. He can watch over you. You even have the chance to come up behind him, but oh, he plays his life. Vortex is somehow able to slide right back down the ladder, and Lucky has just found Maple. Vortex doing ridiculous things. So slippery, so hard to track down, and now Eric Boom got into 1 versus 2. He's able to find that first one, but can he get out with his life? The regen is in, and he can reset the fight.
What a set of shots that was from Eric. Caught though with the nades out. And Elevate get to map point, trying to stave off the reverse sweep, which was looking for a moment through 2 maps in 3 rounds like it was almost inevitable. But the bounce back is key, and how different things look if one more shot connects with the bomb carrier there for Elevate. I mean, if Vortex falls, that round's over. You lose bomb up top.
Yeah.
And that's just done. And now all of a sudden the opposite has happened, and Team Notorious have to win 3 in a row.
Just ridiculous reaction time out of Vortex. He's even caught over by this A site that entire round. Crazy stuff. Here we go on the cross. Lucky. I haven't seen too much of the scope, but 5 in a row now after the 0-4 start. Might be able to earn himself a streak just to add a little additional insurance the later this one goes, if it even goes another round. 3v3 though, both teams going to lose 1.
Elevator aggressive on this clearing of the admin building. And if they get too aggressive, they may run into some waiting weapons of Team Notorious who are looking for the full push through. Keep an eye on number 3 in yellow as well. Metals has cleared the entire left side of the minimap on the outside of the buildings. Has not had a look at Lucky yet, but this clearance will give the information to Team Notorious that, yes, Elevate are in our building. We need to deal with them. This is great intel. Just comes down to how efficiently can they clean them out.
Never easy when it's Vortex and Denza. They make every fight as scrappy as ever. Here we go with the first one. Vortex is good on a Weeman. Now it's 2 versus 3. Maple and Metals, the last 2.
Wow.
Remaining to try to send it, and oh my, Maples gets around the wall with 2 HP, but Lucky's there. Lucky earns the streak. The bomb is now down at the back of the map. It's an impossible situation for Metals.
Yeah, there's not enough time. Not enough time at all. And Elevate, they just get a look at Maple before he gets around the corner. Wow. What a set of affairs there in round 9. Honestly, could have gone either way. If one extra kill happens or an extra second is allotted to allow a player to get around a corner, but Metal's full clear of the outside of the map, they never saw Lucky, and wouldn't you know it, it's his pistol that kind of puts the round out of reach. And a 6-3 count. Elevate, make their next step into the winner's round. Whereas for Team Notorious, they now have to fall into the lower bracket, and you're not going to like the way I say this. They have to play Nixa to try to stay alive in playoffs.
Whew. Oh man, those two going at it. I mean, that's going to be interesting. That's going to be an interesting one because both, kind of play off the same strengths overall for the most part. We obviously saw Nixa, be a little bit of a stronger S&D scene, at least over the last, or team over the last week. But, not so much today, losing both of their matches there versus Clutch Rain. We'll take a look back at the scoreboard. I mean, last time I watched an Elevate, Search, Destroy, and Embassy, it was Lucky dropping like 12 for the loss, no one getting involved. This time, Enza, Vortex, much more involved with 8 and 9 kills there individually. And, I mean, they were just an absolute duo when it came down to just taking control of that admin building. Down low, up top, did not matter. It just felt like they were working and intertwining so beautifully, making it so hard for Team Notorious to even breathe.
Yeah, I'll say. Wow. It's just great overall adjustments from Elevate, without question. And yeah, like you mentioned, a 6-3 for Lucky. 5 of those non-traded as he started 0-4, finishes 6-4. That's just great stuff. Really, really great stuff. We'll look back over the series, which was really outside of map number 2. About as tight as you could get. Obviously, Notorious had a runaway moment there in the Embassy hardpoint as well, but the opening moments of that were pretty tight. And you get to kind of think now all of a sudden, as Elevate have to consider their opponent of Clutch Rain, is that going to be another series where the Search and Destroy may be the dictated, win condition as you look forward to that one later tonight?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one, man. Again, just these two, I mean, it's been tough because I think Team Notorious, don't always start the series very well, right? Like, I don't think their map ones are always, very strong in their favor. They're always kind of fighting from the back foot. So if you think, if they can start to find themselves with favorable map ones, clutching up their map number ones, maybe things start to go a little bit different because S&D has obviously just been, a massive problem for this team. And even, in a situation where they get it for their last map, it's their only map with, actual S&D wins. You think that's maybe a chance to be able to find the third, but it's not the case. So, I mean, maybe you shake it up completely out when you throw some different S&D maps in the pool because they just have not been able to figure it out with that game mode.
Great stuff. Great stuff. Okay. So with that, the bracket moves a step further. Our coverage will drop down to the lower bracket, though. Those matchups are Team Falcons versus Nave del Mysterio. That matchup in particular will be on this broadcast. Here's a look, just kind of for what it's worth, at how the full winners round 1 matches had unfolded. The Map 5 affair versus Wobble versus Team Falcons kind of stole the show for a lot of us. Map 5's all over the place, except for the Originals, who looked pretty dominant from start to finish, apparently, based on the scores that we're looking at against Nave del Mysterio. So Wobble Originals, that'll be a good one. Then Elevate Clutch Rain, not to be slept on as all, as this Clutch Rain team is definitely playing with a different level of fever here today. But the lower bracket is where we go to next with our overall coverage. And that will be Falcons versus Nave del Mysterio right here on Call of Duty Bravo. Whereas Team Notorious will take on Nixa over on We Are Clutch GG. Both matches covered in their full entirety on one stream or the other. But with that, we have to get everything set up. Should be a pretty quick turnaround. The vetoes are already in for Team Falcons and Nave del Mysterio. We'll step away for now. When we come back, lower round 1 will grace us. Don't go far.
Come back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess. This not a test. It's not a race. No black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present. That is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen. Beauty of choice. You can stay silent. Forget your voice. You can malign them. Hold a grudge. Or stand before judge. Just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment. Fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live. Sometimes you don't really like your kids. Sometimes you grow out of your friends. Sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror. 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrows, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow. Or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never. Dance like you'll never.
Welcome back there, friends, families, COD fanatics alike. We have got lower round one matchups underway, or just about to be underway. Eliminations on the line for these squads. They've already confirmed spots into Season 2, but that's going to feel like a mere consolation prize if you only lock in a top 8 next to your name here, Austin. Falcons, La Nave. Kind of a weird situation here because Falcons looking hot and Nave's not at the moment.
That's good. I like that. Did you
not
just off the top?
Yeah, not intentional.
All right. But you're right. You're right. I think Lanave, have been a little upsetting based off of, that roster, the anticipation, just the amount of talent packed in, right? Like, Super was, one of the best European players throughout last year. He has been at least pretty solid, but, alongside him, we just haven't really seen, that team that has come out, been able to kind of steal some big wins, be that threat so far here throughout their group. And you're expecting them to potentially do that versus a Falcons team, but you can't really sleep on these guys after their performance that we just saw.
No, not at all, especially when you kind of just look at the results that came through. Like we mentioned, Map 5 affair for Falcons looked really solid in the first Search and Destroy, at least based on what we saw kind of very briefly, and more reinforced by the overall score line of 6-1 on the Hotel Search. They also took a very tight fortress control before falling in the Map 4, Map 5. So looking at this map set for this series, I'm curious to see not only will Falcons get a chance to repeat some of their success on those maps, which, yes, they will. We'll talk about that in a moment. But on the other side, where does La Nave want to go? Because they got 3-0 smoke showed versus the originals. And as we get a back and forth between Fortress and Hotel, this is overall great news for Falcons, who found the 6-1 Search on Hotel and a 3-2 control win on Fortress. So you figure that those two maps are great news for Team Falcons.
Yeah, I feel like that is really kind of the big thing going for themselves. Nave, I believe, do have a pretty solid record when it comes down to at least the Hotel Search. So there is something they can look towards there in case Map 1 doesn't go as planned. But overall, yeah, I think the Falcons going to be pretty happy with that. I think the big question is, can they get everything going for as far as, the S&Ds getting consistent? Can they put up a great fight when it comes down to the respawns? Because I feel like they get smoked, in that 3-0 versus originals. But if there is something I'll take from this Lanave squad is that when they do start to get fired up, when they do start to find the slang, everything really just starts to fall into place and gets a little too easy for them at times, as you can start to see them in their groove. So if I'm the Falcons, you got to do everything you possibly can to stop that from happening. Do not let these guys get comfortable on the map.
But do you have any worries that, like, it's almost at some certain times feel like La Nave just don't click, or it takes too long for them to start clicking? Because, yeah, like,
it does happen.
They won versus Clutch Rain yesterday, and they beat Who's in Charge. But when they've played up against teams that were kind of better than them in the seedings, they got kind of blown out of the water, and we kind of just got reinforced by that as they lost to the originals here this morning, or this afternoon, I guess. So, I don't know. It feels like one of those things that's like, you don't want to have like a X factor needs to be popped off for you to really hit your stride, because this Team Falcon squad we saw in their map wins, it was everybody. It wasn't just
everyone.
one person making plays happen. The whole team looked like they were there to really put it to a Wobble Bobs. And if that continues, I kind of favor Team Falcons in this matchup.
It's interesting. I mean, it's hard because, like, I'll never count out people like Super and Yako. But I mean, it's fair because I think that an overall team chemistry, overall, like, when you look at those 4 players, I think that Team Falcons are able to kind of pass that torch around to multiple individuals, and it isn't just coming down to one. Where I think if you were to point to one, it'd probably be Super, just based off of his KD and his individual performance and everything that he brings to the table. So, I mean, it's fair. It's a fair point, right? Like, we just haven't seen enough from these guys. I still think, coming out of week 1, week number 2, they've still been okay through just about every single game mode. It is kind of like the Elevate showing, where it just isn't a clear strength, isn't a clear weakness, but is it good enough, right, to continue to make the run, I guess.
Right. That's a fair point. Fair question. So we'll take a look to see how exactly these teams have stacked up against one another. Just as looking at the overall records, you kind of just teased on it, that not really any strengths anywhere. But individually, there are some big standouts. In particular, Pack has been great for this Team Falcon squad in the respawn, and where he's had downfalls in the search, his teammates have picked up for him. Where on the other side, Super, yeah, he was 100% one of the best overall statistical players in Europe last year, and there's no signs of that slowing down this year looking at these numbers from Season 1.
No, definitely not, right? Like 1.28, like if there's something Super's always good for, it's finding kills on the map, right? He's always going to bring that impact to any team that he plays for, and that is always a luxury to have. But Pack, I would say, whenever you see him, putting up some of these big numbers in the respawns, that's when everything really comes together, at least for the Falcons. That's when they start to get a little bit of that extra freedom on the map. That's when he starts creating some of those big plays in the back, winning huge 1v1s, right? I'm really big on looking on control KDs right now, because that's a lot of individual 1v1s that you're winning for your squad in order to set them up.
Yeah, that's a really strong point. We were kind of doing our own VOD review. We're like, this control of this year just feels like everyone's just taking 1v1s, and if you win or lose it, that is kind of your checkpoint. Your mark a box saying that, yep, we've got this now to work with. Whereas you lose a gunfight, all of a sudden it could be everyone's in your face really quickly. So that's a really strong point. I like that you bring that up. You're so brilliant. You're so handsome. You're so smart. Golly, how do I get so lucky to be working with
Thanks,
you?
Al.
But as we mentioned, not just this match going on right now. Nixa playing on the other stream. You want to check that out at We Are Clutch GG. They're squaring off versus Team Notorious. That will be a tight one, just as much as this one has the kind of builds towards possibly doing that as well. So a back and forth affair here between Fortress and Hotel. How crucial this map one may be for Nave Del Mysterio, considering how dominant Falcons looked on the Hotel search and the Fortress control from their series versus the Wobble Bobs. And well, as we jump into it, a quick hot start, 3 kills for just the 1 exchange death. Nave already in the hard point for a little bit early time, and well, a little bit of extra control, kind of taking a look at what they want to do as they try to keep the pressure on to Falcons.
We'll see Yakko now kind of posted up. 2-0 start for him. What I kind of talked about, if you can get some of these guys at least off to a good start outside of Super, and usually things will fall into place. We'll see if that holds. So far, P1 time will just about be all going over. Nice little double push coming through right through mid. King of Body will be able to open up with that first, but Sukari, that's an easy lineup onto 2. That will really slow things down. Now you're forced to make something happen in the back here.
Yeah, and Sukari has already got an idea that King of Body has made the move around the backside. Well handled, well cleaned up, and Nave will take 34 points off the first hill and lock down the rotation to New, where they're hopefully, for their eyes and their minds, going to lock down well more than that. Trophy system keeping the play through the archway, though, safe. Yakko on the quick flank, 6 in a row for Yakko. And that'll be good for not just the cruise missile, but also, again, reinforcement of where this Team Falcons squad is going, as his teammates are actually spawning a bit out, and Falcons are going to use that very nicely off the back staircase to go 3 for 0. The break is in, and this is great time if Falcons can lock in every single second of it.
Yeah, you'd love to be able to get the back 30 here. Maybe start to threaten things on the rotation. How about it up top? Extend almost there for 2, but there's still one more 1v1 you got to get through here if you're Sukari. Let's see if you can try to take out the big AR, and you will be able to find him. So a nice kill will end up coming through. The scrap time will end up going back over to La Nave Del Mysterio, but overall, you're feeling good about this rotation. This is where it's time to lock in a full 60.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to think that both teams at moments in that last 30 seconds had an opportunity in front of them to possibly lock in the full scrap and win rotation. But Nave will get the scrap, Falcons will get the rotation, so not much gained, not much lost, really, from either side, even though the scoreboard makes it look a little bit more lopsided at the current moment. Vampire just kind of being a distraction in front of the hard point. Falls to Super. Now the hit. Looks like it's very much so just going to be a quick go call here, as Nave are already stacked up in good positions. King of Body falls from the heady. Yakko's going to call in the cruise missile, which does not quite connect as the trophy system looked to delete it. And as he kind of was in the iPad, Vampire and Pack will hold. Falcons good for 45 seconds.
Back off to a really good start. 9-6 for him. That's when things usually are looking good for the Team Falcons, boys. He leads the charge. We just highlighted him 4 in a row. Might be working for some streaks here. Trying to find multiple players in front of him. That is not an easy gunfight, and he gets the second. It is so hard to move your aim in this game when you get stunned, but he's able to connect for the first and then the follow-up. That's the streak in play. Falcons get a full 60, and they'll start to make moves now to the next hill.
And they've got a player that could possibly influence spawns. Cut short of it was King of Body as he made the play over through the bottom side of Art. And now you've got Yakko once again fulfilling the role of the rogue warrior. Making the play through mid, gets a read that Team Falcons are already through the gallows, already into the back. Super, trying to track down Xnid, denied. 2 for 1, the opening exchange. The last player left is Redcore. He's just got a pistol out. And he may have ran out of ammunition. Xnid now on a bit of a spree of his own. Rencore's trophy will be his ultimate demise, but the break attempt here is successful for Falcons. Still consideration on the re-break, though, as Nave works their way around the back. Good response for King of Body, even while stunned up. Has a prediction on the Sukri. Good movement, but Sukri denies. And just as they do so, it all falls into a 1v1 with Sukri and Xnid. Nave good for the re-break for the little bit of scrap that's left.
Empire now in the back, just going to try to cause a little bit of havoc. Maybe loosen up a couple of the rotators, draw them back. Echo will be called out there. Easy cleanup for Pack. Just continuing to slay on out here on Fortress Hardpoint, but we go to P5. No one's been able to get the initial touch. Everyone's just kind of fighting for positioning and angles here right off the bat. Zucker now goes to the top of maps. Ready and waiting will be King of Body as Xnid, Pack. Everyone follows up. Falcons looking good. 3 players down here for Lenave.
And one of the first moments that I really opened my eyes to this Team Falcons squad was an early group match where they were on this hard point, and the help they provided to one another was just as good as anybody else. King of Body up top, a big double, stops Nave from even trying to re-break into this hard point. They are stuck at the current moment. Opportunity to work their way back in. Utility's going to start to be the main cause for the breakthrough. And Super Yako will take 3 out of the 4. The break is in, plus the flip of the map, and all of a sudden shoes on the opposite foot. As King of Body and Vampire trying to work their way back across the middle of the map. They're successful. Great re-break attempt. This is a back-and-forth tug-of-war between these two squads.
These last 3 hills have been great, right, for Team Falcons. They go down by about a full hill. They have a great P3. They have a solid P number 4. And then P5 is great for them as they start to go up by just a little bit of points. And now Xnid starting to find some great movement, followed up by some great shots. Couple in a row for him. Trophy system down. You're posted up if you are the Falcons with P1 control. It's up to Lenave to start to figure out how they want to re-break this. And got to the middle of the map, you're going to have to get through Vampire, who's trying to tuck himself away in the corner. Won't be able to come up with more than 1, but still, things looking good for Falcons as they get the first 30 seconds off V1.
And just take a breath and just take a look over the kill feed. Pack at 20 and 11, one of our highlight players. On the other side, Super 7 and 14. So that little head-to-head that we were kind of framing up is very one-sided at the moment as Falcons have blown the lid wide open off this hard point. 154 to 105. Pack on 4 in a row, still holding on to a cruise missile. He's going to extend this life a little longer as he gets out of dodge and will help his teammates on rotation. Vaznev, the main cause of weaponry now, but Yako surprises him from behind. Little reroute here from King of Body, but does not get a clean look at Yako. Very hard to do. The guy is a menace. As he gets around your backline, you can see exactly why. Nave with the spawn flip. Down to Xnid, trying to lock in the hard point from in the gallows themselves. Lots of damage coming through, but it's just him and Vampire trying to sustain this hit. And interestingly enough, Nave's taking a little bit of extra time here to try to make sure they can get through this cleanly. And that allows Vampire a chance to reassess the situation. Vampire off the double. Gets the reload off. 1v1 over the gallows. Changes the angle onto Super, who goes to the drop shot and confirms the break. 5 in a row as well for Super.
Yeah, he started slow, for sure. Very uncharacteristic out of Super, but 5 in a row and a chance for some streaks is big. Pack fighting the world on the back, and how about that? He's able to find the first one. He's got to now follow up on a Yako, and Pack is doing everything for Team Falcons. Ready for Super to shut down that spree, and there it is. Right to left, left to right. He's ready for the next one. Rencor gets there in the back, and will finally put that spree to an end.
Vampire, King of Body, they also help out, trying to keep the break attempt alive here. Still a lot of time to fight for. Mysterio not necessarily fully set up onto this hard point, but Yako's looking to kind of set up a bit of a pinch, and he may have the opportunity to do that with the assistance out of his teammates from the front. But again, trades coming through. Xnid, how does he get all 3 from that angle? What in great heavens is that? And the break is good. Falcons to 180. Nave and Mysterio left bewildered on how they let one member just completely break them wide open, and King of Body will cement the scrap time as him and Pac will combine for the 3 on exit.
Oh, Team Falcon, man, these guys are just doing everything that needs to be done. Breaks, holds, big individual moments to kind of win off some of these rotations, and it's now put them over that 200-point mark as they come away with the back 20 to 15 seconds. And you already got King of Body making some aggressive moves. Top ammo, seeing if he can find another. Super will be able to sniff him out. Rancor aggressive challenge, and oh, I thought Pac was going to combine for yet another multi-kill, but it's not to be. First 15 seconds for Lenave is good, and now you need a little bit more to bring this one back.
This is not a forward setup, though, for Nave. This is all a react and respond type setup. And the opening eliminations in this exchange, pretty darn solid. Super right there to assist Sukri. One started to get a little bit dicey. Even better on the read as more Falcons members were nearby. This was a required hold from Nave de Mysterio, and they have provided 6 kills in a row for Super. Cut one short, though, of being able to earn the cruise missile. And Falcons are not out of trying to break this right here. Yako caught on the mantle of the railing, and the kills are clean for Falcons. This is a key amount of time because otherwise you don't get that break. We're looking at a tie game. Instead, it's going to be about a 40-point cushion for Falcons as we rotate to new.
Last B5, very scrappy, very difficult to kind of hold down. Xnade going to take his trip right to the top here, seeing if he can get behind the setup, catch someone off guard. Should be able to find trade on the Super, and he does. So that opens up at least the first kill, but Yako from the side inside of the tunnel was great, trying to lock things down. Up until King of Body has now found his way through, and hello, that's a Semtech straight to the face, as that will take him out. 3 players all end up dropping. Vampire the last one up, and it's still Lanave fighting to stay in this game on Fortress.
Yako's been so good opening up these routes, giving his team a chance. Cruise missile called in, not going to find much of anything, but Exton gets an angle, and that's all he needs. Oh, does he get another 3? No, not this time. Sukri cuts short the impressive triple. Super watching the cross. Good for a second of his own. And that will keep the hard point neutral. Again, a key amount of time here at the backside of Blacksmith, and it's all Nave in and around the hard point to a tie game, just nearly, if they can find every bit of scrap. But Pack is actually here to recontest because of the spawns, and that's actually going to force Nave to focus on the front. Keep an eye on number 6. King of Bodies all the way around to the back, and he may foil any potential early setups for Nave. And that's exactly the case. He gets 1 kill off screen. Exit from inside the hard point gets a second, and to over 230 go the Falcons. More kills in front of them, and they collect no problem.
Team Falcons, they can get it done right here. One final push from Lanave needs to be successful. Vampire ready, waiting, bounces for the first, ready for the second, turns on to Super. He wants to snap for the third. It's Vampire looking to go rogue at the end of this one, looking to sink his fangs right into Lanave to close this one out. But they'll continue to stay in it. They'll continue to fight back. And now the spawns are going to flip on out here for Team Falcons. So do they hit this for 4 seconds, or do they jock and rotate?
This is all about, does Rencor or Sukri get the alarm that how Falcons are trying to hit this time, because you cannot give away a single second. Rencor gets the first, but this will keep them a little bit short-handed on the hard point. Team Falcons, they're looking to win this on the old hard point, and they're not going to have the time. Only 3 seconds left. They're not going to get the tick. They have to rotate over to P2. And it's Nave who's in control at the moment, but they have to respond to the hit from the front. 249 to 241. Super in the back, trying to keep the flank safe. He gets the opener. He also takes down the second. And Nave del Mysterio, not a mystery anymore. Lock in the rotation and absolutely steal away map number 1. A 1-point affair.
250, 249, man. We have not seen one of those in a little bit. Feels good to get one back, and my goodness, you can just see the moments. I mean, the heartbreak as well on the other side for the Falcons, knowing they just needed to hold that for 1 more second. That final tick does not register, and it allows the setup to hold, and that play from Super Allen, the patience, pops the dead silence, knows the push around the back is coming through, and just makes sure he keeps himself concealed, attacks at the right time, doubles up, and that will really stop Falcons from getting themselves a chance to move back into the hill. 1-point differential. Feels good to come out with that win.
Is it just me, or did you kind of feel a moment there in the middle of P1 where Falcons kind of like gripped the controller a little bit more lightly, and they were like, "No, we got this. Game's over here." As we get, I think this is the full replay from the finish here, if I'm not mistaken, or at least close to it. I mean, this opening kill from Rencor, you think, "Oh man, that's danger," but it's right here. Where like Falcons, they like, we've got numbers, we're good, we got the kills we need. But this little push through just doesn't get far enough forward. And Yako's spawn off of this long pinch actually ends up kind of stalling out the hit, and then Super just going unchecked. Obviously the win condition here at the very last second. Wow, what a map.
Big moment out of Superman. And how about Super, right? What was he? I think he was 8-14, 7-14 at one point in time when you called him out there, Alan. And I mean, it was obviously not what we're used to seeing. Very uncharacteristic. And then he finishes 30-24. There were numerous, 5 and 6 sprees that we got out of him from that point on. And to be able to bring that one back with 24 of then the 30 being non-traded just shows you that Super can completely turn it around. And that is what you want to see from one of your teammates here to close out a massive win. You know they're gassed after a dub like that, being down, having to make a comeback. But Team Falcons on the other end, that one's certainly going to hurt. Pack, everyone else doing exactly what needs to be done, just could not find that final second.
Yeah, it's tough scenes, man. And I think in the back of your mind, you're thinking, oh, we should have just rotated. And that's the last thing you need. I mean, that is a cancer as you start to move forward into this series. The thing we have to keep in mind here is, like, that felt like a must-win map for Nave del Mysterio. Based on the dominant showcase by this Team Falcons squad on Hotel Search versus Wobble, 6-1 tally there. They looked really good on the Fortress control as well. Those are the two maps that Falcons have to kind of keep, you know, inside the blinders here. Hey, that's the focus. We have to win this map 2 and map 3. Those are our win conditions for this series. It's going to feel obviously terrible to miss out on map number 1, but at the same rate, you can't let hope kind of run out the window quickly, because this is where your series is built on. Is this map 2-3.
That's exactly it. You got to now come alive here in the SNDs like we've been seeing. And I mean, as much as like that one obviously stings, that one hurts a lot. You got to do your best to take it out of your mind, but you can still look at a lot of really great moments, at least from a team point of view, and you know, carry that going forward. And so by no means do I think that's going to throw them off too hard, but you certainly, like you said, Alan, you want to come alive now going into Hotel Search, where you have at least been pretty solid. You already have a map win on it coming off the previous series, so you can look to refine a lot of what was going really well for you previously. Try to bring that here, see if you can at least even up the odds here 1-1.
Yeah, and you have to stay composed, because the last thing you need to do is all of a sudden, like, we're mentally chalked and we're not even going to think about our playbook, because that's the last thing you need. Getting outgunned if you're playing off plays, that's one thing, but if you just chalk a playbook because someone's frustrated, that's a totally different can of worms that we don't want to open right now. Other things that are happening at the moment, Team Notorious Nixa, they are in the middle of a hotel hardpoint. Tight game so far, 100-75 as I'm looking over to it real quick. So that one's happening over on the We Are Clutch GG stream. But man, if we get more maps that look like that last one, I don't know if you want to even open a second tab right now, because this series is looking like it's going to provide all the entertainment you could possibly want and then some. And then after that, hey, it's winners round 2, winner semifinal if you want to call it that more familiarly. And both those matchups are going to be absolute bangers before we immediately then transition into North America. I mean, we've already kind of touched on all of the mental implications coming into this map number 2, but let's just kind of take another step aside here and maybe change the focus around. Obviously, we look a lot at Pack for what he's been able to do in the overall hardpoint, but we saw his search and destroy KD not necessarily all that high. Who are you looking at here to possibly step up for Falcons to bounce back and get this map 2 under their wing?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I look at Luis King of Body based off of the type of player that he is. Like, he's kind of like that playmaker, and he's usually hot or not. So either he's the one that's kind of finding a lot of kills for you, you know, getting the first bloods, getting in your face, and, you know, just being a worrisome for the other team, or he's the one that's kind of getting blooded and he's not finding value. He's the one getting picked. But I think that obviously when he's finding himself in those positions where he is at least creating, you know, a lot of good moments for his team, it becomes very easy to capitalize afterwards. So when I'm thinking of, you know, at least maps that, you know, you can get up close with, you can look to try to get really aggressive, you know, inside a bedroom or wherever it might be, you know, I do kind of lean over to him for being that entry man and being that playmaker. So that's kind of where my mind goes, because when he gets hot, man, he's hard to shut down.
Yeah, that's true. We saw that, on El Asilo, he was just like snapping heads off with a sniper rifle. Just no one was touching him. Okay, so I like the call out. On the other front, though, I mean, you look at this team, this La Nave del Mysterio team, and historically speaking, you know, all 4 of these names had at one point in time kind of really given us maybe the pinnacle of what Search and Destroy in Europe was going to look like. I mean, you think about players like Sukri and Super over their long careers, unbelievable. Yako at one point in time, I would say, like, I don't know if anyone ever called them this, but he was kind of like the Abizi of EU, where he was in the mix immediately, right up for first blood engagements, and usually coming out on top of them. And then Redcore's been around the scene for long enough to really know the ins and outs without question as far as what he wants to do for the Search. In fact, when he was on teams throughout the course of the last 2 years, immediately in my mind, I'm thinking of how good they were at Search and Destroy in particular. So I'm really curious, I think, just to see kind of what we're going to get here, you know, and who may stand out on the other side for La Nave del Mysterio to try to get this to 2-0, you know, to kind of figure out if they can maybe put this series maybe more out of reach and kind of respond to the 0-3 walloping they just got from the originals in their first match today.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, someone outside of Super too, right? Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that Super is just always going to be good. We'll continue to gas him until the end of time, or until he's at least on a CDL team. But at the very least, I think you just need someone else to make sure you're there alongside him. But if there is something that we can at least expect, it is sometimes Super with the scope. He'll match that battle. He's very willing to take it, very willing to get aggressive at times too, swap off of it, use the tack, use the sub. I mean, he is a Mr. Do-It-All player with every single weapon. So a lot of value, but massive map now for Team Falcons. If you're just tuning in, 250, 249 was the map number 1. Now we'll see what they have for responsive map 2.
Opening setup gives you the intention that Team Falcons want to try to break in towards B. The bomb is not here, though. And pardon me, Nave's in the white now. Pardon me. So it's Falcons who shut down this initial look for Nave Del Mysterio. But as mentioned, the bomb is not a part of this play. So the defense will move over. And if Yako decides to track back to A, there would be a 3v2 on towards the site. And I don't think he actually... Oh, yeah, okay. He did, but it doesn't... What? How? How has Kikabati just won that?
I don't have an answer, Alan. I do not have an answer. But he wins it. Pack wins another. Would be a 1v3 for Rencor, who's just watched all of his teammates fall across the map. Bomb down right in front of him, and well, with that stun check, they now know exactly where he is. 30 seconds left. Just hoping for a challenge to come his way, trying to get a read on the spawn, but there is nothing really left to do.
Nope. And we've seen Nave pull things like that in the past, by the way, where they try to give you the intention of, hey, look at us, we're going this direction. But the bomb is never a part of those initial plays, and they like to double back. Remembering maps in their group stage where they really showcase that. And it's kind of like Team Notorious in ways where, like, at points you start to say, is this too cute? Like, could we just successfully break something open and get the quick plant? And the search in this game is not nearly as dynamic as titles previously when it comes to kind of baiting and switching off of utility. A lot of it is just kind of won and lost in the first 30 seconds. So we'll see what they have to offer in future rounds. And now we take a look at Team Falcons on their opening offense.
3-0 start for the man I highlighted. Usually the leading charge for as far as at least KD's on this squad. He's also going to try to make some moves over to B. We'll see if that solo play will work out. And it's kind of the same thing, just having fun with will they go to B, will they go to A. But nice little chow for Rencor. Does actually give them a lot of information, but it does open up a little bit more of the map. And what a shot from Super. That's down low in luggage. That's with the scope. Finds the head, takes out Pack.
Yeah. Keeps the threat kind of at arm's reach. Xnid still right underneath him, though, clearing things out. Dead Silence about to expire, and he will not have an opportunity to do too much on the second floor here. King of Body is still kind of scouting things over through B. But at best, he's going to join his teammate, and the setup for Nave is still absolutely flawless. Yako's even going to improve it by picking up attack off the ground, so he can actually watch this bar heady like that very cleanly. King of Body. Oh, he saw Yako jump. That is not mutual information. That is one-way intel. Bomb picked up. Sound cue made, but King of Body. Oh, goodness. Time for the plant. Reposition from Super over towards window. Scope in hand. Jumping. Takes the hit marker. Now to the pistol, and he finds them midair with a little extra to get us tied at 1.
Oh, Super. I mean, he's just a huge part of this round. He finds that first kill on the Pack at the back and then makes sure that he clutches up here in the 1 versus 1. But, I mean, solid attempts for King of Body, who just comes flying out from behind the desk, takes the immediate challenge to Super, tags him up, forces them to reposition. He's able to get this bomb down. The problem is that once he gets hit marker, he just has nowhere to go, and he's almost forced to reach out.
I mean, that bullet... It wasn't just a tag. That had to have tagged through the top of the bomb based on the look of it. But what a shot from Super. Because if you miss that, a different look completely, without question. It's a tough 1v1 to win. Similar look here for Nave. 3-man stack in towards kitchen. Team Falcons adjusting defensively, playing through the side archways. And the Sukri is seen. Good trigger discipline for King of Body. He knows he might catch one kind of lurking behind this. The bomb is now making its way forward. Dead Silence pop. Super caught out in no man's land. Dealt with, but the bomb is still on over towards kitchen. It's being contested, though. Vampire for the opener on to Sukri. Yako is still dancing with Vampire. Help has arrived, and help will be the cause that gets the elimination. Rancor, a nice idea, but flat out overwhelmed.
Called it, Alan, right? It's the trigger discipline where you just do not take the shots, and while that's happening, you're commenting to your team that, listen, they're running into the site, they're starting to make their moves, let's start to slowly collapse. And then once King of Body kind of finds Super through mid, all of a sudden you're trapped inside. You got to try to hope for a plant, maybe at best, try to play off the back end of that post-plant setup, but they never even have that kind of an opportunity. So just a really nice collapse very quickly as well. Team Falcons looking solid, and King of Body 5-1 here going into round 4.
Yep. Clean. Not doing it with the scope. It's been ARs and SMGs for him. I mean, the guy could do it all. Oh, and quickly across. Super going to be tested here. Nice little jump peek, but Super's still alive. Super's still alive. Rancor bails him out. Covers his back, and what looked to be a guaranteed first blood for Falcons has to be traded out into now a 3v3. Super still going to get pressured. I love this from Falcons. They're just not allowing Super to keep the scope up for very long.
Yeah, not giving him angles, but Pistol will be there for the trade down low, and now he's got a sub to work with. So Super 1 versus 3 now, 1 versus 2. This bomb has not went down just yet, and Super, he finds the snap. He's got the sub. He can bang open the doors, but first he's going to throw the Semtex. He's played it well. Hit marker connects for the 1 versus 3. Super over the top. The shots will connect. And La Nave Del Mysterio, they'll find round number 2 thanks to Super.
Are you kidding me? Just when I thought that the call was going to be Prophet-like, saying, oh, he can't get the scope up. He's just going to have to go pistol the whole way. Secures the trade, picks up the sub, gets it done with the scope, gets it done with the sub as well. I mean, you want to talk about who was going to respond to King of Body. It's literally a 1-for-1 here for Super. What a display. And I'm in that world where I'm thinking, like, let's just do ancient Greco wars here and just send those two out of spawn to determine the round outcomes, because that's really what it's been so far for both teams. Another aggressive setup for Nave right down middle. This time they're trying to respond to Team Falcons through the mid-map, but they've once again adjusted, adapted, played it differently. And the defense is going to try to surround, maybe even suffocate this Nave offense. They're not, I mean, Nave's going to be able to set a post plant here. They're going to have to play this from inside the B-bomb.
Low pressure. King of Body.
Stunned himself.
Yeah. Bounces off the wall. Goes a little bit too far off the backboard. We'll take him out. So you've lost now a key player, but you're able to get one back off a very well-placed Semtex there onto Yako. The 3 versus 3 will go. 30 seconds left to try to play a retake here. And, well, everyone's wrapping around. You can see it, Rancor. He's found the angle to come through, but Exit able to get in. 1 versus 1. Pack up against Super. 20 seconds left on the clock.
Super's going to hold the corner. He's going to call the bluff that Pack's not going to hit for the defuse. He's guessed this correctly. Pack predicting the right doorway, thinking that Super's going to reposition. He's also guessed incorrectly, though. Super, that's just ice cold, brother.
Yeah.
That is so cold. Unbelievable grit just to sit there. I mean, that 10 seconds that he sat there for probably felt like a year off his life.
Yeah, it's always one of those spots. It's like you just know, either you're just in their head where Super is obviously clutched up just about every single round, it feels like so far, or it's a spot where, like you said, like oh wait, is he on it? Do I second guess myself? But he just holds and he knows when to go. He checks in the last absolute second, reads them like a book. Team Falcons, they lose that first member. They bring it back to what looked like a potential round that could steal away, but Super says no again.
Goodness. And now, quick angle being watched by Super. I think he did see one player cross. That's King of Body. Looking for maybe a second player to try to get over towards this A site. Oh, but a big win there from Vampire. Yes, it's traded, but still, the mid-map now goes to contest point. King of Body down low. Super, he thought for maybe a second was going to pull off the shot. Feels like anything's a possibility when he's still alive. King of Body, next point of contact would be with Rancor, down low, doesn't expect it, but still wins the gunfight, and simultaneously his teammate cleans it up from the back. Let's get tied at 3, why don't we?
I think what's so impressive about King of Body is that, like, a lot of his kills, like, aren't coming off the back end of information, or they're not coming off the back end of trades. They're just straight up 1 versus 1s that he's just continuously winning. And, I mean, like, that is just doing so much when you talk about getting control of area, having a chance to drop a bomb, playing retake, when a single individual is doing this much here for you, he's just trying to stay on par with what Super's been doing, and, well, he's been up to the task at least so far.
Yeah, I'll say. 8-4 from Exnit as well, not to be slept on. Super's not asking for help yet, but the formal request may be drafted here if they drop this round. But a different look. Super aggressive this time. Right through mid-windows, but he'll be caught out. Vampire's going to confirm that. Intel Exnit tries to catch them from behind, but he's the one who ends up getting caught instead, leaving Pac by himself at A. And this is wise from Nave Del Mysterio. Wait till someone can get to the bar heady before you make your play onto the site. That is just great discipline from Nave. Vampire on the rotation will at least give himself the bedroom bottom luggage area to work with, but the bomb's going to get planted. This is a very difficult 2v3, especially as Vampire's not able to confirm anything off the cross. King of Body nearby. Not going to win that 1v1 with Sukri. And now it's just down to Vampire.
And there goes Vampire. He'll go down. It's a very clean round off the back end of, again, getting control and just so much work kind of being done with those initial gunfights, at least this time around here for Lanabe. Vampire does a little reposition down low. I think tries to fake out that kill cam going up the ladder to try to catch Yakko off the bomb, but Yakko doesn't go back. He pushes forward, takes away space, and makes everyone questioning on where he's going to go, where he's going to be. So Team Falcons still trailing, still down, looking to try to tie this one up, going back into another offense here. See if Exnit, King of Body can continue to do what they've been doing, or will they decide to change something up? It looks like they're gearing up for a B hit.
Seems that way. Yeah, and there's just nades being thrown by Pac. So Nave is going to stay relatively planted, but Yakko's going to realize the faults in this setup and try to see what's going on over at B. And yeah, he may have heard something because here come the rest of the reinforcements. They're going to be late, though. Can they contest Falcons from getting to a post plant? Doors are open. Nave trying to contest this from the front. Falcons are happy to take the engagement as well. They haven't backed up at all. They've got Pac still lurking to try to watch mid-map, but the fight from the front is where everything's unfolding from. Vampire is able to get initial kill to try to stall out this defensive retake, and stall it out he has, my goodness. Nave still setting up to try to work their way in. Who's going to go first? Someone's got to go. There goes one. Super will drop. Rencor tagged up, leaves Yakko by himself, and that just took too long.
It did take too long, and they saw a Pac, I believe it was mid-map. Yakko does a little shoulder check mid to see if someone's maybe wrapping or kind of hitting a quick flank. And as soon as they get that info, I feel like you have to then use your numbers to try to see if you can break open the site. And then if you do end up winning these initial kind of 50-50 battles, well, maybe they have the kitchen headies, so maybe like 60-40s or whatever. But either way, if they win those battles, then you know exactly where Pac is, and you have a great idea on how to be able to then shut him down as he has to follow up and check the bomb. So I'm right there with you. I think that just takes way too long, and it's like no one wants to be the bait of the play.
It's a great breakdown. Now Falcons looking to get aggressive here off of King of Body. That's just bold. He tries to catch a piece of timing to work his way into Archway. It's not going to work out. Early numbers for Nave, who have the opportunity to kind of slow things down and just pick them apart on rotations. Exactly what's unfolding. Super maybe a step too aggressive will allow a trade to come through, but it's a wide open and vacant A site. Bomb will be planted, and Nave will back up and just set up an easy post plant, you would hope, here from bar side.
This is just not a rotation you want to have to make, especially with Sukri playing exits off the old bomb site. Pac is now going to worry about Sukri on the left side of the map, or just move over to the right and worry about him a little bit later, but you just have no idea. Yeah, are they our bedroom? Are they back desk? Who knows? Good luck. Not going to happen. Clean round from Lanave.
Yeah, love that look as well, just for what it's worth. And some of it comes off of it, let's be honest, like the reaction and ability to adapt after the early kill on King of Body. You know that you've got mid-map control if someone's going to push through you that quickly. So why not take it? And the only real mistake that's made is just Super gets a little bit too aggressive, but all in all, it's kind of a moot point because you've controlled 90% of the map from the word go. So now map point for Nave, and what was a 6-1 map count tally against the Wobble Bobs for Team Falcons, and a map that we listed as kind of, okay, this is your map that you must win, starts to look a bit more dire, and they're going to run an A default. One player watching mid, everyone else waiting for the nades, and then you're going to jump on and try to get an early plant. But all this time has allowed Nave to get set up with the high-low stack down low in towards luggage. Yako's up top just throwing shoulders, and even Super's here to reinforce this through the long hauls of LA.
Yeah, this time it's every single member here from Team Falcons. One gets across. That's the man you want to get across, but Yako takes the 1 versus 1. What a massive 1v1 it is. And now your big playmaker has been eliminated. You're going to have to start to work through this potential final round, 3v4. There's not really much of a chance to rotate because you have no idea where all 4 members are from Lenave, so it's going to have to be A.
Well, they've killed enough noise to create doubt, and it forces Yako away. So we have a 3v3 over the A site right here, but there's not a lot of utility remaining from either side. Pack gets the confirmation that Renkor's down low. Time becoming a problem, and the more time that starts to falter over, the more Yako will have an opportunity to come reinforce this. This is dire for Team Falcons right here, and it's going to have to be Vampire off of some blessed timing. Not going to happen. Brilliant defensive setup for Nave. Bomb planted, doesn't matter. Nave takes map 2, and Falcons reeling 1 map away from elimination.
That's tough, right? It's so much weight, I feel like, on King Abadi to kind of, get across, which he does successfully, but they're watching the cross. They know that he's there. Yako's there, ready and waiting. As long as he doesn't lose that 1v1 engagement, and it doesn't really feel like the play is going to build into anything without, a couple people kind of over-peaking, getting a little over-aggressive from Lenave's side, and they have no reason to do that. They got 2 players down low, 1 proned, 1 over top of them. They're watching the bomb. They know what's happening, so that's just clean stuff from Lenave. Also making sure they don't bite the bait over to any kind of late B play as well.
It's kind of one of those situations off Abadi's move where there's one of 3 outcomes that can occur, right? The first is what happens on screen. Abadi tries to get a step aggressive and loses a gunfight, in which the defense then becomes locked. There's no sweat at all about what you do over the A site. If the opposite happens and Abadi wins the 1v1, then the bomb set becomes wide open because that double stack down low can't stay there anymore. You have to back up. You have to regain bedroom. The offense gains an advantage not just because of the numbers, but because the defense has to move. The third option, which I'm surprised that Abadi doesn't make the call to, knowing he was seen on the cross, is just to stay on the staircase. Like, don't take the challenge. Wait for the defense to have to kind of move the deal with you, because if you're on stairs, that player top roofs doesn't have the ability of challenging that heady on towards bars. So you have to kind of, or do you feel really good about the defense saying, we're fine, we still have this double stack down low, doesn't matter about the player at rooftops, or do you get kind of nervous about him being close to your grill and you want to deal with him? So really only 1 of 3 things could have happened right there, and unfortunately for the side of Team Falcons, the worst case scenario comes through, now putting them down 0-2, even though Exton and Abadi had a great start to this map.
That really was it. Exton, we didn't really see too much of his POV, but he was certainly putting up some great numbers there. 1,200 damage, just pumping it out, doing what he needs to do. 10 kills there. And King Abadi, great first half of the S&D, just winning so many 1v1s. I think at one point he was like 7-2, but then going to that second half of the S&D, you really see Lenave making sure he wasn't just getting through the cracks anymore. Those pushes through the middle double arches coming around the back of their B play was being shut down. They were finding him for first blood. And I think you could really see things start to collapse around the Falcons there once he was no longer being that big guy, finding the first engagement at the very least for them and getting a call on where they are. So very nicely done. Lenave just clutching up, which is something we just haven't really seen a lot from them, right? Like they've played maybe, some of their maps pretty close throughout the last couple of weeks here. Maybe they get blown away a little bit, versus the originals. But, being able to, I think, win a couple of these big moments, 250, 249, 6-4, does a lot for the overall state of the team. And they're looking good right now as they're 2-0 up, Alan.
Again, this is not the only matchup that's happening, though. Holy cow, Rafi goes 12-0 and a 6-0 surge for Nixa. And that puts him to 2-0 up in the series now against Team Notorious. I mean, we just saw Team Notorious on main. They were very tight and very close to possibly reverse sweeping Elevate. And now they're a map away from being eliminated. Talk about potential mental booms on that side of things. Rafi, I mean, did they just plug into his setup? Because 12-0 with nearly 1,200 damage. Oh, my.
That's filthy. That is filthy. And that's like the Rafi that I come to expect, when I do watch this guy play S&D. It's not the Rafi that we got full, I feel like, in the last series that we just witnessed. But 12-0, that is a heck of a recovery coming into it, basically doing it all for the looks of it. So crazy stuff from him. But, we knew that matchup was going to be insane in the first place, but Team Notorious, I think crazy to think that they could be knocked out.
Yeah.
Double elimination coming in on day number 1. Like, my goodness, man. Like, where are we pulling these storylines from? Where are they coming from, Alan? Like, I don't know.
I didn't write them.
Someone's writing them.
M. Night Shyamalan might be writing them. Golly. His movies are weird. Sorry. Do you watch much M. Night Shyamalan, just quickly?
No, I laughed just to make you feel better, to be
Okay.
fair.
I know.
But I
This
believe
happens. Thank you.
you. I believe you.
Watch The Village and you'll know what I'm talking about.
Oh, wait.
Very-
I think I have seen that
Very
movie,
weird
actually.
films. Very weird
Okay,
things.
okay.
Just very weird. Very unpredictable, which is kind of the storyline of today. That said, though, now we look into the depth of how exactly would Falcons pull off a reverse sweep in this series, because that's kind of the next point to kind of consider. And like we had mentioned at the very top, you'll see it again. It's just a back and forth between Fortress and Hotel the whole way. And the only bit of good news here for Falcons is, hey, your Fortress control looks pretty darn solid. Who knows, though, what it means as far as the Hotel hardpoint. We've seen teams either do really well there or really poorly there. There really hasn't been an in-between. And for what it's worth, the Hotel has not necessarily been great for Nave Del Mysterio. But you kind of look over to what we've gotten out of Team Falcons. They've only played the map once, so it's kind of hard to get a read on what they have to offer for map 4. And then the Search and Destroy, as you kind of labeled up, like neither team really has any particular strengths for one mode over another. So who knows, if they can get the gloves off on a map 5, all bets are off really at that point.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, only good thing here, I feel like, is Team Falcons do have a lot of reps when it comes down to Fortress control, so maybe you can take something from that, despite maybe not always winning it. Is still an opportunity to come out with it. See if they can start the reverse sweep here. Already kills starting to rain on through. Super, the man that we'll jump on board with first, and well, why wouldn't we? He has been completely electric as usual. That's what we come to expect when we watch Super.
Yeah. Very valid, very true. Little toggle for positioning around the A zone. Well captured here by Rancor. Should guarantee him at least the first tick, pending he doesn't just give away a kill here. And Abadi actually kind of awards him an elimination. So now all of a sudden there's an exit that could be gained out of spawn for Nave. Renkor's still not done. Catches Pack between weapons, and now the second tick of progress becomes a bit more imminent. Even more so that you've got help from Yako mid-map. Renkor nearly got it done himself, but the trades come through sufficiently. It's a full team wipe as Falcons regain defensively.
Yeah, certainly a nice start for Rancor. A little 4-0, able to secure a tick, basically all by himself. Almost gets the second, but now it's time to break out of your spawn. Little turn from King of Body. Won't be able to get the gun up in time. Trades still looking decent for LaNave up until XNIT is able to put together those 2 kills. Almost the third onto Rancor. Will be able to get a trophy out. Start to grab a little bit of mid-map positioning, but you're down to about 35 seconds left, and really this feels like this could be the last hit coming through here for LaNave.
Yeah, sure does. I mean, you got out from around Fountain, but there's not a route really to B. You don't have good enough mid-map control to overwhelm A. This position for Vampire is super annoying. Although, pause, Sukri, Rancor, 2 kills. Those are good. Pack now by himself. Good trigger discipline. Oh, and well done to find the second. 8 seconds left. And no one's going to be able to run fast enough or far enough to get here by the look of it, especially with everyone locking down doors. The kills are decent, but all in all unsuccessful as Team Falcons do very nicely considering the opening pressure that we saw from Rancor.
Yeah, without a doubt, and that's the only reason, I mean, we even see a tick actually go over is because of Rancor. His little force spree there, just taking a lot of individual challenges, winning just about every single one of them up until the 5th. So, good moment there to be able to at least get one. I mean, at the very least, you want to come away with, the zone. That's usually the goal, but if you can at least get a couple of ticks, that is certainly something to work off of. And now we'll see what Team Falcons are able to do and maybe work for some streaks here. I mean, that is kind of the big eye-opener we look at when we talk about offense. Can Pack maybe earn this cruise missile?
Yeah, true. But you also don't want to be too patient trying to come up spawn, because otherwise you give the defense a chance to kind of just look at you for free. XNID does get a look at Yako. Help has arrived to kind of keep him safe from the window push. This is a key 1v1. Both players have the same idea to go prone. Rencor on the cross, though, keeps it neutral for now. Pack on the way in. Deals with one and a second. Nice double comes through. On top of that, King of Body pushing forward, creating a bit of breathing room here for the offense to keep the capture on towards A. Does he get 2? Sure, why not? And that may lead to an opportunity to transition in towards B. King of Body in takeover mode. But while that all happens, Yako stops progress at A and will even deplete the second tick.
We will deplete the second tick, but it's still a lot of chaos to deal with here for LaNave. B was under attack. They will be able to deal with them. So the last remaining player you got to get through is King of Body. 3 in a row so far. Trying to see if he can maybe finish off Super. He is really the key piece of everything that could be ignited for the Team Falcon boys. Try to make something happen and work for that second tick. You need him to ignite something for you, but everyone on spawn right now is just getting cut down.
And it's just one of those things where as much as you're King of Body in that POV, you're sitting here saying, I got to help my guys get out of spawn at the same rate. If you fall in the back, Nave know for a fact they can just focus on the front. They don't have to worry about you anymore, and it becomes that much more stable on what the defense is watching. You can see that be really influenced here. First tick did get locked, though, as mentioned, so not the worst case scenario here for Team Falcons compared to what Nave did in their first attack. But it looks like they are ultimately going to be unsuccessful unless they can find a breakout right here. And Super has watched the cross. King of Body has unfortunately killed himself. And that will be a very anticlimactic end to round 2. We get tied up at 1.
I mean, a stat for like team nades today and just overall like self nades, right? Like I don't know if it's just me, but I just think we've seen like way more today than just about any other day of challenges so far during Modern Warfare 2. Certainly a fun stat to track potentially, but either way, they're able to get a tick, so Team Falcon still able to at least keep things even going into this round number 3, and that's the best that both teams have been able to do. You've kind of just seen the lockdown that we typically do when we talk about Fortress Control. You really have that first push where it's like a 50-50 outside of your spawn, but once you lose it, man, it really does just feel like a death trap.
Very, very true. So good looks from both teams towards A, but ultimately unsuccessful as Nave through mid-map, heavy-handed, try to work their way in towards the B archways. And they nearly get a key gunfight win versus Zexton, which really may have let the floodgates open. But instead, the kills all turn up in favor of the Falcons. Yako on 4, Dead Silence popped, wants to hit her out, try to open up, again, an opportunity for his teammates to get out of spawn a bit safer. And boy, has he actually provided. Okay, plus the kill, that's now 5. Onto the zone goes Sukri, clock will stall, progress being made. King of Body looking to do it by himself to defensively clear, and, well, he's been good for it before, why not a second time? But as Rancor reaffirms the offense towards A, the clock continues to stall out, and we continue to kind of keep an eye on Super, who's now in the back.
Big win there for Pack. Able to find Rancor up close. Sukri trying to find something through mid, but they won't be allowed that opportunity up close. Super able to go down, drop shots, find the double, and now we'll be able to surge on forward here to this A point. Just need to try to bob and weave. Great cover fire there from Rancor. Takes out Xnid. That will now allow you to get that first tick and might just be the second here on A as well.
Yeah, good watch here from Sukri. But a tough gunfight versus Xnid. And that will be even back and forth trade. Third tick of progress on the way, but the number's still good for Na'Vi. They're going to get the extra 60 seconds. They also hold on to a 4-life lead. Yako off Dead Silence. Aggressive in towards Cannon. Does well to take care of the second floor. And once more, you start to kind of wonder, how much more could Yako do from this back position, especially with Super working with him? And that's a bold challenge to try to clear off the back truck. But as Super steps on, the clock continues to stall and the lives continue to grow in favor of Nave's offense.
Up close. Super was on 5 there, I believe. Will end up dropping. So now, minute 25 to work with. You got yourself that full 60 seconds. First tick on B will be depleted, but Yako, he's been the playmaker, and yet again, he's able to come flying out onto the map, able to put together a couple of kills. And now some more white pouring into that kill feed. Might just be good news here for the LaNave boys as they can start to regroup, get something going on the B point.
Tons of win conditions abound here for the side of Nave Del Mysterio. A delayed 1v1 in the back, but it's not going to be enough to stop Yako from his onslaught. 20 and 11 for him. Takeover mode without question for the map. Falcons, though, kind of spawning in and around the zone, trying to come back through to stop the third tick of progress, but no, the kills are not there. The contest not also there as well. And that will be a key offensive win. Really putting the pressure here now into Falcons, who not just have to win the offense, but you got to keep in mind they're going to have to win it convincingly with good kills if they want to have their round 5 defense.
Oh, that's so much to ask for, but with everything riding on this round right here, I mean, that's what you have to ask for. Team Falcons, are they going to be able to do something? I mean, you just have to have a really clean start, and obviously easier to come out of our mouths than to really see it happen, but it just needs to be
some kind of a 2-3 down, get a couple members on the point, get some control, get one player inside of the fortress building. That's kind of what you have to look at. Extid does good on the first one, but can they follow up?
It's a great start, especially considering you still have a little bit of an ability to play off the middle of the map. Cruise missile on the way in. Kills all turning up in favor of Nave Del Mysterio, only dropping one in the process, and now the defense is all up in your spawn. Not great news here for Falcons. Stuns, nades all coming in. Sukri just holding down the trigger, getting the first, tries to reset for a second, but a lot of work to be done still for Falcons, even though they do gain possession of this top Relics maps area.
Super on the cross. Just sitting here patiently as every single stun and nade just comes his way, but he will not fall. And now Team Falcons, they've spent a lot of time clearing out all the corners, all the angles. We're going to have to try to come together with something. The timing could be good in the back, but what a pickup that is onto King of Body. Yakko and Super, they'll be able to move in for the remaining 3. And while everything starts to fall apart here for the Falcons, 30 seconds left to make one miracle attempt happen.
Yeah, that's just a good watch from Rencor. I mean, he knows he's got help in front of him, so he's watching that cross up top the whole way through. And what could have been the can opener for Team Falcons ends up going against them. Kill still turning in favor of Nave. Last chance saloon. Vampire, the last one left. He does get a kill mid-map, but would have to double up, maybe even triple up behind that. Not going to work out. And Falcons, it was an honorable run. You were impressive from really minute 1. But it's up to King of Body to try to lock in whatever he can time-wise here at the B zone, and it will not be enough. Nave Del Mysterio take the control. 3-0 the series. They survive.
This series could have went a lot of different ways after that map number 1, 250 to 249, but I think you could really start to see everything change just a little bit here for LaNave. Clutching up, starting to go big, picking their moments well. Everyone stepping up here at different times. We always highlight Super, but Yakko, Sukari, a lot of huge moments throughout this control specifically here for us, Alan. And that is enough to make sure that we do not see any kind of a map 4 or a continuation of the series.
Yep. Man, tough scenes, dude. Here's the thing. This Falcons team is damn good. Like, yeah. I am pumped to see what these guys are going to learn, correct, and have ready for us, pending that they're going to be at Boston, because this is a team that has a ton of potential, and we've seen it individually. All 4 players have at different moments in time. I think after like week 1 of the group stage, they all carried 1.1 plus KDs, so like you know that everyone can get it done overall. Even more so collectively as a squad, they're really good at helping each other out. They're really good at kind of picking up each other when, you know, there's something missing. Right. It just comes down to kind of cleaning up maybe some of the decision making and kind of knowing that your advantages are set. You don't have to get too aggressive. You don't have to throw away anything. Just kind of lock things in. That's the difference maker in the opening hard point, really, for me. And even in the search and destroy at moments in time, you can kind of say the same. But here in the control, Nave just came a little bit different on that 3rd round.
They really did. It came a little bit different. The offensive round was kind of the nail in the coffin. Once a team is able to do that and just kind of start to get in your face and you can no longer regain control of the map and you're constantly kind of fighting off the back foot of your spawn on the defensive side, it can just go awry so fast. And we saw it happen there off the back end of that round specifically. But the stats again, Yakko, got to call him out. Another big shout out for this young man who's taken a lot of flack so far this year, to be fair, but 26 and 14, that is what you want to see out of one of your key sub players that has joined this roster here at the beginning. So very nicely done out of these guys. 2,900 damage with the sub as well, kind of leading the charge. So very nicely done out of this kid.
Yeah. Wow. Firm handshakes all around, but we got to look back at it once again. Tough scenes for the opening hard point. It looked good, but the call made to try to hit old time and try to win it on the scrap ends up biting Falcons in the rear. The search and destroy it, back and forth affair pretty much from start to finish. And a lot of key moments from individuals like Super really allowed Nave to find small advantages that eventually led to the 6-4 tally. And then, of course, we just saw the control, how that unfolded. Otherwise, other lower round 1 matchup, Nixa up 2-0 versus Team Notorious. They find themselves in the control right now, so we'll jump in with them. And Notorious in a really nice spot, up 2-0 here in the control, trying to once again set up how they would possibly reverse sweep not once, but they would have to do it here for sure in this second attempt.
Yeah, there's something that we can just always count on. It is the controls. When we talk about Team Notorious, they are still flawless when it comes down to this mode. And you're seeing why. 5 in a row for Eric. 1 off of that cruise missile. Won't be able to get it. Good shots coming through here for Maple over top of the truck, and we'll be able to get a good read on where a lot of the members are coming from. And, well, that's just good information for Weeman off screen, as he found just about everyone. Eric able to get in there for Rafi. Now it's back in the blender here for Nixa in the back.
Great stuff here for Notorious. We saw them dominate defensively a couple of different times versus Elevate on this map, and it looks like they're finding just as much success versus Nixa so far. 30 seconds to fight for here for Nixa, as they have seen really nothing go their way in this round by all assumptions. And, yep, okay, what's map 4?
Yeah, that's pretty much where we're heading. Team Notorious just not let up on the gas. In control, and Eric, boom. Well, he's making everyone go boom right now on Nixa. 8 seconds remaining. No chance to be able to get through. Only 12 lives remaining, and they've only lost 6. And that is going to seal the deal. Rafi's going to play for kills, but won't be able to get a touch. 3-0 of the start of what has to be a reverse sweep here for Team Notorious. They're good on the first, Alan, but a lot more work needs to be done, and a lot more work needs to be done outside of control.
I think I just saw 9 and 17 on the winning side as well, if I'm not mistaken. Somewhere around there. So you want to talk about just dominance. No help needed. Wow. There it is. Okay. So let's take a look to see what's the map for here. Embassy Hardpoint. This feels familiar. Team Notorious, a chance to kind of run back their map mode combination from the 3rd and the 4th of their previous series. Looking at the overall layout, though, map 5 would be different. It'd be a fortress search and destroy this time, not an embassy. I think the biggest thing is, as you look at Team Notorious trying to get this 4th map, hey, don't break what's not broken, or don't fix what's not broken. Definitely don't break what's not broken. Let the ARs continue to dominate, really.
Yeah, that's kind of the big factor. I mean, it's something that they were doing really well was, just picking their moments really well and then finding the breaks and then making really fast transitions to the new hill. And when you start putting, that fast-paced, pressure on the team that then has to kind of hold the setup, and then all of a sudden it gets broken open. I mean, you're just kind of constantly doing damage control over and over and over again, and that's what it kind of felt like with Team Notorious and Elevate, and they won that one with a pretty big margin. So yeah, looking good, I think, going forward. We take a look back on the stats here again. Eric Boom, 22 kills. Great to see him getting involved. You got Maple, who's also doing his job with 22, and then you mentioned Metal's just not really having to do a whole lot, maybe just baiting for his teammates, giving some call-outs, and just letting them find all the kills on the map.
Agreed. Okay. Here's a look at the layout, though, just as we jump in and take this one the rest of the way home. Convincing first 2 matches from Nixa, bouncing back after a rough series by the look of it in their opening winners round 1 matchup, but this series is not done by any stretch of the imagination yet, especially knowing what this Notorious team has in store for us for Embassy Hardpoint. Whereas, if we were to kind of take a look at the history for Nixa on this map mode combo, 2-2 overall, but a positive average score margin. Looks like, just by looking at it, pretty much the entire series that they've played on an Embassy Hardpoint have been down to the wire. And their average points for versus their average points against is a 228 to 224. It's literally as close as it can get. So that could lead to some really fun scenes. And in particular, if you want to kind of look at one player to really possibly stand out, why not stay with Rafi, who was 12-0 in the search. We saw the scoreboard, and he's got a great hardpoint KD as well.
Yeah, he really does. And I think we've hit on Rafi a couple times, at least talking about him, stepping away from being with one of his main duos. He found himself in a couple of the elite playoffs last year, but was never really able to have like a good impact. However, Rafi, I think finding himself with this team has been a different look. You got a lot of veteranship, at least on this squad, that can really kind of help Rafi really, excel into the player that we know he is. And that is kind of that all-outright slayer that could take over. And you don't need to talk about his S&D. You just mentioned it, 12-0. It speaks for itself. So, if he can continue to do what he's been doing for as far as the respawns, then I think Nixa find themselves in a good spot. And that has been their strength. It has been the hard points specifically that they have looked really good in.
Maybe a bit surprisingly so as well. We talked about this team during the group stage, that this team was kind of a surprise when they announced who was going to be on it, in particular for players like Dave and, Defrag, who come off of playing Halo last year. They step right in, don't really miss a beat, and the fact that it's Rafi not with Grad was also a bit surprising, just because of Grad's, he announced that he's not going to play this year. possibly retire for good from the COD competitive scene, and Henry is slotted in as a great option for the fourth with experience playing alongside some of these guys in the past. So it was kind of a bit of a, oh, let's see how this team works out. I mean, they've got potential for sure, but it's not like battle tested when we were going into the season. Now that we've gotten our hands on it, I think the biggest surprise is how good they've been in hardpoint. Their hardpoint has been just as good as the Wobble Bobs. They've only dropped 2 maps, and usually the tally is pretty convincing. So with all that said, it also kind of boosts them up a little bit going into this map 4 while also providing some dark clouds for Notorious to have to kind of weave their way through.
Yeah, and that's the big problem with Team Notorious is, you know, they're only really good in respawn right now. So it's like, even if they do find this map as well and send it to a map number 5, like it's really difficult to be confident. But at the very least, you have to be able to put together a map or win to be able to even get to that point. And if it's going to come, it's got to be by the ways that we just saw, right? Like Metals, I think, was having a really good series. We were watching over at least some of their very first round up in the winners bracket, but, you know, isn't really totally involved going into this control. So are we going to get kind of this Team Notorious where it's like 1 to 2 members playing well, the other 2, you know, kind of just doing what they can to keep up, right? Like that's kind of the big question that I have, the consistency when you talk about this roster, which is still kind of surprising, I feel like, coming out of my mouth, because I did have these guys as kind of one of the big favorites coming in, at least to European, you know, playoffs, even to this entire stage 1. I thought these guys looked really good, especially coming off that cup win a couple weeks ago. They were really just on top of their game. So I think to find themselves in a spot where they have to win, they're in the lower bracket, it's a reverse sweep that's required. It's just not a position they find them would have thought they would be in, but now have to get themselves out of. So it's very scary, I think, without a doubt.
The same things can be told across the board. I mean, even same thing for Nixa, like first out of their group. Now they find themselves still facing elimination, possibly. And there's a lot kind of, again, to still figure out when it comes to kind of asserting maybe a power rankings across not just Europe, but just,
of course.
Wait till we get to North America tonight. I'll tell you what, there's going to be some upsets and surprises out there. I'm just going to go ahead and throw it out there. If it ends up being a chalk day where everyone who's got top seed wins in their matchups, I will pay somebody $500. I don't think it's happening. Austin, I also mean that this assumes that if that doesn't happen, you have to pay me $500. That's
how it works.
Yeah. But they could be Canadian. It's fine, although that rate is a little bit different. So.
Sure, I'll just give you Monopoly money. We'll be good.
Yeah, give me your loonies. God, you crazy man. But
we are like, you don't believe me with that, you know? They do exist, Alan, all right? We got loonies and toonies. We don't got $1, $2 bills.
Yeah, okay. I'll believe it when I see it. I remember right when we were in Toronto last year, when I was checking into customs, they had like a currency exchange thing. It's like, do you want to exchange your American dollar for loonies? And I was like, no. Why would I want to do that? Crazy Canadians. But we are loading on in, as mentioned. Map number 4 coming up here. Embassy Hardpoint. Must-win situation for Team Notorious, and we're in the rough of it. Nixa already finding some early time here on P1.
Frag. We'll be cut down here from Metals. This is one of the key players I highlighted. See if he can really get himself going. We saw what he can do on that hotel hardpoint a little bit earlier. A nice shutdown comes through there for Dave, followed by the trades. And now early work being done over to P2. Rafty's going to do a good job of finding that first kill, and he'll do a good job of finding the second. He was pretty weak when he took that challenge, so great work being done. But now you got to worry about Maple in the back, and now he's starting to cause havoc.
And you just have to stay here if you're Maple. Just block spawns. You don't have to necessarily win the gunfights. Trophy systems on both sides, keeping both players safe. Scrap time locked in for Team Notorious. Help is here as well. They don't know that Rafi's on vans yet. Trophy system will be deleted. Metals takes care of the threat towards the van side, but still ARs over the top of these very difficult cement dividers provide for some very unpredictable 1v1s. Maple does well to stay alive throughout all of this, but his teammates are kind of spawning away from him, so he's going to step into the hard point, well called, and good help from around the back as Eric Boom is here to assist.
Yeah, the round from Henry to kind of regroup with Dave is great, but just need to find the rest of the kills, and all the kills will come through. So Nixa able to do some great recovery just about halfway through. So if you can shut down this push, all of a sudden you force Team Notorious to rotate through the middle of the map. Kills are looking great, and through the back, Metals as well as Maple will be able to clear just about everyone else off. It's all up to Dave in the back to play for kills. It's scrap time.
Works out nicely, though, honestly, here for Team Notorious with the gunfight win from Weeman just underneath Orange. Oh, what? How does he win that versus Henry? Telling you, this guy's just built a little different in this game as a main AR. Rafi caught trying to get into the new hard point. He's got plenty of teammates nearby, so they should be able to clear off this high ground, and so it will be. But Rafi stuck 1v1 with Metals. Not going to be able to win that one against the Vaznev. Hardpoint stays neutral, and now Notorious have numbers flying towards the hardpoint.
He's got a sub in hand, but
3 members to deal with. Weeman waiting to come up the ladder. He'll pick his moment well, and well, kills aren't actually all coming through. Rafi's able to come up with 2. Oh my, Rafi! That's just ripped apart Eric Boom. He goes on a nice little rampage there to break open that hard point, regain control, and allow Nixa access for maybe a remaining 25 seconds.
Wow. That is so key in a game that we would assume will stay pretty tight and narrow. Remember that 3-piece from Rafi. This ends up being a 20-point game, tell you that much. Team Notorious chalking up the scrap, playing for new. Nixa looking to rotate on their own right through mid-map and beyond, possibly to take over the majority of this backside of admin building. This would be a nice way to set up to possibly block and contest spawns. So key gunfights now required from Eric Boom. Takes down the first. Defrag. He's on the opposite side. His teammate's spawning near him. And oh, we've got a conga line of spawns here. No one's spawning in the back. So the block is good for Nixa. Just comes down to can they find the kills to win the spawn plus the hard point. And so far the answer looks to be no, as Weeman from long range softens up this Nixa approach.
Able to get info on just about where everyone's coming from. Henry with 2 inside of the point. Rafi trying to just pepper in the shots. Won't be able to finish off any kills just yet. One more to Weeman, looking for the second. Won't be able to get that one, but now Defrag is in for a little bit of the chaos, and Henry with a team kill will be thrown in there, but it does not matter. Scrap time there again for Nixa, doing a good job finding those last-second breaks.
Yeah, really good things, especially considering that Weeman was a big problem off of that off-spawn while Nixa had the block. So now Notorious fully set up. I mean fully set up for Cafeteria. Nixa kind of splitting their attention in 2-2 form. Those are difficult shots from Eric Boom. Doesn't secure the kill. Great prediction. Are you kidding? Nearly holds off both Nixa members single-handedly, but the kill still to come through. Henry, Rafi working from the other side. Notorious trying to hold from the interior. It's just down to Weeman. How is he doing this with an AR inside those close quarters? Sig's able to be there to finish up on where he had left off, and Notorious will hold somehow.
Gonna be able to hold what felt like, you know, a really nice coordinated break. Players coming from the top, players coming from the side. Kills just do not come in. And now, Nixa looking to break on through again. The back 20 might just be theirs, but you know Team Notorious certainly going to send this at least one more hit. Metal's good on the first one, but Dave doing a good job of cutting the map, and he should have got good info here for his teammates. And yeah, Rafi capitalizes on that with another double kill. He's starting to tally them up and really starting to take over. 13 and 10 for him now, as it's the scrap time that Nixa, at least, are still able to get in for.
What's that, 3 out of the last 4 scrap times that Rafi has single-handedly won time for Nixa? Unreal. Whereas on the other side, Weeman looking more like large lad right now, 16 and 14 with a couple of key gunfights from inside the hill himself. As we get back over to new, still a 25-point game. Eric Boom from in Cafeteria using the hard point as his alarm system, but Henry up top just holding the high ground, no problems for him to confirm trades. Weeman locking down one lane, allowing Team Notorious now to keep focused towards the front. And Sig's up top here is going to be a problem that Nixa may have to try to either solve or just give up, because you're not getting out of this hard point with Sig's up top here for free.
No, likely not. Spree, though, will come to an end as he drops down, doesn't want to hold the position, so Nixa, again, moving in for scrap time. This continues to be a trend that we look out for, but what a win in the back there. Biggie Maple able to find yet another one. Can he get a second? He's tagged up heavily, but he's got the truck to work with, and he's got stuns, nades, everything keeping his HP low. Truck's exploding. I mean, throw something else in there. You need a streak to work this guy out of this power position.
Maybe more than that. I mean, just set the world on fire. Finally, Dave gets the kill, but it just takes so much time. So about 15 seconds here for Team Notorious. Largely go their way for the initial, but the clean break does allow Nixa a really good look at a setup here to try to lock in the majority of this time. No trophy system earned up for Dave yet, so utility will connect pretty darn hard. Weeman drops. Dave trying to finesse versus Sig's. Not going to work out. The scrap time goes back and forth, and in the end, if this all goes the way of Team Notorious, it's about a 50-50 pull for both teams here on P2.
This is one of the first looks at Nixa actually having to, set up first. It feels like they've always been on the rotation off the back end of scrap time here. So, will they be ready for this fast of a push from Eric Boom? You talk about pacing with this Team Notorious roster, and a lot of it comes from this man, Eric. He has just opened it up. He's found 2. doesn't have the complete coverage to run in there and get on the time just yet. He'll pick his moment well. Now he's in, and support is coming from behind.
But once again, the trophy system doesn't come down, and that is actually very key, as Defrag's the last one to stay alive. Was a bit nervous about possibly someone contesting him from the opposite ladder, but feels confident enough with players spawning around him to step foot onto the hard point. More nades start to litter the hard point, though, and that will allow an opportunity for a contest. Dave looking to stay aggressive. Trophy's now in play. Pre-fire not going to quite line things up. Wee man Eric Boom, 2 big eliminations for what's going to be very key. 25 seconds worth of time. Eric Boom tags into Raffi as he finishes off 1. But even with that said, Raffi stays alive, finds a kill, and it continues to be just like this aggressive game of tug-of-war where you've got hard tugs on both sides.
Metals for the new hill. Only able to come up with 1. Eric, need another big moment from him, but so much to ask for. So many corners, so many spots you can just tuck yourself away in this office hill. Love to see Metals kind of hold on to his life here. Maybe do a little baiting and switching as his teammates are starting to get into position, but Maple's now died in the back, so you lost your AR to watch over you, and that allows Nixa just to use the heady, use the subs up close, and make sure they maintain control.
Defrag, a world of pain right now, you would think, with everyone hitting from the same side. Great help from Henry on 4 in a row. Eric Boom from the front, not able to get nades in trophy systems, keeping them safe, but the hit is looking very heavy-handed. Team Notorious all in the back. Henry trying to just wiggle around these boxes, just doing whatever damage he can, and goodness, how is he still up? Wee man's trying to force the engagement, but Henry just won't give him a clean look at it. That's kill number 6 tallied up for Henry. Holy! Nixa! Now with some breathing room, some daylight in between these two teams, convincingly as such, and a chance to possibly win this map, win the series, and move on. The Team Notorious on rotation, looking good with kills. They clean the front, and will open up the hard point in that lovely shady yellow.
This is where they were really good before last time. This is where they got maybe, 30, 40 seconds at the very least. Maybe even a little bit more than that. Let's see if they can try to do it again. Just about at that 150 point mark, down by about 30. Nixa on the approach, trying to break through the front. Will they be able to take the gunfights? Sigs tries to take a little bit of the high ground there, but from the side, Wee Man's got excellent support.
Golly.
Metals moves in for the double. That is beautiful out of Team Notorious, and Metals is now on 5.
I mean, across the board, these stat lines are almost copy-pasted from one side of the scoreboard to the other. Everyone's having a solid game. No one's really standing out as an overachiever right now. It's just good teamwork on both sides. Henry working for a break attempt. Oh, what a bait-and-switch setup that is. And all 3 members that were a part of the break will come away with kills. So once again, I remind you of the 20-second gap we pointed to about 5 hours ago, it feels like, with how close these teams have been battling. And we go into our 3rd set, 195 to 180. But Team Notorious hold the upper hand once again with 6 up top.
Oh, what a win from Raffi again. And now you got to worry about him for as far as, what this P2 control is going to look like. Metals is the one to deal with it. Nice shots over the top. We'll be able to take out Raffi. But now the focus must turn to the point. You can't let Nixa soak up this time for free. But with Dave watching over top, you're going to have to deal with him as well. He's worried about a flank. He's worried about a pinch. And that then allows the Team Notorious to pick the timing. Break through the front. Still, a response is here for Nixa up until Eric is able to find a kill from behind. Can he find a second? What a win from Eric. He'll fight for some of that scrap time, and it might go over to Team Notorious, but not before Raffi gets there.
Yeah, and Sigs on rotation has once again created now an opportunity for Team Notorious to win the setup towards the second hard point. Nixa, who has been so good on breaking, though. Can they do it again? Multifaceted hit. The first hard point's still open, so these spawns in the back are not here yet. This is going to block spawns. Nixa, they're in without even breaking a sweat. Where do they spawn those? The question, because Notorious are still over by the awning. And back and forth we kind of go. Finally, the kills start to look convincing enough to stabilize where either team will kind of be set up at. 227 is where it stops. Henry feeling the pressure, calls in the cruise missile. Now the cut through mid-map. Eric Boom picks it up for 3 in a row. Dave shuts him down, and as Henry clears out Sigs once again, Nixa find a way back in.
Nixa's on the time, and Nixa can end it and send Team Notorious packing here in Elite Stage 1. Kills through middle. They're clean. They're great at a Team Notorious. And allow themselves to at least stay alive. But Metals realizes the importance on this rotation. Him and Wee Man gonna have to get a lot of work done as
Oh.
Eric actually ends up finding 2. This is a scary moment here for Nixa. They're still spawning right around the office building here, Alan. They're gonna have to figure out how they want to break this and get to new.
They're still trying to clear out the members at old. This is not all that successful. Back and forth go the kills. Where are the spawns gonna be for Notorious? They're out! They don't spawn in! An opportunity for Nixa with numbers! Do they find the kills on the hard point? Back and forth we go! C, Sigs and Wee Man, the last one's left! Eric Boom from down low keeps it neutral. 222, 238. Notorious have regained. But Nixa still on the threat. All of it coming from around the back. Trophies are not here. Rafi, can you do it again? Over the top, Metals falls, down low, Eric drops, and the break is decent, but the trophy doesn't come down in time. Dave from up top able to assist. 245, 232, one by one they come in. Wee Man shut down. Eric Boom, you gotta get here to stop and touch, and he nearly does. But Nixa get 250 before the last touch will be there, and they eliminate Team Notorious in 4.
Nixa winning hard points, man. It's just what they do. It's what they'll continue to do. And they're able to get here, but how about the play from Rafi? So many times at this hard point, specifically, we see it there from his POV. That was last time we were at that P3 hill, but in the end, he does it again. He finds that ridiculous opening. Putting together those 2 kills, not easy to do. A nice little strafe jump to find the player close in the corner that's tucked away. I believe that's Eric to combine for that 2-piece Allen. It allows him to get in, allows his teammates to set up and follow up, and they're able to close it out there.
I mean, it felt like the game was our third caster right then, because that was the exact moment. I was like, if this game ends up being a 20-point game, that might be the game-winning play. Wouldn't you know it? Best play is accurate this time around. Unbelievable scenes. But unfortunately, that means we have to say farewell to Team Notorious. You've already seen the graphics have changed. We're not stopping. You entertained yet? You having fun? Because we got more on the way. Wobble Bobs, the original. That's our winner's semifinal matchup. I don't know if we have a chance to kind of check out to see what the series layout looks like, or how these teams have kind of fared against, one another, or what's going on here. We're just kind of jumping into the action as we go. The biggest thing about this matchup, though, is that Wobobs were tested in 5 versus Team Falcons, and the Originals provided a very clean 3-0 sleep versus La Nave del Mysterio. Where's your kind of, water temperature check between both these two squads as now they have to face up against one another?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I feel like I've put a lot of stock into the Originals after kind of seeing them, perform the way that they did throughout, the very first stage. So I'm looking at these guys to maybe potentially pull off an upset. I think Wobble Bobs have shown a little weaknesses today, right? They were really strong throughout the last couple weeks, just through slaying through every single member. I think you have a great player in the back with Brezzy, who's going to bail you out of a lot of situations. But I don't know if they're kind of on top of their game, so to speak, for today. They've been pushed, they've been tested, and I think Originals have looked fairly clean. Now, take that for what you will, because, obviously the Originals are going to get a much bigger test here. But I've been a pretty big fan of this squad overall so far, Alan.
All right, well, there's at least a small look into the teams and what our kind of thoughts are and expectations are for them, but let's dig deeper into some of the players that we kind of expect to be shining stars in this series. Cobra has been so damn good. 1.57 in the search, 1.3 in the hard point. I mean, the numbers there, I don't need to read them off to you. But on the other side, how about Harry? Is that Harry or is that Lucifer? Big shout out to me watching since Modern Warfare 19. This guy's been lighting it up. I mean, and one of the main reasons that this team could possibly be the best team in EU.
Yeah, I think I said it today, right? Like, I think Harry has been a clear cut above the rest. He's up there battling with the likes of Wee Man and things like this, but I think that he has been by far the best AR right now throughout EU challengers, and maybe even one of the best challenger players, across both circuits. I think that he has looked fantastic. We saw that on LAN where he was just putting up ridiculous numbers, ridiculous stats, and he was a fun to watch, just absolute, so much fun to watch. But on the other side, I will come to Cobra really quickly, because he did take a lot of flack for being like this online player, and he did show up on LAN as well. So I think that he has now proved a lot of people wrong as well, Alan.
Yeah, big top 4 finish for them at Raleigh.
Yeah,
great scenes through and through for him. But taking a look a little bit more detail to each of these two squads as they kind of match up against one another, where exactly are the strengths? Again, these are all statistics going into today. So you see the series win percentage, obviously it says 100%, but such is the way it goes. And the hard point has just, the only map that Wobble Bobs have lost in their group stage phase was on a very tight control. But the thing about this, as you look at the series, is you start to consider the originals. What win condition for them is just win your map picks, right? I mean, if you find a way to win your map selections, then take the control away. That's your condition right there. It just comes down to, do you do it in 4 or do you do it in 5? That's got to be what you're thinking about.
Yeah, and that's certainly part of it. I think their control has also been just so terrifying. Like, we talk about Team Notorious's control. It would have been really fun to see those two, like, match up in that game mode just to see where it goes. But Originals have basically been right up there, too. They've been flawless. They've been super strong. And you have to be good in the respawns if you're going to take down a team like the Wobble Bobs. But we take a look at the maps and modes here, Alan. Triple dose of Hotel, and then if needed, we'll see a Fortress Hardpoint and a Mercado S&D. I would not be surprised if we see that map 4 and map 5.
Yeah, and the thing about this control map is what I'm really looking at is this has been the preferred map selection for Originals on their control. So definitely something to kind of let simmer in the crock pot as we get into map number 1 and map 2. Quickly onto the Hardpoint go Wobble Bobs. Long route coming out of, pardon me, the Originals get on. And the Wobble Bobs looking to kind of surround the Hardpoint. FDOT was, we were told, had a monster couple of maps in his first series over on the other channel. See if he can kind of continue that here against a very sturdy opponent of Wobble Bobs as the break comes through, and it comes through convincingly. It's all Cobra and Prez doing the legwork.
Oh, shots from Cobra, dude. Man, he's so electrifying. Just shots over the top. Able to bob and weave just a little bit longer. Won't be able to play his life. Good read there. Musa able to get in for the first one, but we got to read on to Harry. This is a massive AR battle here for as far as what could take place for new spawns, but you got a good collapse from the Wobble Bob. Sure, old time is going over, but it's more about what's going to happen right here on P2.
Musa trying to use a little bit of elevation to his advantage while the rest of his teammates try to filter Harry out of the back. But look at the help coming through shop. It's already on the way. Gizmo shut down. Harry, good for the response, not just on one, but on a second. Spawns will continue to stay blocked as long as he's alive. And as he drops, Spa will open up. Wobble Bobs will use that to reinforce. Now around the back goes Fury, but only for a small time. Everything else from the front, and oh, Linz has read that beautifully. One more over the top is Harry. The stun will surely help get the kill. Or will it? Goodness, how is Harry still alive? And wait a second, there may still be a chance here for the Originals to break in with the last 28 seconds. Kills continue to come through, and Wobble Bobs are scrambling.
They're scrambling quite a bit here, just struggling to kind of keep numbers on the point. A good response there very quickly from Gizmo, who's able to come away with 2. Almost able to find that third. Got shots on him, I believe. But we take a look at what's happening here in Kitchen. And, well, Furious, he's doing a little bit of that leg work. I'm sure the legs are burning after all the snaking over top of the Kitchen counters. But 45 to 43, just as close as we kind of initially expected, as the new hill will pop. It will allow the Originals to get set up first, grab themselves a slight lead, and now we'll see if they can hold.
Pressure though through the middle of the map. Here he gets a pretty, I imagine he sees all 3 members that are trying to make this play. A Gizmo picks up where he had left off. Spawns though still allow Wobble Bobs to continue to try to play through mid. Kind of have to play through mid now, especially with FDOT kind of clearing out some of the front. And the read is good. The Originals clean on this hold attempt. Lynn's the last one left alive, trying to get around the back. That'll move the Original spawns way out as the final kill comes through. Lynn's on 5. The break is finally secured.
Yeah, how about this kid, right? Didn't really get a chance to set it up completely, but Linz, he's been, without a doubt, one of the big rookies, but will be shut down on the spree. The Originals will be able to move back in. It's a nice rotation from Cobra, though. He's doing some great work in the back, trying to secure his team that close spawn, but you take a look at the spawns right through mid. I mean, the Originals kind of get blessed here. They might be able to kind of just flood Cobra out completely. He's got so much in front of him to try to deal with.
Furious. Okay. Once again, keeps Wobble Bobs very uncomfortable on these initial setups. Semtex does land, but he does secure a kill before being blown away. Cobra stunned up. Semtex to, again, kind of cover his own base. But Felix does well to, once again, keep everything neutral. And goodness, these two teams are just swinging at one another. Kills back and forth, and they're key ones through and through. Ultimately, the Originals on for now, but Wobble Bob's still looking to threaten it. And they've got all 4 corners of this hard point threatened. Problem is, it's all individually, and oh boy, the Originals clean it up nicely. That should secure the scrap.
Yeah, the biggest factor so far is Wobble Bobs. I mean, they've been great for finding the kills, slaying out, right? Maybe outside of Abuza, who's been a little bit slow to start, which is a little bit uncharacteristic from him based off of his stats. But Originals, haven't necessarily been, hard slaying out. They've just been winning the impactful, critical gunfights for close spawns, doing a good job of finding the gunfights inside the hill. And that's what netted them kind of that hard point lead by about 60 points. However, Wobble Bobs, they can answer back. They are going to lose kitchen control. And now you can see it, a little bit of a pinch coming through either side of the map here for the Originals.
Gunfight's key on the individual basis. F-Dot around the back gets good information. Gizmo from the front helps out. Numbers now here for the Originals. Wobble Bob's still trying to threaten, but it looks like they are going to pause just a touch here. Wait for everyone to jump up after their spawn comes through. But while they do that, Originals start to build a little bit of a buffer. All the kills continue to come through for the Originals. Some of the best team play that I think we've seen so far. These individual little bump outs for the Originals. Abuza, who is your normal and expected KD leader from the Wobble Bobs, 4-12. He has been shut down by this team coordination of the Originals.
Without a doubt. And oh my F-Dot! What is that transfer? 2 more for him. Talk about young players. Big moment. 56 seconds in the hill. And again, it's the impactful kills that have just been here for the Originals. The Wobble Bobs, they're late on the rotation. Gonna have to try to transition through kitchen and deal with that player who I think is just kind of laying down. It was Harry. They do a good job of finding him. Gizmo in the back surely will end up dropping. So now, a little bit of a surge. Good moment here for Wobble Bobs to clear out all the Original players outside of F-Dot. Now they should be able to move in for time.
I'm going to be really curious to see how many total eliminations F-Dot pulls as objective kills. It feels like every single time we swap to him, he's the one holding the hard point or clearing it out.
Good show.
Wobble Bobs from the backside it spawns. A lot of deterrence just by the fragments blown up by all these stuns and nades allows Abuza to get on 3 in a row. And if you're looking for comeback condition for a Wobble Bobs, throw out team considerations and just look to this guy. He's got to step it up.
Yes, I agree. You need Abuza to be that guy who's just piecing up players and just doing what we're usually seeing, you know, out of Lynn's Cobra alongside them. And that has been the problem. Down by still just about a hard point. Grab time going to be able to mitigate that just a tad bit. We'll now take a look at P1. The Originals be able to get themselves set up first, but kills looking okay. Wanted to see more out of Abuza. Able to get himself a double, but Harry, he is just lingering, looking. Who's going to challenge him? Who's next up on the chopping block? That's how it feels, but he's got a trophy. He's got a little oversight, but finally, Wobble Bobs, they'll find a clean feed. 4 players down as they now surge forward.
And the top kill leader in the lobby is this guy on your screen. 3 in a row, 21-14 as Lynn's finally drops. Brezzy denied F-Dot. Are you kidding me? Cobra trying to create space and Chandelier. Followed up by Abuza. 15 seconds on the old time. And all of these individual scrap points are key for the Originals. Try to once again just put this game a bit more out of reach. Oh, look at the surround coming through. F-Dot on the corner. Help on the opposite side from Harry. And these 2 boys are just doing it all for their team on rotation. Second hard point still opens up, though, and Lynn's collects. 23-15. Knows he's got players behind him. And, well, that may be enough. The Originals use that to secure the spawns and in the same breath, also secure the time. 45 seconds to fight for.
Oh, man, it just really feels like there's so many fluff kills kind of happening on the map for Wobble Bobs. It's just like the impactful kills just haven't been there. The spawns, it looks like, maybe flip out, and this is where you need those kills in the hard point. You need to break it open. Harry, last one, trying to hold the line. Now it's everyone just trying to come off of spawn. You need this 25 seconds at the very least, and I think this is going to now force them to rotate. So, finally a good moment here for Wobble Bobs to actually collect some real time, not just scrappy time, but can they now transition cleanly to the new hill? The first engagement's not going to go their way, but this next set, going to have to, as Originals, they're over 200, and they might be able to lock down a Money Hill.
And the thing about this from here on out for the Wobble Bobs, you kind of just saw it there for a moment with Brezzy on the solo rotation, is because of the Originals already being over 200 points, their win conditions become we can just hit for scrap, or we can just default play for new. Like, you have to win the war on both fronts if you're Wobble Bobs. And early on this breakthrough, Cobra runs on in for a double. Gizmo gives himself away by throwing out nades and getting a kill over towards the side, but it may not make much of a difference. Cobra on 3. And Wobble Bobs still trying to threaten from the front. F-Dot staying alive! Whoa! F-Dot, how does he manage that? Trying to find someone to shoot at and eventually locks it in for the kill. 225 to 159. Harry now there to enforce. And Wobble Bobs have to default to try to break from the front. This has taken too much time. Tick, tick, tick goes the clock, the scoreboard, favoring that of the Originals. Furious watch on the left. Working with F-Dot to try to chow this out. 1v1 into the corner, and the Wobble Bobs, they're able to step back in. But now, like I mentioned, look to Abuza. He's got to win these gunfights on rotation.
Oh, and you're pinched. You're kind of pinched in between two sets of members here from the originals. Brezzy trying to do what he can. Does a good job of staying alive just as long as possible. Lynn's for the front now. Needs to break something open. You need to bust open a hole here in the front of this setup, and I think his own nade ends up even assisting with a bit of that damage, but it does allow Cobra to get in. He is on 5 in a row. He's on 6 in a row. Streaks in play! What a moment from Cobra as he strikes and takes out everyone on the originals.
I mean, that is just brilliant prediction. You clear out the front, and I think some people are going to be mind blown by that, but the only other angle he can be hit from is the backside, and now he's got a chance to blow up this hit from the front side. Brezzy stuck in a corner. The contest comes through. Abuza trying to watch over the top of him, and the pre-fire angle here is good from Brezzy. Still more contest on the way. The originals could still win this here, just down to Lins, and he locks in a little bit of extra time. No longer can the originals win here, and he wins the gunfight on exit. Look at the mini-map, look at the rotation. Wobble Bombs are winning every single gunfight. They're gonna be set up at new. This is still doable.
They are so late on this rotation, and you have middle map presence now at a Lins because he doesn't die on that old hill.
What?
Cobra fighting the world right now. He's got players everywhere, and he's able to take up 2 more. Great nade. Buza, we needed to see him step up. He is now 22 and 22. The originals need 10 seconds for the win. You're going to see them slow down, but they are being picked apart.
Lins on 6, cruise missile earned, and oh, Harry at range. Nearly put to rest. But Wobble Bobs enforce the hard point. All 4 members in purple and gold waiting for the next hit from the originals, who are not running. They cannot rotate here. They have to play through old. Originals are trying to win the game here. They have to break this. They lose these gunfights. They're going to be late to rotation, but the gunfights do come through. Brezzy from the side, able to open up one. 244. The kill comes out. Brezzy clutches, but now you look to rotation. Number 7 and Gizmo's there. He has to do it all. His teammates are behind him. Cruise missile called out. You can't get onto the hard point while this is in the air. Gizmo gets one from deep. Lynn's able to secure, but Cobra takes down Lynn's. No! They were about to pull it off, but an unfortunate team kill off the double cruise missile is the saving grace for the originals. Oh, mercy.
Oh my God, Alan. What an insane game. I mean, just the amount of highlight moments that we get out of this game is just absurd. And we get down to the nitty-gritty in the end. There's so many streaks in play, but you have to fight 2 battles. That's the thing that you highlighted. You have to fight scrap. You have to fight the rotation. You spread yourself too thin. You're just trying to get there in time, and it's a team kill that comes in, man. That's going to hurt. You push it so far. You get so close, but it's not enough in the end. The originals, I'm sure, wiping the sweat off their brow saying, thank God we got that one.
Unreal. I mean, that's just one of those situations for the Wobble Bobs. You can only look at the kill feed and go, because you're doing everything right. But the thing about it is, cruise missiles on this map, so unpredictable, and the tally was just too tight to forfeit the opportunity maybe of the cruise missile missing and originals get on and just win by getting the last 3 seconds they need. But the heroics from Cobra, from Lins, from Brezzy, Abuza stepping back up when it matters most, but this play for Brezzy, I mean, come on. The guy is an absolute legend. He was the best player, statistically speaking, by placement last year in Europe. He didn't miss an Elite. He didn't lose an Elite he played in last year. Saves the game to a rotation, but it's this call right here. It's number 4 Abuza that gets on initially, and then that cruise missile hits Lynn's mid-map, actually. Not really sure how that happened. But regardless, the original still spawned relatively close, so it's chaotic, it's hectic. We're all fiending to find out what happened, and in the end, originals just spawned a little bit closer. And now I'm curious. F-Dot on 10 objective kills. I feel like he should have had way more than that. But 18, how about that? 18 out of his 23 non-traded. Well played by the young lad.
Yeah, I mean, overall, well played to the originals because they just got heavily outslayed, man. Like, it wasn't even close when you look at the slaying, right? Like, 38 kills from Lins, 37 kills from Cobra.
And the fact that they're, still winning out in the hard point and they had that big of a lead, sure, like they let it slip away just a tad bit, but it tells you that they're getting like the critical kills, right? They're finding the correct bait and switches like in the hard point. They're playing the spawns correctly where they're at least, maybe they're dying more, but it's because they're able to flood the resources in just a little bit quicker than you are because you're spawning further away. So, the 2 pieces, the 3 pieces that we even saw from Wobble Bob sometimes just don't really amount to enough and aren't really actually, leading to time. I think that's kind of the big factor, at least looking back on the scoreboard from the originals.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point too on the scoreboard for sure. Wow. What a map. Hotel, Greenberg Hotel, 3 of it. Search and destroy up next here for us. And look, this is where, again, the question marks start to kind of pop up here for the originals. Solid in hardpoint, flawless in control. What do they want to do here when it comes to improving on their search and destroy? Because on the other side of things, for the Wobble Bobs, they've been solid, man. They're flawless. They've only dropped 1 map in the regular group stage, and that was on the control, as we had mentioned. But even when we watched over them in the face of the Falcons, yeah, technically speaking, they did get blown out of this map 6-1, but we didn't really see much of that. What we did see was their map 5, where they looked much more confident, much more comfortable. Just comes down to which teams are we going to get here as we look into this hotel search. For what it's worth, both teams did play this in their opening round. We mentioned the 6-1 against the Wobble Bobs, but the originals beat Nave on this map 6-3.
And that kind of tells me that the originals were maybe like saving this one a little bit because they didn't play it like whatsoever, like up to this point, right? And that's something that we do see from teams. Like sometimes they take flack for not having a big enough map pool, but maybe it's just a map, that they're very confident on, they feel really good on, and we might as well save it when we get to those really important playoff matches. It's hard to say, but either way, not playing it and then winning the first one, a chance to win it here again, bodes well, but you mentioned it. Wobble Bob's certainly not going to fray away from playing this one either, so it should shape up to be very similar to map 1 here, potentially, for as far as the scoreline goes.
Man, it's just one of those things. We've got all these numbers, big shout-outs to Easy Mac, all these stats.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, as much as I hate to default to it, it almost feels like it just throw it away. Doesn't it? Just on today, a day like this, may not make much of a difference. Elevate, Clutch Rain in their hard point. This is still lower round 1 match. No, this is the winners matchup. Believe that, yep, there we go. Reset of the scoreboard. And what a dominant affair it's been so far here on the Fortress map number 1. 120-16. Clutch Rain trying to hang on here towards munitions, and they will be able to get in, but the pressure's still building here as Elevate have a setup in front.
Yeah, it's certainly one word you could use. Dominating for sure. Elevate. Looking a little too comfortable, but we'll see if they're going to be able to continue the dominance. Couple big moments coming in now for Twiz and Isaac as they start to heat up just a tad bit more. And you'd love to be able to get some critical time, I feel like, on this hill. We do know that Fortress is a little bit of a snowbally map. If you have a good P2 and then a good P3, then you see a scoreline like this. So Clutch Rain might be able to bring things back with 20 seconds left on hold and some decent control around it.
And you take a look at the kill feed, or the overall kill leaderboard, and Clutch Rain aren't getting out-fragged. They're right in this game. In fact, they may be out-fragging Elevate with Lucky on only 4. But it's just the problem of turning these kills into objective control, apparently. You could definitely get that insinuation as Isaac has no time in the hard point. Yaza only has 4 seconds, so a little bit of trouble staying alive on the hard point, whereas Elevate are doing things like this, clearing out space, making sure that Lucky feels very comfortable. Would you like a pillow, sir? Maybe an extra blanket. He's just set up very comfortably inside a blacksmith. Finally, a chance for Clutch Rain to break on in. Journey called upon and provides. Lucky now for the 1v1, wins it, and Elevate stay in the hill.
Oh, able to find a couple key kills there. Twiz, how does he turn and snap for that one on the Vortex? Looked like he was dead to rights, but not when Twiz is alive. We've seen some crazy things out of him so far in the day. Clutch Rain starting to make an argument for this comeback. That is for sure. Able to find themselves in a pretty good position. Thrown down low. Trying to follow up with some kills, but Denza, it's a nice cleanup. That's going to slow things down. Lucky's going to back up and kind of anchor here. Watch over the push from the back and set himself up on P1.
Yeah, and I just want to kind of reiterate it. We didn't see the opening moments, but if I were to guess, my best estimate would be that Clutch Rain did not feel very good on P2 and then lost the rotation to 3. And that could just come down to a single couple of kills. Like, if you're just trying to rotate 50-50 with your opponents, that stuff can happen. So this game is not out of reach yet, even though the scoreline may suggest otherwise. Denza with the double. And how about Journey behind him? That will once again, I mean, look at the space around the hardpoint. That's just free. I mean, if you're in the hardpoint, if you're Elevate, you have to be sitting here saying, I could put my controller down for the first 20 seconds because they've got so much help around the hardpoint.
Yeah, they most certainly do. Denzel, what time he's going to win that one? Trying to jump gel back out, but finally, maybe a chance if you can take this 1 versus 1 inside the point.
Well done.
Get some time. He peeks mid, and Journey, well, he's been on one. He's almost on 30 kills right now, looking for kills off of spawn, and yeah, Yaza's like, nope, let's just go to new. I'll let you have it. Not interested. I'm going to let my teammate actually clean you up in the back here, says Journey to Denza. And now Denza, who's 23 and 12, doing basically the exact same thing, looking to try to make an entry into the new point. Won't be able to find one, but Journey on 3 wants to break it open again.
With a minute plus worth of hardpoint time. This guy, what? Shut down. Clutch rain. Okay. Just deal with the players in the back, and you are right back in this game. Bro, and well done. One more on the back stairs. Good prediction. Lucky just trying to stay alive. Not able to do so for very long. Journey from the side door only collects 1. Now it's just down to Yaza on 4, and he wanted to play his life and was denied the opportunity. Vortex Denza flooding in the SMG duo for Elevate. Now looking to lock in some of this scrap time. Twiz contesting. Help from the side door, but look at the play. Right back into the mix. You thought maybe for a moment Clutch Rain with their setup could get in for the scrap time, but now they're once again pressured away from rotation to Fountain. This is how this game could become unwinnable.
Oh, if they get through Journey, if they can get a clean trade here, there's a chance. Isaac is able to find the kill, but it's still a 1v1 up against Lucky. And now he's got so many players as the spawns are good here for Clutch Rain, but Lucky versus the world. Can he do it here again? Trophy keeping him safe, trying to watch the crosses Journey, but he just cannot add enough assistance. Right back with the spawns. They're going to flip right back out. Elevate kind of getting some splits. It is total chaos right now back in P3.
Yeah, Clutch Rain did not see that coming. They thought that they had the spawns locked in, did not expect that the play from Lucky and Journey from the back was going to open up and block up these spawns. Twiz up top. Good for the first. Has one more down below him. Hardpoint neutral. This is a big 20 seconds that Clutch Rain absolutely needs. And a key gunfight win from Twiz. One more on the high ground. Trophy denies the nade, and you just play your life there, brother. No need to overchow it. Stun comes through, but he takes the chow just a touch too soon. The scrap time of 10 seconds goes to Elevate.
Up by about 70. Clutch Rain required to win this battle in the back. That one really needed it out of Isaac. But nice little stun comes through, and it's a double push through the middle of the map here. And you run right to the back, but Denza, I mean, he's just patiently waiting. He knows what needs to be done. Just wait for my teammates to push through mid, slowly collapse through every single entrance around the point, and see if they can break it open. But Denza starts to navigate his way through, able to find the first, eggs up the second, but from above, Isaac is there for support, so Clutch Rain still able to keep numbers in and around the point.
Yeah, you've got a couple of Clutch Range members that are starting to heat up just a touch. Yaza in particular has really gotten himself back into the mix as this kind of rogue SMG. Good clearance here. Clutch Rain not done yet. Need to win mid-map, though, on this rotation. Well done to keep the back safe. This could keep your focus all towards this mid-alley. As they deal with the last players in Art, now all of a sudden, Clutch Rain do have a bit of an opportunity to exit. 9 seconds of time. Yaza, good damage. Doesn't want to take himself onto the hard point. Just wants to make sure he keeps his life and keeps Denza at arm's reach. Vortex Lucky, though, now from the front, trying to get onto Blacksmith. Numbers are decent for Elevate, even more so that kills start to come their way. And it looks like the initial time is going to be locked in.
Starting to build this one up. Feels like it might just go the way of Elevate. Clutch Rain just too slow of a start. Likely too bad of a P2 to P3 transition that just ends up hurting them. But P5 has been theirs here for the last little portion. Up until that point, the spawns in the back for Elevate, and all this top control from Vortex, who's playing like he's an AR, is creating a lot of map control. It takes up a couple more. Denza, though, for 2, and it's really the slaying out of Denza and Journey that has been the complete story of this map.
Yeah, 100%. Journey 1 away from 40. With a minute 30 in the hard point. Someone get a kill on this guy. It's not going to happen. That will be win condition for Elevate right there. Hey, Clutch Rain, I mean, hey, you gave it a go. That rotation out of Fountain in towards Cannons there at the end was great, honestly. but it looked like when we switched into this match that they not missed only the first rotation between Gallows and Fountain, but also the majority of the second that kind of kept them out from being able to really do much. And when someone's dropping 40 and the other's dropping 35 on you, well, hey, you can only ask so much. Someone's got to get a trade.
Yeah, they're
37, pardon me.
Look at that, 31 of the 40. 31 of the 40 for non-traded kills, man. Like Journey was just putting on an absolute clinic that entire map. And like you said, when someone's putting up those big of numbers, like 2 of them even, I mean, what do you do? What do you do, right? You can't find trades. You can't really make moves. You can't really find hardpoint time. So all adds up there for Elevate, at least, to be able to come away with a big map 1 win. Obviously, they came off of a very incredible series there. Ruler versus their last opponents. But as we keep the action continuing, we'll see what's going to shape up to be in this S&D for the Originals and the Wobble Bobs as we jump into round number 1.
Yep. Again, this is a playground in so many words for the Originals on their search and destroy. First 2 kills also good for the defense, and Wobble Bobs are stuck. There's just not many places they can go from this position. Harry nades over the top. Cobra, nope, not going to get away. Brezzy at least confirms a trade, but this would be a 1v4 for him. Good prediction onto Gizmo. And Brezzy's he's got time to reset this if he wants to. No dead silence is the biggest problem for him. Oh my, oh, the 1v1 versus Furious. It would have been a free elimination because the trade was not there. Brezzy isn't able to lock down the final shot needed, and he'll reset with 32 on the clock.
For a man that's been in the scene for quite a long time now, he's still got some pretty cracked movement getting out of a spot like that. Good dolphin dive to the back. And Brezzy might be able to split up the defenders here. You don't know if he's rotated or if he's stuck around, but you're going to know now. Furious going to get great eyes on him. Shots come through. You just got to play your life here and work the clock. Furious knows it, but Furious going to drop. Brezzy's going to have a chance to drop this bomb now, but the push is coming into him. F-Dots! He doesn't find him completely, but can he get inside? No, he cannot. It's way closer than it should be. Almost a 2v4 there for the Wobble Bobs.
Oh, boy. I thought he was about to get away with literal murder. Oh, boy. Okay. Deep breaths there if you're the Originals. Well, Bob's feeling a little tingly, I'm sure, after watching their teammate pull that off. Oh, goodness. He was 3 steps away from safety. Wow. Okay. What's the breakoff going to look like now as we swap the sides over? How much do you trust Brezzy just to kind of do something crazy and see if he could do a little bit of a heat check here? That's the other part of the question, maybe.
Yeah, almost good for all 4 in the round there. But Originals, see what they decide to opt in for. We've been seeing a lot of these kind of, bait plays, a lot more on Hotel, where you're not really committing to either side. You're drawing out numbers, drawing out members for kills if you can. That looks to be at least kind of the strategy. It's a widespread for the offensive look. Harry's just kind of looking for something through mid.
Just waiting to see if someone's going to get aggressive on him is really all it is. And, well, he's going to get offered the gunfight that he wanted. The problem was Harry had to move around after the first blood came through. Good trades from Furious, especially the second from long range. Bomb can get recollected here by Felix. And now it's just down to the decision-making for the side of the Originals. What do you want to do here? Abuza's in a great spot to single-handedly defend A. All he has to do is play a 1-for-1 corner here. All he has to do is play a 1-for-1 corner here. No. That's so good.
It is good, but you could kind of see like his arrow tilt to the right just a tad bit. He definitely hears the player in the back, so I think he's caught off guard from where F-Dot ends up coming from to help and assist. And now Brezzy has kind of taken the bait, but might have good timing to come back over. That glass probably was heard. Shots coming through the door from both angles. Wraps all the way around the back very quickly. Tries to take the shots on the F-Dot, but still weakened up, still tagged up. Originals will be able to use their numbers and come away with another round.
Yeah, fractions of a second right there. Brezzy doesn't get the initial shoulder kind of pound into the door to open up the doorway, but F-Dot had a little bit of a breathing room to kind of sneak away after getting the plant off. A heck of a try, though, from Brezzy, but you're absolutely right. I mean, maybe just one sound cue comes out. F-Dot's there to save the day. I mean, Abuza was in a great position. But instead, it's a 2-0 advantage to the Originals. F-Dot 3 in a row. Furious, 4-1. A great start from the two of them through 2 rounds. And Wobble Bobs are going to try to take something towards A initially. But that said, the nades are not here to kind of give you the intention that they are going to try to full flood this. Now the stuns in Semtexes will come through, trying to clear off bottom luggage. And really, for the defense of the originals, they say fine by it. We've got Harry and Gizmo here to defend the cross.
That looked like a disgusting angle there from Harry that he's holding up top. He's just waiting for someone to do that hop up. Now first blood is his. Sniper picked up, though, from Brezzy to try to work for some kind of a trade because, like we've seen so many times in Hotel, you just really cannot drop this bomb until you deal with one of the players kind of around the bedroom area, but they're able to deal with one on the flank. F-Dot does get a trade. Still numbers for the originals as you see a quick scope come through for Brezzy, trying his hand and trying to make something happen with the scope. Not going to happen. Lynn's now for what would be a 1v3.
Good tally on Gizmo from the low ground. Harry also gives away his position up top. Whoa! Those are not easy shots. And Lids turns this to a 1v1. Time, a bit of a problem. Dead Silence popped, wants to take the gunfight and gets it. But Gizmo, privy to the action, takes originals to 3.
A lot of players would probably sit bedroom there and just, wait for the plant to potentially come through, kind of sit on the bomb. But look at that little sound cue. Gizmo just breaks open that bedroom door, then immediately flies out reach owls and says, yeah, buddy, no 1v3 today. Nice play out of Gizmo, working with the volume a little bit, toying with his opponent. Limbs, I think, could taste it. I mean, he was really close to that 1v3. Would have been a crucial one for Wobble Bob. Still looking for that first round here.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Hit towards B. Harry staying behind to watch the mid cross. Everyone else focused on the front. Linz is not tradable here. He has to get one. Does he do more than that? Semtexes is back, but it's Furious who comes around the side. That is just great response. Brezzy rapidly makes the move from mid. And that will out-trade the originals. The defense, finally, something to talk about here for Wobble Bobs as Abuza once again goes forward. This time he will collect the kill onto Harry. It's just down to F-Dot with a Vaznev. That is a very difficult gunfight.
Yo!
Oh, what? Dude, no! No!
I think Abuza's got to get out of that area. It's not been good looks for him there.
It's freaking the voodoo man's over there.
Yes. I don't know how F-Dot hits shots like that with the sub, but here we are. Not making it easy to pick up that first round for the Wobble Bobs. Nate, I think, falls a little short, but he's going to put pedal to the metal. Unfortunately, second member there for the Wobble Bobs to make sure they do, in fact, shut him down. So they're on the board, Alan. They get that first round at least.
Yeah, and that's just, it's all wins, right? I mean, for him to get the first would be fine, but for him to get the first and get away with his life, allow just an extra second for Brezzy to move over, even better. That is an untradeable position. There's a lot of trust that Linz is going to be able to come away with the first kill, because if he drops quickly, that site is gone just completely. And you have to wait, if you're Brezzy, to wait for a little bit of help to try to re-break it. So, a great first gunfight from Linz. 3-1 the count. Wobble Bob's still some work to be done here, especially from the offensive side. They have not had particularly great looks as of yet, and now they're going to give at least an initial look over towards the restaurant side of the map.
Stuns, couple feelers. F-Dot. Oh, he's locked up. He has to run away. He's got support with him, though. Player 7 right behind him. That's Furious. So, should be able to get this regen off, or at least team shot anyone that comes flying on through. But the Wobble Bobs, looks like they're going to completely backtrack. Now, they have to do this pretty quickly. Luckily, they have player 1 who's kind of been watching over mid. So, they'll make sure that it is somewhat safe. Gizmo was also tagged. And finally, a first kill will come through. That one is on to Furious, but Wobble Bobs, they've made their way over to A.
Yeah, Abuza just kind of, as that play towards B was halted, Abuza says, let me see if I can sneak forward, and him getting all the way to bedroom is the call of, all right, let's not force something into B. Let's take the smarter approach, back up, see if we can find success through some key positions around the A site. Interestingly enough, Linz has taken the bomb through back valet. Okay. Headshot multiplier can sometimes be a hell of a drug. Gizmo, 1v4. If he could stop the plant, there's a chance here. Does he line him up? No, not quite. Wobble Bobs for 2 in a row.
looking good right now for Wobble Bobs on the back end of these last 2 rounds. Things have been a little bit cleaner. And, well, a huge part of it, this man on your screen, Lynn's finding that massive kill in the previous round, playing his life, and being able to open up with a couple more here. But Wobble Bob's finally able to toy with somewhat of this setup that has been so solid for the Originals, especially when you look at it from the defensive side. I mean, they've been very difficult to kind of maneuver outside of some of these tough areas that we see players like Gizmo, players like Harry in, but just kind of playing with them a tad bit, moving them around, trying to maneuver the pieces, and now the Originals 3-2, looking to try to find 4, don't want to let things get out of hand.
And Wobble Bobs are going to heavy stack mid with opening nades. But the problem is, I was going to say this would create some concern for the Originals that they may get pushed on, but Furious the entire way through had the designs of getting to top bedroom. And as the defense is repositioning, he's there to meet them. So now immediate pressure towards Wobble Bobs, seeing if they can even contest this A site. And hold on a second. With that kill on the Furious, Harry's not safe necessarily to plant for free here. Stun will connect. Harry will drop. Bomb does get planted, but Wobble Bobs get us to a 2v2. Off screen, F dot though tilts it back to the Originals' favor with a kill on the Linz, leaving Cobra by himself.
Oh, Cobra. We've seen him win some tough gunfights, but the reach out from F dot, he doesn't fully commit to it. So Cobra's going to get that regen in, and he's going to try to chase this player down, but, I mean, where does he go, right? Like, does he wrap all the way back? Has he cut through your side? So Cobra's now burned way too much of the clock. Looking for F dot. He's done a good job playing his life, and now he'll try to retake the site with no real time left.
Nope. Tough seats. Hey, found you. Who's chasing who, though, you might wonder. So back to a 2-round deficit. Go the Wobble Bobs Originals knocking on the door of a 2-0 tally. What a convincing setup that would be. A 3-0 in their first winners round matchup. Go up 2-0 on statistically the best team in the EU Elite so far. Would definitely tilt a couple of heads. And at the forefront of the squad is F dot at 7-3. Must-win round here for Wobble Bobs.
I can't go down 5-2. Not versus the Originals, man. Harry yet to get too involved outside of that nasty kill he had top bedroom, but everyone else picking up the slack. And Wobble Bobs, last time I loved their look at the offensive rounds. They go for a little bit of the spray through the wall to see if they can get info. It's a double setup from Harry and Gizmo. They're ready for anyone that's going to cross or try to hop on the bomb, but that nade somehow manages to connect. They'll follow it up with a second, and wow, what a breakdown right down low. Able to work that. Both kills coming through there for Linz. And now you got a 4v2, make it 4v1. This round should be yours.
Sure feels that way. F dot tested, gets the first. Bomb not planted yet. Still not even being fully executed on. Dude, F dot is
such a hard kill.
He's Neo in the Matrix. How does he just duck underneath those shots? Definitely chose to take the red pill. But 30 seconds in a 1v3, and you've missed your chance at a possible kill through the middle of the map onto Abuza. Not even really sure why you throw the trophy system down, if I'm being candid. You might want that for next round. Small thing, but keep in the back of your mind. And yeah, no time.
No. It's going to play the streak. It's only a streak of 3, but hey, based off how he's playing, might be able to get there. And well, with this kill, he'll just about have the trophy again, so maybe he knows something we don't. One more long-range gun battle. Come on, man! Come on! What is that?
I don't know. But I feel a little ill. Oh my goodness. Okay. So that trophy system's back up. And F-Dot's on 5. But a Wobble Bob still keep it tight. Not necessarily a must-win round here, but you'd love to have it. Only be able to string together back-to-back rounds once if you're Wobble Bobs. Quick push for Furious through in towards the top levels of A. Dead silence up. Expects the gunfight. Wins it. Cobra dropping. Pretty key. But a good trade from Abuza. Just expecting the chow through ladder. F dot on 5. Trying to sneak his way in for a reservation. But we're booked. And it's down to Harry and Gizmo for the 2v3.
Oh, Harry's going to try to drop this, but yeah, that's such a hard play to pull off here. And now Gizmo going to have to try to pull off a 1v3 for himself. We'll be able to retrieve the bomb pretty easily, but look at where he's pinned right now. You got players watching this cross, and then this player up top can peek, or the player who's also mid can peek. So not really a lot of options there for Gizmo off the back end of it. And Wobble Bob started slow, but hey, they're starting to piece things together now, Alan. 4-4 the tally.
Yeah, 4 out of the last 5 as well for him. It's been in the face of some ridiculousness, though, from the originals, so keep that in the back of your mind as we come into round number 9. And I'm curious to see what Wobble Bobs want to do here offensively. I mean, you've got options. You've showcased a couple of different looks. Do you try to go 3 in a row by just sending it down through A, get a quick plant off? And Abuser's got dead silence. Maybe there's an opportunity for him to do something towards B. But no, he's going to play this passive. Watch the long flank potential. For the most part, though, the originals are kind of staying back. F-Dot considering moving forward, but it would take some convincing from the A defense for him to really kind of step into this play from the opposite side of the map, and here he comes.
Shots all just raining through, and you're going to be able to push up and likely take some of this control. Now, the problem, Lim still has this, AR in hand, so it's not the easiest kind of maneuver inside of top bedroom, especially with Vaznev's typically nearby. It is a very widespread again here for the originals because they're not really fully certain on whether or not this push is actually going to happen by A. You got this cross that's being watched. You got to keep them off the bomb. That's the biggest factor here, but so much of this time has just been utilized, and you got to be guessing if you're the originals right now.
Gizmo's just throwing shoulders on this bomb. Until he sees something that says they're planning, there's no reason for anybody to move. Furious is watching the cross back over, and oh, wait a second. I was going to say Abusa gives away the flank to try to sniff things out towards B. Gets caught, though. So 4v3. Bomb does successfully go down. Gizmo is peeled from bedroom. Now 3v3. F-Dot's into the mix, trying to watch the cross. Harry up top takes Gizmo's position. Still a Wobble Bob's not backing away. They're not trying to play this from bar. They want to play this from the valet side of the map. And Cobra helps kind of affirm that. But this is it. It's just down to these last 2 players. Lynn's off dead silence. It's going for the full rewrap. Cobra has to check the bomb. Gets an eye on it. No one's on the defuse. Now Cobra just has to essentially be sneaky. Kill time. And the originals are lost. They've got no ideas. Like, wait, where did these guys go?
They literally have no idea. Harry gobbled his pants down out in the open, just searching, hoping, and then F-Dot. He hasn't been able to find a gunfight, man. He's like, listen, I'm beaming, I'm frying, but I got nobody to shoot at. Finally gets one on the Cobra there as he flies out to the second. It's going to take that one. If he wins that one, I mean, I'll scream for him. But Wobble Bob said they're playing some really clean search and destroy at the moment.
Yeah, and it's just interesting because when you initially see Abusa give up the flank to go try to sniff things out towards B, you think, okay, that's shut down. The originals have all the advantages in the world. But it really is just the ability for Linz to get the dead silence play and make the bold call of saying, I'm going to rewrap all the way through. For sure, the round-winning play without question. And all of a sudden, Linz is at 12-6, trying to match with F-Dot. Round 10. That's 3 rounds now in a row for Wobble Bobs. And they're going to go the old tried-and-true default. 2-1-1 split. The originals looking to stay a little bit more heavy over towards this A site. Nades are already in. Furious could consider an early plan. He's got help in and around him, but he's going to wait a little while longer before pulling the trigger.
Harry, first blood. We have not got a lot of participation out of Harry.
No.
That's a huge elimination. Big player to remove. Cobra. Make sure he's just not getting inside the bedroom, but now Furious just going to try to stick for this. That is huge. The bomb goes down. He exits safely, and now it's retake time for Awoba.
Oh, Nade connects, though, onto Harry. That's actually pretty key. Who's the next one to make the play, though, for Wobble Bobs? Do you look to Linz on the flank, or how about just Abusa from the front? Double comes through. Linz, nearly loses the gunfight to F-Dot. That would have been tragic, but now it's just Furious inside the bar. Nothing to be found there whatsoever. Wobble Bobs go 4 rounds in a row. Get this tied up at 1 match piece.
That was after, what, was it a 3-0 start for the originals? It feels like it was like a lifetime ago now.
So, yeah, that's
like
6 out of the 7, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, like they did go up, but, I want to say it was 3-0 that they go up, and they're just picking them apart. Wobble Bobs, I mean, they just got stuffed, like, time and time again. And then everyone just starts to really put it on. They have a couple of good looks over to that B site offensively and defensively. And well, Linz obviously has a takeover game too, which is certainly going to add to a lot of rounds when he's dropping 14 kills. So a lot of big moments. Him and FDOT, kind of the two big rookies coming into this year for the European scene, having a good look at what things might shape up to be in the future. But definitely a necessary one for the Wobble Bobs, and a good look to be able to grab an S&D.
So we get knotted up at 1. Control is what's to come, of course, plus the guarantee of a second hard point. We're going to step away for a moment. We've been going for like 4 hours straight, so we're going to get ourselves all reset with water and then be back to finish off this winter semifinal matchup between Wobble Bobs and the Originals. Don't go anywhere.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got that power, I'm built to devour anyone coming against me at tower. I don't care in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over here's a good toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for.
welcome back there, friends. We are tied up at one map apiece here between the Wobble Bobs and the Originals, two teams that are very much so vying for consideration for being the best team in Europe, although just about any of these teams that are still alive could make that argument right now. My old chip with me, Visions. Here's the thing about it. That was a good map mode combo for the Originals. So Wobble Bobs coming out, winning a vast majority of the rounds that they needed in a row there at the end to steal away map number 2, provides new life here for the Wobble Bobs looking at the remainder of this series layout.
Without a doubt. And coming into it, I mean, this has been a really good bounce back, at least out of the Wobble Bobs. But we look at what they were almost able to do coming out of that map number 1. And you think that, this could very possibly be a 2-0 the other way. If a team kill doesn't come in, maybe there's a chance something special happens. But now you got to look forward, and it seems like they've been able to recover quite well off the back end of a Limbs kind of 14 kill performance, and coming into something that has been at least very strong for them for the most part. I feel like things are looking up and up here going into this third map here, Alan.
Yeah. I mean, do we really look at this? I mean, here's the thing. I mean, both teams have been great across the board, but both teams have been particularly incredible in control. Does whoever win the control win the series in your mind, or is it that a little bit too simple to say considering how tight these two squads are?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd say that, but I mean, obviously it never hurts to go 2-1 up and then going into a respawn where both teams are also, two of the best respawn teams almost in Europe as well. So it's tough. I mean, it very well could lead to that, but I don't know. I got kind of a feeling this one could very well see that map number 5.
Okay. I vibe with it. Just curious. Just got to get your thoughts there, brother. See how you're feeling about it.
Got to test the waters. I hear you.
Yeah, no, it's the little litmus test. Dip a toe. See how the pool's feeling. Stuns through mid. Wobble Bobs looking to control the vast majority of this mid map. Furious for first blood. Harry trying to fight back the contestants from the front, but ultimately Wobble Bobs had some leisurely steps to get on towards A. Brezzy watching the flank, successful in that, and now the Originals have to make a decision on how they want to try to set up, whether it's for a late break to try to retake or just set up a default to play for exits.
Well, Cobra's position here. He's waiting for a sound cue. He gets it. Was able to fly out a Gizmo. Oh, can he get a... I mean, this is what Cobra does. I mean, just crazy multi-kills out of this guy. Able to put together a couple key kills in the middle of the map, and that then forces the Originals to kind of backtrack, go over to bedroom. Little do they know, Brezzy's already made the play. Got a Vaznev in his back pocket as well, as he's on 3 in a row.
And this is troubling for the Originals. Defensively, after you give up the A zone, you want to have full control of the garage area. Not just bedroom, but all of garage. And Brezzy's 4 spree has terminated any opportunity for that to unfold. Now towards the front. F-Dot kind of regains the defense just slightly. Linz, good gunfight, but Harry just a touch better. Trade would have been there imminently. But look at the life count, 24-18. Still a minute 45 on the clock, and as the Wobble Bobs start to make a play through the mid part of the map and around shops, the Originals have to get good elimination participation from right here at bedroom, and they're not even going to keep Gizmo up.
Oh, it's just up to Harry now, who has been able to put together a nice little 2 spree. Is that going to be enough? Wobble Bobs threatening the spawns in the back. They're forcing those A-zone spawns right now, and Abuza has now just found F-Dot, so things looking a little bit better. Starting to regroup, starting to find the numbers. You still got to find Harry, though. He does a good job of at least finding one, and he's ready for the second. He gets a sound cue, but no, Cobra wins it.
Clock will pause. Lynn steps onto the zone. And I was about to say for a moment here, looks at the Wobble Bobs with that aggressive position through Spa. We're trying to maybe win this through kills. And the Originals didn't have really any defensive footing whatsoever. But now the clock starts to kind of shift the mood just a touch. 19 plays 11, but only 60 seconds on the clock. You do not assume that Wobble Bobs will get 11 kills in just a straight 60 seconds. You need to get on start to stall off this clock as much as possible. Abuza, 1v1 in the back versus F-Dot, wins it. Now the focus can go to the front. Here comes the not just stall, but also the stack. And the Originals are just still spawning all the way out. Someone's got to make a hero play. The only one nearby is Harry. Nade's not going to get their trophy systems denying. Cobra locking down the front door, and the Originals will not be able to contest. Brilliant offensive round from Wobble Bobs from start to finish.
It's just so proactive, isn't it? Like, you're just seeing, like, the A-zone going over while Brezzy's already threatening kills in the back of Valet, working up the staircase. And, I mean, you could really see it from Harry's POV. He's just sitting up there, and he's, like totally caught off guard with the fact that Brezzy has made it through, and he's already thinking steps ahead to try to enable the play. Sure, things don't, completely go south right then and there, but it feels like that is a moment that is just so good for the Wobble Bobs against a team that is flawless in this game mode. And now Gizmo, well, we're on board with him for a reason. He is 0-6 to start this one, Alan.
Not often we see that.
Oh,
I know there's a lot of people out there that may be tuning in for the first time and saying, well, Gizmo dealing with some of the same issues he had with London, but believe me, he has been really good this Elite season. And how about this? The Originals get successful enough kills to jump on the B immediately? And Wobble's had the chalk. They didn't drop a single kill. It's just 3 eliminations for the Originals, and now they've got 2:15 on the clock with 30 full lives to play towards A.
And you lose your AR player, it's kind of back on the desks, and that's what really enables a play like that to happen when everyone else is kind of through mid, through A. But 2 minutes to try to hold on to the zone. The first gunfight, not great for Brezzy. Harry able to now find the second, but Lynn's able to find 2. Can he get more than 2 Cobras there? How about that? Little 2v4 here on the zone to save it and really keep a Wobble Bobs in this round.
And if you were to picture out a perfect defense of the A zone, where do you want to be? It's in positions like this. Get your subs forward into kitchen. Let them just do the snaking thing that we're all used to. The old rigmarole. Oh my God. How good is Lance? I mean, to think about it, and I know you had a chance to kind of watch them a little bit more covering Challenger Zone, but when I was in Raleigh and I stepped up the stage, Linz did not have a great 4th place matchup, but he has been nothing but electric in this season of Elite.
Yes. He's been so good, man. Just bailing them out even at times. A lot to ask for a rookie. How about it? Who's it now? Inside of kitchen, able to find a nice kill onto Harry, but while this happens, 2 ticks have gone over, so gonna be hitting this from the side, but you still got Furious, you still got Gizmo, and that should be good. That should be good. Once again, the stack is there. Originals find their window of opportunity, and they'll be able to match the offensive round.
That was the definition of the Wobble Bobs wanted to play for kills that entire round, and Originals were like, no. Well, if you want to, come and get us. We're on the zone. You see us. It's just... Wow. And, you know, this is some of the things that we talk about a lot, you know, when you're comparing and contrasting teams. Like, I throw Elevate into the conversation. Like, them and the Originals do not require full team wipes to find major advantages towards the OBJ. And that was a clinic on determining that right there. They still had, like, 27 lives left, it felt like.
This time, right over to A. Be able to just clear out Harry, and I mean, once you deal with Harry, it just feels like it's kind of a free zone unless you can have Furious pop a 2-piece and give you a window to cut through mid. That's not going to happen. Linz is there, and that more or less should be the zone. Everyone's going to chalk it here for the Originals. This time they're going to get to the back. Falway just a little bit sooner. Make sure Brezzy isn't already laying that early groundwork, but this is going to be plenty of time to work with here. And well, I say that it's gone over, but Gizmo is at least working his way through mid. We'll see if he decides to do anything.
Yeah, this is another one of those moments where you look at the Wobble Bob saying they're not stacking. They don't want the progress. They want the kills. And Gizmo, he did have the timing to get in, but Buza denies any possible chance for him to deter the progress on towards A. And oh my gosh, the scramble from the Originals. They all spawned Chandelier, and they're like, we got to get out of here. Wobble Bobs are on the quick exit. Stuns, nades provide a little bit of vacancy through mid. Lynn's still around, persisting on the play, but tries to back away towards help, and as he does get cut down. So everything will reset to life lead for the Wobble Bobs. Minute 53 on the clock, and a lot of work to be done to try to regain some even lines of sight over towards this B zone. Lots of control for the Originals right now.
Furious able to hear Cobra. Won't have a fair chance of the gunfight. He's kind of sitting in the corner, posted up. F. Dot and Harry also doing some good work here. Originals flawless, at least for as far as holding, but they are starting to let a couple players kind of slip to the net. Player 3 you're looking at to maybe win some of these opening gunfights, and he's able to find Gizmo, who's still kind of struggling at 3 and 12. So Furious, 3 in a row. Would love to get some more work out of him. See if he can maybe come together with a couple more kills.
Yeah. Furious on 4. Knows that he's got Brezzy still around. Takes the gunfight, hoping for a little bit of wall bang. Brezzy just wants to hold the position, though. He knows that if he falls in this top bedroom spot, all of the work that's been done by the Wobble Bobs essentially comes to a moot point. Gizmo there to follow up, but again, the numbers do provide Cobra a chance to move around the back. Catches Furious off spawn. He's by himself. This is a rogue mission, essentially, at the moment. Brezzy denying any defenders from moving forward. 12 plays 14. 45 seconds on the clock. But Wobble Bobs do have a chance now to try to get a couple of kills and maybe turn that into a stop of the clock by getting on the zone.
Oh, I love that route right there out of Furious. He kind of pushes all the way through, takes the catwalk. He's able to find one, and, well, the spawns actually with that kill from FDOT are going to be now close for the defenders. So now they can start to get numbers back in here to reinforce the point. FDOT with yet another one onto Brezzy. Lynn's now forced to start to really take over here alongside his teammates for what will feel like one last hit.
And in the process, Harry's one off cruise missile. Brezzy, maybe the only saving grace here. Semtex, did it catch the shoelaces of Furious? Yeah, sure did. Doesn't make a difference, though. No one's going to be able to get here to touch. And that'll see the Originals move to 2. Good defense all the way through, honestly. I mean, you thought for a moment with the successful capture at A, kind of delaying, only having one player on, that maybe the Wobble Bobs would get an advantage in the kill feed, but largely, the Originals did well to kind of keep it level.
He did. A lot of credit to Furious for that, too. I mean, he did a good job of not only just, staying alive up top, like he was, reinforcing the zone. He was dropping down low. He was then attacking the top of the staircase again, just being very unpredictable, which is what you have to do. Like, that is just the criteria for any sub player that's going to play in Benjamin on the defensive side. You got to be slippery. You got to be loose. You can't really commit to just one gunfight. You got to just stay alive. That's the priority number one. Furious did a good job of that, but here we go. 2-1 up. Originals looking to put this one away with another offensive win. We'll see if it can happen as they start to make everything happen around the A zone.
Opening trade comes out, but in the back. Oh, Cobra.
What a win.
Yeah. Had the jump on FDOT, didn't make a difference. So the Originals, once again, now taking their focus on this offense towards the A zone. Very clean in their opening breakoff. Wobblebob's fighting back. Furious trying to delay any potential retake of this A zone, which just still has FDOT occupying. Help will be here as Gizmo will now stack. Second tick locked in. Cobra considering possibly a challenge. Wins one gunfight onto Furious. Also a flank coming out from Abuza from behind. Predicted nicely by FDOT. Now over nearly takes care of Cobra, but his teammates will clean up the pieces. And in doing so, 60 seconds is added to the clock.
60 seconds on the clock. Seen Originals be able to work with a lot of this time before. They're able to get a nice stack on the point. Harry might have found the angle to slip through into the back here. Cobra might be onto it, but this stun should finish him off, and it does. So nice pickup onto Harry, and oh no, Wobble Bobs. They're starting to drop here one by one. You got one more player that can still attack from behind, though.
Yeah, Cobra is going to try to get this cruise missile to connect. You assume a trophy system is there. That's indeed the case. Brezzy hoping, praying, trying to spam players down, but will not be able to clear nor touch in time. The Originals, you want to talk about some offensive efficiency. That is literally the definition of a masterclass. 3-1, now 2-1 up in the series. Big advantages as we consider the rest of the series layout, but we got to just continue to talk about just the masterclass of offense from Originals in that set of 2 attacks there of the 4 rounds they played.
Yeah, attacks and, I mean, just control, period, right? Like, they're 7-0 now in control. Like, they're yet to lose it. So it has just been ridiculous to watch them do it, but it just almost feels like you can't make a mistake. It's just like the margin for error is just so small. As soon as you lose, like, 2 battles in the back, I mean, you just start to see, like, everybody be on the same page. And, I mean, they're probably one of the best teams for understanding, like, hey, listen, if you stack the zone, you actually win the offensive round, right? Like, that's a crazy concept. They're good at picking up on that said concept, and they're really good at being able to then read where the rest of the players are coming from to try and, retake it back again. So, yeah, man, these guys are a treat to watch when you see these guys in any control map, but specifically Hotel. Things have continued to go really well for them as they now lead the series here out.
Indeed. Take a look back over the scoreboard, see who popped off for us. And, I mean, 7 and 18 from Gizmo did not seem to make much of a difference. Captured 3 of the tiers, but yeah, FDOT, jeez Louise. 19, 16, 10 objective captures, 13 defensive kills. I don't know how accurate that statistic is. It feels like there's probably should have been some other defensive kills for everybody else, but maybe not the case. Who knows? Hard to say. But regardless, more impressiveness out of the young guy who is, I mean, yeah, he finds himself a part of a great team, to be fair.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he's not just a part of a great team. He's borderline top of the line here for his squad, especially in the last 2 days.
For sure. I mean, and like you never know what to expect, right? from a rookie that's kind of coming in. I mean, you never know what that learning process is going to be like. Like, you know, they've played eights, you know, they've been in the competitive scene, like they've been building up to a moment like this. But when it really comes down to crunch time, really comes down to like these important matches, like you don't know, you know, if they're going to really live up to the hype that you're making out for them when you bring them onto your roster. So, I mean, FDOT, Lins, I think have both, you know, individually displayed why they have been brought onto these rosters throughout this entire series. As they kind of play this almost like tag team of back and forth. You go off, I go off, as we go from the S&D to the control. But yeah, man, a lot of great moments. I mean, 14 of those, you know, non-traded. I mean, our control stats sometimes are a little bit wonky, but either way, I mean, FDOT is a very difficult kill, and he just is a great playmaker, and he continues to show it, man.
So the advantage tilts over to the originals. Fortress, Hardpoint, Mercado, Search and Destroy. And we'll quickly come to realize, was that control win condition for this series? Fortress, Hardpoint, I mean, it's one of those things that we can look at the statistics, and we will. Wobble Bobs are 4-0 on the map with a average score margin through the group stage of a +51. So they're doing very well to control tempo and keep kind of that leader's advantage once they build it. Whereas on the other side for the originals, only played it once during the group stage, and they lost it 250 to 219. So not their preferential map. They would have loved to have seen an embassy in the mix, but
Sure.
you know, it's hard to say. I mean, it's one of those maps that anything could happen, and hey, 250 to 220, that's about as close as you'd come to expect. That's really just one rotation that you miss out on that changes the difference between that outcome.
Exactly, and I think if there's anything that, you know, we have seen from the Wobble Bobs when they do play Fortress Hardpoint, it's just how good they are at almost always securing P3. And that big player that I think you just have to watch out for, like if I'm like coaching the originals or if I'm doing VOD review, it's like, okay, where's Brezzy? Where's Brezzy? Where's Brezzy, right? Like he is the player that is almost always going to make the rotational play, which is, you know, maybe a little bit strange because usually the route man, so to speak, that role is usually a sub player who's a little bit quicker, a little bit faster off the pace. But, you know, Brezzy is just that guy that is just almost always going to be on top of that. So if you can somehow do a better job of making sure that they're not locking down every P3, you're getting back there to at least maybe keep them off the time, keep it as scrappy as possible. I think that's at least one of the win cons that you can do to try to shut this team down because they almost get it every single time we watch them.
Yeah, you never love to see that. It's one of those things that's weird because, like, you assume that the second hard point will be just as rewarding at being able to lock down, but it's just one of those things that if you could actually get the setup that you want for P3, it's almost a free 60, not just a, you know, a lock-in possibility of getting 60. You may as well just add a minute to the clock and give
to the next hill.
Extra 60. Yeah, just go to the next dark. Give him 60, we'll go to next. It's fine. Crazy scenes. Updates. Other winner semifinal matchup. Elevate are 2-0 up against Clutch Rain, who are putting up a fight. 251-73 was their Fortress Hardpoint. We saw parts of that. And then the 6-4 was the Search and Destroy. That was on El Asilo. They currently find themselves on an El Asilo control, which is 1-1. Elevate on the offense for round 3. Looking like it's going to be a Clutch Rain hold. You can find that stream going on live at We Are Clutch GG. And I know for a fact that there is a vast majority of people who have come into the stream recently saying, "Where's my Boston Academy? I want to see him play." Don't worry, you'll see him play. North America is being held until the conclusion of Europe, so we can make sure everyone's on broadcast. We got you. Don't act like I didn't give you guys anything. Gifts abound. Like Oprah Winfrey out here giving out challenges action for free.
Good on you, Alan. Let's go. Let's go, Alan.
I don't actually do that. I don't know why I put myself in the forefront there. I don't actually do that at all. That's the admins. Big shout out to Jonathan and James and Peter and all those guys out there.
Yeah, without a doubt. But hey, man, if anything, it's been a fun day. Fun day of challengers, and like you said, we still got a whole other region. Like I just had to sit there and like take that in, right? Like for a second, like man, there's still all of North America tonight after this one concludes. And it very well could be off this map. Would be a bit of a reach based off of the statistical stats coming in from the 4-0 count here from Wobble Bobs. But hey, man, originals, they're the real deal. A lot of talent, young blood mixed with a little bit of experience. Who knows what we're going to get, but let's get into it, Alan.
Let's get it on, baby. Right on into the first hard point. Wobble Bobs in for some early time. Originals trying to take back mid-map. Done well for that. Lynn's trying to explore, see what's around. Hello, well found. And now control over through bottom weapons. This is looking pretty solid for the Wobble Bobs, and it sure will turn into an absolute slaughter around the hard point. While also, meanwhile, not giving up an inch of ground on the left side of the minimap. This has been a very solid start from the Wobble Bobs.
Oh, nice little stun. Actually disrupts Linz there with his centering. So Harry is able to find that gunfight. But while this happens, Wobble Bob still soaking up time, doing good for as far as getting numbers in and around P1. Nice little turn from Linz to make sure Buza will be safe and sound. And, I mean, you're going to be pretty happy with just about 30 seconds off the P1 point. Gizmo now has to try to revive himself after that last map. Wasn't really too involved, but won't be great on that first initial gunfight. Well, what a read. Cobra able to find 2 on transition.
And just for what it's worth, we've seen Gizmo kind of be in these positions before. Like, that challenge he takes onto Cobra with help right behind him just goes to show that he's still feeling confident, and he's trying to get himself heated up a little bit, taking those gunfights. Nothing to be lost there because your teammates are still in very, very comfortable control of the spawns. So I can respect the energy, respect the effort. And the Wobble Bobs now is trying to set up their break. A lot of it coming through old. Cobra trying to show some influence through the front part of the map, but the Wobble Bobs, just as soon as they're starting to put a setup together, they kind of back away, and they're playing for rotation. Maybe some second guessing on, did someone from the originals already sneak through us?
You have to imagine that's, what they're thinking. Just based off the arrows, just checking the corners, checking everything back there. I mean, you always want to be sure, but I know, certainly a good call. But the originals, full 60. And that's kind of the criteria that we also shape up. It's like, listen, if you're not going to rotate, for P3, then make sure you get a huge chunk of time on P2. And the originals have at least been able to do that. But
yeah,
we'll see if they can work themselves in. It isn't impossible to break, just highly unlikely. And you're seeing why. 4 players go down. First push, no good.
So you're saying there's a chance. What was all that 1 in a million talk?
Yeah, might be a chance out.
Although, that said, Wobble Bob's trying to get a little bit greedy moving forward.
Yo!
Well, when that happens, okay, do whatever you want. This is why Abuza is one of the top KD leaders in the game. Oh, boy. Just, it's ducks in a row, brother.
Well, let's see if he can earn the streak. Certainly a little bit of value that you can find with a streak here and there on Fortress. But stuns, nades, kind of stop Uza from going for an initial challenge. Furious will wait patiently, and how about that little jump shot? Like he almost jumped in the air with a double jump from Mario or something. But nice little move there from Furious, who's continuing to keep it going. 3 in a row, ready to play for the 4th. Almost able to get it. Uza must have 1 HP after that gunfight, but it does give Gizmo now a chance to clean up for a couple of kills. Goes to the drop shot, blows Brezzy away with that gunfight. Nice help from Harry to reinforce. And now who's stuck in the blender? As the Wobble Bobs just can't get out of spawn. Gizmo's putting him 6 feet under.
Yes, sir. Telling you, when you see Gizmo take little jump shots like that he did against Cobra a couple of hard points ago, he's still feeling saucy. I can guarantee it. Wobble Bobs, though, getting through Gallows. Have a bit of a pinch setup here. Going to take a react and respond situation from the originals. Harry up top is the last one left. Takes the 1v1 down low. And Abuza is shut down. The originals will crack the 100-point threshold first, but the action's not done yet. Wobble Bob, their next attempt coming very rapidly with numbers and force, mind you, as well. FDOT trying to keep the hard point neutral. Very successful in that. And largely speaking, that second attempt was well washed away as the originals not only take the scrap, they're already on new.
Huge credit to Furious and Gizmo, who just kind of stopped the Wobble Bobs from ever getting numbers, into the new point. Felt like there was a player, P2, for the longest time waiting to pinch, but his teammates were just getting slaughtered. Now looking a little bit better, though. Wobble Bobs find themselves on P5. Looking good for Blacksmith, and that's another kill here for Linz. He's on 4.
Yeah.
Oh, he drops the sight at the worst possible time. That likely would have been kill number 5. Furious does find the answer back, starts to loosen up just a few of these members here from Wobble Bobs and gives the originals a chance to get in there for time.
Cobra hitting a route. No one's really watching for this. This could lead to not just a breakup of the scrap time, but also maybe an influence on the minimap itself. Originals deal with the flank as well. Also make sure the hard point stays neutral. Buza, a little bit of trouble, backs away, and wow, 1 HP. Collects the kill into Furious, has to wait for regen, sidesteps Semtex, comes back, finds FDOT. This guy just knows what to do as if he can see the future. Wobble Bobs, with those eliminations, comfortably step foot onto the initial time here at the new hard point. And an opportunity to tie this game up.
Cobra. Great read here on the Furious. And again, the team support, when you look at Wobble Bobs when they play Fortress, is just so on the ball. Everybody's just ready to help one another, always in a position where they're kind of in a tradable spot. And that might be a lineup, just about. Brezzy able to tag up Furious. That's going to really stop him there for the time being. And this is a position where I feel like the Originals just need to try to get across the map. They want to look at P2, but it's so difficult to even do that. And you still got Cobra alive and well on P1, 3 in a row, looking for number 4 with the trophy down. Won't be able to find it there. And that will now be Originals in there for maybe 10 seconds.
Maybe. And even worse news, and the cause for my reaction, Linz wins a gunfight off map over towards New, which will lock in this initial P time, and likely beyond that also the spawns for Obabobs. Originals still trying to fight their way forward. Break kind of required at this point. You don't want to give away 60 and then have to hold a 60 of your own, not with the score the way it's looking at the moment, but the kills are just not there for the Originals. Wobblebob's now once again pushing forward, trying to get a feel for where this next hit's going to come from. And maybe Cobra sniffed it out. Yep, that's a full 4-man feed. And wait a second, to boost us on rotation. Can they trap Originals bottom map? Yeah, they sure do. Not where you want to be if you're the Originals. Do you hit for scrap or do you focus on New? They're hitting for scrap, and it's not working out for them.
Oh, this is just the worst possible spot, right? 30 seconds left. You don't have ideal spawns to rotate to do because you got to cut through mid. And you're almost forced to kind of backtrack to get something out of this position, but it's not what you want whatsoever. And now, just over that 150 mark, last time a Wobblebobs, they come away with a full 60. There was just not even a chance for the Originals to get back there and influence the spawns. But hold on a second. We take a look at what's happening here. There's a moment there, but off-screen Brezzy, I mean, he just finds 2, and he makes sure everything comes to a halt again.
Yeah, I think it was Cobra who spawned out. I think Linz also may have also spawned away from this third hard point, but like you called, Brezzy gets a couple of key gunfights from the front. As soon as the hard point opens at 3, the spawns also move to behind the fountain. And this looks like it could be just about it. Although, wait a second, hold hit from Originals from the front. They clear things out. How had they gotten to that position? It almost kind of feels like the Falcons match all over again, where you kind of just let off the gas for a second, and all of a sudden the Originals have broken through. 25 seconds to fight for. This is not done yet. Linz is trying to threaten, but he's by himself. Has a good look at Harry. Kill comes through over the top. Shots to Gizmo. Not going to work out. Trophy system denies the nade. And as we move towards rotation, the Originals are going to have numbers here towards Cannon.
Oh, nice kill right through mid. And yeah, Cobra, he's already threatening it. Already threatening it in the back. Second onto F dot. And Wobblebobs just need one more good hold. You feel like to win this one out for the Originals. Will they be put away? Do they still have some fight left here in map number 4? It's looking like they got themselves a setup. That's at least for sure. You got player 7 who also kind of spawns out a little bit late. You might have a bit of a read on where it's coming from, but you got to hunker down and hold now in the hill.
Yeah, and Wobblebobs are going to have all control here. Yeah, that spawn from Gizmo, just the worst case scenario. Now Abuse is watching the break off towards this cross. And if you know anything about a 1.6 hardpoint KD, he's going to win the majority of those fights. F dot though does deny, takes down a second. 231.86, have to have a clean break. Looking good up until this point. Furious was thinking about nades, but then saw the trophy systems and said, nope, not going to do that. Harry, last one left. 8 seconds to play for. And with the spawn still being towards the left side of the map, someone's going to have to make a play here for the Originals, because it is all Wobblebobs over our new hill as the blacksmith opens up.
Oh, clean shots, though, from Furious. Big problem is just clearing the players outside of that tunnel area. And while F dot is able to find 1v1 for the point, Furious needed that one. 10 seconds away. And that will be a second from Harry, but it is just not enough to close spawn. And the protection onto Cobra has just been more than enough. Kills do not matter here from Gizmo. A Wobblebobs, they get it done on one of their special maps. One they are still flawless on. 250, 197. Allen, we are going the distance.
Yes, sir. And it really just comes down to a couple of things. We got what we predicted. Handshake 60s, the first rotation, right? Between second and third, you take 60, we take 60. All right, good fight. Handshakes all around. But the second time we get there, it's that call for the Originals off a pretty poor spawn to make the decision of, we want to go hit P2 again. And not, I mean, there's like 35 seconds left, so you can't fault them for that decision. But the problem comes with how convincingly they were cleaned up, and then they get put into that spawn trap. The free rotation for the Wobblebobs over to the third at that point. That's where that gap kind of ends up being. tough scenes through and through. A decent fight at the end for the originals, but like you'd called for, we wanted to see where the difference maker would be. Would it be on that fountain hold? And boy, was it.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, it's just like I'm sure there's probably a moment where it hasn't been like a clean 60, or maybe they haven't won the rotation to P3, but I just feel like almost every single time I've watched them, they've just always been in control of that. And I mean, it's not easy to do every single time, right? You have a 4 down, you get put in a situation like we see there from the originals where they're forced to kind of split, but they don't have a clean rotation because, you know, they don't have top double control. They don't know if there's a player in maps. They don't even know if there's a player already in the back. So you're left with so much information you just don't have. So it can be tough, but this time, Wobble Bobs with the slaying, it will pay off. Cobra with 29 continues to kind of lead the slaying category throughout this series, like we saw on the map number 1 with 38. Right behind him, Yuza Linz also there with 27, and then Brezzy, I said it, the span's usually not going to put up the numbers, but he's going to have the team comms, and he's going to be rotating for you, and that's what you need out of that man there, and he's able to fulfill that role perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, 10 non-traded out of the 19 when you're the guy getting to the hard point first. Yeah, love to see it. 8 objective kills for Linz, by the way. That's not insignificant. So you love to see that when it comes to possible break attempts out of him. But, I mean, again, the big breadwinner is Abuza for this team going into, you know, the playoffs. He's been the most exciting player statistically when it comes to the EU Elite.
Right.
Holding on to the official number, I said 1.6. That was what it was after the first week. He finishes off the group stage at a 1.5 hardpoint KD. So, I mean, this guy's a problem. Even worse so, he holds a 2.5 in Surge. Is that right? Dude, this guy is disgusting. Hello?
He is disgusting. That is gross. Yeah, he's not too bad there either, is he? I mean,
I guess not.
It's just like interesting, right? Like to kind of zoom out when you look at the Wobble Bobs, is that I still feel like there isn't just enough respect on a lot of these individual names. Like, I think people are starting to finally give Brezzy his flowers after what he did last year, going through every single elite and winning. But I mean, like, there was a lot of people that weren't convinced about Cobra. I mean, not convinced about Abusa, you know, being able to do enough. You know, a lot of questions around, you know, how is Linz going to be? And I feel like every single person on this roster continues to live up to the hype that, you know, we try to provide for them. And I mean, the squad just continues to be the real deal, but still have to get the job done if you want to stay alive in the upper bracket. That is really the big one here, as we've kind of went back and forth through every single map. Really liked a lot of the looks that we got out of a Wobble Bobs in the hotel here, Alan, but now we'll see what Mercado S&D has to offer us.
And statistically speaking, again, it's hard to find flaws for the Wobble Bobs. Although, shout out Easy Mac, he's live updating our stats for us. What a god.
What a beauty.
What a beaut. What a beaut that boy there,
eh? Beauty, eh?
But Mercado Search has been, I won't say a heavy focus for the Wobble Bobs. They've played it twice. They've dominated twice. The average score is 6-1. That's not great news. But for the originals, they've got just as convincing of a stat line. 2-0 on this map mode combination as well. So is this just kind of a battle of, do you look to Furious versus Abuza? Like, is that kind of where this map could be won and lost? Do you look toward maybe just good team names? Because let's be honest, that's 90% of this map right now. Or are you looking for some dynamic play? Because if I'm not mistaken, kind of thinking back, which my memory often leads me to be mistaken, Wobble Bobs are fine trying to set stuff up toward the B site. I want to say that I remember seeing them put together some setups to where they're on offense trying to get in towards B. So I don't know. Like, where's your headspace at? Like, what are you kind of thinking on as far as a primary focus for this map number 5 here for these two?
Yeah, I mean, I think like the primary focus is probably just like on what subs are going to be able to play really well, because like that just initiation of like those opening sub duo like battles kind of down low right away, busting through the doors, getting into Cantina, like that fight dictates so much of what your offensive look is going to look like. If you're losing those battles continuously over and over and over again, you're constantly fighting from the back foot, and you're just kind of hoping that someone's going to give you a freebie to almost even up the odds. That's how I've looked at a lot of these kind of Mercado S&Ds. Now, I think you bring up a really interesting point where I think the key to success for this map is trying to find something, you know, through mid or through B. And I think you can find a couple of the great looks where teams have been able to kind of watch over you. You hit that tunnel push, you cut them off right away from not even having to rely on stuns and nades to come over the top. You can actually just, you know, win that initial battle through that tunnel push. So I think that we've seen a couple of different looks. And if Wobble Bobs are willing to show us something over by B, then, you know, maybe that is the answer. Trying to at least split up a 2-2 split through the map, you know, could be something that could work out really well for them if you're able to pull it off successfully.
I think the thing is, even on top of that, if you really want to get nitty-gritty between two top squads, is even if hits towards B are not successful, the threat of hits towards B loosens up the defense a touch more across, the middle of the map, like you said, and then, of course, inside of Cantina. So there are a lot of different things to kind of consider when it comes to playing mind games, which we're starting to see a lot more of that now that we're into playoffs and we're really seeing the top teams square off against each other. There were, let's be candid, a lot of moments throughout the group stage where it's just like, we're just going to run at you and just going to be better.
Yeah.
There wasn't as much of a hard set focus on trying to deceive your opponents, but we've been getting a little bit of that, not just in this series, but even across the other matches that we've seen so far, which, speaking of, natural segue, we can report that Elevate has 3-0'd Clutch Rain in the other winner's semifinal matchup. So that is our first team to make it to the winner's finals. Obviously, the second would be whoever wins this one, whereas then the lower bracket, we will be seeing Clutch Rain take on Nave del Mysterio in lower round 2 next week. Whereas the loser of this map 5 in this series will play up against Nixa in the bottom matchup next week for them. Not a tempting prospect to go up against another team that is very much so at the forefront of conversation for being one of the best in Europe. But winners finals against Elevate is also no easy treat. So pick your poison.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I just don't think there's going to be any, free battles without a doubt from here on out in this bracket. Like, you're going to have to fight for every single win now. But Elevate sitting up there, I think certainly a team that I was a little bit, questionable of coming in. I didn't know, how good they were going to be coming into playoffs because I didn't see a clear strength. That was kind of what I hit off the top of the show. We were looking at them, but they've obviously been able to clutch up. They've been able to clean up a lot of their gameplay, and I liked a lot of their S&D looks as well, which is something that's obviously very pivotal when we talk about big playoff wins and S&D wins championships. So we'll see if that continues, but we got to see who's going to meet them here, Alan. Right? That's the biggest thing coming in, and these two squads have certainly been putting up a hell of a show here. Really, really well matched, at least from what we've gathered.
It's what we want to see. Possible grand finals matchup. Hard to say. I wouldn't be mad to see it happen, though. Give these guys a best of 7. I don't care. Other things to kind of keep in mind, all of you COD and Challengers fans alike. Coming up next, North America, still going to be happening. We're not pushing anything besides just the start time. So, on the main broadcast, T-Fell Enterprises and Boston Academy will be right here on Call of Duty Bravo. We'll have live look-ins to Affiliate Esports and Smog Alpha as well here, whereas the We Are Clutch GG stream is currently going to be getting set up for Rocker Academy versus Omit as their primary focus, with look-ins to Team War and Iron Blood. Lots of action still to come. We're not even halfway through the day today. I said it was going to be a 10-hour affair. We're already at hour 5. Pack your bags. We'll see you on the 20th to finish off this first day of playoffs, because this thing's going past midnight. I can feel it.
Yeah, you're probably right. It's gonna go quite a while for sure. So it's always a conversation. Like, it's something I bring up, and obviously we're waiting for this match to start. But how do you perform as you kind of get later and later into the day? Some players perform a little better. Some are just kind of hot off the top, and then slowly start to decline as the caffeine starts to run out and maybe not affect you as much. So it's always an interesting question. But starting off great kind of leads you to having some at least easier time within the comms, within the team, to be able to kind of keep that train rolling. But we'll see what happens for NA, man. That's a gauntlet. It's gonna be an exciting one, man. You just like an EU kind of make your predictions, but you probably ain't half of them wrong. It feels like
Oh, I'm telling you, $500. If all the top seeds win today, I will give you $500. Not everybody, just
flip it, ship it.
Yeah,
just
me.
Yeah. Then he'll make me give it back to him off stream.
Well, the thing about it, again, let's keep in mind, is if one favored seed loses today, you owe me $500.
Did I agree? I don't remember any handshake deal. What is going on here?
Well,
what the
this
finesse?
is the problem. It was like as an eye contact thing. Like, you shook my hands with your eyes was all it was. Because, like, I can't physically shake your hands, but I saw your eyes. You were like, okay. Give me a little wink, maybe. A little wink and a smooch. I don't know.
All right there, bud.
Just, feeling friendly tonight. That's all it is.
Like it?
How can you not? Challengers Elite Playoffs, baby. First of 4 total seasons, too. Come on, we get to do this 3 more times?
You're
Sign me up for that. Still waiting on this map 5 to start, though. Boy, there are so many words we could say, but, we could podcast this if you really wanted to. I almost want to, throw a really hot question in your direction.
Dude, send one.
Do you really want me to send one? It's not a fair question.
Oh no. Now I really want you to send it, I guess.
If you were to pick one of the 8 players on these 2 rosters to be called up to the CDL next, who are you picking?
Oh my god, man.
Told you it wasn't
I had
a
to
fair
pick.
question.
You're right. It's not an easy question. Like, a lot of what I want to say, like, leans towards Linz, just because, like, the CDL has a habit of kind of picking up a rookie, right? Like grabbing a rookie, giving him a shot.
Sure. Yeah.
That's kind of where I would go. I would say Linz, but I think Brezzy deserves the shot, but I would pick Linz if I had to, like, you know what I mean? Like pick one.
Yeah. Give me Brezzy,
He's looked
bro.
great. He should be. He deserves it.
Dude, people forget. Dude, he finished 4th at Black Ops 4. Like,
They forget so quick, don't they?
Kismet was a part of that squad. Like, that Enigma 6 team was disgusting. Shout out to Jordan General. We miss you. We love you. At least me. I'm sure there are other fans out there. Opening set nades come through. F dot collects. And this is the thing. No trophy systems in round number 1. So you expect that there's going to be a lot of nade action coming through. Linz. His frag actually does connect back planners. This is a tough challenge. Tries to go high. You sneaky devil. F that falls behind Gizmo, and that means Bob can successfully get planted here today.
Numbers looking good for Wobble Bobs. Use that cover over mid-map. You still got some protection, though, from Harry and Furious that are kind of side by side. The problem is that you don't know if mid's open, so Furious now is starting to give up that kind of back planter's angle to watch over that. 40 seconds, still a little bit of time to work with. Don't have to commit to the plant just yet if you don't want to, but they're starting to work for it, it feels like. And there it is. He's going to lay it, but the timing from Furious. He doesn't see him on the bomb. His knee's sticking out, Allen, but he doesn't spot him.
Bootstraps. Right there. Booza stayed undercover just long enough. Gets the bomb planted. He's stuck, though, behind the bomb. Linz trying to take away the mid angle, and he is successful. Furious 1v3. Everyone knows where you're at. No need to do a where's my iPhone. Everyone knows where it's at. It's right here. Next to all the fruits. Long range. That will happen. Still doable. More hard pressed because of the clock cut. Just the pre-fire is well predicted. And that will work out for a first round. Great stuff from the Wobble Bobs, especially considering the opening set nades did look a little bit dire when it came to the opening offensive setup.
Yeah, exactly. But able to recover, and it's just like that little jump up from Linz that you almost, like, you know of it, like, you know, being on the defensive side, but you're never really pre-aiming it or looking at it. You're just kind of relying on a potential trade maybe to follow if that kill does come through, but you can just be so quick with the kill and then the drop down, and I just like the patience of also then backing up to his team to kind of reconfirm what the plan is from here. Don't rush everything. You know, don't get too ambitious. It's a nice play to see out of the rookie. But round number 1, good. Now we'll see what the originals gonna do on the offense. I talked about the offensive looks coming in aggressively with the subs, and Brezzy will be able to shut down Furious right away.
Hits him right in the old bread basket, right in the old Chesteruno with the Semtex for first blood. It looked like for a second he was just going to be able to self-trade himself, but somehow Brezzy stays alive. The defense now with numbers, although this is still a 3v3. Over towards this A-bomb site, Cobra with the AR in hand, looking for Gizmo top window. But while this is all unfolding, Brezzy and Linz are in trouble, and they will both drop. Bomb could be planted safely. Abusa. Get the dead silence in play. Oh, and the timing here. Does he see his derriere? Not quite. So the bomb now successfully down. Wobble Bobs defensively for the retake are all stacked up inside. Although, Cobra does open up some space here. And no one's turned for this. So the Originals are happy in their setup. Bit puzzling. Harry's next point of contact. See what he's got.
Oh, look at the setup. Look at this setup. Oh, my goodness. We don't see it from Gizmo's POV, but he's just sitting top Cantina. He's just watching that back cross. Harry's looking for sound cues through mid, and he is also just giving Gizmo the information here like, hey, listen, they're throwing stuns. They're start looking to challenge me. Just watch over me. I'll play the trades if necessary. That is a lot of trust between that duo that continues to stay together, and that is a great round here for the Originals.
Yeah. Okay. Did the mind games start here in round 3? Trophies are earned. Dead silences are earned. And Abusa's going to go pretty rapidly towards the B side. Maybe just to throw nades or scout things out silently while the rest of his teammates are going to commit in towards Cantina. Nade stuns all littering the first floor, and Linz is stuck behind the doorway. Furious does get traded. We stay 3v3. Napdot's actually scope out, watching the cross as we get more action inside the first floor. Brezzy by himself, and this means that Abusa pretty much has to be the next one to make a call here because Brezzy's stuck. Or is he? And then pistol out, F that also drops. This may cause some concern for Harry. He may think the bomb is actually over towards this B site. He's going to get dead silence in a second, and he's going to opt to take the gunfight versus Brezzy if he can.
They're split. Harry going to use that dead silence. Now he's going to have a sub to work with here as well, but it's all about trying to find Brezzy, who's taking shots through the wall. He's going to call his teammate over. Gunfight up close, a little awkward, but Harry gets the best of it. And now I like this play. Going to really throw Abuza for a bit of a loop on where he is. Is he still here? I have to grab the bomb, and he's low on time. 20 seconds on the clock.
Does Harry take away the angle? Oh, they just miss each other. Advantage Harry as he's watching the cross. Oh, but Abuza pushes him off. And now quickly to the plant. 45 seconds will be added. Abuza is going to stun, nade at the perfect time. Gets him out. Harry's not going to have any idea if he's pushed all the way through or played topside Cantina. A tense 1v1 and how important this could be. No dead silence for Harry. Abuza prone in the corner. And surely Harry's made a sound cue, but he predicts it! Oh my goodness! How has he gotten that read? And a massive win as the Originals go up 2-1.
It has to be a sound cue. It's the only way I would ever assume Harry would check his right like that. I mean, I was just about to come in and praise Abuza for a round win because I'm thinking in his head, like, oh man, I got this on lock. I got the cross. The only way he really bamboozles me is if he comes all the way around the back, which is very unlikely to happen. So I think he plays his cards correctly, but it's got to be some kind of a sound cue that just notifies Harry to check his right like that. Well, what a win it is. Huge 1v1 from this man.
Oh, he wants more. X out. That feels familiar. Gizmo there. Trophy system keeps Brezzy safe. Dead silence pops. Harry's going to go. Oh, a little bit of a heat check. Hi, guy. How you doing? More in the corner? No, good to back off. Just play a little bit patient. No need to give away advantages. Cobra could line some players up. There's the... Whoa, not the first. I thought he had him dead to rights, but wouldn't have made much of a difference. Player right above him and another one in the right window. And the Originals take a very convincing fourth round up 3-1 now.
Yeah, it's like an overload of information intake right here from Cobra, where he's like 3 different members on his screen at the same time. So he's like, I'll kill Harry, I'll snap up top, I'll look to the bomb. It's like, gotta be what he's trying to think like on the moment, but obviously doesn't play out like that. Doesn't even finish out the first one. And that's just, you know, great move out of Harry, where he's like, listen, I am sick and tired of this player sitting behind the bushes. I'm just going to hit him out. I'm going to run a sub this round. I'm going to change up the tempo. And it works out. What a great call.
Oh,
hello.
Boy. That, okay, well, round's over. Go next. That had to have been one of those, I mean, you saw it. I mean, it was like arrows raining down from the skies, all the nades being tossed out. You have to imagine that trophy systems were just depleted, and then Abuza just drops a peach.
Yeah, I think the only analytical thing you could ever come in with is they throw the stuns first so that the lethals might be able to find the kills. That's like the only thing, but like you said, I mean, they just kind of win that round there in the first 10 seconds once that double connects. So he's happily going to take a couple more there and add them to the tally for number 6 in total here for himself.
Okay. More nades, of course. Harry from the front denies Lins from getting to the front windows. Bomb is still in spawn behind you. F-Dot will collect and join his squad mates who are, well, having themselves a day right now over at A. Abuza's he's in a good position to possibly watch this, though. Stun comes out. That will provide vacancy to get F-Dot onto the bomb. Check comes through. Big gunfight. Gizmo pushed off. All the gunfights do come through. From a 2v4, now to a 1v2. Abuza on 5, but the bomb from Furious will successfully be planted as the dead silence is popped.
Oh, neither player is in Cantina, but it's another one of those setups where you should be able to play a trade. And Harry again, man, he just knows where people are. Like, that's a dead silence pop. That time there is no sound cue, but just a little jump over the top here. I mean, the read and then the shots, just beautiful. Harry with the sub, man, he's looking good with it.
Looking real nice. 6 and 2. Clutch up wins. A 2-round gap once again comes through. Wobble Bobs? A lot of people looking right. B setup? Show me. It's like that scene for The Matrix. Why so many Matrix references? But Lauren Fishburne, I know karate. Show me. I know how to hit B. And it's successful. Stuns over the top. No trophy system is here. Gizmo. Oh, just completely overwhelmed Cobra. Feasted. That's how you do it right there, brother.
Yeah, that is how you do it. Talked about, you know, Wobble pops in their look towards B. That's pretty good, man. Super clean. I don't think anyone drops. It's a lot of aggression from Cobra. Finds actually all three. He gets those final shots in there. So good connection from him. And I mean, you give this guy just, you know, a little bit of room to work with. You just kind of, you know, let him off the leash, so to speak. Reds is like, sick him, go get him. And Cobra's like, all right, like, I'm there. He'll be able to find three. That's a big round here for Wobble Bobs. I mean, you talk about, you know, that 5-2, 4-3 differential. It is night and day. So still keeping themselves in it.
Need a defense from them, though. Cobra sniping? Question mark through mid. Look at this setup. Double hit, allowing Linz to get forward. Tack in hand. Oh, the trophy does not get down in time to stop the stun. So there is going to be a little bit of intel here for the originals. That players are nearby. And yeah, that's just all gone wrong now, hasn't it? Brezzy is still in the mix through tunnel. But the problem here is that Cobra has to give up mid to play from back alley, and it's all gone wrong. It's just one of those, that trophy not getting down is more key than you may think it is.
Cobra. Ooh. I have to go for something ambitious, I suppose. But Originals, man, there's offensive look. I mean, they don't really care about the other bomb site. We're just going to keep continuously hitting this, just forcing our way in. And it has just looked as perfect as you'd ever want this push to look. Gizmo up top, watching the flank, checking back to mid. Initial gunfight's looking great for Harry, who just continues to pull out this sub and just allows all this space to come for free. 5-3 now. Originals just one more to advance to that next round.
And I don't think you're sweating yet if you're Wobble Bobs, because your offense has been just as efficient as the originals. The problem has been not being able to confidently take all of your defensive looks, and this is going to be a free bomb site at B. The only player who can watch this is Harry off the cross. He's going to be far enough away to not be tagged by nades. Just comes down to, does he hit the shot? Playing for information first. There's one, there's two. Now the defense moves. A lot of offensive utility has been spent on this take. And you can understand that, okay, we can't plant yet until we start to get picks, because we know the originals can toss nades of their own to try to retake, and here they come.
The smallest of shoulders there from Brezzy. Make sure he does not just get ripped from the top window. F-Dot, though, close. With the AR, maybe not the ideal weaponry. And oh my, he's able to find shots, but look at the challenge and look at the help from Gizmo. What an exchange. The Originals now a 2v4, and this is not a spot you want to be in. Linz and Cobra, they are feeling the pressure, but Linz is still alive, and he's able to get one.
Cobra needs to find this pick onto Furious if this offense were to have a chance to get a plant. I mean, there's no vacancy here. But they're going to try to re-clear out this B site. The problem about this is the flank. There's Furious from the middle, and you can see the exact problems that it causes. Around and around we go. Linz shut down by F-Dot. A little young gun on young gun action to finish it off, and the Originals will take down the Wobble Bobs, the first team to do so in this season of Elite, on their way to meet Elevate in the Winners Finals next week. But what a series this was between these two juggernauts.
Yeah, one of my favorites so far in the year, for sure. Like, just such a fun series. 8-point differential to kick this one off, and I mean, it was just a battle back and forth the entire way through. We get to this map, though. The Originals just a little bit sharper, a little bit cleaner, and a good look at, you know, what Harry can do with the sub, swapping out some roles, you know, some different weaponry coming in. I mean, a lot of it looked good overall, and I mean, Mercado S&D, certainly one that I'm sure we'll see a lot more of there for them if they can keep that up.
It really comes down to a couple of special plays, right? Think about how different the series is if Harry doesn't win that 1-1v1. You know, then we're going back and forth in rounds still. Wobble Bobs showed more dynamicism towards being able to get to the other bomb site. Though I will say, as far as being able to read and kind of counteract potential plays towards B offensively, Harry pulling out the snipe and just kind of counting as they pass. Love that. You don't throw a single nade. You wait to use those to retake, and even though Wobble Bobs have the awareness of, hey, we can't plant yet until we start to get kills or until we start to see nades come out, I love the way the Originals kind of adjust to a great successful offense for Wobble Bobs towards the uncharacteristic site. There's your final scoreboard. Great stuff from top to bottom, really across the board, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, everyone getting involved. A lot of like the post plant setups also.
I really like the looks that Originals were kind of doing in some of those 2v1s, like Harry and Gizmo's look up top and down low. They show a different angle of it behind the bushes. One player playing kind of, that top dumpster area. So yeah, a lot of great looks, but 7-5 for Furious. Harry 6-3. A lot of those kills coming with the sub. He was like 6-2 at one point, putting together some ridiculous kills. But we'll take one more look back on all of the maps and modes, and like we said, man, the series just did not disappoint.
No.
I mean, Original's still flawless when it comes down to control. I believe that puts them now 7-0 when it comes down to that game mode. So they are still completely, a tear when it comes down to control. And well, they were really good in that first hard point. Almost let up on the gas a bit, but we're still able to close it out. And I mean, it feels like that was so long ago, Alan, but like you think back on what was happening in some of those crazy moments there, and being able to just close that one out was crazy as well.
And the crazy thing about watching the Originals in that control is like there's nothing in there that you could like go and study the VOD and be like, oh, this is how we beat them. Like they're so good at adjusting and adapting and getting into the right positions when the circumstances allow them to, or being restraintive and not doing too much. There's really good stuff out of them. They're a terrifying squad. That's going to be a really fun one when we get to it. But a look over to the bracket before we swap over to North America. Here's how it's all shaken up through the first day of playoff action. Map 5 affairs all over. It's map 5s or 3-0s. Just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's all we've gotten here in the upper bracket. But the Originals move on to meet Elevate in the winners finals next week. Whereas for Clutch Rain and Wobble Bobs, a touch short in these matchups, will drop down to the lower bracket where we've got 6 total teams technically remaining. As we swap over to their direction, really good stuff, I will say, out of both Team Notorious and Team Falcons. That's going to feel bad to say farewell to them considering the show they put on today. But the matchups down here are gruelers. Clutch Rain versus Nave, a Wobble Bob's Nixa. I mean, come on, that's a Wobble Bob's Nixa. Those are the 2 number 1 seeds coming out of their groups.
Yeah, that's crazy between those two for sure. I mean, that is going to make just a great story for as far as those respawns, right? Between both of those squads, certainly their strengths, but it'll be fun. And like you said, I'm excited to see, how those squads, like Team Falcons, are going to be able to potentially bounce back. I think they had a lot of great looks so far in the season, but just couldn't get it done on playoff day. And Team Notorious going out, I mean, double rounded, just not how I ever expected that squad. I thought they would very much be still alive, even potentially in that winners final, but not the case, not to be.
It's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. Shout out Jim Carrey. But we're going to get into a break. We'll change everything over. North America's coming up, and we're just going to quickly get into it. You'll have Boston Academy taking on T-Felt Enterprises right here, while on the We Are Clutch GG stream, Rocker Academy and Omit will be the primary focus, and I believe they're going to be starting up just about any moment. So open up the tabs and enjoy the sultry sounds of one Proper Casts and one Infinity BL as they will join you guys on the cast, and we'll be back just after this. Don't go too far.
Everybody, welcome back from that very short break there. We switched around the casters. As you can see, we're definitely not I hold shift and visions. My name's Infinity. Joining me on the desk for all of the North American action here in the playoff stage of Season 1 of Challengers Elite is my delightful friend. No insults today, buddy. I felt really bad for yesterday's. It's proper. How you doing, mate?
Hey, I mean, you got to be careful with when you insult me, because I'll just go ahead and just flip it right back on its head, and I'll make you feel worse for it. But I'm feeling great, man. You know, after all those EU matches and everything we got to see how that was shaking out, NA is going to be shaping up to be just as insane.
Yeah, this NA region, I mean, if you guys were happy with what happened over in Europe just a moment ago, NA is going to provide all that and more. And I think people have come to expect this from the North American region. If you paid any attention to challenges over the last 2 to 3 years, North America has just been a pit of action, of roster changes, for the better or for the worse. North America always delivers on surprises. And this season of Challengers Elite, and it's been absolutely no difference. There's just been surprises galore.
Yeah, I mean, we have upsets, we have teams that have been making roster changes, even as far as the Elite is concerned. We have teams that haven't even dropped a gosh darn hardpoint map yet, and honestly speaking, the playoffs are going to really pit a lot of these better teams that we had from Group A against the best teams that we had from Group B. Upsets galore. It may not matter. Notes might be thrown out the window here, Brody, because it's all of a clean slate. You have your most difficult matchups ahead of you.
Yeah, you absolutely do. This is when we really do start to cut down the field. And again, we really should stress. We'll get to it in just a minute. We'll show you guys the groups when they're ready for you guys. But we should stress, I mean, again, North America is such a tightly knit region. We had some surprises before we even got into Elite itself, right? LAG Academy, the newfound LAG Academy, didn't even qualify for the season. And that's kind of expected despite the expansion, which we will continue to stress here on the casting team that this is the best thing that could happen to North America. There were still teams that didn't make the cut, and that should show you just how competitive the North American region actually is. But instead of us talking about it, why don't we actually show you how competitive it is? As always, we've come in here with 12 teams to Season 1 of Challengers Elite. We've gotten rid of 2 from each group, and the Convoy Gaming and PRS did not make the cut.
No, they did not, and it's very unfortunate, especially when you're thinking about this Convoy Gaming squad, right? Because they, in their final matchup just last night, when they went up against Ironblood Gaming, I mean, on that Hydro specifically that they won by a whole 10 points, you really got to see what that roster does offer to us as well, comparatively to what they even looked like over at Raleigh. Of course, a couple roster changes. Some very difficult matchups. Convoy Gaming will not be here, but the biggest story of it all was, of course, Rocker Academy's big turnaround after starting off the entire group stage 1-1. And how can you not talk about T-Fel Enterprises, one of Odan Ghosty? We'll talk more about him later.
Yeah, absolutely. Rocker Academy, I think it's just such a huge, successful last couple of days for them. And they went 9-0 on maps, I want to say, over days 2 and 3. Just an incredible turnaround. And as you say, I mean, T-Fel Enterprises, this roster at 5-0 after week 1. One of 2 massive surprises, I think, for teams in the North American region. Group B holds the other of those 2 huge surprises. Right at the top, sitting there, bolded, we might as well. Aphelion Esports, 4-1. I don't think anybody expected this roster to come out and do this here in Group B.
Not when you look at the players by names. I mean, yes, when you think about Cryptic, right, when they had that whole stint throughout the entirety of Challengers just last year through the Vanguard season, playing with the likes of 2Real and Yuli, with those names alone, we were like, yeah, we can always expect this out from Cryptic. But join with the likes of Geo, Gunzi, second place, by the way, in Modern Warfare 2019 champs. You got to remember that. And then the young buck of Gwyn, this roster is explosive to say the least in Respawns.
Yeah, and we should say again, teams that didn't make the cut here, Phase 1 Esports down the bottom after what was a really promising Raleigh event, top 6 there. Unfortunately, not able to translate it into online success here in Challengers Elite Season 1, and then at Wobble NA as well. 0-5 will not be joining us here for playoffs. Let's take a look at the teams that will be joining us for playoffs, though. Some of the spicy matchups we have here in the winners bracket, starting from top to bottom. TFL Enterprise versus Boston Academy. If you guys have been paying any attention to the storylines here in Challengers, you'll know there's a spicy one in that matchup. Of course, Ghosty, dropped by Boston at the end of the Call of Duty Vanguard season, returns to face his former teammates here. TFL, of course, have already got revenge against Ironblood Gaming for such a feat. Will they do so again versus Boston Breach Academy? Moving further down the bracket then, Team War going head-to-head with Ironblood Gaming, of course, the latter of which recently bringing Bink onto the roster. We'll see how they do against that new-look War team that managed to win Cup number 3 at Rocker Academy versus Omit as well. That is going to be a banger matchup. Rocker Academy, as we've already said, they were looking really good in the last couple of days of play. And then finally, Aphelion Esports going head-to-head with Smog Alpha, another team that we didn't really get to talk about, Andy. But Smog Alpha, just like Aphelion in a way, I mean, they had surprised a lot of people.
They really have, right? I mean, even going through the qualifiers, Smog Alpha were one of those teams, especially coming from the Latin American region, and as North Americans and other teams were looking at them, be like, whatever, we're going to be able to beat them all easy peasy. But this guy, Snoopy, I mean, he is the real deal when it comes down to it. Couple that along with what Thresh has been able to put together. I know that they had a really tough matchup yesterday, but I mean, Thresh still dropped 40 bomb for the L on a map like Albagra Fortress Hardpoint. That's just absurd.
Yeah, all right, well, let's take a look at the teams then. Here in this first matchup of the day, we said this has an amazing storyline in it. It's TFL Enterprises going head-to-head with Boston Academy. We'll introduce you guys to the rosters in just a second, but kick things off here with the head-to-head, really. I mean, what at the top of the stat lines there. Series win percentage for TFL Enterprises, Andy, 5-0, 100%. The only team in the North American region to finish flawless in the groups.
And they've never been to a map 5 throughout the entirety of it. I mean, their final 3 matches ended in a 3-1 fashion. That was versus Smog Alpha, Convoy, and then, of course, versus PRS of what we were talking about just a few moments ago. But it's all off the back of their respawns. I mean, to have a 100% win rate as far as a hardpoint is concerned, not to mention their absolutely absurd differential of dang close to 100 points difference of how much they've been winning their hard points. This team to come out of the gate swinging like they have been consistently through the groups is something you got to be looking at as a Boston fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And that hard point, I think, is just massive for TFL Enterprises, right? And winning 8 hard points is flawless, effectively, in hard point. But Boston Academy, they have been looking a lot better, especially with the improvements going from 0-6 to, I think it was 9-1, right, Andy, over the course of the last couple of days of play. But we do have some players to focus on here for this matchup, and we already touched upon, I kind of spoiled it, as I always do. I missed the spoiler myself. Unbelievable, I know. I'm so sorry for my behavior. The head-to-head for this matchup is obviously Ghosty versus Beans. This is the storyline, I think, coming into the season for Boston Academy. They made, I think, to be fair, what is still unarguably an upgrade. Beans is an EU superstar coming out from the 2022 Challengers season. He is hot property on the market. Boston Academy, of course, and Boston Breach on the whole scooped him up ahead of the Modern Warfare 2 season. You can see what he's been doing. He is consistently performing well here for the Boston Academy roster. But he does go head-to-head here with Ghosty from TFL Enterprises, and he is on that revenge story.
And what you really do get from Beans, of course, being brought into this roster is his sniper rifle play in Search and Destroy. You see that at 1.17. Even when he's left alive in the clutch for a 1v3, this guy, more often than not, does deliver. So that's something that TFL Enterprises obviously have to be aware about. But, I mean, the Dan Ghosty Revenge Tour, I mean, it is fully in a full effect here, considering the fact, like you were talking about earlier, Ghosty, along with TFL Enterprises, they completely smoked Ironblood Gaming earlier on in the group play. Who's to say that they're not going to be able to do it again? All that said, Boston Academy have their work cut out for them. I don't care that you started off 0-6. You find yourself here in the playoffs. An immediate turnaround is what's going to be required for them to consistently find value, especially in a crucial matchup here for their winners round 1.
That's the big thing for me, right? It is the turnaround of this Boston Academy roster, because they have absolutely done exactly that. And we talked about Boston Academy, I think, after day number 1, and I had a very frank conversation with you about it. Again, I'm outing myself here. I really shouldn't be doing this. There's a lot of Censored fans in chat that would have me correct this or even saying this, but I really thought, especially after how preseason went for Boston Academy, top 16 for every single event so far, this roster wasn't looking good enough, especially with the talent of Beans and Kremp on the roster. I just think these things need to change, and well, lo and behold, it absolutely did. But let's take a look at the map set then for this thriller. We've had a look at what we expected the vetoes to look like going into this one. I'll be honest, Andy, I think you and I are probably on the same page here that I think things went a little bit against what we expected, especially when we look at that map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the vetoes. Boston Academy wanted to get rid of the Mercado hardpoint, which is very surprising considering that TFL Enterprises have not played it throughout the group stage so far, but what they have played is that Hydroelectric on Zarqwa, man. I mean, they are 3-0 on it. They 250 to 114 Rocker Academy. Not to mention how TFL Enterprises have constantly just been winning versus Convoy, 250 160, 250 236 versus PRS. Say what you will, this team, when they have a triple AR setup, are absolutely deadly. Not to mention how we're going to be kind of singing that praise throughout the entirety of the hardpoint itself. But the back half of this best of 5 series does start to favor just a little bit more for Boston, barring maybe that map number 5. And it's really tough to say that if you are Boston, you're gonna have to steal a hardpoint versus a flawless hardpoint team throughout the group stage, and that's TFL Enterprises, baby.
Yeah, like I said, though, I mean, this is the key thing, I think, for Boston Academy here, and there is some hope for this roster again, that, you know, we look at the last 9-10 maps that they played, because, again, you got to remember, Andy, that they did go 9-1 on days number 2 and 3, and they're on a 4-win streak in hardpoint. So if they're going to win something elsewhere in the series, that's probably where it's going to be. But, I mean, for you, Andy, in this series, for Boston Academy, going up against a Titanic roster like TFL Enterprises, what do they need to do to actually come out here with victory?
I think you got to close it out in 4. I don't think you want to go to that Mercado Search and Destroy versus this TFL Enterprises roster. They played it twice. They beat Rocker Academy 6-1, and then they slapped around Ironblood as well in those last few rounds, winning it 6-4 as well, remembering that entire series was not pretty. But all that said, it's like I was noting when we were looking over the best of 5 map set, you do have to steal a hardpoint away from this team. And it's a lot to ask that it might actually have to be this map number 1 on Zarqwa Hydroelectric. The only time when Boston had played this map mode combination was against Omit. It was close through the first set of rotations, but Omit were able to close it out 250 to 203. That if you can ride the high of what we saw at the end of their group play and their ARs come out absolutely swinging, I think that TFL Enterprise are going to have a tougher time on this than what they're even suggesting that this series might look like for them.
Yeah, we'll see, right? Boston, they've already taken down 2 Titans in the group stage, War and Aphelion Esports. Surely they can do it a 3rd time. So to remind a few folks, I don't know if I'm even going to get this in time, but you can vote right about now as to who you think will win the series with your channel points, Boston Academy or TFL Enterprises. And I've got a feeling I know how that poll is probably going to go. There's a lot of Center fans that will be turning up in the chat, and I think for good reason. Boston Academy starting this match off here. They are on the better side of the map that we consider here for Zarqwa Hydroelectric.
Yeah. I mean, starting off on the favorite side, you just basically want to be able to keep P1 contested, and you want to make sure that your flank stays secure. Look at player number 3 on the minimap. Of course, it's Odan Ghosty. He gets on the board. There's his first, and he also gets behind Beans as they were trying to get inside Ruin. So that's going to immediately upset the spawns, and Ghosty's not done yet on their second life. Finds themselves on a 3 spree. And with the hardpoint being dipped in by Boston Academy, TFL Enterprises should surely know their spawns are secured ahead of P2.
Yeah, this is the man right here, starting with those 3 kills that we'll be looking to get some of those supporting gunfights on the outside of the hill. Number 1 overall in North American overall KD for the first 5 days. The first 3 days, excuse me. Ghosty now looking for some of these supporting gunfights. Shot over towards Beans on top of the dome. That is a great supporting gunfight to take down, but Center actually does manage to get across and gets the 1v1 against Tyrell inside, and that should affect the spawns enough here that TFL Enterprises do get the flip on through. An important hold for Boston Academy that doesn't exactly go their way, and now the question for me is how do they handle the supporting gunfights off the back of that? TFL Enterprises continue here to hold on Tyrell, on 7 in a row off the start. A 4 spree is what it seems like in the column, but he hasn't died yet.
That was a team kill that ended up coming through, so obviously that doesn't get tacked over towards their KD ratio. So now up on a 5 spree, 1 elimination away, and Tyrell will get himself that ever so wanted cruise missile. Not to mention how flexible even Tyrell was in that moment. I mean, playing top dome with a Vaznev, not exactly spreezy to do. But speaking of sprees, Ghosty still alive on their second life. Give him 7. How about 8? There's also some good coverage coming through over by dome from Tyrell itself. So Ghosty finds himself on an 8 spree. That's a cruise missile already earned. Tyrell spree, I believe, went down and under, but it doesn't matter. Not when TFL Enterprises are playing as flawlessly as they are through the first 2 hardpoints.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter as well when Ghosty's on his spree at the moment. He's at 8-1. He started off with the 1 death and hasn't died since. Ghosty doing Ghosty things, and I know you guys are probably going to get tired of us saying that phrase, but it is Ghosty. The way that he has been playing so far in North American challenges will continue to do so here in Hardpoint. Yuli now flying around the front of this hill, trying to provide some of those supporting gunfights against Boston Academy, who will be looking to take him down. Usually eats up a nade there for a second. Kremp in the kill feed will be taking out his teammates, so that should weaken the offense here for Boston Academy as they look to make their way through, but they just cannot get past. They are pressure as I say it, though. Kremp flies through, picks up 2, Shawnee with another. It will be the back 15 for Boston Academy, but even then, are you really happy with that?
No, you're not. But what you are going to be happy with, maybe unbeknownst to Boston Academy, look at the spawns for TFL Enterprises. They effectively spawn in 4P5. So the foot race all the way towards the back, if you take a look at it, I mean, both Kremp and Sensor, they're back here. They're never going to expect that Ghosty's going to be top pride rock like this. They thought that they were going to be able to get the spawn secure for them and maybe find themselves in early for the hard point. It's just not going to be the case. Cruise Missile, I believe, also got called in by one of the players for TFL Enterprises. Is going to keep the numbers intact for TFL on this rotation.
Yeah, this early dominance again from TFL. Once again, an important rotation that hasn't exactly gone Boston Academy's way. Ghosty able to take down Sensor. Beans from the back line really is going to hold down those spawns for Boston Academy in the moment, but still nobody there to collect on the time. That's the biggest problem for Boston Academy. The pressure that TFL Enterprises are applying through this front line is too much for Boston to deal with. 20 seconds left. It would be nice if you could collect on it. Finally, Beans towards the back line, remove Yuli from the play. Cruise Missile will come down, stopped by the trophy system. Fellow trying to pick up more than just 2, but again, your job is done. You've taken away a ton of time from Boston.
I mean, 10 seconds here, 12 seconds on the previous hill. Yeah, I'd say job's a good one for TFL Enterprises, having about an 80-point lead through 4 hard points worth of play. And make sure that you're flank secure. Ghosty's back here. Shawnee gets the read. Will be able to take Ghosty out of a very annoying position. So for the first time through 5 hard points, Boston Academy will stabilize. It's all thanks to Kremp, just playing very far forward. But that's what I was going to be worried about. You got to be careful with how far forward you do push here on Hydra. A lot of us do know it. That one player of Fellow that spawns in the back.
These spawns can be a little janky over here on the generator hard point. Shawnee, though, reads them perfectly. Gets one, gets the second against 2 real in the middle of the map, too. And now going for the reposition. Look across the middle of the map. Will get cut down by TFL Enterprises players who will be spawning in that backline. I don't think Shawnee quite expected that. And now for TFL, they do expect this. 20 seconds left on the kill. They're hungry for it. Sensor will be the last one left alive. Sensor for 1. For the second, just too much to deal with as he will be overwhelmed. TFL, again, 15-20 seconds, that will be damaging to the Boston effort. But again, Boston, now in that same position they were at the start of the game. They're on the better side of the map for P1 and P2.
There's still so much to do, though. I mean, 126-56 at the end of the first set of hard points. It is no laughing matter when it comes down to Zarqual Hydroelectric, especially when you got 2 real. Double positive, hidden water routes. Oh, Kremp, what a read. Make sure that the water flank does not come all the way through, but needs some more assistance inside the hard point. You can see where Boston Academy effectively making sure that P2 does get anchored out. They do not want Ghosty or Fellow to try to break this setup yet again. Still time to be played for here in P1, however, and TFL Enterprises. I mean, this cross setup in between Yuli and 2 real is just unreal.
And yet another spree coming out of TFL Enterprises, or rather one player from TFL. They will have to do a little bit more here as Boston continue to hold on towards those spawns for P2, but there's number 6 and the Cruise Missile to go. And for TFL Enterprises, you might well consider just utilizing one of the streets here to break on towards P2 or so. 20 seconds left now, though. Boston, with those spawns, should be able to re-aggress on towards the scrap time, and it could well be useful scrap time. You have to be careful not to push too far forward, though. These spawns can well slap you in the face, and fortunately for them, that is not what happened. Last couple of kills from Ghosty will give TFL the scrap.
Some proactivity also manifesting itself on the minimap. Shawnee also went all the way in towards the back, make sure that no TFL Enterprises members were back here, anchoring the spawns ahead of New. Now, Kremp has a lot to do here, playing on the box inside of Dome. May not know that there's going to be a player immediately to the right, so he drops down. Cruise Missile also being invested here by Yuli, trying to break in towards the back and kind of dodges a trophy system. If even one was down, it may not matter. There's the first. Yuli to the gun is able to find the second. Fellow cleans it up and towards the back. Now it's just Sensor thinking that they have to hold on strong to maybe try to contest for the back 30.
I called it. You know, that Cruise Missile could well be useful for TFL Enterprises, and that is exactly what happens. Kremp, though, has earned one from his spree, brings it down, and there is a trophy system on the hardpoint, though, that TFL will use to stop that Cruise Missile from being useful in any way. Now still a fight going for the scrap time, though. Beans wants that 20 seconds, and, well, frankly, I think he has been denied it here. Not really much that Boston can do about that, as TFL Enterprises, as long as they hug every single second off that scrap, should break the 200-point barrier here, well in the lead in this game. Boston Academy now going once again for yet another rotation. Fellow, though, could he well break it? Heady for Shawnee. That might not be good enough. Shawnee just dips away into the woods, the water, goes for a quick swim to try and escape Fellow. But can you escape Fellow in this situation to take down Sensor 2? And TFL Enterprises might well have found a way in.
Yeah, but you still got spawns at the back here for Boston Academy you have to be dealing with. And while the gunfights are going the way of the Pello Master himself, 2 real able to find yet another 2-piece itself. Still more work to be having for them, though, because Boston, as I was saying, do have those close spawns. The team nade's not going to help out your matters, though.
Yeah, Boston, they still need time off the back of this. And again, TFL just continuing to knock the door here. It's time worth taking away from the Boston Academy roster. 2 real on the hunt for more kills. Not going to find that one versus Shawnee inside the market square. So Boston will get that scrap time, or at least they should, as long as they deal with some players that might well get wayward spawns towards the back line. But the foot race is on for the rotation. Again, an important one here for Boston Academy as T-Real comes in for what, again, could well be a very useful 10 seconds or so. But towards the back line here for the rotation, Shorty, a huge 1v1, and Yuli will collect on it. He will not be able to get the second, but Ghosty still in the conversation for these spawns, tagged up by Sensor towards the back line. Ghosty just comes round towards his former teammate, eviscerates him from the situation, but Ghosty's efforts still far from over here. Might well be able to influence the spawns, and they will come through.
Still so much time left to be had here on P4, right? So Ghosty's going to be the first one to dip their toes in towards the hardpoint, get some proximal spawns from their teammates in towards the back, but the hit is mostly just coming through from the front. So Sensor comes flying in, will be immediately traded. 2 for 2 we go, and now Yuli has a 1v1 versus Shawnee. Didn't know which way to look to lose that gunfight. 2:28 and counting up.
Just 20 seconds away here as TFL Enterprises from a dominant map number 1 victory. Boston Academy not really looked in this game, to be honest. And TFL Enterprises just shutting the door on them time and time again. Great support and fire coming through from Fellow on that back rock area. Ghosty playing it in around the hard point. Nice nade over from Sensor, but again, these resources, the respawns coming through from TFL Enterprises. The last couple of players line up for T-Real. He will just L-trigger through the door. And that, I'm not too sure how dominant hardpoints have been in the North American region. I'm sure we could take a look at the stat lines. I've got a feeling that might well be the most dominant hardpoint map we've seen so far in North America.
Yeah, it's definitely up there, Brody. It is definitely up there. I mean, there's a reason why I highlighted we were talking about TFL Enterprises as a team with their now 9-0 hardpoint record as far as Challengers Elite is concerned here for Season 1. And why they're so close to about 100-point differential. They've been doing that to so many different teams of so many different calibers as well. It's just one of those things that are just so absurd. I mean, when you're looking at the grander scheme of it, you got a total of 3 cruise missiles on the side of TFL Enterprises. 1 was earned for Boston Academy in favor of Kremp, but Kremp had to use it more desperately than what the resource department was looking like for TFL Enterprises. Think about it for a second. That TFL Enterprises were lackadaisical when it came down to the resources. Like, oh, we already have about a 70-point lead. Why don't we just try to gain that ever more so when it came down to holding P4, calling in a cruise missile, breaking inside of P5, use the cruise missile. And then also when it comes down to P2, Yuli's usage of said cruise missile was the one time it really did feel like that they were using it to fully break into a hard point. 23 and 17 for Yuli, 25 and 16 for T-Real. You see 6 spree, 8 spree, from top to bottom. I mean, Fellow could just kick his feet up and have a laugh with that minute of hardpoint time because his teammates were just everywhere, just becoming more and more disgusting.
And the thing is, the scoreboard there doesn't actually show what Ghosty was able to do at the start of the game, right? I mean, he finishes 18 and 15, but there was a point in that game where he was like 10 and 1 or something. Like, he started that game so strongly for TFL Enterprises, and right from the rip, you could see Boston Academy really just struggling to deal with the aggression that TFL Enterprises were bringing to the table there on Hydro Hardpoint. I mean, again, if you're a team that starts on P2, you generally speaking need to hold that rotation off the rip. You need to make sure you get the majority control at least off P2, even if you give away like a scrap time away to TFL Enterprises. It just doesn't happen. TFL able to break, and I think you said it really well in the first rotation. I think it took the 5th hill for them finally to get a rotation in hand. So TFL Enterprises looking pretty good there on Hydro, and well, you can see it there right below me. 9 and 0 in hardpoint are TFL Enterprises. I think we asked the question, right, coming in this matchup for this roster for TFL Enterprises. They were flawless going into this one. They continue to be so in hardpoint. Boston, they were on a 4-win streak, and we kind of asked the question, would they be able to take a hardpoint away in the series? The answer is no. I've got to say it though, Andy, and again, we discussed it when we were talking about the best of 5. I don't quite understand the thinking behind allowing a Hydro through. Look, we'll see at the end of the day, at the end of the series, how this one plays out. But I think that one might be a failure in the veto process. Just my call. I'll call it how I see it, bud. That's what I think anyway.
Any one of the hard points, Brody. I mean, they're 8-0 through group play.
They're 3-0 on Hydro, Andy. That's all I'm saying.
I don't care. I think the hard points are going to be difficult nonetheless. But like I was saying, I think that after map number 1, this becomes infinitely more doable for Boston Academy. And the only reason why I say that specifically is when it comes down to this hotel search and destroy map number 2, we did actually see Boston play this yesterday versus a Fellion. Yes, it was around 11, but they looked really good in their decisions in executing upon it off the rip. One specifically of Sensor, where it was actually just poking and prodding in the right places. Didn't have the sexiest KD ratio, sure, but it was setting up Beans, Shawnee, Kremp in the best way possible to be able to slay out and to eke out that round 11 win. Same can be said about the Hotel Control and Embassy Hardpoint. We'll talk more about that later. On the other side, for TFL Enterprises, Search and Destroy, I mean, albeit positive 3-2 for them through group play is definitely something you could write home about. They have not played a Hotel Search and Destroy, so we honestly don't know what to expect.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that the big thing for Boston here is they do have to focus on the positives, that they did win that round 11 versus Aphelion yesterday. And we talk about kind of the improvements in performances that we've seen out of players. I mean, Shawnee and Kremp, I think specifically, have really stepped things up in Search and Destroy. Again, though, you and I, we kind of talked the stat lines for these rosters and the stat lines for the players. And while we saw drastic improvements in Respawn yesterday from Sensor, I mean, huge. Like, Sensor played extremely well yesterday in Hardpoint and Control. Search and Destroy still seems like an area where he might be struggling at the moment. And again, I think when you talk about kind of the relationship between ARs and SMGs on a map, when you're having ARs like Beans, who will run a sniper rifle in Search and Destroy, and Shawnee creating space, I think generally speaking, there is a failure sometimes for Boston Academy to actually capitalize on that space. When it comes to a map like Hardpoint, or Hotel, excuse me, for this one, I think this is one where that really is going to be accentuated. If there is a first blood, if there is space being created here by Beans and Shawnee, we need to make sure for Boston Academy that we see Kremp and Sensor running up the map to make sure they take that space.
Yeah, and it's funny that you continuously talk about both Kremp and Sensor. I mean, as far as Search and Destroy is concerned, yes, Sensor has a .49 overall KD through group play on Search and Destroy. The guy is just there, make sure that he can get the bomb planted, and then what he does after that, it's whatever, in my opinion, because then it basically sets up the ARs to be able to overwatch them and potentially find a trade. Kremp at 1.05, but the guy we got to talk about is Shawnee. As far as that big turnaround after starting off everything 0-6 for Boston Academy off of day one, Shawnee in Search and Destroy has turned up in a massive way. 1.18 overall KD in this game mode, and he has been really showing up in such a massive way as far as first bloods are concerned. As far as opening duels are concerned, he's winning them 73% of the time, Brody.
Absolutely. And as we said as well, you know, TFL Enterprises, yeah, they've lost 2 maps of Search and Destroy. They both came in days number 2 and 3 of play, when TFL finally lost 3 maps, just 3 overall group stages here of North American Challengers Elite. So if there is a potential for a Boston Academy to take a map in this series, it might well be in the Search and Destroy, although we said the very same thing at the Hardpoint, where, of course, Boston were on a 4-win spree. But now, in this round we go, the first round of play. Boston Academy at the moment, it does really feel like they're just trying to get a feel for where TFL are located on the map.
Trying to feel it out. I mean, Boston have basically everything covered. Kremp is pushed all the way up inside of Rugs. I love this from TFL Enterprises. I mean, you got one player that's down low bottom bed, just waiting his too real to see if anybody jumps on the bomb. You know that there's going to be one player on this godhead glitch of Beans, just throwing some shots top bed. So all 8 players alive, 30 seconds.
Beans still taking these shots. Not enough to connect just yet, but I think Boston Academy have now chosen their target. It will be Fellow, who might well be the target of the attack, and I think just gets the hell out of dodge for a moment here. Might well cross paths with Beans, though, who is in the middle of the map, and I think he is now just double back here. Even now, though, he's given up so much space inside the kitchen. The bomb will go down. Fellow here in the situation, just wait for your teammates to come on over. It's Yuli and T-Real who join the party, and now in the middle of the map, Beans, he had a powerful position. Ghosty will take him down. For TFL Enterprises now storming the castle. Kremp up top taking shots from Ghosty here. And still, Boston reversing themselves out towards the restaurant. TFL looking for the retake still. Velo now able to get on through, as are the rest of the TFL roster. And Boston Academy here in this situation, backing all the way up. They're planted for Freezer and Connector's side, but they actually have to still check the bomb. And TFL might well use that to their advantage. Now 2v2 as Kremp picks up 2. Flying one out will be Ghosty, and Fellow chooses to jump on the defuse. Not enough time. TFL, they take so long to get on through, and Boston, I thought it was a shaky defense of the site, but it will work.
And when it comes down to, as far as a retake is concerned, when it comes to this kitchen bomb site, you do have to do it so quickly because you don't know which corners are going to be lurking at it. And as you highlighted, Brody, the bomb itself was planted for that freezer pantry peak. And that's exactly what comes of it. Even in a 3v4 fashion, with finding that first blood for Ghosty inside of couches, it doesn't matter because you didn't have anybody that was pushing inside a wine and try to enforce that pinch. And once that all occurs, all Boston Academy have to do is, well, check the bomb, play against the time, make sure you get the peaks required. You just play that clock and you win the round.
All right, well, TFL Enterprises hit. Round 1 didn't go their way. Let's see if round 2 does. Pretty standard A hit for the moment. This time around, the Ghosty does get shut down. Center pushing all the way up those stairs. Gets not 1, but 2. Ghosty will fall. And now for Sensor, that is such a brilliant play right off the start. 4-0. But all of that over aggression from Boston Academy on towards A. We'll give up the B bomb site towards TFL, but they have a ton to do here in this round in a 2 versus 4.
Just like how Kremp did it for Boston on their offense. This time it's Yuli, pushes all the way past Wine, clears all of Kitchen, conveys that information to 2Real. Hey, B is clear. Come get this bomb planted, but they're playing isolated from one another.
Oh, the isolation might well grant them some kills. Again, though, no real perspectives to Rachade, and, well, that'll be the danger, won't it, as Yuli falls. 2Real going to pick up one in the 1 versus 4, but he's only really got a Semtex to work with. It will delay the defuse, but again, 20 seconds or so left on the clock here. Boston Academy walk away with a second round, and Sensor really was responsible for that.
Yeah, I mean, hey, say what you will about Doug. You know, he's struggling to maybe have a good map number 1. That's just an SMG's life on Hydra sometimes. I'm giving this guy the benefit of the doubt because his push, especially up through D1 on bar, to be able to find those 2 first kills really kind of entrenched ourselves as far as the pace was concerned in that round number 2 for Boston, who were able to hold on to all their numbers and just play for a 4v2 retake. Exactly what you have to do with your numbers. Just try to overwhelm, split the map 2 for 2. You find the 2 isolated players, you overwhelm them, you find the trades, you defuse the bomb.
And it's what we were talking about, right? Sensor running up that map. Again, a lot of space being afforded here by the AR pressure from Boston Academy early on. That's what we want to see Sensor do. Get right stuck into the action and pull off that mechanical skill that we know he's capable of. Ronaldo here at Boston Academy. A lot of noise being made over towards B. Kremp going to activate that dead silence to potentially make the play, but a lot of the action already going down over towards A. As a matter of fact, Shawnee has already taken down 1 and a second to boot as well. 2Real full. Ghosty now left up in a 1 versus 3 situation. The premature shots will leave him a bit high and dry. Ends up getting the kill versus Kremp, but the bomb will be down.
And he's got a Vaznev to do this retake with. Dead silence halfway depleted. Gonna start making this push happen through couches. So the post plant has Beans up over by D1. He's gonna be covering this cross, and I love this coming through from Ghosty. He actually thought about maybe going through statue, but now he's just gonna slow grab block his way around the corner where Beans was lying in wait just to take him down. Boston Academy, 3 rounds in. They'll take them all in their favor. And you really got to tip the aggression coming out from Boston as well. They recognize off of their first offense, Brody, that TFL Enterprises, they're going to essentially be playing all the way in the back of the map. So get your stuns, get your nades, check out these corners, and enforce your first bloods. And get numbers in your favor. Get that bomb planted and put yourself in the best winning position.
Indeed. And a lot of this as well, it's kind of funny in a way because we've talked about Boston Academy's search and destroy previously and what they have on their side. We very often talk about Beans with the sniper rifle, right? That he has not really been effective so far in the first 3 rounds. Hasn't been the oppressor that he usually is. Now has a chance to do so, though. I hope it didn't snipe against Ghosty. Will whiff, just go over the top of his head. Not this time. Elsewhere, though, Shawnee has already drawn that first blood against Hello. Yuli in for the trade against Sensor. And now Elaine has opened up here for a T-Fel. I love the reaction from T-Fel. They recognize that A isn't really an option. Just get the bomb down on B.
And they're leaving Ghosty behind over by the bomb. And I don't know if Beans ended up seeing him or not, but keep Ghosty's position in mind. He's going to be coming through the atrium to try to help out his team.
Still could well be secret factor here in this round. Ghosty, if he comes a little bit late, I don't think Boston Academy will necessarily expect it, especially if they're focused on the bomb site itself. They're throwing a lot of utility their way at the moment, but Beans will open up with the first blood, and Ghosty's time to do something is quickly expiring, and now needs to get involved in the action. The first 2 shots into towards Shawnee comes in alongside Judy to gate the player off the bomb. Beans will fall. Yuli and Ghosty activate, and Kremp now left up weakened in the 1 versus 2.
Wow.
You have not a chance, Sonny. Finally, TFL Enterprises, they do exactly what you said. Andy. Ghosty comes to play.
Yeah, he really does. I mean, he just bursts onto the scene through the side door. And this little bait and switch, just with Yuli, I mean, the dude was living on the Matrix. It really did feel like he was just dodging in between the bullets as Ghosty was shooting over top of him just to make sure that not only Yuli stayed alive, but he kept those 2 players weak over by the back door. And it just made it easy pickings for Yuli to be able to find himself 4 in a row. I believe that's the entire ace, actually, for Yuli coming through from that previous round. Yeah, it sure is. Just insane scenes. Again, it's Yuli with that dead silence play that continuously finds that B-side open for T-Fel.
Alrighty. Well, T-Fel got themselves on the board now. Does that give themselves enough courage to continue on? You say, Yuli, that last round with the ace. Now just an eagle eye over the ace site. Boston doing what they did a couple of rounds ago, waiting for T-Fel to make the first move. T-Real is getting antsy. Wants to have a little peek over towards that right side. You've got to be careful, though, because I have a feeling that Beans is probably waiting with a sniper rifle. Yuli, though, might well still get involved in the first engagement. The first 2 shots against Kremp. Kremp has gotten past, though, and Yuli now needs to reposition to deal with that.
Yeah, he sure does. Shawnee will be first blooded, though. Bomb gets planted at A, and I'm pretty sure that Beans is playing with attack 56 all the way on the backside of D2. But you take a look at this post plant, 2v4. These 2 players, Kremp and Beans, are split.
Those players push through are really the problem here for Beans and Kremp. In with the bomb down. Kremp, there you go. It will be down. Falling to Yuli inside bedroom. Beans goes as well. And yeah, those first few bloods coming through from Boston Academy. Just sublime. They get players through bedroom, and this is what we were talking about, right? You need players to get aggressive. They continue to do so.
It's a tough ask, especially in that post-plant situation, right? You lose Shawnee as that first blood. He was supposed to be the overwatch, maybe towards top bed. Sensor's work was definitely cut out for them as being the bomb planter, just trying to get away from that positioning. It is no easy feat. But Kremp, again, it's a tall ask to go as big as they possibly had to do in top bedroom to be walking away with maybe that two-piece. Almost gave them the lineup, but just did not get the opening shots. TFL Enterprises, just as much as they are conceding space for Boston to try to get that bomb planted, they're very, very quick on their retakes comparatively to what they look like in the first 2 rounds.
TFL really starting to put stuff together here now. Yuli on 5 in a row. Still hasn't died from that last round. 1 kill away, I believe, from the cruise missile. That thing can be incredibly useful in search and destroy for the information that it hands you. And he will play this one entirely separated from the rest of his team. Got to imagine as soon as TFL makes some noise that Yuli will activate. But this time around, Tyrael is going to be denied the first blood by Shawnee. That's not a lot of space given now from TFL, who do still want to get the bomb down on A, and they might be thinking about a rotation.
And look at Yuli's position again on the minimap. He's doing this every single offensive round, Brody. He doesn't have dead silence. He's on a 5 spree. Would love to be able to get that cruise missile. But he's going to be waiting, playing patiently, trying to maybe clear away that B site. That's why you see the bomb carrier of Ghosty along with teammate of Fellow still hanging out over by the bar to get the confirmation that the B site might be open. The difference defensively, Kremp is back here for the play.
I mean, TFL, they still have a lot of players on the board. Still have a lot of options and a way to win this round. The problem is time isn't exactly on their side. Got to start to make a move now, ideally. And, well, there you go. Fellow will activate. Center will fall inside bedroom. And now they have chosen their site of attack. It will be the dodgier site to try to take, especially as Yuli's still on that spree. But if they can get that out of this round, it would be good. Still, though, no bedroom control. Shortly will be peppered up there by Ghosty. And Yuli will come through. It is all but a bait as Yuli will finally get that kill. But elsewhere, Beans has taken down Fellow Yuli. Through the skylight he goes. There will not be a kill for him, but I believe he did get the cruise.
He did get the cruise missile, but it's in that finer moment right there that because Yuli did not want to invest their dead silence to clear away all of the back of the B bomb site, and with Fellow taking down at least one Boston player over by A, they thought that they could just try to reconvene over by lights and brute force their way to be able to get that bomb planted. It's not going to be the case, not when you just are holding your irons the way that Boston Academy were. Just luckily enough, you were able to get some early damage from Fellow onto Shawnee top bedroom to then to sway their mindset to just hold their irons to watch that bomb from being planted. Yuli able to at least get that kill number 6, but this is still a 2-round deficit.
Boston here. Been looking pretty good in the search and destroy. It will be a B hit once again. Got to be careful though, because Yuli's on the flank. Yuli, he's out for blood, and he will get it here. Finally traded out by Kremp. He will be again on this attack, a little delayed comparatively to Beans and Sensor. Nonetheless, though, those two now inside the site. Ghosty also here. He hasn't quite activated just yet. Wants to try and play as lively as he can because they don't quite expect him. And it is a good play, but Ghosty's nade will drop, and it will drop right at the feet of Fellow. Leaves Tyrael high and dry here in the 1 versus 3.
That's not the sous chef nade that you're looking for there. Ghosty bounces off of the counter right into the lap of Fellow. So much to do here for Tyrael. Semtex in the corner. He's going to get the confirmation of damage, but he's doing this with attack, and yeah, I mean, you just double up together. You get the trade, and man, I really did feel like that Yuli did everything there. He got the first one on Shawnee. That's all he needed, going 1 for 1 in that position. He got the information off of seeing so many players inside a restaurant that the teammates of both Ghosty and Fellow then wrapped back over towards kitchen to try to reinforce the B bomb site. Would have gotten away with it too, wouldn't for that meddling nade. That Odan Ghosty, man. That is just very unfortunate scenes right there. Boston Academy now up on map point to tie up the series 1 apiece.
We said it. Again, if hardpoint wasn't to be, search and destroy might well be where they are able to take a map away at least from TFL Enterprises, get themselves into the series. Now though, for TFL, they've had enough of playing around here. The aggression really starting to be felt now as both Tyrael and Yuli pushing all the way up, but they have been tagged by a stunt. Beans now with the information, trying to follow up with the kill, but not able to do so. Still, though, presence around the bomb site in the form of Shorty. He will activate, picks up the kill versus Fellow. Now gets the hell out of dodge.
Aggressive play does have top bedroom as well as top luggage in favor of TFL Enterprises, but they're not in a position where they can try to plant that bomb. Sensor reprises, coming back out from Spraw. He will take down Ghosty. That's the bomb dropped in the most precarious spot possible.
that's such a good read as well. Now the cruise missile coming down from Yuli, though, thinks that information could well be gained here. No kill, of course, because there's just so much indoors area here on Hotel Search and Destroy. And now Boston Academy, and you're in a horrible spot here because Ghosty, he had the bomb when he died. And T-File Enterprises, I think, well aware of that fact.
Map is flipped. I mean, everybody from Boston looks at Yuli and Turiel's position. They're like, have that side of the map. 20 seconds remaining. Yuli pops that silence, has to make a play, and they need to do it quick.
Does he check the help desk, though? This is a horrible corner. Horrible place to look. And yeah, you're already being looked at by Shawnee too. Yuli tagged up here. 10 seconds left to make something happen. Turiel goes for the bomb, but not more than that. Yuli turns for the second. It's just not to be. And how about that? Big brain Boston plays as they win Search and Destroy 6-2. They're now in the conversation.
How about it indeed? That, again, I know that chat's going to absolutely relish in this statement. Doug makes the play. Sensor comes around back, whether it was dead silence or not. He comes all the way through P2 lobby. Reprises out over by Bar. He takes down Ghosty, his former teammate and roommate from behind. And the bomb is patty-caked on D1. And again, that entire play for T-File Enterprises, they're finally the aggressors in that final round worth of play of round 8. Yuli and Turiel, I believe, both pop their dead silences. They get up top luggage. They're able to get top bedroom in their favor. But it doesn't mean anything if you don't deal with the player that's inside of couches. That was Shawnee. To be able to mitigate the damage early, they force out the 3v3. And then while all of that was happening, Sensor just comes back behind enemy lines. The sneaky Beaver takes down Ghosty, and they completely flip the map out and forces T-Fel's hand. Just could not make it happen. Boston Academy Search and Destroy is something special. We're tied up here, baby.
Yeah, they're looking so good at the moment. And again, you know, while he might not be that flashy in the end of stats, Sensor did so much there, so many key plays. I think there was that 2-piece in what it was round number 2 or 3 to completely just open things up for Boston Academy. Him and Kremp, though, I think is the SMG duo for this roster. We talked about it before we got into it, right? We said that's what we needed to see from this team. We need to see the SMGs get right up in the face of T-File Enterprises and shut them down before they could get going. T-File did have that on their side as well. Yuli found himself in a number of key power positions, but I think, again, just not enough against this Boston Academy roster that look really hot in Search and Destroy at the moment.
Yeah, they really do. And again, it's funny because you and I were sitting there talking about just Beans in particular. You know, you look at this guy and what he does bring to the table as far as Search is concerned. Obviously, that sniper play is definitely always wanted, but it's not what's always required when you're looking at a map mode combination like Hotel, Search, and Destroy. How good was Shawnee in not maybe always finding those first bloods, but always finding those trades and making sure that it stays in 3v3 and always putting themselves in the most annoying position possible that T-Fell Enterprises, they had to make sure that they dealt with Shawnee, and before it was too late, either Kremp was pushing up on the side or Sensor was flanking from behind. You gotta really tip your hat to Yuli, really gave it their all. A good scholar's try on that 6 spree. 9-6 is where they'll finish, but it's just not enough. Boston Academy looking too darn good on Hotel Search, man.
Boston Academy able to tie that series up at 1-1. But here's another series that's going on concurrently with this one. Aphelion Esports going neck and neck with Smog Alpha. Not too sure who won map number 1 in this series. I'll look in my stat sheet for the result in just a second. But in the Search and Destroy here, Smog Alpha able to send it to around 11.
It was actually a really close map number 1. They played it on Zarqwa Hydroelectric. Maybe it's just the curse of Shift and Visions. They've never really casted any Hydra. You and I just keep getting them all. Maybe, I don't know, but
I'm not complaining.
Yes, 250 to 227. Aphelion were able to take it and maybe scathe by. The Smog team is something special, especially when it comes down to Fortress and anything that kind of offers up a longer line of sight, especially when it comes down to Rupert, who is having himself a whale of a 6th life, 11-5 on a 6 spree. Expect that cruise missile to maybe be called in. You can get it.
Yeah, but Skywalker looking for kill number 7. This is what Smog Alpha are playing for at the moment. Gwyn has already got control of the A site. That entire play is completely shut off from Smog Alpha unless they are forced to move out. Fresh has already died in the round as well, by the way. 3 versus 4 for Smog Alpha here. Shots going down there by Infinite. And again, not enough to connect for a kill. They need to find something somewhere. Stupid might be able to do it.
When do you just pop up inside top single? It's a really tough call. He actually pops up. He throws some shots over by the Blacksmith. That'll cause Geo to relocate themselves. But inside the site itself, Infinite will find first blood. Numbers advantage. Not swaying towards anybody. It was a trade. 3v3. 35 seconds.
And as soon as you get that cruise missile, the last 2 players will be stuffed for Aphelion Esports. So Smog, that's why they're playing for this so heavily. But time really dwindling down in this round. As far as Aphelion are concerned, they probably know about that, and now the shot's coming out for Cryptic. He's looking for it. Rupert goes forward. He has the cruise or missile now. I believe he should have it, but 7 in a row. He might not, and well, regardless, he will finally fall. Aphelion able to get the trades in their favor in the end anyway. And what a round there for Aphelion Esports. They held so strong on the defense of the site there.
And it's such a tough decision if you are Rupert, right? I mean, sometimes you just got to trust the call, that you just call maybe for Snoopy, who was top single, to come and watch the flank, overwatch Rupert. That could have called in the cruise missile, even in a 3v4. Maybe force them all of Aphelion Esports into a very awkward situation where maybe you could have collected on a couple of eliminations, maybe, but hindsight being 2020, it just really does suck that Rupert drops a bombshell of a performance like that on a Fortress Search and Destroy. Same could be said about Thresh yesterday when they dropped 40 for the L on a Fortress Hardpoint and they find themselves down 0-2.
Yeah, and this, again, we didn't get to really talk too much about Aphelion Esports versus Smog Alpha, but that is an important map, I think, in the grand scheme of things for the Smog Alpha roster, because Search and Destroy has been a strength for them so far in Challenges Elite Season 1. Hardpoint, not so much, so playing it close with Aphelion is a surprise enough, but to lose the Search and Destroy, that will hurt. In the grand scheme of things, we'll keep you tabs on the control moving forward. But speaking of control, we have a swing game to talk about between TFL Enterprises and Boston Academy. Coming into this one, Boston Academy, they are 3-2 in control. TFL Enterprises 4-1, just the one control lost. And
both of them are 2-1 on Hotel Control as a whole, Brody. You're going to be looking out for, of course, it's Ghosty. Has a 1.34 control kill-death ratio through their group stage performances, but much easier said than done. Looking for openings. He's breaking out the boxing mitts inside to side. Able to take down Shawnee. The trade is obviously there, and how about a quick 4 dead in favor of TFL Enterprises? 24 plays up against 21, and you got presence at B.
Yeah, and if the objective here for TFL Enterprises is to get the hard point out of the way first, well, that's exactly what they're going to try and do. First tick of progression will be through an attempted flank now from the middle of the map from Shawnee. He will be able to pick up one. Beans with the Semtex on towards another. It is just Yuli and Fellow now left up alive here in the 2 versus 4. Yuli falls. Fellow, you gotta line him up. Fellow, you gotta line him up, and can only do 2. Kremp will take him down. The second tick, I believe, does actually come through there from TFL Enterprises, and they're actually still in for a third potentially because nobody from Boston Academy inside bedroom here. So the close spawn should be through from TFL Enterprises, and the kills will follow as well. 3 players on the point, and this point will go their way. TFL with the aggression, get the hard point out the way.
And now you have to do something that a lot of teams do struggle with here, Brody, is converting the B zone first and then getting your way over towards the A zone. But I mean, Too Real, he is just going buck wild crazy here on this third life. Finds himself in a 4 spree. Dead Silence will be popped. Still so much to do. You got 1 player over by Rugs. That's going to be Shawnee. Too Real goes for the challenge. Beans will find 2. Sensor for the cleanup. A fellow still here, by the way. Much more to do as his teammates are just spawning all the way over by the Valet, and that'll be the final kill required to stabilize the A zone for now.
I think the key difference is, you know, when it comes down to the second point, the one that you really, generally speaking, want is A, sometimes, right? Because it only takes 1 good hit to actually get in there. That's what TFL Enterprises are aiming for at the moment. T-Real now with an attempted flank. Beans with a read will take him down. So Boston Academy doing a great job at the moment. Holding on towards this point. Just 50 more seconds to brace against this TFL roster. And they're still looking for ways through. Trying to make it a 3-dimensional attack by putting players through the middle of the map. But this is just not working out. 9 on a 9 versus 9 in terms of lives. Boston continue to push the issue through Kitchen. T-Real will pick up 1 against Kremp. That might give them an in. But again, they're just trying to push players through the middle of the map at the moment, Andy.
Just trying to find their way in. I mean, Too Real finds a great entry, but Beans trades off for 2. So have to deal with Shawnee, who's all the way on the backside of the restaurant, and things are starting to stabilize ever so slightly. Down to 17 seconds. Too Real has that silence, potential to make a play in the back.
Yeah, that 1 kill will give it an entry towards the back line, as you say, but TFL Enterprises here just can't get any more than that. Krem picks up 2 inside Rug. Shawnee with another one as well. That'll leave Too Real all on his lonesome, stranded in the middle of the map, and no more to be done. And well, we kind of set it up as TFL Enterprises only needed 1 good hit. They were not able to get that. Boston Academy rock solid on their defense.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and actually make this a worthwhile statistic, but you and I were kind of having a joke and a half about it earlier when we were just talking about Hotel Control as a whole, right? Is that this is probably the one control map out of the 3 worth play, is that you will see a lot of offensive conversions. But it seems that it's still a head-scratcher for a lot of teams, isn't it? That when they get that B zone first, that a lot of teams still struggle to even find that first segment over by A. Much more analysis to come of it, I'm sure. But even though Too Real was finding almost about like 2, maybe 3 2-pieces, goes into this round double positive at 10 and 5, Boston Academy were always there for the trades.
Boston Academy now want to do what TFL did to them in the last round, get B out the way first, and they might well do it, to be fair. The pace of this push is really good for Boston Academy. They've completely cleared the point, and TFL Enterprises, they might well have forces through towards Spectrum side. I don't think Boston particularly care at this point. Beans does go for overextend to get rid of 2Real in that position, but still, Boston slowly but surely making the progress on B. Sensor able to take down one, and for TFL Enterprises, unable to get their resources in towards the point. Fellow is doggedly fighting from the couch's side, but not much to come of it. Finally, he will activate to take down Sensor, and Beans now the last one left alive on the point. 2 ticks aggression does go their way, though, and for Boston, they will be happy with that.
And that's fine. That's completely fine. Sensor snaking his head off. Johnny will be there to find the trade onto Yuli. So now they'll have presence over by A. So now it might just be one single segment that they might require to maybe convert an offensive round. But TFL Enterprises don't want the A zone to go over for free. They're trying to attack it from 2 different sides. 2Real will go down over by Ruggs. But again, it's the trade game for me, Brody. Boston just too good so far on this offense. But Ghosty will find the last 2 pieces required. Will neutralize the A zone after a segment comes through.
Yeah, Ghosty goes huge there for TFL Enterprises, right, to make sure that Boston don't get anything going on that point. But the problem is, again, those spawns coming on through for Boston Academy, they're already making their way back over towards B. And that progression will remain for the moment here. Kremp might well choose to activate on it and goes for the kill against Fellow. No universe in which he should get that one. And there you go. B falls by the wayside. It doesn't take much. It's a very fragile point in the state that TFL Enterprises were leaving it. So B is gone, but now A we go. And TFL Enterprises need a staunch defense here. Yuli might well be part of that here as he is flinging from wall to wall at the moment. Already managing to get 2 kills on this defensive effort and pushing right into towards Kitchen. He can sniff the blood of Boston Academy here. He is searching for all of these players. Boom, boom. There is Yuli in for 2. And, well, Boston Academy just fall apart.
Yeah, how to stabilize and mitigate a life deficit. Brought to you by Yuli. Book releasing next summer. Wonderful stuff coming from Yuli itself. It's kind of like shades of the Hotel Search and Destroy, where he just hits through wine, finds the timing all the way back through Kitchen, and he finds himself on a 4 spree. 1 minute left to be played here over by the A zone, and Boston Academy have kind of slowed down to a snail's pace. Why is that? Because Johnny's in all the way over towards the back, so you need to kind of hold the line here if you're Boston. Find a couple of TFL Enterprises members overextending. Just wait for Johnny to make the play in the back.
Could well do it. First kill is through. Got to shut down Yuli, though. 5 in a row would be good for him to do it. The shots do go through. That'll warn Yuli off for a second, and now players coming on the flank, but Yuli does actually need to get involved in the mixer because Boston Academy, they are stacking players from both sides now for TFL Enterprises. What can Yuli and Ghosty do here in the situation? Ghosty swings down the corner. It's Ghosty for 2! Yuli doesn't even need to get involved. He might want to put some shots in, but the kill will not be there. Ghosty does it all, and now we'll get involved in a fist fight against Kremp, but for Kremp, again, it's really pointless in the situation. You're on your own, getting taken down by Fellow there. And for Boston Academy, 1 more hit now with 30 seconds on the clock.
The 9 plays up against Finn, and Sensor gets spotted out inside of double arches. The sun also comes through. The Sensor has no point of entry, but it's just information. Look at the kill feed. Everybody's showing up big, and TFL Enterprises are reeling. It's just down to Ghosty yet again. The stack is in over by the A zone. Ghosty is 1 shot. No stim, has to go for the challenge in Boston Academy. Like you said, Brody, when it comes down to that A-zone execute, all you need is 1 good push, and that's all Boston Academy are going to find on that previous execute. They will find a 3 dead. They will find themselves in an offensive situation where they are now up 2-0 on the control. Who would have thought? I mean,
he would have thought, right? I mean, it's funny, right? We've been talking about, win potential here for Boston Academy in this series. And yeah, albeit, they did win the Search and Destroy. They did manage to take that one away from TFL Enterprises. We put a ton of weight on the hard point in this series, thinking that maybe the 4-1 record for TFL coming into this one on control might well save them versus Boston Academy. But no, Boston coming out with a fire here on Hotel Control, 2-0 up. And they get the clean 3-0 sweep in control. They have to have a good defense here against TFL as they look to make a B effort. Have to deal with mid-map pressure coming through from Kremp. It will be a delayed hit, but right on the point now, TFL Enterprises, they get an antsy. They're moving on towards the point. Yuli open up the effort with some kills. Ghosty will do a Kremp on that attempted flank. TFL, they're on the point.
They're on the zone, and I mean, you've only able to find yourself 2 eliminations. That was the second from Beans taking down Ghosty. This stack might just be it. Yeah, Boston, you just got to play for a couple of exits. You got to be careful with this overextension. Kremp will take down Fellow, so he makes it worthwhile. But you still have 2Real that was over there previously, so I don't think that Kremp was aware of that. Because 2Real was still laying on his belly, so now he has a little bit of a flank opportunity to come all the way through Statue. He hears the gunshots coming through, so yeah, he's going to pick up one on towards Kremp. Job's not done yet.
We said, though, previously, it only does take 1 good hit. Last time around, TFL Enterprises were not able to find that hit. Constant attempts at the flank were neutered by Boston Academy, and they're doing exactly that again. Look at Kremp on the minimap. You can see absolutely ready for such a hit from Yuli. It is Yuli, of course. Can you ever really be ready for him? There you go. There's the answer. Kremp will take him down, but there is actually a double effort coming on the flank here. Ghosty this time around will pick up where Yuli left off. Now has T-Real in support as well. T-Fel, a real good chance here at breaking in towards A. But this needs to be synchronized. This needs to be a good effort from the T-Fel roster. Yuli starting proceedings off with a kill versus Kremp. Boston Academy, they know which side this hit is coming from. They are absolutely ready for it. It's all white in the kill feed. Just Yuli left up, and now not even that. Boston hold.
They were all turtled up on the kitchen side of the restaurant, and even though T-Fel Enterprises, they dealt with Kremp coming back through the atrium, it just wasn't enough to the 3 players that were still in and around the A zone. But hold on a second, because off screen, you can see that Ghosty Fellow able to find a couple eliminations, and now taking down Shawnee. You got the stack on A.
It only takes one good hit. We've said it. The stack is through. All 4 players sitting on the point. This will go super fast. Boston Academy, if you want to go, you gotta go now. Sensor a little bit late with it. Not really much that he could do there. Short of lining up some players and knocking them down in quick succession. T-Fel will survive for the moment and do what they couldn't do in round 1.
Yeah, again, just finding that one good push just really comes down to making sure that Kremp could not deliver any assistance through the atrium, through line. Their teammates that were trapped inside a kitchen in that last moment of time. And I believe it was T-Real that actually picked up a lot of good damage coming back through the pantry or freezer area. That coupled along nicely from the ARs of Ghosty and Fellow to be able to find those eliminations required, spawning all of Boston Academy essentially over by the spot.
Boston Academy on this offensive effort, I think they're going for an entirely different strategy, not a beat push right off the rip. Instead, they want to get things moving on A. Now, generally speaking, when it comes to A, you do see teams kind of leave one player on the point and send some players for some early pushes over towards B. Shorty in the middle of the map, though, dealing with some early pressure from T-Fel Enterprises on the flank. That should shut down basically T-Fel entirely on this effort to stop the A capture. One more player does go through, but that's all it will be.
And you got to be careful here if you are T-Fel Enterprises. Just look at the lives. Nobody dropped for Boston Academy in that opening skirmish. It's a clean 4 dead in favor of Boston Academy. So yeah, you just have to chalk the A zone. Play for a couple of exits. Make sure you get players inside of bedroom. Player number 4 on the minimap is Fellow. He might be looking for a couple exits out of line, but good job from Yuli there with the tack. We'll find 2 upon the exit, so at least you know your flank is somewhat secure, but there's still Boston players over by the shops.
I'm not sure if secure is the right answer, or maybe it will be if Fellow here, the security guard for the backline, doing an excellent job at keeping Boston Academy out of the spawn. Sensor, though, has managed to filter on through and could well be the savior here for Boston. 1v1 against Yuli. He's being thrown his way, and Yuli gets the better of Sensor in the backline there, but does waste a little bit of time for Kremp to do exactly that. Yuli and Fellow will now fall. Kremp looking for another one on the L desk, and he will find it. It's 3 for Kremp. The floodgates have opened now for Boston Academy. The stack should follow. Player in the middle of the map, though. Yuli still looking to defend this point here. Beans is ready for it. Is he ready for the left side attack? Yes, he is. Reads it perfectly. The first tick down by the wayside. Just the 1 player on the point for the moment here. Boston focused on providing the support from up top in bedroom from the luggage side, and I don't think that's enough. It's Ghosty comes through for 2. But still, Beans is on this point at the moment. He is just big chilling with the cover fire from Kremp. Finally gets taken down there. Boston choosing not to get stuck right in, but they still might have a chance.
I don't think that second segment came through. Doug's going to try to gun in here and maybe try to secure at least that second segment. It's 20 plays up against 15. 1 minute and 20 seconds left to play again. You just need one good wave of gunfights, and Shawnee goes unnoticed in towards the back through P2. Now you have to force out a play from Yuli from couches yet again.
Shawnee in the backline, you called it though. Shawnee in the backline, ready to explode. He's already picked up 1, but no more than that. T-Fel Enterprises will win that wave of gunfights, and now you find yourself in a situation here. 70 seconds on the clock. There's a wealth of time to work with. Just the 1 tick is all that's required here for Boston Academy to close out this control. T-Real, though, he's anxious about players coming on the flank, and rightfully so. He's already taken down Sensor. Might be aware that there's a second player also to deal with. That will be Shawnee. The shots do go through, and to be fair, T-Real not getting that kill, not the end of the world. The information should be there. Sensor getting that kill against T-Real might well be so, because now you're not just dealing with 1 player on the flank, you're dealing with 2. Shawnee, though, will fall. 40 seconds here, and Sensor needs to go huge.
Do or don't on this flank here. If you are Sensor, he will throw at least a stun. Does not have dead silence to make this push happen all the way to the backside of Spa. And Yuli, whether he heard it or it's just a complete concrete read, will take down Sensor towards the flank. 27 seconds remaining. Boston Academy, you would feel like this is their last chance.
It has to be. Bedroom control is in for Boston Academy. You need to get some kills, though. Shawnee doesn't exactly do that on the first. Just 15 seconds now as this one goes to a round number 5. Beans opening things up with that first. The trophy system will go down. That will enable him to regen. An attempted flank from Sensor, though, shut down by T-Real. Kremp falls as well. Got a feeling this one's going to round number 5, and there it is. Beans goes down. Shawnee can't do anything. Fellow ends the round on a spree. And T-Fel Enterprises, 2 rounds on the bounce now, force us to a round number 5.
Yeah, 5 spree in the hands of Fellow with an AR. Keep in mind to be able to fish out that 6 elimination for a potential cruise missile. It's going to be offense for T-Fel Enterprises for sure as far as segment progression is concerned off of 4 rounds worth of play. Again, I don't even know if you want defense if you are Boston Academy with how well they're executing on some of these zones and they're opening rips as well, Brody. But only time will tell. That said, I really did feel like Boston had it on that B zone execute when you had Beans just playing over by the couches. Yuli threw very early shots, gave away his positioning, gave Beans a very early kill, but there was just no extra reinforcements from Boston to be able to push up towards the stairwell. We'll have to see what T-Fel Enterprises can do here on the offense. Big swing map mode combination and big swing round at that.
Boston Academy put all their eggs onto the B basket right off the rip here. Fellow waiting patiently for the aggression that we've seen Sensor pull out in the series so far, and it is the right call. Sensor falls right off the rip, but Shawnee getting the better of Fellow in that situation. Boston will clear B almost entirely. 1 player through towards the defensive side will be Yuli, but T-Fel now starting to make that progress on A. They want to get this point out of the way. Boston will give this 1 look, and that should be all she wrote here for the point. Kremp will fall inside Ruggs. Good kill from T-Real on the flank. Fellow will deal with Shawnee as well, and now for Boston Academy, do not invest any more into this.
Oh, T-Real, the dolphin dive, he gets inside a statue, still has that silence, but the regen won't come through in time. Funny will find that trade, so that'll at least secure the flank, at least you would think so. There's that 5th player, the trophy system, Fellow, able to find himself 2. That's on another 4 spree. He already has the cruise missile, Brody. What more can he do?
How about this from T-Fel Enterprises? Fellow might well bring that cruise missile down sooner rather than later. As Beans gets a second, though, T-Real will be left on his lonesome for a second. T-Real can do it all. T-Real trying to make himself 3 real with the kill against Kremp, and it's just not to be. Kremp gets the hell out of dodge. Shawnee dealt with in the middle of the map, though, enables T-Real to actually just jump on the point and get himself involved in the action. The first tick now down for T-Fel Enterprises, but Beans and Sensor coming through from Bar's side with the kills. Clears the point for just a moment. T-Fel Enterprises now sent for a reset here, and as Ghosty falls all the way to the back of the map. Fellow investing this streak. It's an information, but I think he was trying to banking there on more kills being made by his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, he was really hoping that 2 real Ghosty, just as they were kind of pushed up past couches, that they were going to be able to collect off of that information and just damage alike. I mean, yes, Fellow calls in the cruise missile. You get the info, that's fine. He also takes down 1 player, but there was nobody in immediate position to try to capitalize off of that. But look at the minimap player number 2. 2 reals in from behind. He will take down Kremp. You also have some kills from the front, but it is being stabilized from the trades of Boston.
Boston Academy. Gotta hold strong, T-Real. He was able to do a little bit of damage there. That might have been scary for Boston Academy, but no, Boston have entrenched themselves very far into the offensive spawn. Sensor inside bottom bedroom. Beans up top as well. This is a really good setup from Boston Academy. Just got to weather 60 seconds worth of T-Fel pushes and probably a little bit more. They do manage to find themselves on the point. Beans up top though. Be stunned by Ghosty. He was looking to remove him from that power position. Sensor is still down low, by the way. And there you go. Finally, Sensor will activate to take down Fellow. Beans will fall, but Sensor still hanging around this spot. Still forcing T-Fel to spawn out on the other side of this map. Dead Silence activated now. A huge 1v1 to take down Ghosty, just trying to bait him out.
How about the discipline from Sensor just to keep his life? Just throwing a couple shots. Repositions with the Dead Silence. Now he's under the garage. 27 seconds remaining. Only a 2-life lead to speak of for T-Fel Enterprises. They don't have all the map positioning in the world. You got to get these players out from bed.
Kremp just going to sit in the corner. Position that, well, frankly, Fellow just doesn't expect. And yeah, that's a hearty laugh if I've ever heard one, Andy. And for good reason. Ghosty, the last player that can do something. And Sensor just burns him out of the round. 10 seconds left here for T-Fel. And all they have is a 2 real flank. Not really much to work with. Down to their last set of respawns. Fellow, can you Superman dive onto the point? Absolutely not. As Boston Academy, they make it much closer than it needs to be. They started 2-0, but they will win it in a round number 5.
Is Mercury in retrograde? Are the stars aligned right now? What is going on? His Boston Academy team is gross at hotel control. Their executes offensively. Yeah, say what you will, T-Fel Enterprises. I know you're thinking about 2 rounds on the bounce. Whatever, Brody. I don't care. His Boston Academy squad, the way that they're able to hold each other's lives and being able to be in a tradable position of one another is at an all-time high. I mean, it always felt like that where Kremp or Sensor were trying to make a very egregious SMG play with Dead Silence. They either had backup from Beans or Shawnee alike. The damage numbers will be excruciating to look at, obviously, because they won't be maybe true. We can only trust the scoreboard with a grain of salt, but regardless of the matter, the kill feed constantly spoke spoke for itself every single time offensively that T-Fel Enterprises found themselves a 2-for-2. It just always came down to the extra trades that Boston Academy were able to have for themselves. I mean, the trust that these 4 players have with one another is just at an all-time high. It is sublime gameplay coming through from Boston Academy.
Well, while we weren't going to see Ghosty's scoreline at the end of the game, I mean, he was one of the top performers, I think, overall for this roster coming out of the first few days of play. Had a 1.34 coming into it, so I can't imagine he had the best of games there. But Boston Academy, they most certainly did. The usual suspects coming out to play. Beans, 35 kills, just consistently going off. I'm not sure that 4 non-traded kills is correct. I've got to be honest.
Probably not.
That might be it might be a glitch.
I think Shawnee's damage is
there.
true, though. Dude, 4,200 damage. I mean, that seems right for what Shawnee was doing. 29 and 30, maybe a little bit more than 13 assists. I don't care. This guy, it has just been a real big catalyst for Boston Academy's success. He's just holding his life. He's playing in the back. He's overwatching Kremp's plays. Gets maybe closer to 24 non-traded kills if we can maybe take that again with another grain of salt. But, I mean, the ARs absolutely came to play to back up their SMGs.
Well, how about this one for a matchup? Team War going head-to-head with Iron Blood Gaming. Rosters filled with names that you guys will absolutely know. Some that you won't, to be fair. For those of you who aren't in the know, Lau on Team War is formerly known as Jimbo. Of course, a player that had a really successful Black Ops Cold War season, and even the Modern Warfare season that preceded that one as well. Back to play again in Modern Warfare 2 alongside this star-studded Team War lineup. And that star-studded Team War lineup is having a hell of a time here on Mikado Hardpoint, currently in the lead by about 70 points or so. That will grow to just about 75 to 80 as we get into the next set of rotations, or should I say the final set of rotations for Iron Blood. This has to be a good swing from P1 to P2. Yeah,
this will definitely end on the set of rotation. I mean, there's 7 hard points in a rotation for Mercado, for crying out loud. 207 to 132. Iron Blood really need to start piecing together here. And, well, speaking of being pieced up, there's Fire, Parasite, able to show up in a big way. That's a big 2 to have for yourself, but I love this discretion that's also coming through from Team War. They're not trying to flood for Cantina because there's still so much time left on P1.
So much time left indeed. Team War more than happy to hoover this one up, but Gunless in the middle of the map there will be taking down 2, one with the Semtex, one with the TAC, and Pentagram to follow up with another one. But we were saying that Iron Blood were in control of the spawns for P2. That will no longer be the case. That's why Team War giving up the vast majority of the time at the back of P1. But Johnny actually comes through here for a 2, looking for 3 across the cup. Bink will remove him from the situation, but job is done for Team War. They're on the better side of the map for one of the money kills we have here on Mikado Salmas. Now it's about the whole. Cross-map coverage from Lau in the middle will be through. It's a couple of kills there, and it weakens Iron Blood on the retake. Now, players spawning close, and for Iron Blood, they're going to be coming from the alley side.
You really got to go big here if you are Gunless and Persini, right? The veteranship needs to also come through by way of gun skill. Persini with the Vaznev able to find 2, but Pentagram trying to follow up in their teammates' footsteps. Will end up finding at least one in towards the back. 1v2 essentially for the hardpoint, whether Pentagram knows that or not. Gunless will be there over by the dumpster to help things out, but can't get Parasite out from the hardpoint. Was on a 5 spree. Would have loved to see Parasite maybe favor their life just a little bit longer. But when you have this leader's advantage, why not just flying for man?
Yeah, Team War, they still have a fair amount of win conditions here in this game. The lead that they've had has grown so big that Iron Blood do need to play perfect from here on out, and they should get the remaining scrap time. 20 seconds left. Parasite is giving this one last look. The kill versus Pristini is nice, but you still need a second one versus Penta, who's currently sitting inside. The stun will connect. Penta now going to be dazed and confused, but not dazed and confused enough to win the 1 versus 1 as Parasite will fall. That scrap going the way of Iron Blood, but now turning our attention over towards the rotation. Lau is through. Johnny is through as well. The kills will be there. Gunless, can he hold strong? Needs to try and win this 1 versus 1. No, Lau is going to come out on top. And now Team War spawning pretty close. Parasite next to the back of the roster. Bink will now get 2. Looking for number 3 here against Johnny. And it doesn't matter whether Bink gets it. The end result is the Iron Blood win out.
Oh my goodness. I bet Parasite was wishing that maybe he went on that 6 spree to get himself a cruise missile, because that is an emphatic rotation, turning scrap into initial from Pentagram, being able to solidify the scrap time on 2. And now you had Bink that opened up with a 2-piece going in towards 10. This is going to be a battle on 2 different fronts, but it's all from the front and the side door. Where are these players located at? Johnny knows there's one on the stairs. The double challenge comes in. That's a 4 dead for Teamwork and close it out here.
Yeah, they absolutely should be able to close out this series here versus Iron Blood Gaming. Mid-map courage in from Fire. He will fall, not before taking down 1 player, though, and that just weakens this entire assault. This effectively falls on the shoulders of Pristini and Gunless, the latter of which is down, the former of which is down and out. Can anybody touch in time? Pentagram will get through, but it is for a fleeting moment as Team War, they win this specific battle, and they will continue through to round 2.
And that's, keep in mind, yes, that was map 4. Ironblood were able to take the Embassy Hardpoint map 1, 250 to 213. It was a 6-4 Fortress Search and Destroy, and a 3-2 Hotel Control for Team War, which is surprising for me because Hotel Control has not in particularly been favorable for Team War as far as group play is concerned. But they make it do it here. They're going to be able to close it out in 4 maps, and they will continue on, like you said, going in towards the next round for the winner's bracket. So if you're a fan of Parasite, you're a fan of Team War as a whole. I know Kevin Pichardo down in Mexico is probably just dancing his night away with a couple margaritas in hand, just very happy that his team's doing well.
Yeah, I know they were very happy about their Challengers Cup championship, right? Or they were calling it a championship. They were happy to just get a win under their belt after what was, I think it was like, I want to say like 600 days or something like that. I don't know. There was a very specific number given.
Days, yeah.
Yeah, there was a very specific number, 616, totally not a Marvel reference, that they were able to, they were not able to get any kind of victory at all, whether it be a Challengers Cup, an Elite, or an Open. They got the Cup victory. I think the next step for them, for this roster, arguably the best Team War that we've had in a while, they're looking for an Open or an Elite victory under their belt. A 3-1 victory over Ironblood Gaming is the best way to go about it. And this Ironblood Gaming roster, again, you got to remember, folks, that they did make a change coming into Season 1 of Challengers League. They brought Bink onto the roster for, guess who? Ghosty. So for Ironblood Gaming, I think, you know, for them now in the lower bracket, they really need to start getting something going over. They might well be looking to get themselves involved in Roster Mania post, maybe not Season 1, post Boston, because that event is fast approaching as well. Might be a redemption arc for a number of teams. For Boston Academy, their redemption arc will continue as we get back into their matchup versus T-File Enterprise. We've been trolled there by the draw. Embassy Hardpoint, that'll be next up in the series. As I was saying though, Boston Academy, I mean, their redemption arc is well underway. 2-1 up against T-File Enterprises. Again, a reminder for you folks at home, they've already taken down War. They've already taken down Aphelion in their group. To do that is impressive enough. To take down T-File Enterprises, who have been damn near perfect, that would be stunning for this Boston team.
And if everything historically, as far as group play is concerned, kind of lines up to what we have here in this best of 5 series for this winner round 1 matchup between T-Fell Enterprises and Boston Academy, you would almost assume that it has to end here on the Embassy Hardpoint. Both T-Fell Enterprises and Boston Academy, through 2 times on Hardpoints in particular, they are 2-0 on this Embassy Hardpoint. And I know what a lot of people are thinking. I'm looking at you guys. T-Fell Enterprises are 9-0 on Hardpoint after that 100-point club Hydro map number 1. But hear me out on this, Brody, all right? Strap yourself in. I think that this is going to be Boston's best chance to be able to take a hard point and knock T-Fell Enterprises down a peg. They played this versus Aphelion yesterday, looked amazing. 250 to 123. The ARs were absolutely electric. This was also map number 1 versus Team War as well. It could have been map 4, right, if I'm remembering correctly. Regardless of the matter, they were still able to beat Team War, and who showed up in a big way? It was the ARs backed along the lines of Kremp, with that SMG in hand just being an absolute nuisance when it comes down to the fixtures as far as Embassy is concerned. You put all of that in a beautiful little gift basket that is wrapped in green for Boston Academy, and the way that Censor's been playing in the respawns on a map like Embassy Hardpoint, I think T-Fell Enterprise are going to have a hard time.
Yeah, again, it comes back to the storyline that we were really trying to present at the top of the show, right? Which is that for Boston Academy here, you know, they will take a hard point off T-Fell Enterprises. They've been looking so hot in hard point over the last few days. Again, a reminder, we'll continue to hit this stat line. They are 4-0 in hardpoint coming into today. Well, forget the first hardpoint, don't worry about that one, but coming into the day, they were 4-0 after the days number 2 and 3 of regular season play in Season 1. So for Boston Academy, they've been making starch improvements in hard starch. We're not talking about potatoes. Stark improvements in hardpoint, and a lot of that has come down to Censor and Shawnee, as you say. I think, you know, I gave a lot of flack, at least internally with our casting team, to Censor and Shawnee for not exactly showing up in those early top 16 performances. You know, shout out to the rotation, because they were consistently tweeting out scoreboards from Raleigh, tweeting out scoreboards from the first few challenges, cup tournaments, keeping an eye on the coverage that we at Clutch provide. And just there were so many times where you were looking at, right, Krem, then Beans, they've showed up, and Shorty and Censor just haven't. But that has absolutely changed in the last few days of play for this Boston Academy roster. And we can take a look at the Team KD here on Embassy Hardpoint specifically for Boston in the 2 matches that you noted. A 1.09 on the whole. They've been looking so good. Although, again, I do have to kind of ask the question, how much of that is Beans and how much of that is Shawnee? Because those ARs, they really do turn up.
You know, it's actually funny. A lot of that inflation actually comes from Beans and Kremp, like I was talking about specifically on Embassy. I mean, Beans, as far as Embassy is concerned, I'm not too sure when it comes down to the map mode combination. But as far as Hardpoint, 1.29 overall for Hardpoint coming in towards this series here today. I mean, per 10 minutes, this guy's dropping just an absolute bombshell of a performance. It has a massive non-trade kill percentage as well. And then here's the stat line that absolutely does it for me when it comes down to Hardpoint for one of Ben Beans on Toast. 86.5% true engagement success rate. And for those that don't know what TES is, 86.5% of the time that Beans is getting into an engagement on Hardpoint, he's either walking away with a kill or an assist. For an AR flex, that's gross. It's dirty.
Yeah, absolutely. Beans is just such a talent, man, I think, right? And it's just such an understatement. It is absolutely an understatement. And I know, again, I'm trying not to be the EU bias caster here on the talent team, Andy. I'm sorry. But I can't not be when it comes to Beans, right? Again, I think early on, I think it was Woody that we were talking about, right, being one of the best players to come out of EU last season. Beans is also up there alongside Wardy, and he's now over in the North American region as a Boston sub. Here's a look at that, by the way. We were discussing what was his 1.09 KD on Embassy Hardpoint. I don't know if this is Embassy Hardpoint specifically or just Embassy on the whole, whether that includes search and destroy.
Stat line for 2 ARs.
Either way, the point is that Beans and Shorty, they are running this map, a 1.28 KD on Embassy on the whole. It was just Hardpoint Embassy, our wonderful producer has just told us, which does actually kind of add a more specific beat to what we were talking about earlier on with that 1.09. Those players, man, they really are running the show. And to me, Andy, it does just go to show as well that it isn't just Beans, because again, we've said it, Shawnee has absolutely turned up. He turned up in the qualifier for this very tournament, and he's turned up over the last couple of days as well.
Keep in mind, this Boston Academy team started off the group play 0-2. They didn't win a single map on their first day of group play, and then they turned that around to go 9-1? What? There has to be an immediate turnaround. I mean, shout out Coach Magic in the back line. Mike, I know that you're watching this. He's been putting in the hard work overseas. He's actually over there with you, Brody. Probably going to be watching the sun come up when it comes down to the first day here of playoffs as a whole. But again, TFL Enterprises are going to be playing with a certain amount of heat. You know that they want to force a game number 5 here, Brody, and Hardpoint is absolutely their wheelhouse to do it. Again, just to highlight Ghosty one more time as far as their overall is concerned. I mean, through all 3 game modes, they do have a 64% true engagement success rate, which is still very gross. They've been putting up numbers continuously. We got to see how influential they were on that Hydra map number 1, always trying to play for the future, trying to get their team those spawns ahead of new, and were successful in it more often than not.
Yeah, this TFL Enterprises roster, so good on Hardpoint. I think just generally speaking, again, you know, we really can't understate it. You know, 8-0 coming into the day, now 9-0, including that map number 1 victory for TFL Enterprises. They've been looking so hot in Hardpoint. I gotta say again, you know, I said it earlier on, I do think it's a little bit of a mistake in the veto process to allow Hydro Hardpoint through. I know you're probably not going to be successful on any Hardpoint map, but that was their strongest map mode combination there for Hardpoint. So they've got that out of the way, at least. They've got the hard one out of the way. They're going to the Embassy now. We've seen success for Embassy or for Boston Academy on this very map mode combination. Now they need to do it thrice against TFL Enterprises to close out what could be another surprising series. And we've already said it, Beans and Shawnee are the players to watch on this roster, and Beans will pick up G-Real there inside the hard point. A lot of early time, actually, for P1 going the way of Boston.
Oh, man, Sensor, the only one to show up for Boston that didn't win their first engagement. You really hate to see it. TFL Enterprises, though, see where they're at on the minimap is concerned. They're spawning essentially in for new, in for admin as well. G-Real finding that elimination onto Shawnee is a big deal because it actually gives them that entire A lane in their favor ahead of P2. You don't really want to give up all of this time in the world. 28 seconds, though, for Boston Academy off of P1 is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I don't think TFL Enterprises are too bothered by it, you know, just because of the fact they have got control of spawns for P2. Kremp might well disrupt that play, though. 2 kills already on the board. Not going to find a third, though, as he will be shut down by 1 inside the administration building. So a lot of eggs in the E2 basket now for TFL Enterprises. Fellow stuck between 2 cars or 2 vans, one of which will explode and make him extremely weak. The second, probably not that far off an explosion as well. So Fellow, his time really running out in this position, but Boston Academy haven't unearthed him just yet. They're relying on a flanking play coming through from Beans. He will be looking for the 1-versus-1 against Julie, but Fellow still with a chance to activate here towards the middle of the map, only able to get 1. Kremp takes down his teammate nonetheless, though. Boston Academy, for a moment, removed TFL Enterprises from the kill, but Ghosty for 2. TFL right back in.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, that 28 seconds off of P1 completely gets flipped back on its head. You still have scrap time to keep in mind here ahead of P2, and it seems that Boston aren't really worried about contesting for the scrap time. Beans is playing for a couple exits. He will find 2. 8-1, by the way. Casual stuff for them. Now they're just going to play this top kitchen staircase. Make sure that this ladder stays secured while the rest of their teammate sits inside the upcoming hardpoint. Even gives Ghosty a last little kiss goodbye as far as the end of P2 is concerned. But numbers aren't exactly favorable for Boston on this rotation. It's just Shawnee inside the hardpoint could definitely use some assistance before this hit comes through. Or does
I don't think Shawnee needs it. Honestly,
mind.
again, we were talking about all the support that Shawnee and Beans providing for the roster here on Embassy Hardpoint. Shawnee showing us it firsthand, and now he will need to go huge as the rest of his teammate dies around him. Shawnee now left up effectively in a 1 versus 2 on the point, has to look in 2 directions, and well, your gun just can't point in more than 1 direction at once. So Shawnee gets stuck between a rock and a hard place there and crushed by both. T-Fal Enterprises now able to find their way back on through. It is just Yuli for the moment, though. Not a trophy system to speak of. That stun coming through will enable Kremp to get on towards the hard point, looking for a second against Ghosty, and, well, Ghosty will take him down. So scrap time should be good here for T-Fal Enterprises, and the rotation might well be as well. Sensor now stuck in a stairwell between 2 players, able to pick up the first, and to be fair, if he dies here, you got to imagine the rest of Boston Academy, he will be spawning around that backline, should be able to deal with Yuli, but you can never quite count out the ex-Stallions player, and this will be why I was convinced he was dead there. Yuli denies.
Gets the gunny up. Sensor was caught in attack sprint, so we've all been there. It takes a while to get that gunny back up, now doesn't it? Ghosty Fellow able to combine for 2 more. That's the only kill that Boston has been able to find in the past 4. Sensor taking down 2 Real. Nothing to speak about. First 20 seconds already intact here for T-Fal Enterprises. Boston Academy essentially over by the P2 ramp, or looking from the outside in.
T-Fal still looking to hold on though. Kremp going to burst on through, has the support of a couple of players, but, well, no longer 2 Real for 2. Fellow triples up with his teammate and out towards the middle of the map as well. Yeah. This could be a really good swing from T-Fal Enterprises here with the back 20 seconds or so. Boston haven't exactly got this rotation covered. And it's not looking good for them here. They already lost the vast majority of control of the back of P3 and P4. If they lose this one, it might well spell disaster here in the hard point, and 2 Real across the middle of the map. 2 Real doubles up. 4 in a row for Kim. 4 in a row for Ghosty as well. T-Fal looking hot here on the rotation.
Oh, he's feeling it as well, jumping from side to side. It's just a push from the back. Yuli somehow finds 2. 2 Real will take his teammate down, and then 2 Real falls as well. So now it's just Ghosty on this spree. Beans to the knife. We'll take Ghosty out from that spree. I got your spot, buddy, and I got the break as well. This is a required break at that. Boston Academy coming away from P3, Brody. We're only able to really collect about 12 seconds comparatively to T-Fal Enterprises, who were able to get past 125 points.
And that streak's gone as well, right? T-Fal Enterprises, they were looking at Yuli, Ghosty, T-Real, all that was starting to streak out there on this hard point. Beans and comes and denies every single one of them. Now the back 20 going the way of Boston Academy here as long as Sensor can hold towards the back line. T-Real able to try and find his way through, but well, it is only a look that he will get as Sensor takes down both him and a teammate. Unfortunately, there for Kremp gets in Sensor's way, and Sensor's got big arms, man. He will slap down anybody that gets in his way. Boston Academy able to get the scrap time here. One last look in from Yuli. It is for just a few seconds, just trying to unnerve Boston Academy, or rather just fight along the back line to try and get in for P1 here.
Sensor acting like he's in a mosh pit, but in a kitchen scenery. I don't know what that would actually look like with metal music. Maybe that's what kitchen staff do when they're cleaning up at the end of the night. Just swinging at everything, honestly. 134 to 101 is really where it kind of settles towards the end of the first set of hard points. So Boston Academy, you know, they kind of claw their way back from that deficit that T-Fal Enterprises were able to have for themselves. So it's about a 70-point deficit. And you know, honestly speaking, being on this side of the map, trying to get themselves admin control, Boston Academy have really 2 adventures for themselves. You want to make sure that at least you keep this south lane in your favor, and you want to try to stop T-Fal Enterprises from not only generating hardpoint time, but get them out from the admin building as well.
Default, not exactly that. At least momentarily. Johnny will spawn up over towards admin side, and now will ensure spawns for Boston Academy towards P2. A fair bit of time, though, going away towards T-Fal on P1. Now for T-Fal. And they break on through towards P2, choosing to do it through the admin building side. Both Yuli and Ghosty over in that area of the map. Ghosty will fall. So now for Boston. Gotta make sure that player in Yuli doesn't cause problems around the backline. Kremp now able to get a second kill in towards the middle of the map. Spots out Yuli towards the backline. Some shots will be enough. He's relying on his teammate to finish off that gunfight, and they actually will. As Boston Academy now able to find their way on through. Sensor in towards the time. Still has a fight on his hands.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, he gets stunned up. No way you're going to make it back through that side door, right? Shawnee, a lot of work to do. Good coverage from Beans, though, in towards the back. Still down by about 50 points. You really need to try to fight through P2 and get this back 20 seconds while also keeping in mind for the rotation. Look at player number 7 on the minimap. That's Kremp. He shows up in a big way. He will find 2. If he can find this third over by AS&D, that might just mean the rotation potentially to be opened up. Beans will be there to find 2. Kremp struggling to get above this top catwalk area, but will finally do it. But just as it's all said and done, Ghosty will reprise the roll towards the backside of the catwalk and will take them down from that positioning. Now Beans on a 5 spree, looking for kill number 6. He'll get it. How about number 7? Can't find it, but the cruise missile still earned.
Big cruise missile that could well come into play later on. You might as well choose to use it here as well, as long as the trophy systems are utilized. And there you go. Yeah, Beans is going to here. It is the most open hill we have beside the parking lot or the P1, and Beans will bring it down on towards Ghosty. Now, you need to act off that. Fellow will be in, and Fellow will hold as well. Sensor, can you break it? Yes, he can, finally. But we'll need to do a little bit more, because Yuli is still hanging around. Well, not any longer, as Ghosty takes down his teammate here. So Beans might well be gifted that. Can he do anything with the gift? Yes, he can. The pistol off the back of the ladder play will be taking down Ghosty. A back 20 that should go Boston Academy's way. And you ideally needed that, I think, with the streak being invested.
There's still a slight little cushion, though, to speak of here for TFL Enterprises. Even if you soak up the back 12 seconds, you would assume with TFL, the way that they're playing on the backside of admin, that they should be able to at least secure that 20 seconds and be at about 200 points to about the 165 here for Boston Academy. But I love this slow, methodical push that's starting to come through for Boston Academy. They will find that trade, at least on a Yuli. Ghosty will take down Beans in return. But inside the admin building itself is where a lot of the focus needs to be, and it's just Kremp alive. He's the last-ditch attempt to maybe try to find the opening to get inside this hard point. He will go down.
Still, TFL Enterprises will be in, but not for long. Shawnee and Sensor start proceedings here with kills in their favor. Shawnee for a second. Beans shooting absolutely nothing. A ghost of a body. Or a ghost of a ghosty. TFL Enterprises now will have to fight their way back in for the back 30. It is still a wealth of time worth fighting for. Beans, though, I think wants to deny. Has already picked up 2. Kremp sitting in the corner there. Kremp sitting in the corner. T-Real and Fellow, absolutely no chance to take him down. That is a wealth of time that goes Boston's way. And now the rotation starts to become a much more important thing at the forefront of TFL Enterprises' mind. But they are not there first. It will, in fact, be Boston.
Oh, but that's a big one. Ghosty taking down Center early on inside of kitchen. Can Beans try to rectify it? No, we can't. Ghosty was playing in the corner over by the lock-ins. That means that the numbers will be that in favor of TFL Enterprises. This will even up the game. And now Boston Academy spawning all the way to the backside of P4. Have to really rely on maybe Center going big because they already lost Kremp on the flank.
Center just can't get it done, though. Huge 1v1 at the stairwell for Fellow. Now for Beans. Losing teammates around him here. Beans has to go huge once again. He got a 3-piece last time around to break on in. Might well do it again. There's the first against Fellow. Trophy system down, but no, Ghosty out of the corner, able to get 2, but cannot clean up Sensor. Boston Academy will now be back on through. Just want to try and take the possibility of TFL Enterprises closing things out here away from them. Shawnee needs to go huge, though, as Sensor has fallen. Kremp goes down as well. Shawnee able to get 1. Beans has arrived for the help. Beans, can he do any more? No, is the answer as T-Real picks up 2. TFL now in for a valuable 15.
This is still big time to potentially fight over. Sensor's aware of that. The stun will come through on T-Real. That'll keep him 1 shot. And without a dream intact, Kremp will break on in. It's just 5 seconds to speak of. But look at the spawns coming in for TFL Enterprises. They're spawning all the way to the backside of tennis courts. But you still think that they might be back admin because Fellow's finding gunfights inside of admin itself. Now the spawns will completely mitigate itself. West to east we go. P1 back active. 14 points are all TFL Enterprises need to force out a map number 5, and Ghosty opens up with a 3.
Yeah, Ghosty coming out with a 3-piece here to force a game number 5. Boston spawning in Narnia. Can they find their way through the wardrobe? That's the question. They're taking the long route behind. Shawnee in for 1, Kremp for another, but you've got to dive in towards the kill, and nobody's done exactly that. They've got the kills around the kill, but not inside. And Ghosty's 3-piece proves too strong as TFL close out an extremely close hard point. We're going to map 5, baby.
I mean, you really got to tip into Boston Academy. I mean, at one point, they were down by somewhere near like 75, 80 points throughout the first set of hard points. They claw their way back, but I mean, TFL Enterprises, they kind of build themselves that nice little cushion, that extra buffer, if you will, to be able to have that that point lead that they did, Brody, just off of breaking that P3 setup that Boston had for themselves, and then did the same thing when they were winning the rotation from 3 to 4, getting entrenched inside of admin continuously over by the desk, playing those corners. And in the second set, yeah, Boston did a better job at breaking any sort of hardpoint setup, and shout out for Beans to be able to get that cruise missile, calling it in immediately just to make sure that P3 stayed as scrappy as it did. But man, with this TFL Enterprises roster, when they get themselves entrenched inside of P4 or P5, it is just so hard to get them out of there.
And the thing is, to be fair, that hardpoint could have been a lot worse than it actually was in the
That's
end.
fair.
You've got to remember, on that the first four hardpoints of the very first set there was a moment where T-Fal Enterprises not only were able to get the majority of time off the back of P3 and P4, they actually had the rotation towards the last hardpoint as well. Things did not look good for them off the back of that, or for Boston Academy, excuse me. Beans came through and saved the day, but in the end, it just wasn't enough. The dogged battle back and forth between these two teams will continue, and T-Fal, well, they continue to be flawless at hardpoint at a staggering 10-0 now. It sends them to a game 5. Here's a look at the scoreboard at the end of the game. We've got all players in this time, and Ghosty will stay in for good reason. 27-19 is what he finishes that game on. Notorious up there as well, providing that sub pressure at 27 and 22. Non-trade is in there as well at 20 and 21 respectively.
And I remember casting Ghosty when he was still playing the CCL. This guy's come such a long way. 4K damage in a big match like this. 27-19. 20 of those eliminations of the 27 were non-traded, by the way, with almost 2 minutes of hardpoint time. This guy's just everywhere. He's just trying his best to do everything, and he does it so successfully when it comes down to an embassy hardpoint. Did a great job as well, just following up of the upfront damage that was Too Real and Yuli. I know Yuli did go negative, of course, but I mean, 2,500 damage, coupled that along with the 2,500 to Too Real. That's about really all you can ask from your SMGs to come all the way through. And it's got to be said, there's an elephant in the room, and that's Beans' 33 and 21 performance. 28 of those eliminations were not traded with 3,700 damage. I mean, you almost do feel like that if there was some assistance earlier on from, like, Kremp, who drops 3,200 damage, that we could have very much so been looking at a 3-1 win for Boston Academy. It's not going to be the case at all. We got a map 5, baby.
We got a map 5, babe. I know Austin's smiling from ear to ear at the moment. Map 5 is on the board. Mikado Search and Destroy will be the battleground for the final map in the series. Just a little quick recap of what's happened so far. Of course, T-Fal win both hard points in the best of 5 so far. That Hydro was a dominant one, and it really did feel like it might set the tone for the rest of the best of 5. But Boston had some serious fighting them for a map number 2, a 6-2 performance, which you could argue was equally as dominable. Then, of course, that hotel control had to go to round 5. Again, you could argue that Boston shouldn't have done, since they were 2-0 up in that one. But as we said, Mikado Search and Destroy, that is where we're going here. The battleground for map number 5. Just trying to see now where these guys are at. We've got records to look at, to be fair, for these teams. Not too sure kind of whether or not these guys have played it just yet. And to be fair, they have. T-Fal Enterprise is actually 2-1 in Mikado. Boston Academy, they're 0-2 at the moment in this map mode combination.
Yeah, as you can take a look at the stat line there. Fellow on the Mercado Search and Destroy has a 1.67 KD. This guy has the lay of the land when it comes down to being a main AR on Mercado Search and Destroy. Look, if you never watched Mercado Search and Destroy before, I'll go ahead and give you a massive spoiler. And if you don't want to be spoiled, then we'll just mute me up real quick for about 5 seconds.
Don't do it.
Gotta be a lot of focus over by the A-bomb, Brody. A lot of nades, trophy systems to negate said stuns and nades. There's gonna be a continuous tussle over Cantina as well. What's your biggest catalyst when it comes down to either denying that push inside of Cantina or denying that plan to come all the way through? Well, a potential for Bean sniper rifle play obviously could be in play, but it's Fellows AR is what you're mostly going to be looking at to overwatch Yuli and to realize they just kind of bully their way inside Cantina or Ghosty's follow-up, whatever it may have you. Gotta be aware of this guy, a Fellow, on this map mode combination like Mercado Search and Destroy, because he's going to hold those longer lines of sight truly.
See, the thing is, you talk about Fellow, right, on the defense for T-Fal Enterprises here on the Mikado Search and Destroy. I talk about Too Real, right? I mean, yeah, but you know, for Too Real here, getting himself inside of Cantina, he is such a pain in the backside to deal with. Too Real is such an annoyance here on this map. He has a 1.27 in Search and Destroy, just generally speaking. And, you know, again, he is just so valuable to this roster. Too Real, of course, for those of you guys who don't know, he has a history and a half in challenges and in the CDL as well. You guys might remember him from Florida Mutineers towards the end of the 2022 CDL season. But before that, he had a pretty good run alongside, I think it was Shady Kings, I want to say, or whatever it takes. I think both rosters, to be fair, in challenges, right? So for him, he is just such a good player, and we've seen that before in Vanguard. That has absolutely translated across here to Modern Warfare 2. And again, as I was saying, you know, that's a player that you're really going to have to contest with if you're Boston Academy. And that's one of the questions that we had, right? On one side, you have that SMG prowess of players like Too Real, like Fellow, or really for this team, excuse me. But for Boston Academy, again, you know, what's been missing in Search and Destroy, but was there from map number 2, to be fair, but what's been missing in the past for Search and Destroy is kind of that same SMG presser from players like Sensor and Kremp. That has been there in map number 2, though. Maybe they can bring it out here in map
And the biggest difference between the hotel search of what you're almost going to see from the Mercado search and destroy, Boston Academy, you got to remember through the majority of both their offensive and defensive rounds, they were quick to recognize that TFL Enterprises were conceding a lot of space. So that meant that players that you highlighted, both Sensor and Kremp were really enforcing their way throughout the atrium. Not exactly easy to do. Well, not unless you're caps at all when it comes down to this map. And just running through the middle of the map and just trying to find, that first blood, the second to come through as well. Like we were talking about, Fellow on this map mode combination is a force to be reckoned with. Real, the most comfortable gamer in the Call of Duty scene, is also just going
Forgot
to be
about that.
The most annoying player to deal with, especially if you're going to try to brute force your way inside Canteen. You better hope that trophy system has been earned going into round number 2, whatever side you might be on, because if you can't beat 2 Real inside Cantina, well, you're going to have to hope to maybe take a pick, maybe by way of Beans' a sniper rifle, if not maybe the AR from Shawnee as well. But yeah, I mean, just to highlight it one more time, 2 Real, 1.27 as far as the KD is concerned inside of Search and Destroy. I mean, his non-traded kills are just absolutely disgusting as well. This guy has just made a name for himself, like you were talking about, dating back to the Toronto Open that they had when they actually upset that Toronto Ultra Academy NA roster, which was Scrap at the time, along with Beagle, Hixie was there, and they were playing with Mohawk at the time, where 2 Real was showing up continuously with Brack & Co. for that Shady Kings roster. So, gonna need some of that, and some more, potentially a bag of chips, because this map 5, it's a banger alert.
I'm just kind of wondering right now, I got to picture it. Maybe T-Real can send me a picture over DMs or something, whether or not he's currently using that pillow. That's my question.
If he's not using the pillow, honestly, he ain't trying.
Yeah, exactly. If you're not comfortable, you're not comfortable. I don't know what I'm just trying to find a.
That's all that matters.
I really did try. Sometimes you just got to give yourself A for effort, and that's really where I'm going with this. Regardless, Boston Academy versus TFL Enterprises here. We'll see whether they are comfortable on Mikado, Search and Destroy. TFL starting things off on the offense by surprise, making their way over towards A, in towards Cantina they go, but they haven't quite accounted for Kremp, who's managed to make his way inside tunnel, looking for the first blood against Fellow, and well, looking for the second against Julie as well. And yeah, that's the advanced positioning coming out from Boston.
Yep. 3 ARs, by the way. Working quite wonderfully. Now it's up to 2 Real, who actually, I was about to say, no way you still try to commit towards this bomb. You got nobody watching over you, because teammate of Ghosty is all the way back on the planter's box. And that is a good stretch. Gonna plant this bomb. Boston Academy kind of scratching their heads on how they try to retake this, because there goes 2 Real back to his home. He stopped Cantina.
Would you have to name it? He found that. Going to defend this site. Ghosty in a bit of a weird spot. Boston, though, either have seen him or trying to hunt somebody down the backline. Sensor, though, being caught out there again by Ghosty, who, again, I don't think they quite expected him to be in that position. They will expect T-Real to be here, though. Shawnee taken down regardless, and now Kremp looking in a couple of different directions, able to pick up one, and knows where 2 Real is located, but not really time on his side. 2 Real makes him weak with a nade and doesn't get too antsy for the kill. Will fly out a couple of seconds after the expectation, and TFL, despite the 2 versus 3, able to win out.
Yeah, a little 2v3 action to start round number 1, and it's really all because they allowed 2 Real to be able to plant this bomb, and you can't really fault Boston. You had Ghosty in the middle of the map, was in a long-range battle versus a handful of players from Boston, so you're right to assume that maybe 2 Real had left Cantina and maybe wrapped all the way back past Forklift to maybe try to assault that B bomb. Just was not the case at all. You almost have to go back and maybe think that Boston sent at least one player to throw a shoulder over towards AS&D and maybe stop that from happening, but regardless of the matter, 2 Real, Ghosty, come out big. You fell, take round 1.
How about this from Boston in round number 2? To be hit, but these things rarely work if you're not fast of it. They have taken a bit of time. Beans with the sniper rifle. Sensor's already made the information, made the call, and well, off the back of that info, Beans will deliver. Ghosty down for the count now. T-Fell down 1 man, and the retake for B will be a lot hard to pull off for it.
Bomb's not going down yet. See Sensor's playing all the way in the backside of 10. This is allowing players like 2 Real to try to work their way inside of a position, maybe try to contest this. But what TFL Enterprises are really banking on, look at player number 4. Yeah, great swap here for our observer team. Yuli is hot on the flank. Turns towards gate. He might find a free kill.
He has to actually look in that direction, though. Did he not see him? He didn't see him.
Uh-oh.
He might have done, but he will activate anyway. He picks up 1, and yeah, at least he finds value in the flank, right? So Beans down for the count. Kremp, though, still in the power position. But, I mean, for TFL, do they really mind at this point? The bomb still isn't down. Boston, they have to still plant it. Fellow now providing pressure from that mid-cut area, and Sensor gets involved right in the action. I would not do that if I was Sensor. You do not want the bomb down to be in a horrible position. And not yet. Finally, 2-Real take down Sensor. There's a trade coming on through, but Fellow has gotten away. Stopping the bomb plant now down to 10 seconds or so. Shawnee not going to fall on this day. I'm surprised Shawnee manages to get that gunfight. That is a nasty one. Takes a while, but Boston win out.
Oh, man. Sure that Boston were sweating in that decision. I mean, they saw Fellow. He was isolated 2v1. Maybe tried to get that elimination, but we were sub 20 seconds here, guys. Better get that bomb planted. Watch that flank. It was secured by Kremp. You knew that Fellow was going to be playing through the middle of the map, so you just have one player maybe go top 10, overwatch the plant from coming through. Regardless of the matter, Boston Academy, they scathe away. They will answer back offense for offense. Kremp, by the way, 5-1 through 2 rounds worth of play. That previous round was all off the back end of Beans finding that first blood.
Dirty out for T-File Enterprises. Trophy down, but it will not protect Furiel from the nade being put down by Shawnee. Center on the round strong as well, but the kill on towards Yuli. Ghosty is the only one to find value here for T-File Enterprises. Not for long, though, as Fellow gets involved. Kremp, still up top. 1v1 against Ghosty in the corner, and Ghosty surprises him. Beans now left up in a 1 versus 2. Sniper rifle again. T-File will have that information. They'll think maybe, though, that Beans is positioned towards the backside. So Beans might well surprise him.
Had to have seen Fellow cross, because he is just hard scoped on this. Fellow gonna start crab walking his way over. And there's the free snipe. Beans. Of course, he got a 1v1. Has dead silence, but only an X12 to play with. Oh, he's made the right read, Brody. He's coming around the backside. Who's gonna get the gunny up in time? It doesn't matter. He's got boxing gloves out. T-Fell Enterprises in the 1v1. We'll go up on another round for offense.
That's huge from T-Fell Enterprises. Ghosty in the 1 versus 1 against the replacement. Not the replacement, the upgrade, says Ghosty. We'll take that 1v1. Give T-Felt the edge here in the search and destroy. Boston Academy. Last time around, they did hit B early on in this round, Andy. I got a feeling they might take things a little bit more traditionalist in this one. Yep, straight towards it.
Nades galore. Beans still have the sniper rifle, and he's got an X12, so you would assume that, yeah, that's absolutely the case. The stun will keep them at bay, maybe, from getting inside Cantina, but does not stop Kremp from finding first blood.
And trades galore, though. The pinstripe kill feed is through. Now 2 versus 2 off the back of all that action. T-Real, slowly but surely, no dead silence to work with here, so has to crouch his way through. Sensor, if he hasn't exactly seen him, he's got an idea that somebody's managed to penetrate the Cantina. Shots through from Sensor. It is just to scare him into Bean's line of sight, though, with a sniper rifle. And, well, there's a free kill off the back of that. Ghosty, though. Spot you don't usually see here, trying to get some kills with the TAC-56 all the way back.
Now, you saw Beans in that position previously in one of their Mercado search and destroys, but that was with the boomstick, where you can see this play happening. Beans talking to Sensor, I got you, brother. Go ahead and plant this rock over at A. They have not seen Ghosty in quite some time, so now Ghosty in the retake, probably going to have to do this from Banana, but he's going to have a tough gunfight first and foremost, and yep, there's Beans. He don't miss, man. This guy is absurd with the boomstick in hand. Gets his little revenge from the boxing match that they did not want to be a part of in the previous round.
Yeah, not really much that Ghosty could do in that situation. You know that they're oppressed by Beans, looking towards Banana. Beans will take all the potassium he can get in that gunfight. 2 for 2 now we go. Such a close search and destroy. You can see the team play in both of these two teams, why they're so successful at what they do. Will they be successful once more here on the push towards their utility over the top? Trophy system down. Should connect anything that Boston throw in their direction. They will be the first to touch Cantina, but they will not be the first to draw blood in this round. No, far from it. Sensor comes through for 2. A third move through from the teammate as well. And Fellow, well, he's already been tagged. He's dead. There's surely no way. If Fellow gets one here, maybe. Yeah, Fellow, mate, you might as well just give up, mate. Just jump out the window.
It's just the stun comes in, didn't want to favor towards the gunfight through Semtex at Fellow's feet. I mean, this guy is just bombarded. It was a Michael Bay film on Top Cantina here for a hot second for just one elimination. Kremp will get it. 7-3, by the way. And it's the aggression, shades of the Hotel Search and Destroy map 2 that pays dividends for Boston Academy. You get the trophy system down, you stop the stuns and nades from coming through, you get inside the building first, you cement your control of that building. You stop any sort of nuttiness that T-Fell Enterprises were trying to put together for that A execute.
All right, Boston now 2 rounds in a row. Can they make it 3? Things going well off the start here. Is Shawnee able to draw the first blood? Yuli climbing through the window, though. Only picks up 1, but a second as well, and manages to penetrate Cantina. Bomb now down for Boston Academy. That will be a problem for Shawnee, who does sit up top. Beans isn't exactly in a position to help him as well.
2v3 in this situation. Like you were saying, Beans is mid-map. Shawnee with a Vaznev just has to play down low. Now, whether the information is mutual or not, that bomb is down. Does need to get recovered at some point to extend the round. Almost feel like that you have about 40 seconds left to do it. And TFL Enterprises are doing the right thing. Just do absolutely nothing. Make sure the flank is secured. Don't allow Beans to find a free pick here.
Beans has inched his way over towards the site. Bringing the boomstick with him. For anything. Every single corner being watched at the moment. Finally, Shawnee will activate now that he's got the support of Beans. But again, Yuli has been sat in that corner for the longest time. He was starting to gather dust. Beans now will be looking to put some dust behind him here as he beams himself towards the site. Sniper rifle in hand. Vaznev 2. He manages to make the second. No way does Beans do this. No. Flies out. Lays himself down for the 1 versus win against Yuli. And oh my goodness me. That would have been one of the best plays of the 2023 season if it happened.
Is it a bird? It's a plane. No, it's a flying bean out of top cantina. Oh, man. I mean, Yuli, he had the read, whether it was noted or not, about where that gunshot came through. Yuli was already pre-aimed top of that window. Beans just comes flying out, almost completely broke the aiming there. We'll take a look at the replay from this round. I mean, Beans finding the first. And then this snipe, again, this guy... Beans just, you give him any sort of angle, any pixel, and he might just run away with it. Had a really good look at it as well to be able to walk away with that final kill. Can't get it. Tied up in around 7.
That is literally Modern Warfare 2 ADS speed that stopped that, by the way. The fact that he wasn't able to aim in time off the back of the landing changes everything. Regardless, in this round, TFL Enterprises have got enough real estate. Set up a mansion on 8. Look how much room Boston Academy have given them in this round. Some snipes from Beans would be nice, but we'll with the first on towards Fellow. Now looking up top for the kill against Ghosty inside the window. Ghosty peeks back and forth, just wasting time here in this round. Here comes the entries. 2 real flying forward for 2. Gremp and Shawnee have even the odds though, so 2 versus 2. Time dwindling down in this round. Yuli about to butt heads with Shawnee here, and Yuli, his head is much stronger. Beans now left up in a 1 versus 2. Comes in with a pistol. Well, a no-scope would have been nice. You know what? I respect the goal to try it, Beans. I know you wanted to give us another nice clip. The first one didn't come through. You thought, hey, maybe that one will. Yeah, no, it's not to be. Yudi's on 5 in a row, by the way.
Let it also be noted that Beans is human. Okay, he did miss 2 shots in that round. Very difficult shot from back banana towards top cantina, but maybe a little asterisk towards the no-scope. That would have just... I would have full sent myself. I would have flipped my desk over if he hit that no-scope. That would have just been crazy. Would have ran out of time regardless. TFL Enterprises, they have themselves that 1-round lead. And like you said, Yuli up on a 5 spree. This is a 1-3 split offensively for Boston.
Boston trying to get back in the swing of things here. That is a lot of utility that you've just eaten up, though. Beans has something to say about it. Will land a nade on towards 2 real, but Yuli comes through for 2. Now Beans, 1 versus 3. What is it with Beans being left up in these 1 versus X situations and trying to be snazzy with the sniper rifle and, well, either TAC or Vaznev combo? This time around isn't even able to get the second. TFL, well, they're not being fooled twice.
Winning a few rounds in a row here are TFL Enterprises. They are shutting down the aggressors by way of Yuli's brute force on an 8 spree for crying out loud. They got a cruise missile to play with, too. I mean, the resources are at an all-time high up on map and series point offensively at that. You know, you're Boston Academy in their previous defense. You cannot allow TFL Enterprises to get that bomb planted early here at A. Boston Academy need to be able to piece something together. And yep, there's the call. TFL Enterprises going to bull rush their way towards A.
Volley utility over the Ghosty lands 1 on towards Sensor. Not a lot of value lost there for Boston Academy. It's 3 and 7 at the moment. Nonetheless, Boston still getting involved here. Kremp could well blow this play wide open, but has to be cautious of Turiel, who's sitting in the corner. Instead, he gets shot from Ghosty at the top of the stairs. Kremp has to escape, and, well, he's running around to do so. Shawnee gets involved in the mixer, though, and we'll pick up 2. Now Cantina control for Boston Academy. Shawnee in a good position.
Cruise missile was already called in as well. Beans throws some shots. He's going to reprise all the way through tunnel. Communications coming through. Shawnee just needs to lay on his stomach. Wait for the push to come back in. Finds 1. Now a 1v2 for Fellow.
For the aces, Shawnee. Fellow here. Would be a great clutch. Looking in the right direction if you want to take out Beans, just flies towards though, and Shawnee will pick up the ace in the round. And Shawnee is absolutely responsible for that one, not just because of the ace, but because he effectively flips what is a horrific situation. That is a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, it is. And most importantly as well, not only did you get the cruise missile out from Yuli, you're also staying alive in the search and destroy, and potentially, if you walk away with this round cleanly for Shawnee, you can get yourself a cruise missile for round 11. Well, speculation. 10-6, though. The guy is going off right now. Heaven's sake. 8-6 for Beans, 8-7 for Kremp, 10-7 for Yuli. What we got here? Hold your horses. Nobody be surprised. It's an A push.
But look at Kremp through the middle of the map. And no!
Trophy?
No trophy system for T-Fel. Beans will take you down. Kremp through the middle of the map. I was focused on Kremp in the middle of the map. I thought he was going to be the one to blow the play wide open. Never frickin' mind. It's Beans with the nade over the top. I don't think there was a trophy down. If there was, it failed T-Fel.
I mean, maybe it bounced off a teammate and it was still stuck back banana. I don't know. I didn't even see anything as far as an X-ray is concerned. Oh, no. You've allowed a worst-case scenario turn further disastrous. I mean, at least you can count your blessings. You didn't let Shawnee find those 2 kills, so cool, I guess. But now around 11 and Fellow and co, they are up on offense. And Boston Academy, they don't get fooled 3 times in a row. They're stacking A.
They will. It's time for the headbutt on towards A. This time, Fellow swings out for center. First blood down. Kremp in for the trade. Kremp looking for a second, and Shawnee has already drawn blood elsewhere. Shawnee for 3 in the final round. It was 4. 2 rounds ago. It's 3 here. Boston Academy, they continue their trail of impressive upsets. War, Aphelion, and now T-Fel Enterprises flawless. No more.
There's just no way. They are the Kingslayers of North American Challengers. I mean, you already listed it off, man, but I know a lot of people, when they were looking at this, in particular, Winners Round 1 series, that Boston Academy were going to come in, and they were going to get smoked by T-Fel Enterprises. And to be fair, the Hardpoint map number 1 kind of set that up as far as the narrative is concerned, but then you go through the map number 2, you look at how well that they executed all those offensive pushes and defensive retakes on the map number 3, it started kind of feeling a little different about this best of 5 series. They eke it on through. 2-3-5 T-Fel Enterprises. Yeah, you stay flawless in the hardpoint, but if you can't win a search and destroy, what chances do you have of winning a championship?
Yeah, that's a movie I'm watching on repeat. Andy, what an impressive series. Boston Academy. I can't quite believe it, honestly.
Believe it, Brody, it happened.
I've been let down in my life quite a lot. First, I learned Santa wasn't real. Then the Tooth Fairy.
Oh, got it.
But apparently, Sensor and crew able to win out here. The dream is still alive for Boston Academy, the Kingslayers. You know, I think most comparable to an early player in a Souls-like. Completely underpowered, they come in, they slay a demon and a half. This roster of T-Fel Enterprises have looked so indomitable. No more. Boston Academy, both Search and Destroyers will go their way. The first one, much more dominant. The second, well, not so much, but round 11. But nonetheless, I just think that is just so impressive, isn't it, from Boston? And you got to remember as well, I mean, this doesn't exactly tell the story, especially when you look at the Hotel Control, because they were 2-0 up in that one. That could have well been a 3-0 if, you know, they made a couple of different decisions on their second offensive effort. That is so impressive, Boston. I'm almost lost for words in a way because, you know, we are being treated to an incredible storyline at the moment, Andy. Boston are continuing what is just so impressive. What a brilliant resurgence.
It's an upset, to say the least, especially, again, I know I've said it about 4 times. I'll say it for a 5th time. Through day number 1, Boston 0-2. 0-6 for maps. They come back through group play, finish 9-1 overall as far as the rebound is concerned. And then they 2-3-5 the number 1 team in North America Challengers Elite. Are you kidding me? Say what you will about losing the hard points. When their Search and Destroy is looking that nutty, and albeit we were ready to write it off their previous 2 performances on Mercado Search and Destroy as a whole, but you gotta highlight the guy one more time. The construction man, Shawnee, comes up so big for this team, and he was just making sure that he was doing Fellow's job that much better. Fellow coming into our Mercado Search and Destroy, what was like a 1.62 through the times that they played it through group play. Shawnee says, hold my beverage real quick. Allow me to go double positive. 12-6, ends on a 6 spree, was keeping everybody in an AR's length the entire time when they were alive. and making Bean's job so much easier going unnoticed with the sniper rifle through so many different rounds. What a highlight reel through so many of these players for Boston Academy. I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. Are you not entertained about challengers? This is nuts. You're muted, Brody. Unmute yourself. I want to hear what you have to say.
I was hyped, dude. I know I'd have to do it at some point in the broadcast. Yeah, this is Challenges, baby. Challenges is, you know, it's just so fun. You know, if you guys aren't used to it at this point, this is what Challenges brings to the table, man. So many storylines, so many players that you guys might not get to see in the CDL. Censor, one of those players, again, you know, might well be on Boston Breach as a content creator, but this guy is playing out of his mind at the moment, as are the rest of his team. Boston Academy, the storylines continue to grow for this team as they move forward to winners round 2. And well, they join a ton of other teams here as well. Here's a little update towards the winners bracket war. 3-1
rematch
over Iron Blood Gaming. We get the rematch here. Boston Academy going head-to-head with Team War in that winners bracket round 2. On the lower side, though, Rocker Academy taking on Omit. They win that one 3-1. Now they go head-to-head with Aphelion Esports, who take a 3-0 sweep over Smog Alpha, although I believe that was a pretty close 3-0 sweep in the grand scheme of things. An impressive set of teams in winners round 2.
I'm just, my jaw is made of glass. It hit the floor. I got to get a dustpan and clean it up, man, because that first game in a round 5, or in a map 5, round 11, banger. Could not have asked for a better outcome if you were a fan of Boston Academy. I know that their entire staff behind is just very proud. Their coach, Magic, has got to be feeling pretty darn giddy, but this lowers bracket, woo, man, it's Shark Infested Waters down here, brother. You got a white-hot T-Fell. Enterprises with the rematch versus Iron Blood Gaming. Omit find themselves down in the lower bracket. They have to face off against Smog, who are still trying to shut up some haters. You're saying it was a close 3-0 loss versus Aphelion. You know, Omit are going to have their work cut out for them here, brother.
Yeah, do not underestimate this Smog Alpha roster. That's the big thing for me. I think a couple of teams, PRS Gaming, Convoy Gaming, already did that, albeit, you know, they did lose in that group early on. I think you still cannot underestimate that team. On the other side, though, that Amit roster, formerly known as Revenge, they did get top 6 at Raleigh. So we know what they're capable of. Of course, you know the names on that roster as well. It is going to be, I think, an impressive matchup. And then we don't even get to really talk about the other one. T-File Enterprises in the bloody losers bracket? Hello? How has that happened? Well, we just know. We know how it's happened because we just saw it. Boston Academy continue to be the Demon Slayers here in a North American Challengers Elite Season 1. That is just the first round of play over, though. We still have a ton of bracket to get through today. Of course, lower round 1 followed up by the winners of round 2. Of course, I can't wait to see more Call of Duty action. I know you can't either, but you're gonna have to. We'll be back in just a second, folks, with more Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Don't go anywhere.
And it goes like can't stop us.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. I told you we wouldn't be on long of a break. We have another matchup coming up very, very soon. It's Smog Alpha going toe-to-toe with a team formerly known as Revenge. Now, this will not be our focused matchup. We should say that much. We are following on with T-Fell Enterprises as they get yet another grudge match against Ironblood Gaming, one that has already happened, and we'll keep you clued in what's going on with that in just a second, as with all the context that's going on with that matchup too. But let's talk about Smog Alpha and Amit, two teams that are already going into the search and destroy for Amit. If you guys haven't paid much attention here to Call of Duty Challengers Elite so far, well, you will most certainly know these names anyway. Capsule, of course, who just got the call up to the CDL for this weekend.
Amit, by the way, they were able to 100-point club Smog Alpha on that hydroelectric map number 1, 250-94. Now they're back at home on Mercado Las Almas. Search and destroy. Looking like a BXQ, though. Smog Alpha, slow as you like as far as a reaction is concerned. The idea is right. You just want to make Omit feel trapped here inside of 10.
Well, trades galore going on. Amit are trapped at the moment. A lot of pressure from Fresh in the middle of the map specifically, who is watching across to the bomb. Can't do anything until Fresh is gone, ideally. And, well, Dave Paddy up top might be the player to remove him from the situation. A lot of noise being made by Dave Paddy. I think Fresh is hearing him in this situation, unless Fresh or Dave Paddy has activated Dead Silence, which I can't imagine he would do so for such a push. Still, though, Gravity in from behind. Yeah, they didn't quite account for this one. Gravity now running over towards the A-bomb site, just clearing the way for the rotation. And this is a fast decision being made here by Amit.
Yeah, Hixie has to drop the rock. We're down to about 13 seconds. That'll extend the round to 45. Retake is mostly coming through from the backside, but Gravity in this forward position gets the better of Snoopy. Now Infinite in a 1v2. Hixie off of planting the bomb, gets side, top Cantina, and again, you just gotta look at what Tom Gravity's doing on the map. He's got a utility belt full of tricks, and this man just comes flying through the middle, gets that first for free, communicates to Hixie, hey, we can come over towards A-bomb. I'm just kind of over here jiving, having a laugh, and Hixie comes to the middle of the map, plants the bomb, puts themselves in the best possible situation for a 2v2 in a post-plant situation, and Omit go up 2-0 early.
Good start from Amit. This is the map, by the way, that Cap still, we've been talking a lot about him. Always seems to have a fun time on. I think it was after day number 1, right? He was like 20-5 in Search and Destroy or something ridiculous like that. And a lot of that is in the mid-map positioning. But in this round, it's actually Infinite that will be taking a page out of Capstor's book. And apparently he's read that book a few times over. He will get that first blood. Snoopy follows up with a second as well. Very quickly, Hixie and Gravity here left out, hung out to dry. Hixie able to get a free kill there. They were not watching that lane at all. And off the back of that, Omit are actually in a much better position than they should be.
This would be a 2v4 in Gravity. I mean, how good would this cruise missile be into 3 rounds? Thresh, gonna be that AR that pushes up towards the bomb. He will collect the bomb itself. Now gonna be playing for that stretch bomb plant. You can see player number 4, that's Ruby. He's gonna go up tide of top Cantina. Make sure that Hixie can't come through tunnel for free.
The bomb finally down here. Timer on the round for Hixie and Gravity to do something. Fresh will be the first player to take down. Infinite, of course, long as well. Fresh, well, he just gets both. The headshot multiplier for the second kill will be good. And, you know, as I was saying there, to be honest, Annie Smog shouldn't have even been allowed to be in that position. Or Amit, I should say, shouldn't be allowed to be in that position. They actually made that a lot closer than they needed to be.
Yeah, I mean, look, with that little bait and switch that you got there at the end, lack of information, I mean, Spidey senses maybe there for Hixie to at least clear the picnic tables, but at the end of the day, you were mostly looking for the bait and switch for Gravity to be able to get that close trade and be able to get that cruise missile. That's really what Omit we're looking at in a losing situation like that. 2v3 for a retake on an A-bomb site. Not exactly easy to do, not unless you got the Snap-O-Rama, I know Shift likes to call it. AXQ coming in for Omit here for round 4.
And the first bloods will go the way of Amit as well. They've got the vast majority of control over the Cantina. Snoopy, though, problem for many teams, PRS and Convoy, particularly early on in Group 8. Now wants to be a problem for Omit, and might well do so on the flank, but no. Teammate falls alongside him, and Omit, again, those first bloods just too potent.
And it's something that we got to highlight when we were watching, you know, Omit versus Phase 1 versus War. Even in that 6-0 as their first series versus a Fellion on this map mode combination of Mercado Search and Destroy. This team of Omit are just so smart. They understand what every single tac nade, if it connects with the trophy system or they get the hit marker, Brody, what it means for them offensively. They are so quick to get inside top Cantina. I mean, Dave Patty, the guy's a nerd. I don't think anybody like is not knowing of that fact. He knows exactly where to put his centering. He knows exactly where to put his crosshair for that first blood. And it all just collapses soon on after. Smog Alpha would love to have this offensive round. They're splitting it 1-3, leaving Thresh behind.
Smog Alpha doing what Omit did to them a few rounds ago. Got to get past Hixie, though. Hixie with attack. How about that for a rare site situation? Looking for some early kills. And said it's Rupert. He will actually pick up the first blood. They Paddy across the middle cut area. Will be tagged by a nade. And, well, Infinite finishes things out. Rupert will actually get the final say in the round. But Smog there. Clinical on the clearing out of the site.
And Omit get a little taste of their medicine, don't they, Brody? They love their B-executes, especially through some earlier rounds here on Mercado Search and Destroy. But saving your utility in such a manner, just to be able to get inside tin, and just brute forcing your way via gun skill, is just so big for Smog to be able to play the better side of that bomb site itself and just wait for the challenges, because Omit do need to check it. They do need to try to deny that bomb plant from coming through. And once they do keep players weak from the nades or keep them weak for some gunshots, the nades, or the gunfire itself, we'll clean them up.
Back towards A we go now for Omit, and Cap still just runs out in the middle of the town square, and Infinite's just like, oh, okay, I'll have a free kill. No problem, buddy. Takes a second with the Semtex as well. And for Omit, push towards Say is actually really easy. Are they just, Smog just bargaining on the fact that Omit will rotate? I mean, it's a 4D chess play, I'll tell you that much.
Tough call. I mean, Dave Patty, even with the bomb in hand, has so much more to clear. Now, he does have Gravity inside top Cantina, but they don't actually commit to planting the bomb. 47 seconds remaining. Infinite, Snoopy, Rupert, well, they're all essentially holding hands trying to maneuver this map together.
I wish you could see my face right now, Andy. I know you probably don't, but...
Jaw dropped, or...?
Yeah, just confusion a little bit would be my...
in the air?
The expression. Yeah, I don't get it, I'll be honest, but maybe Smog will show us why they're doing this just now. Of course, they will have to get past the AR of Tom Gravity. The first stun should connect. I don't think that was from Snoopy, and there you go. Snoopy with the first blood. Now Dave Paddy, a few 2 targets to take down. There you go. Smog Alpha, they had utility to work with, and that was what they were relying on.
Yeah, and that's the exact right thing to do. I mean, you go in for the full-on flood over towards B. You make sure that You know, in a 2v3, they don't get that bomb planted and get a player top 10. So annoying to deal with a player in that positioning, especially in a post plan. So you just use your numbers. You just full flood in towards the backside of the Barber Alley. You retake with almost relative ease. I mean, Snoopy came flying in like a wombat. I know that Snoopy's a dog. I get it, but he was like a wombat in that situation. Gets the sun on the gravity, flies up the Cantina stairs, gets that first. Infinite, by the way, finds himself on a 5 spree. A lot of search and destroy prowess from this young individual.
Is Snoopy a dog? I don't really know. I don't know what Snoopy is.
I can't with you.
Sorry, buddy. It's an inside joke, folks. Sorry about that. Anyway, regardless. Smog Alpha swinging towards A. Inside silos, though. Hixie up top, back in this tack, in position. Puts the bomb in a bit of an awkward spot. Snoopy still sitting in the corner, and Snoopy will win the 1 versus 1. Smog Alpha now in for a chance here to get this bomb down. Still, there's one lingering threat in the form of Daypaddy on the other side. Daypaddy could still blow this play wide open, but he is completely alone here.
Isolated. Capsidol has to guard the A-bomb. Daypaddy potentially playing for some exits, and that door is ajar. Daypaddy knows that there's potentially somebody still in here, and whether they heard the footsteps of Snoopy up top, Snoopy just peeks down through this window. He should find a free kill, and Daypaddy gets the most unfortunate COD timing, and now Capsidol needs to go. 1v3 for a retake. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, if I'm Caps in this situation, I just do what damage you can. Yeah, just the 1 kill. That's all you can really do. And again, Smog so effective on those opening bloods. Daypaddy couldn't really do anything in that situation. You know, fair effort. Managing to do a little bit of damage, but again, Smog Alpha. Search and destroy. You got to remind you folks at home, this is where their strength does lie. So if they're going to take a map in this series, it really does have to be the S&D.
But on their best Boston Academy pants, I suppose. Put that foot forward. Maybe 2-3-5 for Omit, but essentially getting ahead of myself here. Infinite did get shut down, by the way. He did not get that streak. It's big whether Omit knew it or not, but they're still trailing down by a single round. So they're going to fall back towards their A execute. The Gravity was kind of thinking about the idea of maybe lingering around Barbershop, but how about this fast push coming through tunnel?
Yeah, and they saw it as well. I mean, have the information as to what's happening. They at least saw one player, Infinite, able to get through the kerfuffle, but doesn't matter in the end as Hixie explodes the play open with 2, and now Rupert left up in a 1 versus 3. You got to use the force, Rupert. Sniper rifle in hand. Might be able to get one off the exit frag, and well, Hixie just has the better of him in that situation. The sniper goes high. He deals with a lot of flinch, and now he's oppressed in the middle of the map because Cap's still... He's eye-watching.
Dead silence. No info. Capsidol is just waiting for the information. Up there's the shot. Do not pass go. Do not collect a bomb site. Rupert cannot get it done in a 1v3. Very tough to be able to do. Again, no dead silence. Only has an X12 along with a sniper rifle in hands. And Capsidol playing this very forward positioning just meant that Rupert was stuck. Really, the only play that they might have had is potentially coming to the backside of the Barbershop Alley, but you're just going to be wasting so much time before that bomb does detonate itself. So stop the bleeding is Omit getting themselves back on the board. Even Stevens in round 9. You know that show, right, Brody? Even Stevens?
Yeah, I do. Didn't we have this discussion the other day?
But you don't know Charlie Brown. You know whatever. Cast this round, Brody.
We were in this conversation. Were you not in the conversation the other day where I said Even Stevens is one of the best shows to be ever made? You absolutely were, right? Correct?
I've had it up to here with you.
Just want to clarify. Regardless, Smog Alpha once again getting taste for A. They've got a first for it. Hixie, he's going to give him something to chew on though. Kill on towards Infinite will slow this push right up, and Infinite, of course, being the bomb parry, will slap that bomb right inside silos. And Daypaddy makes matters worse here for Smog Alpha as Rupo will be down for the count. Fresh and Stoopy now. Yeah, this is not a good situation to be in.
Bomb dropped inside tent. Pretty bad scenario to find yourself in if you are Snoopy and Thresh, and Snoopy's going to reveal his positioning. Does have his teammate here, though. Hixie might have his work cut off for them. Snoopy. Oh, he's just going to slither his way towards the left. Hixie through his shoulder. He knows that he's here. Snoopy's still toyed with the idea to take this gunfight because he might have to, but Capsidol looking to get aggressive from the front.
Gets one. Never quite count out Capsidol. Can you? Or maybe you can, Snoopy. Oh, makes it a little bit realistic. Gives me the tingly feeling in my stomach. Other areas.
What?
And it will win out. That's what I said.
All right.
Capsidol's a man of many things. Regardless, though, Snoopy will take him down, and Hixie closes things out in a round that was big for Amit. Again, that bomb goes down, Andy, and it does just leave them high and dry.
Yes, it sure does. And that aggressive push over towards B will not fool Omit twice. This time around, they were just playing in towards the top side of 10, or the bottom side of 10 for Hixie, but it's to be that, I think the host ended the game. So 5-4 will be the round count. Again, we're just casters. We'll let the ever so beautiful admins of James, Jonathan, Josh, and Peter kind of settle out what happens there. But yeah, I mean, you really got to tip it to for the Smog Alpha team. We were talking about that Search and Destroy was going to be their best bet to be able to maybe take a map off of Omit. And they did a great job of being able to string together those 3 rounds in a row, stopping the bleeding early that Omit were able to piece together for themselves. So it's shutting down Tom Gravity, by the way. Even there at the end, 6-5. They did start off the entirety of the Search and Destroy 5-0, but we get confirmation from the admins as far as what that is concerned. But Omit were able to take that previous round in a pretty dominant fashion.
Yeah, just a big round from Amit there. And, you know, I will say, you know, again, I haven't had the chance to watch much Search and Destroy from Smog Alpha, despite it being a really good game mode for this team. I've noticed they really like their weird strategies. I don't know, maybe it's just like the act of surprising the opposition that gives Smog Alpha the edge in so many different matches. But, like, yeah, Smog Alpha in so many different situations just coming out some weird strategies. We do actually have the answer as to why the host ended the game. We were in bewilderment because we actually went in there, of course, in very beginning of the Search and Destroy. Amit had a 1-0 lead apparently already before the map had started, so it's over. It's donezo for Smog Alpha. GG's in the chats for that one, as Amit will take it and go 2-0 up in the series. We didn't get to talk about it actually before we got into it, but the first map wasn't exactly kind to Smog Alpha. Their woes and hardpoint continue.
Hey, Smog Alpha scored more points on a Hydra hardpoint loss, albeit 100 point club, the Boston Academy. So, consolation prize, maybe? Probably not, honestly, because now you have to reverse sweep Omit. I mean, say what you will. This Smog Alpha team, we were kind of counting them out pretty early when they were down 0-2 versus Convoy. And I know how things kind of shaken up, especially for that Convoy Gaming roster as far as their group play is concerned. But Smog Alpha were able to claw their way back from the depths of defeat and reverse sweep a very hot Convoy Gaming roster off of that Cup number 3 performance. So, gonna have to have it there, especially towards an El Asilo control. Not exactly easy pickings when it comes down to your SMGs, but something you can rely on is one name Thresh. He has been piecing things together quite wonderfully as a AR in their hands. El Asilo might just be the playground for them to do it.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, though, this Amit roster is a big Titanic name to take down. And I think the thing is for Smog Alpha is that things looked really good for them after day number 1. I think the storyline coming out of day number 1, you know, Aphelion, great in their pool, looking pretty good. Smog Alpha, TFL Enterprises, excuse me, not Aphelion, they were not in their pool. TFL Enterprises looking pretty good in the pool. And then I think Smog Alpha came out and surprised a lot of people on day number 1. Then as we got into day number 2, we kind of realized that Smog Alpha maybe weren't the Titanic team that we thought they were, because things were put into perspective with PRS Gaming and Convoy starting to look like they might well fall out with the group. And that is, again, exactly what happened by the end of day number 2. And for Smog Alpha, I think that has really been the struggle. It's been, all right, you've taken down these teams in PRS Gaming, you've taken down teams like Convoy Gaming, but beyond that, you have really struggled against the other teams in the group, the bigger teams, which are more problematic for you. I think they might well hit the exact same wall with this Amit roster. It seems like that is certainly the case at the moment. Again, when we're talking about the big one in the series that you ideally want to win, the Search and Destroy, they're not able to do that against a roster like Amit. Things don't exactly look good for them. And again, when we talk about control, their record isn't exactly peachy. So things not looking up for this Smog Alpha roster. But what I will say, Andy, is I'm happy for the representation. Again, Smog Alpha, for those who don't know, is a fully Mexican team coming into this league. And it's just nice, I think, to have that. Just like, you know, when it comes down to Europe, I'll kind of speak about the representation we have with, you know, a Saudi Arabian team playing in the league, 3 French rosters playing in the league. You know, I'll always be for that, especially in North America.
I'm all about just regional representation, you know, global representation at that. I think that's what makes just challengers just so cool, whether you're looking at it for Europe's perspective or you're looking at it for North America. Hell, even throw APAC in there as well. One of the Japanese teams actually did quite well in the previous cup to speak of, but that's what makes all of these opens. I mean, everybody is basically preparing for Boston, and that's where you're going to get your cross-regional competition just in a few weeks' time there in Boston itself at Fenway. Oh man, it's gonna be really cool to be able to watch that all go down itself. But yeah, it's again just to talk about Smog just a little bit more. It just kind of sucks because even in their losses, they've been playing teams really close, even in a 3-0 loss versus Aphelion Esports. You know, the Hydroelectric Hardpoint map number 1, they lost by, what was it, 13 points. Go to Fortress Search and Destroy map number 2. Round 11, the Fortress Control, you can get put in a blender. They lost that 3-1. But it comes down to this. This is your elite life on the line. You've already lost your first winners round 1 match. This is it. You gotta have it here.
Smog Alpha, they will need to perform against Amit. They want a reverse sweep if they want to survive. Remember, folks, this is lower bracket round 1. The loser of these matches will be going home. And there is another lower bracket matchup that's going on right now. Ignore the graphic below us. This is not the winners bracket. TFL Enterprises, of course, off the back of their loss against Boston Academy. That went down to a game number 5. Ghosty not able to get revenge against his former Vanguard teammates, but he was able to get revenge earlier on in the group stage against Ironblood Gaming, a swift 3-0 over there in Group A. Rematch is on here in lower bracket round 1.
Yeah, and the map mode combinations are going to be very interesting when we end up talking about them as well. That TFL Enterprises are trying to come back from the bounce of losing a round 11 search and destroy, not just against Boston Academy, but I mean, Shawnee absolutely put them in the blender if you missed that first match. Sorry, but wait for the VOD to come back out. But, I mean, this Ironblood Gaming squad, they got to be able to show what they have to offer here versus a very feisty TFL Enterprises.
Yeah, this TFL Enterprises roster, still, I think you can't underestimate them again. This roster, again, what they're able to do in the group stages, that 3-0 versus Ironblood Gaming, a pretty big one for them. Let's take a look then, I think, at the map set for this next best of 5, I believe we have coming up. Too short, to be honest, but Ironblood Gaming, I think, looking at this roster, we'll see what they can do here on the maps that we have here in this series. And oh, goodness gracious, if you love Hotel, you will love this one. This is news to me. I didn't actually get to see this one coming into the best of 5, but I'm really happy because I do really love Hotel as a map. We've got a triple pillar of it in the middle of this thriller. Fortress and Mikado will be the bread in this Hotel sandwich.
2 different types of bread. The triple decker Hotel, right smack dab in the center. And it's important to note as well, again, both these 2 teams, they were in the same group together. There are a couple replays, and that in particular is going to be, what is that, map 2, 3, and 4, funny enough. Or, I'm sorry, map 2, 3, and 5? I could be wrong. Regardless of the matter, they have ended up playing that Mercado Search and Destroy, that map 5, of which TFL Enterprises were able to win 6-4. That would be a pretty big bounce back off of the losing that round 11 versus Boston Academy. The Hotel Search and Destroy comes back through. It's going to be their map 2 again on back-to-back best of 5 series for TFL Enterprises. They lost to Boston Academy not too long ago in 8 rounds, 6-2.
Yeah, I actually did just have a look, and all 3 of the maps in that 3-0 between Ironblood Gaming and TFL Enterprises are being played here in this best of 5. So a reminder for you folks, if you didn't get to see that earlier matchup, it was a banger, at least if you're a TFL fan. It was 250 to 213 for Hotel Hardpoint in favor of TFL, a 6-4 Mikado Search and Destroy, and a 3-1 Hotel Control. So we're getting reprises at all 3 of those maps. Again, the rest of that series would have been Fortress and Hotel. We're getting another Hotel if it did go the distance, but of course it didn't. And again, that is, I think, the big storyline for this matchup, right? For TFL Enterprises and Ironblood. The same storyline that we had there for that one remains here. It is a revenge story. We talked about it for Ghosty going head-to-head with his former teammates in Boston Academy. They were not able to get revenge, but they did do it in that 3-0 against the former Ironblood Gaming roster that dropped Ghosty. I don't know why teams keep on dropping Ghosty. I'll be honest. Ghosty is, right now, statistically the best player in North America. He's insane.
Yeah, again, I've been casting Ghosty for, heaven's sake, just such a long time. I mean, when he was playing in the CCL, I know I brought that up when they were playing against Boston Academy, but this guy has come such a long way. He's a really nice guy as well. I've been very blessed to be able to talk to him at a handful of events, most recently, obviously, Raleigh, but even more so than that, it just comes down to it that clearly some other teams are going to be looking for other pieces of the puzzle, and that where it kind of tour guides for this Ironblood Gaming roster, coming into the qualifier and for the Elite as a whole. They dropped Ghosty for Bink, and you really have to feel like for Ironblood that you have to make that trade or that change, worth it. So far, it really hasn't been paying dividends for Ironblood Gaming itself, as we already talked about. They did lose their winners round 1 matchup, but even more emphatically, they lost to a Convoy Gaming team in their final group play match 1-3. And that Convoy Gaming team, by the way, we're already chalked up. They already know that they're going through a couple roster changes, but they let Wardy run rampant on those 2 hard points, one in particular of Hydro. You just cannot allow one of these SMGs, one in particular of Yuli, 2Real, or even Ghosty on the flex to be able to keep that pace that much higher. If not, you have to then look at your SMGs and flex to be able to do the same with both Pentagram, Bink, and Persini.
Yeah, just trying if you folks, again, if you're in the Twitch chat at the moment, which you have to be because if you're watching this stream, you can vote in the poll right now to see who you think will be winning the tournament. Put all your channel points behind the team that you want to support in this matchup. TFL Enterprises going head-to-head with Iron Blood Gaming. We didn't get to talk about the result of the last poll. A lot of people, surprisingly, or unsurprisingly really, a lot of Sensor fans in the chat had their channel points on Boston Academy coming out with the victory there. That's exactly what they did. So shout out Twitch chat for getting that one correct. But we want to hear your opinion on TFL Enterprises and Iron Blood Gaming, so get your channel points in now. Those of you guys who were able to win them off the back of that last series, put them all in. That's what I've been doing today. I've been putting all my channel points in. I actually lost the series prior to the last one. I was kind of sad about it because I did pretty well today. Actually, I got like 2 matches correct.
I know you did. Yeah, you've been doing quite well as far as your in-game or your in-Twitch channel points are concerned. Just trying to get those pickups correctly. Me, not so much. You know, I've been a little broke boy when it comes down to these channel points. But hey, you know, I got to put my preds in there sometimes. Shout out Nick, obviously, who's commanding all of those polls and feeding us the information as well to be able to see what you all think. Because I mean, you all listen to us as well as Shifted Visions about what we think about these teams. I never really give you predictions as far as the broadcast is concerned, but I'm always there in the Twitch chat, making sure I put in my my ever so wanted channel points into the pool.
Yeah, you were wrong about the Aphelion versus Boston match yesterday. We had a little competition about it. I put all my points in Boston. I was like, yeah,
Adam
this is
tweeting
happening.
At me too. Like, come on, man. Like,
you deserve that. You deserve that, Andy, for all your
did,
points for Aphelion. Absolutely, you deserve that. Regardless, so we deserve a great Call of Duty match. We're going to get one now while we're still waiting for a TFL and Iron Blood to get underway. We have Smog Alpha going head-to-head with Omit. The colors are backwards on the minimap, by the way, guys. You guys will work that out pretty fast as well, as are the clan tags. So just remember that on the minimap, at least Smog are Omit, and Omit are Smog. Backwards and forwards we go. Regardless, though, at the moment, Smog Alpha looking to hold on towards B. Omit have got players already stacked on towards the point, and gunfights being won in their favor as well. And yeah, oh no, you exclaim, and rightfully so.
And Snoopy just drops from Pride Rock, maybe thinking that they can get a free elimination. It's not going to be the case. This stack is here. That second segment soon to follow. Yeah, you got 3 players over here. If you are smart, are you just chalking this? I mean, you don't have any entry points whatsoever. You can't even get out from tools. The B zone has been tacked over. 5 life lead. Oh, man.
That's not great, is it? I mean, look, we've seen teams in worse situations before, in this exact situation, to be fair, where they have managed to hold on the defensive despite losing B towards A, but it is exceedingly rare. Already 1 player on the point. That'll be Gravity, who will fall to Snoopy. Hixie up top in the red tower position, that power position that Snoopy does actually take down. So big kills being made by Smog Alpha on the defensive side at the moment. There's still 1 player through from the offense, though. That'll be Capstone, who is Swifty dealt with. So good trades being won out here by Smog Alpha on the defensive side. They send him it back to the respawn point, but again, it will not be long before they touch A.
Just trying to mitigate the life deficit, and mitigate they have. Snoopy on a 5 spree, but we're positioning with that silence. Do you challenge pool here, brother? Gravity, stun, should connect, but Snoopy challenges before the stun even comes through. Snoopy gets himself a 6 spree, gets himself cruise missile, mitigates that life deficit just down to 1.
And that cruise missile could well be useful later down the line. Might even be useful here, to be fair. Smog Alpha need to use a lifeline. Find a friend and 50-50 have already been utilized. Not too sure if that's reference actually lands in America, to be honest, but regardless. Mitt. Now looking to move forward here. Gravity taken down, and now you're relying on players coming in from the flank. Both Hixie and Caps located on that side of the map, but Snoopy here ready to deal with them. Hixie has fallen now, just Capstone ready to go. Day Paddy up top is actually going to pick up not 1 but 2 kills. Capstone doubles up as well, and now here comes the stack from Amit.
You can look at the minimap as well. Hixie's actually moving his way up towards Vision's favorite part of this map. That's going to be the red tower. Look at the bottom side of the minimap. You're going to have a hard time if you are Smog Alpha to just try to recontest the zone, because that second segment is already here.
That gets shut down by Day Paddy as well. A lot of this now relying on Snoopy, the superstar from week number 1. But no, Smog Alpha, despite what it says on the screens again, guys, ignore that. They do not win round number 1. And Amit, just so much pressure that we saw early on B. And again, we said it, right? A is just so easy to take once B has fallen by the wayside. And well, off the back of that, Amit starting strong on the control. Things not looking great for Smog Alpha, but maybe they can make a resurgence. Oh, we're finally into our main focus matchup here between TFL Enterprises and Iron Blood Gaming. TFL Enterprises We're already over towards P2, and it will be then them in control for the moment. A big 1v1 being won by Ghosty in the backline there to remove Pentagram, but pressure far from over here as Pristini and Gunless already looking to get back in towards the hard point. Pristini in for 2, but that is not enough.
This was going to be map 4 in their best of 5 series when they did play in the group stage, but TFL Enterprises didn't even let it get past map number 3. But here on P2, for what it's concerned, 30 seconds remaining. You got to make the decision if you are Ironblood. Do you try to recontest this for the back 20 seconds, or do you just try to go in towards P3? Because that's going to be a money hill regardless, but 3 go down, and now you got to be careful because 2 reels in towards the back. That would be a big 1v1, but Pristini will find that elimination. But 2 spawn outs do occur. Fellow was not aware that spawn was even going to be remotely available in possession of P2 and having a player still over by P3. So now Ironblood not being able to find the exits required. They will still hold the spawns ahead of New.
And that is a big 1v1 being won there by TFL Enterprises, or by Ironblood, excuse me, because obviously if they lose control of this P3 hardpoint, it can snowball out of control very quickly. Trophy system thrown down by the new boy in the bot being for Ironblood to try and hold on towards this hardpoint. That'll eat 2 or 3 pieces of utility thrown out by TFL towards the backline though. Gunless providing some cover here. Shots into 2 real, as well as the kill on toward Julie. You know, this is good control coming through from Ironblood. Pristini moved from the hardpoint for just a second. Gunless picks up where he left off though, and Bink now starting to reaggress towards the archway for 2. This is good coverage coming through from Ironblood Gaming, especially as now Pristini moving out towards the stable sides. It's pieces coming out from Ironblood and all of it coming together here for what will be a full hold. TFL might give it one more look, but they would be wise to focus on the rotation.
And it's just so tough. Again, that's why we talk about P3 as a money hill. If you don't immediately aggress through maps and you get that position in your favor, deal with the players on the top plat, then you're almost never going to be able to break inside P3. Not easily anyway. Think, by the way, 10-7 finds himself yet another 2 spree. Going to be forcing TFL to spawn on the back gallows stairs. But TFL will be in for the initial time. Ironblood trying to poke and prod their way in for a couple of eliminations.
Players coming up the stairwell. They're going to get towards the railings, but TFL, they have their number. If Fellow doesn't. Up top, though, we're taken down by Gunless. Down low, 2 real is ready for the fights, and more than ready as he picks up not 1, but 2 gunfights in his favor. Very quickly, though, Ghosty will be left on his lonesome. 2 real is not that far away, but Ghosty still has to do a little bit of effort inside and just not able to get it done. As Ironblood, they've got the numbers to surge through for the back 25 here. Pristini not quite convinced just yet. They have enough control to get some time off the hard point. Wants to get involved in some more gun engagements, and does get shut down by Fella there. Now finally Ironblood in for the back 15 seconds here. Gunless will pick up 1, just 2 real wants to give this one more look, but again you face that choice now for TFL. I want to go too aggressive here because you want to focus on the rotation.
It's a late break, but a break nonetheless, and Gunless is still piecing inside the old hill. That'll keep things literally even. But TFL Enterprises, they essentially spawn in over by the Falcons, so they'll be in for P5 earlier on. Player number 2, a Pentagram, might be the player to go up inside top maps and maybe try to find themselves an opening, but player number 6 is Fellow. He's inside the stables. Not an easy setup to break here for Ironblood.
Gunless now on 5 in a row. Be a big shutdown if they can make it. Gunless gets overzealous though towards the hard point and is punished for it, so no streaks for him. But look at the coverage coming out from the TAC duo at the moment. Yuli bringing his out to play. Fellow, of course, native to it. Ghosty also providing the coverage in the middle of the map, and Ironblood not even getting a look at the moment at this hard point for it. This is superb play from TFL Enterprise, and as we hit the 15-second mark of the hard point, Ironblood now forced to move away. Look at them, man. They are so good on this control. This is one of the best holds of Blacksmith we've seen in a while.
It really has been. I mean, they do the damn near impossible, and they get a full 60 off of P5. I know some other teams have done it even all the way up towards CDL, but when you get the setup inside of stables, you get maps control, and you just have players just playing these head glitches around all the fixtures of Blacksmith itself. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to occur. 144 to 94 will be the end of the first set of hard points. Pristini will be the player inside of P1 for now. Let's have their work cut out for them versus Fellow, who's already shooting around the boxes. Who can snake better? It's going to be Fellow. Gets the headshot onto Pristini, but trades are in.
Trades are through. Ironblood will be the ones in control. The hard point for the moment. Kings of the Castle be Gunless. Soaking up all that time, and TFL Enterprises, they're making the right decision here to focus instead on the rotation. Maybe they can get in from behind and influence those spawns. Bink still remains, though, a designated survivor for the Ironblood Gaming roster. Surviving no more as TFL flip the map, and now potentially a really important moment here in this game. They're on the right side of the map for the rotation towards P2. It isn't quite certain just yet. A wave of gunfights coming through, specifically from Pristini and Gunless, might well open up the middle of the map, but Ghosty providing the coverage across that said middle will now buy some time for TFL to reinforce themselves.
And things kind of go back to what we were looking at when we first hopped into this lower round 1 match, is that TFL Enterprises are on the backside of Stables. Player number 7, Yuli, is playing on the back dub steps, just making sure that the flank will be secured, but actually finds some unfortunate timing. It should be picked up by Ghosty, but actually loses the gunfight off screen versus Pentagram. Okay, so you got munitions control, you got players trying to flood around the back. What's that do to the spawns? TFL Enterprises spawning in towards P1. What an early break.
This isn't terrible for TFL, though. They go in here, you know, yes, they give up 40 seconds or so. It isn't exactly ideal as Yuli picks up 2, and, well, we'll still have a go at things. But as I was trying to say there, you might find yourself in a position where you're actually good for the rotation towards New. Modern Warfare 2 has other ideas. Bink and Gunless actually spawn up over towards P3. Bink will fall to Gunless, now involved in a 1 versus 2 situation and can't even get past the first hurdle. That was dangerous for the rotation for TFL Enterprises, and this is what I was talking about, Andy. They're in control of New, and we know how much of a money kill this can be.
I remember that it was Ironblood that were in here previously. They were able to beckon a full 60. This time, TFL Enterprises are looking to sink their teeth in. They do lose one player all the way towards the back of the map, and this is, again, what I was talking about. If you got to get maps control, and T-Real just finding these trades might pay dividends, but trades are that much better for Ironblood. They flood through maps and through the gate. They'll find themselves in for P3.
How about that for a rare break from Ironblood Gaming, refusing to die here. A big moment in the game because they keep TFL Enterprises blowing this game wide open with what would have been a succinct P3 hole. Now for them, they actually need to hold this time. Trophy system down for the count. Yuli will land an aid on towards Pentagram and will be enough to make him weak for the kill. T-Real follows up with another one, but Yuli isn't done just yet for scrap time. A 1v1, a big 20 seconds here to fight for. Ring around the rosy, around the statue, and pulling out the knife to slash up the player there in that situation. But regardless, Pristini will have his way. 10 seconds left now that Ironblood will soak up. Just 20 points separate these two teams now as we look towards the rotation.
It was a break for 30 on P2, a break for 40 off of P3. This keeps this game very interesting and close at that. Just 30 seconds between these two teams. But again, TFL Enterprises find themselves in munitions earlier on. The setup is split. Nice Semtex, though, from Bink. That opens up the dubstep side.
It does. Ironblood, though, they actually have to make the move, and they don't quite count for Yuli, who is just, once again, it is literally just doing Yuli things. T-Real in the kill feed as well. Starting to do exactly the same thing, roaming around the hard point, and now they're soaking up the time once again. Could win it here if they soak up every single second. Pristini wants to have something to say about it, and he will. Pristini now on 5 in a row. One more, he should have a cruise missile. Maybe it will take 2, not entirely too sure, but regardless, Pristini not in a bad position to go and get these gunfights. He turns around on towards Fellow, catches him off guard, and now the cruise missile will be through from Ironblood Gaming. That is an out on Blacksmith, where TFL held a ton of time last time around.
Got your trophy systems? You better hope so when that cruise missile comes into play, but remember what happened in the first set here, Brody. TFL were able to get themselves a full 60 off of P5. They're only needing about 27 seconds just to close it out, but the difference is that they are on the outside looking in. But again, it's the stables control that always does it for P5. You got Yuli in that position. Still stray gunfights to speak of across the map here on Fortress.
You've got to bring that cruise missile down pretty quickly, to be honest with you. Ironblood Gaming, they're losing control once again. The AR pressure from TFL is just way too hard to handle. Pentagram's able to make his way in for the contestation, and actually will waste enough time that Bink can come through top art and cause some damage, removing TFL from the point. But T-Real has other ideas. He comes through for 2, looking for number 3. T-Real will find it, and now 16 seconds shy of victory here at TFL Enterprises. T-Real repositioned towards his top balcony area. Again, shots in towards Bink, not a kill just yet, but Fellow will be there to capitalize. Again, TFL continue to spawn close here, can no longer finish it on this hard point.
Can't finish it on this hard point, but look at player number 7 with Yuli. They're actually all the way to the backside of the gallows, and this is a hell of a read coming through from Bink to just try to clear away their backside, but Yuli's inside of pillars with Dead Silence. He's a silent, sneaky beaver. Pentagram's going to be inside the hard point for now. Needs some assistance. You do have players that are playing in the top double windows, trying to keep all of TFL Enterprises at bay and finding success in doing so.
Yeah, there's that meme. Do they know? I think they do know. Yuli sitting in the back line, though, is still a distraction that will be keeping Ironblood from dealing with all that pressure around the front line, and Yuli's still actually getting the kill as well. So Yuli, an ever-existing problem around the back line. Now T-Real up front will be a much more realistic problem too. Yuli has finally been dealt with, and now one-dimensional attack coming out from Fellow and Ghosty, both of whom will fall. Ironblood still keeping an iron grip over this time. Spawns now coming on through, though, for TFL Enterprises, but the white kill feed coming on through from Ironblood Gaming. They do not care about the spawns in this position. T-Real around the backline needs to take down Bink, and this is a huge 1v1. As stun is thrown out, they know that Bink is located towards his backline, as Semtex thrown in that direction, but the kills are coming through from Ironblood. T-Real is on his own.
Hey, Two Reels on his own indeed. Yuli was that player that was inside of Gallows to try to help out. Two Reels effect will be traded out top rails. Ironblood find themselves in. Just need 25 seconds to close out map number 1 here. Brody T-Fel Enterprises are reeling, spotting it across the map.
And that was a cruise coming down. Not sure which side that was from, but it was a cruise. I'm not too sure. Again, we'll soon find out. I think it was Pristini that actually did bring his down. Regardless, though, Ironblood just 15 seconds shy of victory. T-Fel need to make the pincer movement happen now. Ghosty is boxed in towards munitions. Now decides to take a different route with 2 Real inside. Ghosty from the front line. Fellow, the last one left alive here. The sun comes through. Fellow will fall to Pristini. And now for T-Fel, you gotta get your running boots on. Yuli, can he touch? Yes, he can. But no more than that, as Ironblood will not be 3-0'd at least this time around. They start the series strong.
T-Fel Enterprises, they are no longer flawless where series record is concerned. They lost in 5 versus Boss Academy. No longer flawless in Hardpoint. This is the first blemish in the Elite Season 1, and who would have thunk it? It comes by way of Ironblood Gaming, the team that got 0-3'd by T-Fel Enterprises in the group stage. And honestly speaking, I didn't have this on my bingo card, brother. I didn't even have T-Fel Enterprises in the lower bracket on my bingo card, but this is the cards that we got dealt here in the Elite Playoffs for North America. And hey, it was a 3-0 back in the group stage, probably for the best, because Fortress was going to be map number 4. Ironblood Gaming looked pretty darn good on making sure that they resurged themselves away from P5, keeping T-Fel Enterprises off the hardpoint to did not allow them to entrench themselves for another full 60. They generate somewhere near like 25, 30 seconds off of P1. They deal with a spawn out, not once, not twice, potentially thrice, for T-Fel Enterprises spawning in over by P2. And man, you gotta be feeling pretty darn good if you're Ironblood. You see it right there at the bottom of the screen. Now 10-1 in Hardpoint. What a blemish, Ironblood. Well done.
Shout out production for bringing that one up, by the way. That's so funny. Yeah, T-Fel, we've been hyping up their hardpoint all day long, and I still think we've got good reason to. That was simply a good clutch from Ironblood Gaming. But yeah, T-Fel Enterprises finally handed their first loss in hardpoint here in Challengers Elite Season 1. And Ironblood, the team that was 3-0'd by them in Group A during the round-robin stage of the tournament, will be the team to hand such loss to them. Here's a look at the scoreboard at the end of the game. We can show you what went right for Ironblood Gaming, and 6 sprees from Pristini and Gunless in key moments. We saw that come out to play. Gunless, though, really was the star player for the roster at 32 and 26.
It's just interesting, isn't it, right? Because, you know, Gunless notably just always enjoying to play that AR flex role. The TAC 56, it's a pretty good gun, man, and that headshot multiplier obviously paying dividends. 24 of 32 eliminations, non-traded. 3,800 damage. Bink also dropping a 4K damage game, 28 and 33 with 14 assists. Pristini was also picking up a lot of that slack as well. You know, where the damage was being found by Bink and Gunless. Pristini comes in, drops a fantastic performance, specifically in those final moments, just playing in and around those fixtures of art itself, just making sure that they're making sure that the flank is secure as best as possible. Unbelievable seeing Ironblood take a 1-0 lead.
Alrighty, well, over towards B we go now. The match is going on concurrently. This one, Omit going head-to-head with Smog Alpha. And Smog actually did manage to win that LSCLO control. So staying alive in this series. Omit now on the hard point, though. And we've discussed at length previously just how much Smog have struggled in hardpoint so far in Challengers Elite Season 1. Will Omit be able to exploit that for the victory here? Well, so far things looking pretty good on P2 and a kill feed that will dominate for them as well.
Look, Smog Alpha were able to win the control. Now you have to try to take a hard point off of Omit. Caps it all 7-3 to start. Battle inside of Orange for this rotation. Will get the last laugh is Rooper. So more work to be done. Oh, on top of the stairs actually takes down Caps it all as well. So now Gravity needs to pick up the slack over by Tennis Courts. You just got to stay alive over here, Rooper. Thresh is coming across the catwalk side to try and reinforce his P3 rotation.
This is a fortunate rotation for Smog Alpha. Again, those first bloods coming out from Reaper and Fresh will be most fruitful. Now, though, they've got to deal with the pressure from Omit on this top bridge side. Fresh, is he ready for it? The kills and the kill feed. Well, not exactly. Gravity will take out his teammate in the process. Still haven't quite dealt with Reaper, though. He will be sitting and taking shots from both sides. Infinite to deal with Dave Paddy inside administration building, and now Reaper can really focus on the threat coming from behind. Gravity and Hixie. It's a lot to deal with. Needs a little bit backup from his teammate. Snoopy does come to save the day, but falters in the process. It is going to be Omit now, removing Smog Alpha from the point, but this close spawn still for Smog Alpha in the back.
Yeah, they're spawning over by P5, AS&D, if you will. 20 seconds is left here on P3, and Smog Alpha are not done trying to battle for this. They're actually trying to win this war on two different fronts. You got Snoopy trying to contest for the old time, and you have the rest of his teammates trying to battle for the rotation over towards Newman. Well, Snoopy will take down Gravity. It's just 10 seconds to speak of. That'll keep the game marginalized and just about even, but you got to look at the rotation in towards the back. You got to get Rooper, and you got to get Thresh out from this position. That's Dave Patty's job on a 4 spree.
Dave Patty really starting to heat up now. That's 5 in a row for the man. Cap still following up with another one inside the hard point as well as he starts to heat up as too. Dave Patty was cut short there of a spree or a streak. Cruise missile will be denied, but the end result is still the same here for Amit. They've got control of the admin building now. Approaching on all sides will be the Mexican squad of Smog Alpha. Snoopy falls to Gravity. It's not exactly synchronized, and Gravity able to pick a 2 off the back of that. Dave Patty with another 1-2. Fresh, the only one to produce a gunfight so far, and Rupert has to switch to a knife to try and do some damage inside. Kill feed just too indomitable for Amit in this situation. They are dealing with Smog handily in these situations. That is a lot of time going Omit's way.
Yes, it is. Now this is where potentially Omit can hit the gas and just continue to run on through. But 3 kills do come through in quick succession for Smog Alpha, denying Omit the potential for scrapping to initial. So you can take a look at the setup that Omit need to be dealing with, and that's Smog Alpha just in and around kitchen. That's a great Semtex to take down Infinite. Pixie is going to take this as an opportunity to try to clear the top side of this, but the break needs to come through essentially towards the back as Smog Alpha are spawning out.
I'm still looking to really assist the effort here from Mitt to find their way through, and it's going to be a kill feed that lights up dark green. It's a Mitt all the way through here. An important break with 40 seconds still left to go. A wealth of time that Smog really did not want to give away. They'll still have a bit of effort to go here, but Snoopy really needs to wait for his teammate. You can't just go in one by one like that. Rupert now needs to try and play hero. He can't get it done. Hixie able to trade things out as well. And that seems to be the problem at the moment for Smog Alpha. There are situations like that, and that might well describe their entirety of the woes in Hardpoint. You can't go one by one. You really need to wait to go as a team. And it's happening again as Fresh goes in. Snoopy looking for some scrap time. Can't get it done.
But it's just scrap time at that again, Brody. It's the same thing with talking about their break for about, what, 9-10 seconds? Back over towards P3, it's not going to be good enough. As Omit, again, they win the rotation over towards 4. They walk away with about 40 seconds. They break in early towards P5. It's going to be a 100-point deficit that Smog Alpha are dealing with. Even Gravity inside of P1 is piecing up everybody from Smog Alpha. Needs some assistance. The trade would be good. But Smog Alpha, I mean, desperation can't sink in too early. But being down 100 points, you cannot allow Omit to get a lot of time off of P1, nor upset your spawns ahead of New.
Smog need to really dig in. Yeah, they need to start getting something moving. We'd start with good rotation from P1 to P2. Dave Paddy up top, though. He has other designs, and, well, Snoopy and Fresh simply not part of his plans today, or maybe they are. It's really just an activity at this point for Dave Paddy to crush them. 15 seconds now. Smog Alpha might well get a good go at. But again, for Amit, they're happy with this position. They've got rotation in hand. First couple of gunfights going in their way as well. Play around the back line now. Will be Fresh, and, well, Cap still reads it perfectly. Fresh dealt with it will be Amit with the rotation.
Amit looking to continue on with their dominance for Hardpoint, looking to close it out in 4 and send Smog Alpha packing. We'll head back over towards our main focus match. It's TFL Enterprises versus Ironblood, and, well, if you missed map number 1 on Fortress, TFL Enterprises are flawless in Hardpoint no longer, but here inside the hotel, search and destroy map number 2, looking to rectify their 6-2 loss versus Boston Academy in their winners round 1 match.
We already said it, you know, we kind of set this up when it came down to Boston Academy. As you guys saw, TFL Enterprises did do both search and destroys to Boston Academy. There was a way for Boston to win in the series. It would be by taking the search and destroys. That's exactly what they did. So the same Achilles heel will remain here in this matchup. First round has gone TFL Enterprises' way. They're doing much what they did against Boston here on Hotel Search and Destroy. Yuli sent forward as the Lone Ranger out into the wilderness. Will he find any hunt?
He was making this push a lot versus Boston Academy. And the reason for this push is that when he pops Dead Silence, he can clear the B bomb site, but gotta get through Persini inside of Rugs first. Some shots being traded off across lights. That's where the majority of TFL Enterprises are located at, potentially looking for that first pick to execute on A.
And once they do this, you got to imagine Yuli will activate on the other side as well. Ghosty with the first blood, pentagram down. Inside bottom bedroom, and there you go, we call it. Yuli 3-0 start here between the first 2 rounds, and that's a worry that Iron Blood will have the back of the minds here for the retake. The bomb will go down. Now Bink having used the dead silence to try and get away silently. Creative, I know. But Yuli now, the damage is done. Backing away to reassist his teammates on the site. Bink now has to try and play hero here. In a position they might not expect. That dead silence has got him far, but not far enough. Ghosty will remove him from the play, and now Gunless. 1 versus 3, 15 seconds on the clock, far removed from the site. Do what damage you can, Gunless, because there's not much you're going to get out of that round. T-Fell Enterprises, how about that?
And again, like, it's just Yuli just in that, it's just an annoying position. And we were sitting there talking about it. Like, do you pop that silence? Do you try to push through upper catwalk towards top bedroom? Just plays the patient game. I mean, he sees, what was it, Persini? Somebody just cross right in front of him, regardless of who it was. He pops that silence, he gets that first blood, and that dude just started flying. Still hasn't died yet. 3-0 for Yuli. 2 rounds worth of play. T-Fell Enterprises looking pretty darn decisive on their executes thus far.
It's only 2 rounds. Iron Blood might be able to turn their wheels in the game. Yet. This could well be the round, but utility thrown away of Iron Blood. No trophies to speak of, and, well, Yuli will help out Iron Blood in a way, but at the same time, he also assists his team. Team kill and a kill on towards Iron Blood puts them in a 2 versus 2 situation now. This Pentagram doesn't quite have the agency to get the bomb down just yet. That stun, still not going to give it to him, but it's information gained.
Fellow, late peek.
Ooh.
Pentagram still gets away with their life and the bomb being planted here. 2v2, Fellow goes up top.
It's a stretch of a bomb plant, by the way. Stun will keep Fellow away from it. Now the shot's going out towards Gunless on the far side. Where is Ghosty in this kerfuffle? Pentagram has repositioned towards bottom bedroom side. And yeah, Fellow just cannot get that kill, and a lot of time wasted by Gunless in that position, who is doing his snaky stuff. Ghosty now getting involved in the engagement. Just 15 seconds left here, and Pentagram's reposition will come out to play. Ghosty, not enough time to get to the fuse here in this situation, and, well, not a lot of time to do anything beyond that as well. Iron Blood find a round, and that's a great reposition coming out of Pentagram.
Yeah, it really is. Again, especially with the communication that's coming through from Gunless on the backside of D1, right? You know, you force Fellow to leave top bedroom. That then allows Pentagram to take bottom bedroom, and those are just 2 clutch spots that are just so hard to deal with. I mean, in a 2v2, with the bomb being planted, exhausting 15 seconds, just trying to find where these 2 players are located at, you're not going to have enough time to pop that silence if you're Ghosty to work all the way back through double arches and maybe come back around Spa. By that point, the bomb would have been detonated. Very well executed there for Iron Blood in the 2v2, getting the bomb down for by 8. T-Fell Enterprise is going to drop the bomb behind enemy lines. Fellow's going to try to recover that, but it's still this poke and prod offense that T-Fell Enterprises love to play.
T-Fell, a lot of real estate gains here in this round. Gets better for them as well, as T-Real going to draw the first blood versus Gunless. Will leave Iron Blood winded. Got players still around. T-Fell haven't got the bomb down just yet, so there is still a chance here for Iron Blood in the round.
We saw this earlier on in Winners Round 1. T-Real, Yuli, they love to get aggressive. Top luggage. How about the wall bang shots as well through the door? That'll confirm that somebody's all the way back here. And yeah, here comes the challenge, the double challenge at that. Pentagram stood absolutely no chance. Could have gone 1 for 1. Bomb also being committed over towards 8. Bink reprises. Top luggage finds 2.
Bink doesn't even blink in the situation there. Now makes it a 2-on-2, as you say. 25 seconds now. A really advantageous position for T-Fell. Completely lopsided against them now, because they've got to retrieve the bomb and get it down or eliminate Iron Blood. And it gets worse as well, as Bink puts himself 1 kill away from the ace in the round. T-Real left up 1 versus 2. Not a lot of information. Comes up against Bink, and Bink is frying. An ace in that round completely flips it on its head.
In that round, completely falls by the wayside for Iron Blood if Bink does not poke out at the utmost best time. And I'm pretty sure that Fellow who did collect the bomb, so that way Yuli and T-Real could commit towards their top luggage play, top bedroom play, whatever may have you. I think he started channeling maybe the bomb plant earlier on, but thinks twice of it when the challenge comes through from Yuli T-Real to take Pentagram out from bottom luggage. And that allows Bink enough time to come back up top bed, poke out from that half wall, and stop the plant from coming through in the first place. Forces T-Fell's hands. Iron Blood answer back with 2 rounds of their own.
Now on 4 in a row. Working slowly towards what could be a cruise missile, although you never want to cast to curse it. Brian Blood here in this round trying to draw something from T-Fel. They're not giving them anything away for free, though.
Unless senses tingling, gonna start spraying through the curtains. Top bedroom did not connect onto the player that's up top. Now you're just kind of stuck here. If you are Ironblood, you're gonna be looking for the pick. Also, look at how they're splitting the map. Bink still searching for those last 2 kills to maybe get a cruise missile. Does have Persini in close proximity. Maybe try to commit towards this B push. And if you find this pick onto Ghosty, you would almost think that that should either be the call to go back over towards B or commit to A.
Yeah, Bink, though, activates finally. He was looking for something for the longest time, and Ghosty seems unfazed on the minimap. He is still snaking these kitchen counters. Bink is surely going to be taken down here in the situation. How? How? Bink is elusive. That slippery guy gets away. We'll get the full regen off now and reposition against Ghosty too. 15 seconds on the round, though. It is all but a distraction play. If Bink can get a cruise missile out of it, that would be nice and cushy. Bomb should go down over towards A. Bink will fall before the cruise missile is earned, so that's good for T-Fel. Do they stop the bomb plant? No. Shots through the wall, though. Gunners will be weak. Ghostly will capture that kill. Now Pentagram left up in a 1 versus 2.
Up top. I don't think is planted for him. It could be. It's planted on the left side, closer towards the wall. I'm going to relocate inside a couch. C2 real, they're playing this properly. Oh, Pentagram just hearing shots above. I mean, the anxiety that this is probably causing poor Pentagram down here. Gonna get challenged out to the right. He gets the first. He's gone scot-free.
T-Real's up the bomb, though. T-Real's jumped the bomb, and you can't catch this from the middle of the map. T-Real's going to stick it. Pentagram's not going to get here in time. What a play from T-Real. The balls to jump straight on the bomb in that situation. Yes, you had the positioning of the bomb in your favor, but still catches Penner off guard.
And he calls his bluff as well there, Brody, by hopping on the bomb. Because, I mean, knowing that it's planted for the wall, which is essentially planted for top-bottom bedroom and as well D2, is that Pentagram obviously has to throw the challenge. Either you try to nip at a couple ankles, or you just try to wait to see if Turiel is just holding his irons, expecting the challenge to come through. Not going to be the case at all. That is just some veteran S&D gameplay coming through from the Pillow Master Turiel. Now an offensive round coming through for T-Fel Enterprises. Going to be committing towards this B bomb site. There's nobody here defensively, Brody.
Replant for T-Fel. They're still checking every single corner and crevice just to see if there's a sneaky Bink lying around. Gunless, though. Just waiting for Pentagram to get on the other side here. This needs to be a well-timed hit from Ironblood. And yeah, Gunless goes a little early there. Opens the door just to get a peek inside and punished for it. Pentagram not quite ready for the hit. Now 30 seconds on the clock for Ironblood to do something. Shots being put through the wall. You can wall bang a lot of the walls in this area. Turiel just waiting in the corner. Brasini will get the drop shot onto him, but goes to from afar to shut down both he and Bink. Now Penta left up in yet another 1 versus X situation. 3 players. That's 1, 2, 3. Too many to deal with, to be honest with you. For him there. T-Fel, 4th round in.
It's just crazy. You would almost think that this should be a 3-3 had Pentagram just committed towards holding that angle, but hindsight being 20/20, T-Fel Enterprises just call all of Ironblood's bluff. Just maybe expecting for them to go all in for that A execute aggressive, like was not going to be the case. That's what they did in their previous offense. If you remember, Brody, Yuli Turiel, they got top bedroom very, very early on, and aggressive as may it be. T-Fel Enterprises just commit towards the Yuli push. I guess we can call it offensively. Just all flood through restaurant. Build that cushion with a 2-round lead.
A lot of presence in the middle of the map here for really both of the teams, to be honest. And those gunfights going down. This time, favor of Ironblood Gaming. Ghosty will even the odds as Gunless falls. Now we're in a really odd situation. These guys both split up in a 2 versus 2. There's going to be a collection of 1v1s now. 1 over towards B and potentially 1 over towards A. T-Real should catch Bink off guard. And there you go. Now a really good spot for T-Fel to be in.
Hey, you could just leave Ghosty over by that back half wall for the B bomb. Rossini's dead silence is going to expire before they actually get towards one of these engagements, you would feel like, but going to run into Turiel first. Teammate's going to call it out. You saw him. Stun grenade's going to come out. Persini, you got to go here, brother. And even though he was trying to go over through the statue area, there goes Ghosty. Immediately pokes through that jacuzzi window. Put T-Fel Enterprises up on map point.
T-Fel again, just winning some of those early battles in the middle of the map. Peculiar position for Ironblood to be in. Say map point for T-Fel Enterprises. Ghosty 9-3, T-Real 7-3. Usual suspects coming out to play for T-Felt. Going to stop some big names as well. Gunless and Brasini have been going huge for Iron Blood in past performances. Now being neutered here. Search and destroy. Now for T-Fel. Where do they go on the offense? They seem very split across the map.
They are, because you don't know what the T-Fel Enterprises team is going to be looking to do. Maybe executing fast over towards B, maybe slowly working over towards A. Yuli trying to find this elimination inside of Couches. He'll get it. We'll even things up 3 apiece, but the bomb can't feel comfortable to commit towards A yet.
Yuli, he wanted to go that. Again, I think just really feeling himself in the situation, but Gunless pieces up. Ghosty, now 1 versus 3. Against your former teammates to close out the search and destroy. What a nice way to close it out it would be. And Dead Silence ready to go. Has to use it in the right position here. Of course, the real problem for Ghosty is for 30 seconds left. That bomb is in a horrendous spot.
It doesn't exactly have all the time to clear all of these corners. So many different areas on the map that you have to be worried about if you are Ghosty. 9 and 3. It's an impressive stat line. But we're down to 18 seconds here, brother. He's got to collect the bomb. He essentially has to plant it in about 10 seconds. He'll throw some shots towards Gunless. You would assume, oh, I thought Pentagram was going to come out from the top staircase. No, Gunless just rechows it and completely smokes Ghosty. It was going to be a losing fashion regardless in 1v3. Very tough to do. But even though Yuli kind of evened things up, as you were saying, he's kind of feeling himself there. He just immediately just bulldozes his way in towards the bottom side of bedroom where, you guessed it right there on the final kill cam, Gunless was waiting for anybody to commit towards it. Gunless finds 3 in that round. Gonna be feeling pretty good so far for Ironblood to slowly claw their way back closer towards round 11.
Feels like a real change of pace as well for T-File Enterprises, right? Comparatively what we saw with Boston Academy, where they were giving Boston a lot of the map to play with. This time around, it feels like T-File Enterprises really working off that SMG pressure that he's bringing to the table. Sometimes to their detriment, and that was one of those situations. Now we see one of the aforementioned situations where T-File Enterprises, rightly so on the defense here. You give Ironblood an inch, they will take a mile, and they know not to do that.
A country mile at that. And look at that mile. It's actually being expanded upon. Pentagram Pressini off screen. They're trying to clear rugs, trying to work their way past Pantry. If they can clear the B bomb site where Ghosty is just lying in wait, you're going to be feeling pretty good about yourself. Tac Mask is in play for Ghosty, so the sun won't be able to be there for long. But that's just information that Pentagram's able to get for themselves. Maybe a little bit of a bait play. Look at the rotation coming through from the mini-map. T-Fell Enterprise thinking it's committed towards B, but the bomb's being planted today.
And Yuli's not going to get much of this at all. The shots are going down, not enough to kill. Enough to actually get too real to get the kill. So the numbers now in favor of T-Fell Enterprises. The problem is, of course, because what we were talking about earlier on with how slow they were on the defensive side, they haven't actually got anybody in on the other side of the map, and they need to waste time to do that. Ghosty will be that player. Towards the middle, though, Fellow, a huge 1v1 against Christini. Should be traded up by Penta, and it will be. And now towards the backline. Bink has a lot to deal with here on the bomb site, while Pentagram's going to wrap around all the way back towards bedroom side. Bink, he's wise to it, but it's good timing coming through from Yuli, and now Pentagram. He's in the worst spot once again.
No nades.
Not a spot, no nades, not a spot where you can actually stop this defuse. You need to go straight for it, and does get a look in, but the cover is in from Yuli. T-Fell Enterprise is able to close things out in the end. A search and destroy that will go their way.
6-3 for T-Fell Enterprises. We will tie things up one apiece here in our lower round 1 premier match between T-Fell Enterprises and Ironblood. And again, you know, it comes down to it. You can't really fault Pentagram, especially, you know, he finds that trade from top catwalk into couches. It's a great one to have for themselves, but to have the trust to then fully wrap around the backside and maybe come back through luggage or potentially to come back through top bedroom, it's a very tough call that Pentagram finds himself in. But again, the bomb more often than not, Brody, you know as well as I do, man, it's probably going to be planted to get closer towards that wall than it is towards the front. Pentagram's just not going to have a line of sight of that. That's why I exclaimed he didn't have any nades to be able to fully clear away the backside of the bomb site, more or less in a 1v2. You hop it, I will hold your back and make sure that Pentagram cannot stop this defuse from coming through. It happens twice on over. It's unfortunate to say the least, but at least it's not going to be a 3-0 here versus Ironblood this time around.
Yeah, and I think the key difference there between that one and the Boston Academy matchup they lost earlier on, is the fact that they were playing a little bit more aggressively. You know, we noted it. I think Yuli was still doing mostly the same thing, finding routes, being the route man for the roster, and winning off the back of that. But it wasn't just him, right? They were being overly aggressive in a number of in situations where, you know, arguably they definitely needed to be, and you can see that here in the final stat lines. Ghosty at 9 and 4. Both Yuli and T-Real managed to get 8 kills apiece. Just brilliant performance, I think, coming out all around from this roster. You felt starting to look good in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, no, they really are. And again, you know, just to highlight it one more time and echo what you were talking about, big stark differences from TFL Enterprises in this matchup versus Ironblood. I don't know if it's just, you know, contrasting their opponents of what they had versus Boston Academy, but they were playing, I don't want to say scared, but definitely more timid versus Boston Academy in this Hotel Search and Destroy rather than Ironblood. You know, here in this Ironblood map number 2 on Hotel Search, they were definitely playing a lot more aggressive. 9 and 4 for Ghosty. Yuli, T-Real, the usual suspects on this map go for a combined 16 and 10. Exactly what you want to see out of your SMG lineup, backed up with Ghosty on that AR flex. But still more to do here. Again, this is going to be another reprise of what we got from the previous time these two teams face off against each other. These last 3 maps were the ones that were played. And the hotel control, well, you guessed it, it did go in the favor of TFL Enterprises last time they played in the group stage. But man, this Ironblood roster, if there's anything we could take away from that Fortress Hardpoint, is that, again, if you give them an inch, they'll turn it into a country mile, and they can absolutely flip any sort of situation back on its head in their favor.
Yeah, this Ironblood Gaming roster seems a little bit different. They seem to have learned their lessons from that prior series. And also, I think the other thing we should consider here, again, this is another map mode combination that we saw earlier on today in that very first match, right? TFL Enterprise versus going head-to-head with Boston Academy. Boston Academy able to win that 1-3-2. And that, I still think, personally, it should have been a 3-0. It was only down to a different decision-making being made in that second offensive round that Boston Academy were not able to get the win in the 3-0 fashion. So TFL Enterprises definitely can bleed on hotel control. We'll see whether or not Ironblood Gaming have the tools to make that happen again. Regardless, here's another look over towards another match that's going on concurrently with this one. This is actually a winners round 2 matchup that we're allowing to happen early. Rocker Academy got a win in round number 1, also going head-to-head with Aphelion Esports, who did beat out the Smog Alpha roster. And right now, Rocker Academy having a whale of a time here on Hardpoint. Things looking good in the kill feed for them as they take demanding control of this Hardpoint, and Aphelion, just, they want none of it.
And remember, Rocker Academy were actually able to 3-1 Omit. And this was the final map that was played. They beat Omit 250 to 150. So you really need all of your strong hardpoint prowess that we saw from Aphelion Esports in their group stage to really come through, because this is a different belly of a beast for Rocker Academy. Fame is double positive through this first set thus far with, you know, a casual 80-point leader. So it's something slight.
Yeah, it's a pretty good start from Rocker Academy. Aphelion Esports, though, want to get control of the hard point. They will need to hold on to it for the remainder of this time. Real, new addition to this roster this season. What can he get done? In for 1, in for 2, in for a penny, in for a pound. Real goes the full distance here for the roster and clears that alleyway on the other side. Panda starting to clear some space as well. And Rocker Academy takes about 25 seconds or so, but they'll be in.
This is, again, 30 seconds. I mean, any amount of time for Aphelion Esports at this point is going to be good time. You are down by 80, 90 points inside the hardpoint. Trades galore, pinstripe kill feed. Geo will get the last laugh. He's about to get piece up from behind. Yeah, it's Real. Will reprise 10 and 6 now. 12 and 7 for Fame. Pander also having a whale of a performance, 11 and 8. Rocker Academy can go all in for this rotation, but this house is not exactly open. You still have some players you have to deal with here from Aphelion.
Panda deals with one of them at the very least. Geo will be down for the count. Cryptic goes as well. Gunzy next up on the platter. And wow, what an early break this is for Rocker Academy. Continuing to dominate here in the hardpoint early on. Aphelion Esports, they need to get the wheels moving very, very soon. Perhaps Geo can be a part of that play. Gets a look in for Fame up top window. Decides better of it for a second, but knows that the urgency is really on here for him. And he's feeling the heat. Fame will burn him. Cryptic, the last one left alive, able to take down Real, but that is it. Andy, what is happening? Rocker Academy just dominating.
Rocker Academy, again, you remember at the beginning of the entire group stage, they started off 1-1, and they had an immediate turnaround, and it's all by way of just this guy on your screen. Kevin Fame is feeling himself with an SMG on Mercado Las Almas. 18 and 7, got yourself a cruise missile, get yourself a lollipop on the way out here, young man. You have yourself a whale of a performance.
You know what's funny about Rocker Academy, right, is last season, and when they were known as Electrify Steel, the conversation was just like, this team's not awful online, but the performances they had on LAN towards the end of the season were not replicated online. It was a weird inversion of the regular, onliners storyline. This season, I think for Rocker Academy, yeah, absolutely. For Rocker Academy here, they are playing well online now, finally, and they do well on LAN as well. Third place at Raleigh. Now looking to have a good start here in Challengers Elite, and this is a very good start versus the Aphelion roster that took out a lot of good teams in the group stage. Now once again in for the back 30 seconds of time. Fame will stun. If he wasn't, he would have got yet another kill that frankly he shouldn't have done. Panda almost cleans up shop, will fall. Gunzy with a nade will take out Geo and makes it more realistic here for GodRx. But again, Rocker Academy, this has been just beautiful.
We really need just some of these key members for Aphelion Esports just to turn up. I mean, maybe it's just too far gone. It's a 156-point difference for Rocker Academy going in towards P7, where you already have Pander playing inside a small, just conveying information where the rest of the teammates for Rocker Academy are slowly working their way through that back alley, and that's going to be the call. Pander gets activated, even takes down Geo towards that back half wall, and the read is good as well. The knife? Get him, Pander! No, it's not going to be able to get there in time, but the trades are going to be good enough, you would feel, maybe for things to be stabilized. And you need to be careful here for Aphelion Esports. Look at the spawns that are coming in for Rocker Academy.
So good. Win. Will be taking out Real, though. Fame now left up on his lonesome, although that is when he's most dangerous. Cornered, yeah, towards the back line, and, well, doesn't matter. Able to get the 1v1 against Gunzy. Does that waste enough time now for the rest of the squad to come in and try and take some time away from Aphelion? The answer, at least for now, seems to be no, but as Panda and GodRx combine for a 2, well, the answer does change. Fame with the final say here in this one will give Rocker Academy 22 seconds. Not enough to close out the proceedings here on the parking lot hardpoint. Aphelion Esports would be wise to chalk the time as well. Maybe they can send one player for heroic play, but yeah, at this point, it does feel like you're just so desperate to try and do something.
Remember we were talking about the impressive 100-point club of T-Fel versus Boston Academy, 250 to 87. I think that Rocker Academy are trying to do it a little bit better, and they might just get away with it. Real, what a reach out coming through from them. The trades are just that good. You just need 2 seconds. Pander will soak it up, and how about it? Rocker Academy coming out like a bat out of hell in this playoff bracket so far. 250 to 65 in their first map versus Aphelion Esports.
Yeah, I'm going to need somebody to check out the CDL stats. I need somebody to check out the Challenger stats. I'll have a word with EasyMac after this to see exactly what the heck is going on. But I got a feeling that's probably the most dominant map of Hardpoint we've had so far this season. Rocker Academy coming out and just giving Aphelion Esport the old slap-a-rooney. And you can, we will go in depth with the scoreboard, I presume, in just a second. Or maybe we won't actually, but Fame, I mean...
24
Fame,
for 28 eliminations, non-traded, Kev? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Fame is known for being a LAN player, just how well he plays on LAN. Here he is online. Modern Warfare 2 seems to be his game.
That's the Nubsy buff right there.
Absolutely.
Into control we go. Ironblood were able to take at least the first round. I believe that's actually, it should be an offense for Ironblood. So now T-Fel looking to answer back with an offense of their own. We know that they love their B executes to start things off, and you couldn't ask for a better start for an opening break. Going 1 for 4 is the start, and Ironblood, they're forced to chalk this going fully for an A defense. Yeah,
Bink still gives it one last look, by the way. I like the effort from Bink there in the situation. Pristini actually does get some extra frags. I don't think they quite expected Pristini to be situated inside Statue, especially after Bink had already died. And they expected a lot more dedication for a defensive A. Bink, though, will get redemption here after what was a bit of an overzealous play. Try and get some exit frags. 2 kills that will keep T-Fel at bay. And now look how far forward they can reaggress. Real inside kitchen, though, removes Gunless, and Binks fires the chefs. Now for T-Fel Enterprises, looking for a pinch play. Fellow on the other side might well do some damage. T-Real wins the first up the front, and actually, Fellow has won one of the go front fights around the back line. Enough to give T-Fel Enterprises a look in here, but you still got to do a pentagram inside the cut. Gunless on the other side, looking to cause some problems too. T-Real might well have entered the site, but Ironblood again, still with some stark presence.
And Pentagram, I mean, he finally reveals his positioning, but inside Pantry, he can reside. Now he can just wait for a couple of entries to come back through from the kitchen side of the map. He actually explodes going back over towards Wine out from Rugs, and that's going to come back to bite them in the rear, because now T-Fel Enterprises, they find numbers, they get the kills required, they can get on the zone.
Indeed they can. T-Fel Enterprises now looking to stack the point here. At least 2 players going to be on, maybe 3, and yeah, you go now. That first tick of progression will fall pretty quickly. Gunless going to make his way in. Pristini 2. Pristini goes down. Gunless as well. Last-ditch effort here for Bink and Pentagram, and both players go down. Time to get the stack on through. It only takes one good hit. T-Full Enterprise is well aware of it, and they answer. They match after Iron Blood win the first offense.
Again, not being able to see that first round, offense for offense we go, you would almost assume the way that Hotel Control typically goes, that Iron Blood probably were able to do it by way of segment progression as well, but that's all speculation aside. As you were saying, Brody, I almost want to make that my new ringtone. It only takes one good push, and Evil Enterprises are able to showcase that. I'm not going to make it my ringtone. I listen to you enough as it is, but even more so than that, I think it mostly just comes down to Pentagram giving up their positioning inside a pantry, revealing that positioning, and why Chowing inside of Wine gave up a really early effort for T-Fal Enterprises to be able to find their longer lines of sight to get on to A.
Line up out here. We will get a taste of the offensive play from them. Steny, Bink, Pentagram, all four though. Gunless, the last one left alive. T-Fal Enterprises with the back of those kills will be able to get some map control, and Yuli up top in bedroom will cement that. Iron Blood would be best served now. Swinging over towards A. That is exactly what will happen, Andy. Back to regular proceedings here on Hotel.
Back to your regular scheduled programming. 5-for-2 start. Favor of the defense at T-Fal Enterprises, and the way that they're looking to set themselves up, I think that they're probably just going to chalk the A-zone, but they should be aware that there's just one player that's sitting on top of it. Why is that? Because Iron Blood are trying to find themselves more eliminations to mitigate that entry that was T-Fal Enterprises on this defensive round. Yuli actually comes through Kitchen, is able to find Persini, but you got two players that are going to soak up the back segment here, or at least you thought so. Ghosty, Yuli, the pinch is in. They stop the third segment from coming through.
Yeah, and they get more kills as well on the other side. Persini, if he perhaps wins that 1-versus-1 against 2Real, might well open up a lane. An opportunity to grab some progression on B, but if things are going from bad to worse here from Iron Blood Gaming, they can't buy a kill. Finally, they're able to do so. Pentagram gets that kill on towards Ghosty, and A should fall by the wayside now. An extra 60 seconds on the clock. 1 minute 40 for Iron Blood to swing towards B, but it is the map control that will befall them.
Persini's over here by the L desk. Ghosty, what a read. What a headshot multiplier was that. Takes down Persini from that forward position. You still have to deal with Gunless and towards the back. Fellow sees it. Gunless able to find one. Trade should be here. Nade does not connect. So Gunless is allowed to stay alive back here for the time being. Persini pinches it from the opposite side. This is not a good situation for T-Fal Enterprises. They got to get Gunless out from these back steps.
Yeah, Gunless effectively playing distraction at the moment. Persini now coming to help out. Gunless. Oh, you got to win that one. And he will. Still around the back line is Gunless. Haunting presence here for T-Fal Enterprises. Fellow will fall now. Potential here on the point. There is still one shining light for T-Fal Enterprises. Yuli, Batman for this team. In the darkness. Can he do this? Pentagram will have to back away. I think they know, just given the spawns of the players, that there's somebody is still hanging around here. They're going to have to go on the hunt.
Have to look for these players. Pentagram, wall bang around the shots. I mean, the likelihood of a player being behind that door is probably a 50-50, but Yuli was actually closer towards the front. Leading towards the B zone, though. Lives not in the favor of Iron Blood, and how about the setup for T-Fal Enterprises? Just how annoying is Yuli? I mean, you got to keep checking for this guy. Is he bottom luggage? Is he bottom bedroom? This time he was bottom bed. Gunless will finally take him out, but you're down to 25 seconds. You only have 2 sets of respawns to do it.
Yeah, 8-versus-16 now in terms of lives. T-Fal have a lot of win conditions here in this round, but now players outside. Fellow picks up 3 from the bar side, and that should be all she wrote here in this round. You have to imagine, short of some magical surprise, Pristini will take down 2Real. There is still a chance. 5 seconds now. You gotta go right now. Gunless in first. He will fall. Pristini goes down 2, and it's just one player on the point. Bink will pick up 1, but no more than that, and there you go. T-Fal Enterprises, again, the map control just too strong for Iron Blood Gaming. They get A, but no more than that.
And in that final segment on A, it's such a tough call for any team playing defense on Hotel Control, isn't it? To be able to make that split decision, especially for Yuli and Ghosty, saying, okay, well, I'm going to push through Wine Door. I'm going to be pushing through Pantry. We can pinch this together. I found the entry. Okay, go. And they stopped that third segment from coming through. By doing so, and off of the very hot and Blitzkrieg start, having numbers advantage already, they made that A-zone capture so expensive for Iron Blood that T-Fal Enterprises just didn't care about the 60 seconds. They knew that they could run out the clock just by finding these picks.
T-Fal Enterprises, they want to have a good start towards this offensive round. Would close out the control, and Yuli is delivering on that. Gets rid of the trophy system to boot after a 2-piece. Now T-Fal, the door is wide open. They walk straight through it. It's going to be a 3-stack on towards B. This point will go extremely fast. The 2Real in the middle of the map will be dealt with by Pentagram. So now Iron Blood Going to send Pentagram on the long flank here. They want to be more honest about this with players coming through bar, but I don't even know if they can do this, to be honest. Yuli will be made weak. Pristini will blow the play wide open with a headshot and the 2-piece of the Semtex. Fink will reduce this point down to nothingness. Iron Blood survive.
Real playing a corner, though. Going to be looking for a couple of entries potentially for this A-zone conversion. 2 segments over by B. That's okay. Lives are even. 24 apiece. Now Iron Blood trying to find their way potentially back inside of this A zone, but Ghosty has the reads, knows that there's going to be one more player in towards the back. That's going to be Pentagram. Yuli's there to deal with him. And it looks like that you're just going to have to chalk it now, Iron Blood, and that's going to be the case. 60 seconds added on towards the board. Lives just about even.
There's a wealth of time here for T-Fal to make this happen. Of course, that early effort has already given them the 2 ticks of progression too, so it only take 1 hit, really. Ghosty trying to make a single effort, solo effort around the back line. Pentagram wasn't quite expecting it, but he will burn it out anyway. Ghosty not quite sure where the threats are coming through. Good news for T-Fal. They've got some control over the bedroom side. They've also do have to deal with Pristini, to be fair. Cruise missile will be coming down there, I believe, from T-Fal Enterprises, but only information will it gain. And now Pentagram starting to reaggress here through the bottom bedroom side. Iron Blood, they have some map control.
And they're looking to really try to push that envelope that much further, but the flank is at least being cleared. 1 step at a time here. 1 segment is all that's required. Bottom bedroom, top bedroom. It needs to be clear here for T-Fal Enterprises. 2 real on your screen. 3 sprees intact. Dead silence is still pop. 1 player's going to go up. Yeah, you got to think twice about that one there. 2 real, but it's going to be Fellow. It takes down Pristini from top bedroom. So now the kills are intact. The space might be provided. You got to find Big in the corner that they're on.
And Pentagram, can he save this? That's the question. He picks up 1. Needs to try and ideally get a second here to provide a hope for Gunless in this situation, but Gunless goes down. Pentagram 2 and T-Fal Enterprises. Business as usual. 3-1 in the control.
Strictly business coming in. We didn't see the first round, but clearly Iron Blood were able to win the offense, but it just goes back to just, and I mean this in the most positive way possible, this T-Fal Enterprises team has to be so annoying to play against. I mean, where is Yuli? You got to be asking yourself all the time. Where's 2 real? You got to be questioning it all the time. And just when you finally find those lurking and annoying SMGs, there's Ghosty from the flank or just from a longer line of sight to couple that along with team shots of Fella. I mean, this team, that last 2 rounds really just encompasses everything that we got to see from the group stage. Just the executions, the deliverance of all of their plans just executed to such a high degree. They know when to play slow, they know what each individual pick means, and then they slowly take the map further away from Iron Blood. Wonderfully done.
Yeah, what a map from T-Fal Enterprises, honestly. And again, it is, surprise, surprise, the usual suspects that come out to play there. Ghosty at 24 and 13. The revenge story will continue here. The reprise of the revenge story, we shall say. 24 and 13 in that map. Fellow also up there at 21 kills. Has been silent in a few other maps in this series, but is now coming out to play. T-Real also at 17 and 11. 15 of his 17 kills non-traded. 15 of 18 from Yuli as well. What? That's like a 90%, 90+% non-traded kills. Just incredible from T-Fal in that control. And it does work out so superbly for them, you know, really shutting down Iron Blood in the control. 2-1 up in the series now, just 1 map away from survival. As we move over towards the search and destroy, Felion. Jeez Louise. Rocker Academy, man, they're going from strength to strength.
I mean, Fame. He's dancing with Cryptic over here. Developing shots through it. Maybe, I don't care. Fame gets the headshot. Godorex is 7-0, by the way. Say he's earned a cruise missile would be true. Geo's now just top windows, just kind of stuck up here, top rails. Godorex know he has the damage. Fame's going to come in from the trade there, surely. Yeah, got to be that indeed. Rocker Academy. I mean, oh, great heavens. This team is just really found their strides, haven't they? Towards the tail end of group stage. 250 to 65 Mercado Hardpoint, map 1. Have a 5-0 lead here in the Fortress Search. What's happening here? Nubsy, what are you feeding these boys?
I mean, Rocket Academy, again, it is just strength to strength. Again, a reminder of that stat line. They were 2 and 6 on day 1 of play of the round robin stage. 9-0 on those last 3 matches. Rocket Academy looking so hot at the moment. And again, they have at least remedied a problem that they faced towards the end of the Vanguard season. Ronaldo here in this round. First blood going the way of Aphelion Esports. They might find an in. Got to be careful though. Real coming on the flank. Fame dealt with towards the front of the A-bomb site. So Real now definitely has to do something elsewhere. Panda has got the opening snipe on towards Geo. Still, Real's position hasn't exactly delivered anything just yet.
Oh, he's going to get shot from behind, so he knows that someone's going to be in P1. As that silence to be playing with. But the biggest concern here, though, is that Pander, whether he found another weapon or not, is more than likely playing with a Sniper X12 combination, and Real just has so much to clear all by their lonesome with a sniper in hand. Cryptic's going to see Pander cross over towards the bench. It should be a free kill, you would think. Pander, found an AR, won't be able to get the better. Cryptic lives with a single HP.
Real still hasn't died here in this round. Would be a miracle if he could get this 1 versus 3 and yeah, get shut down. I do like the effort from Real, to be fair. Real still, even in a dire situation, will continue to play exactly himself. Always true to himself as Real, just running around and swinging at every single.
Yeah, Real, by the way, just as a quick history lesson, if you guys have been living under a rock and haven't been watching Challengers for the past year and a half or so, is the only returning player for this Rocker Academy roster. Obviously, it was a full Spanish team. Comes over to North America to join the likes of Fame, GodderX, and Pander as a trio from what was previously known as Electrify Steel. And these guys were going buck wild crazy on land when they were playing with Pentagram, looking to fall back into those strides here. 5-1 goes the scoreboard. Fame with the bomb in hand. Little stun check there through open. Won't be able to find anything at all. And that's just because Aphelion really went in towards his map's control.
And a real key to success for Rocker Academy has been just sending Real on routes, excuse me. This time around, Aphelion will sniff him out before he's able to do any damage. Rocker Academy much weaker for it. They trade things out though. GodderX takes down Cryptic, who gets aggressive towards stable side. Now for Rocker. Chance to get the bomb down. You still haven't dealt with any of these players who are on the door side. Gwyn tries to go through top single. Fame anticipates it and takes him down. And now for Aphelion, it was a pretty good position. Not so much anymore.
2v3. Defensively, if you're Gunzi and Geo, you pull the Magic Conch cell, it tells you to do nothing. You play for retake here, especially with Gunzi in their positioning. And watch. Bomb side Pander, he sees his shoulder. Did he get a hit marker there through the hay and through the fences? Just may. Trophy system's down. Geo, you be careful here, son. Pander misses though. And look at where the bomb is rotating towards. We got a B bomb plan on Fortress.
Gunzi's actually pretty well positioned for it, though. But yeah, he's already been spotted out by Panda. So he's disappointed that we missed the final snipe from Panda there because he has been disgusting with that sniper rifle so far in Modern Warfare 2. And Rocker Academy will close out the search and destroy in just as indomitable fashion as they did the hard point. What a beautiful display. The only round they lose is one where we jump on board with them. Just looking so hot at the moment, man.
Me, oh my, I've lost my marbles for this Rocker Academy roster, man. I mean... Again, Aphelion, if you guys weren't watching the group stage, this was the #1 team to come out from Group B. For Rocker Academy to make them look silly like this, again, I'm gonna have bingo by the end of the night. I didn't have that on my bingo card, man. What? Come on. Listen out.
Indeed, well, TFL Enterprises now going head-to-head with Ironblood Gaming here for what could be the final time. We're going back towards the hard point. TFL could have closed out the series. Senior and Bink open things up with the first blood in their favor. Ironblood, they're on the better side of the map for the rotation towards P2. Bink still, though, concerned with the time off the back of P1 and gets an interesting 1 versus 1 against Ghosty, but elsewhere, T-Real picking up a couple of kills. Bink still finding routes around the hard point, by the way. Gunless also with a supporting gunfight, but it will be Fellow for 2 that will remove them from the hill.
23 seconds of counting up for TFL Enterprises. You also have Yuli that's making a proactive play all the way through P4. He's going to have some backup for Ghosty. Again, it's a double-edged effort for TFL Enterprises. You want to generate time off of P1. You want to try to get these spawns in towards the back ahead of P2. Ghosty is weak. That nade is going to cause Persini's hand, but luckily enough, there was some help from the shots over by Chandelier. Will keep Persini alive and the spawns intact to boot.
Ironblood in a not-so-bad spot here. Stini watching over towards this bar area. Fellow player to take down. The first few shots will go through, not the gunfight just yet. And elsewhere, spawning kills for Ironblood Gaming will mean that it's best for these players to wait for some nice spawns to come through. Hey, they predicted it. Well, what a good play from TFL Enterprises as they get the spawns around the back line and are able to find their way through. How long will it last, though? Stini wants a slice of the Yuli pie. Too much to swallow, it would seem. Fellow taking down his teammate. T-Fel still spawning around this backline. Not such a bad spot off the back 20 here. Last few gunfights going down. Bink switching up to the pistol for it versus Fellow. And yeah, not a bad spot here because T-Fel, well, they will not have the rotation to Nick.
No, they won't have the rotation towards new, but you're going to be feeling pretty darn skippy about yourself if you're a fan of T-Fel Enterprises or just T-Fel Enterprises as a whole. To be able to break contest P2 the way that they did is very difficult to do. So Fellow might soak up just minor 3 seconds or so, but this is a much more tedious hard point to break is going to be P3 here at Kitchen. Just look at how T-Fel Enterprises are okay to concede about 20 seconds or so they can clear all of the back and then break through the side door.
It will be a hit around the back, mostly for T-Fel Enterprises hit. I think the roaming AR, a weird thing to say. Gonna get some kills here towards the back line, but he does get shut down there by T-Real for a kill, gets Ghosty as well. Christini now left up 1 versus 3 on the hard point, able to get 1. No more than that. Yeah, absolutely stuffed in that particular situation. A brilliant break now for T-Fel Enterprises on the back 20. Really going to come on through here and solidify this back 20. There's still a last little bit of effort from Stini and Bink, but no more than that as Yuli picks up 3, 4 in a row now. Scrap time for T-Fel Enterprises, and the rotation might well be theirs too.
And again, it's just trading off, just being okay with giving up about 10, 15, maybe even 20 seconds for the initial time and then breaking back in for 28, 30 seconds is why T-Fel Enterprises kind of still have a soft little cushion. Like you were talking about, the rotation should have been there for T-Fel. I mean, they had numbers for crying out loud, but Ironblood just roll in, they run them over. Persini, by the way, is double positive, 12 and 6. This game could not be any closer. Playing over by the help desk as well can only do so much when you're playing up against Yuli. Will finally get traded out, but numbers not solidified for one of these two teams. Ironblood still generating time.
Ghosty just going to dive to cover here. He's already been tagged up. No trophy system to speak of just yet, so not much cover in terms of utility going their way. Pristini doesn't have anything besides a stun, though. Now being thrown out here towards the hard point, and Pristini will pick up the first kill versus Ghosty. Bink picking up 2. Ironblood, I'll be in for the time. And T-Fel, not in the best positions here, as I say that. Lane number 7, Fellow will spawn out over towards the kitchen side. I was going to say they were pretty much stuck in towards that back line, and Ironblood were actually not in a bad spot for the rotation. But now, that's no longer the case. Fellow, for these rotational battles, picks up 2. Again, they didn't expect that.
Didn't expect it at all. Now we go in towards this restaurant hardpoint. It's going to be T-Fel Enterprises to find themselves in. Again, it is not a lead to truly speak of. Ironblood were able to generate a decent amount of time off of P4, but here at P5, T-Fel Enterprises, they have a pretty good setup, except they did not expect Pristini to be in the back. We'll find a big one. Now it comes down to Turiel to maybe pick up the flank, but he's kind of shrugged away from this positioning. We'll pick up the elimination inside of Wine. How has Turiel been allowed to get away with highway robbery? Unbelievable. We'll solidify 30 seconds for T-Fel.
And it's not just him, it's Fellow as well. Inside the hard point now on 4 in a row. Gets 2 huge gunfights. Ghosty following up with a double of his own. Double trouble consistently now for T-Fel Enterprises here. Ironblood, the back 20. Give it a look, but that might be all they get. Is Turiel is guarding this doorway with his life. Only 1 as Gunless picks him up. But T-Fel consistently finding the garrison here. The support kills coming on through. Fellow from afar, 5 in a row. Fellow looking for another 6 will be denied. To no cruise missile for T-Fel Enterprises. That would have been nice, especially as you move over towards the patio hardpoint. T-Fel, they will have the first touch, and this could be a really crucial moment in the game. Could blow this game wide open.
And just look at how Ironblood have to split the map 2 for 2. Ghosty is still playing over inside a kitchen. The ego chow on the Bink. Lays on his belly. Doesn't matter. Ghosty on a 5 spree. 16 and 9. Falling back into their own. Elsewhere, though, you do have players trying to threaten the hardpoint. That's Pristini trying to work their way up through the staircase. You also have some help from Gunless coming up through top luggage stairs as well. The flood from the back is in. The flip is out. 30 seconds still left to soak here for Ironblood.
Gunless, currently 8 and 15. If there's a time for him to really pick things up, it would be about now as he currently looks to soak up some time. We'll surpass 60 seconds overall in the game. Ghosty, though, huge 1v1 against Pentagram and now finds himself looking to come up from the jump up. Gunless will shut him down, but sporting gunfights now being won from T-Fel towards the front of the hard point. Still looking to fight for this back 10 seconds or so. Gunless is actually winning some crucial one-on-one engagements at the moment. Fellow comes through, but Gunless has the support from Bink. So again, huge waffle time going the way of Ironblood Gaming. We'll keep them in the conversation for this game. But now we move over towards the next hard point, and Pentagram now starting to heat up here.
13 and 15. Gonna help out Pristini's efforts at 16 and 13 now. Gunless starting to piece things together as well towards the end of that first set. So about a 30-point buffer that T-Fel Enterprises have for themselves. So how about the kill feed blowing up in white? 3-for-1 trade goes the kill feed as well. Iron Blood are going to be able to soak up some time here on P1, but they got to make sure that the flank stays secured because Too Real, he's trying to play for the future. Pentagram, what a read is that to make sure that the flank not only stays secured, but potential spawns ahead of New.
You can't underestimate that as well, right? How important this moment in this game is. There's only 15 points to separate these two teams as it stands. These P2 spawns, again, we know how much of a money kill this can be. It's so, so crucial. Ghosty looking to get some scrap time here. 3 kills that will be crucial. And, well, move over towards the rotation. Fellow will finally win out. Spawns should be through. Now for TFL Enterprises. And the first wave of gunfights still to come for Iron Blood Gaming. Ghosty will get caught off guard towards the left side. Fellow has a bit of work to do here and too much to handle as Gunless able to take him down. Still, though, not quite secure yet for Iron Blood Gaming. Pristini around the flank. Could still disrupt this entire play. And Too Real actually towards the back line just decimates him. Gunless still spawning up as Pentagram falls. It is actually Iron Blood spawning in the back line.
Yeah, you had split spawns that were occurring as TFL Enterprises were spawning essentially over by Shop Chandelier, and then all of Iron Blood spawning over by the lights area. So it's basically was that foot race in towards the back to make sure you can get those proximal spawns for the back 30 seconds. And as you were saying, Iron Blood were able to win that war of attrition. So a lot of time to be generated off of this hard point, and things that could not be any closer. 20 seconds might be conceded here for TFL Enterprises. You can see them kind of jostling with that idea on the mini-map, playing for a couple of exits. Iron Blood, they understand that. They read it fully, so they start flooding through the front, trying to bulldoze their way for the rotation to next.
Such a close game at the moment. Not much to separate these two teams whatsoever. TFL Enterprises will be down by about 10 points or so going into the next hard point. This is where they can get a wealth of time. See on the minimap, good position coming out from Ghosty. Might be able to catch some of these players off guard. Yuli, though, is going to be the one to get first contact with these players. First contact will be more than that as he picks up Pentagram. Now the players will strike from Iron Blood. Bing falls. Again, that cover fire coming in from Ghosty. He's done his job. Now the players inside need to do theirs. Yuli starting to face the pressure here from these players. And Fellow Too Real, they will actually be the ones to pick up the gunfights. Pristini falls as well. It's just down to Bing. 1 versus 3 on the point. The shots will be good, but not good enough. Iron Blood continue to bang at this door for the back 25.
And this is where TFL Enterprises do such a good job, and it is in these close proximal hard points. Their snap gun fights are so good, but just bullying their way from the side is Pristini. Couple that along with Bink from the back door will be the clearance that they need, but it's just for 15 seconds. And that is actually still a good thing if you are a fan of Iron Blood Gaming, because that keeps this game within just about 10. So the rotation has to be on. Look at the mini-map. Iron Blood have players in towards the backside of the bar. Ghosty has so much to do, they get overwhelmed. But you still have Too Real that spawns in towards the back, and Fellow not too far away.
Oh, Pristini didn't know where Yuli had gone. Inside bedroom, Bink will deal with him, so that's going to be a big map control coming in through Iron Blood Gaming. Gunless able to get 2 on the other side as well. Iron Blood winning all the crucial engagements at the moment. They could still finish it here if they get the rest of this time. TFL Enterprises well aware of that fact. They've got to go now. Bink is not allowing it, though. Denies both Fellow and Ghosty. Gunless in for another 2, and now on the flank, Too Real could well blow this play wide open. He's only in for 1, though. A distraction play is Iron Blood. Still 15 seconds shy of victory. It's a long flank coming in from Too Real that I don't know if he's even really capable of doing at this point in time. TFL Enterprises on the other side, though, able to get on through, and that is down to heroics from Ghosty. Not enough time now for Iron Blood.
They close it out here. You got to win the rotation over towards Restaurant. Again, a very difficult hard point to break in the previous set of hard points. Iron Blood really did struggle. It took about 30, 40 seconds to be able to do it. Free cam am I looking at? Yeah, it's a nice trim, but whatever. TFL Enterprises, they find themselves in. It's going to be a 2-pronged attack from Iron Blood.
Just 4 seconds shy of victory here, but it's not enough. TFL, they win the first wave of gunfights. Iron Blood, where do they spawn towards Chandelier's side? TFL, do they read it? They should in this situation. And there will only be 1 hit from Iron Blood. It has to be perfect. Pristini able to fly across. Pentagram, does he capitalize on it? No, he does not. But Gunners Pristini do. Fellow, can he survive? Fellow, can he survive? He's going to be able to pick a 1. Yuli in for 1. Pristini for 2. He gets in. Is it enough? He will open the door for Pentagram, who now is able to get on through. Just try and waste some time here for the rest of your team. Ghosty in for yet another 1. 2-4-7, 2-4-5. TFL Enterprises, they will be through. But the fight is still on. And Bacon for 2 will look to hold on through, and Iron Blood Gaming get it done. 250 to 247. They force the game 5.
That 2-piece from Pristini spawned essentially everybody from TFL Enterprises in Narnia, and it really came down to Yuli to help things out in the efforts for Ghosty. And that's really all you can ask. I mean, Ghosty was trying to snake the head glitch over by the seating, sure, but he was only able to walk away with one because he had to basically expose himself towards the backside of that hardpoint where the rest of Ironblood had numbers in their favor. All of that said, when Yuli came back into play through Wine, you had the immediate read from Ironblood through so many different of those hardpoints in the exchanges that we had on that hotel map number 4. Those reads, specifically from Pristini, Gunless, and Pentagram, to know where these lurking SMGs are going to be coming from, shut them down, not once on that Fortress hardpoint, but twice on the hotel map number 4. They win both hardpoints by a combined 13 points, handing TFL Enterprises not their first loss in hardpoint, but now their second.
Wow, and we can see the final 30 seconds here once again, just so back and forth. That first over gunfights, TFL Enterprises, there would be a sigh of relief for them. They thought it was all over. They knew they needed one more wave of gunfights though. Ironblood Gaming attempted a flank through the middle of the map. Gunless and Pristini looking to make their way through Rugs. Of course, Pentagram not able to win that first engagement. Gunless and Pristini do trade things out. Bink loses his to Fellow, and Fellow does enough, as does Yuli again for TFL. They think that's going to be over, but Ironblood the close spawns. Pristini in for a 2. Pentagram does end up falling, and it is Bink who gets the final 2-piece here. But again, what an incredible hardpoint between these two teams. The close spawns for Ironblood Gaming will give them the end of that hardpoint, and there is that final 2 from Bink. Just what an incredible performance.
Is it hot in here, or is it Ironblood's ability to close out hardpoint, man? That is just some insane business coming through. Again, through map 1 and map 4, I can maybe count on both of my hands, because I'd have to take off my socks to count any higher. The amount of opportunities that TFL Enterprises had to close out both maps 1 and 4. This is absurd. I can't believe that TFL Enterprises are going to go to back-to-back map 5s. I mean, the sweat's got to be dripping down their eyebrows for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the first was against Boston Academy to stop that revenge story, then, to get the revenge story, I should say, and then, to do it again versus this Ironblood Gaming, a very different series comparatively what we saw in the group, right? Again, a reminder for you folks at home, if you missed that one, that was a 3-0 to TFL Enterprises, an early installment in what was brilliant run in Group A for TFL. But today, things have just not been going their way at all. A Game 5 loss versus Boston Academy, yet another team in a long line of teams to take a fat L to Boston Academy on their run to vengeance. Now TFL, yet another Game 5 here against Ironblood Gaming. Here's what's happened so far in the series. Hotel Hardpoint, of course, that was a very close one, 250 to 247. The first was also extremely close, 250 to 240. Ironblood Gaming winning both of those hard points, but TFL Enterprises have got victories in the Search and Destroy and the Control, respectively, and that does bode well for them going into this map 5.
TFL Enterprises came into playoffs with the #1 differential, not just in North America, but also compare that to EU with a positive 97.5 differential as what they were winning their hard points. No longer. Now you have to go to a Mercado Search and Destroy, and you just simply cannot allow PTSD to take its full effect here, Brody, because you lost that round 11, the Boston Academy, that finds yourself down here in the lower bracket. Last time these two teams did face off against each other, though, it did go TFL Enterprises' way, and you have to go all the way back to even that map 2 of what you just saw in our Best of 5 series screen, is that TFL Enterprises were able to win 6-3. Their adaptations and understanding all of the tendencies from Ironblood very early on were at an all-time high, specifically from the SMG duo of Yuli and 2Real. You gotta have it here, especially on a map mode combination like Mercado Search and Destroy, that could really be done by your SMGs, just being able to find these very annoying points of interest to be able to find first blood, if not trades alike.
Ooh, Game 5 between these two teams. Andy, it's 4 a.m. for me right now, bud. That's how low it is. For any EUs here in the chat want to support their EU players in challenges, shout out to you guys, because it is very late at the moment. The action is still flowing here. Yet another Game 5 that TFL Enterprises will have to go through, and hopefully for them, this one does go their way. If not, elimination top 8 for a team that finished 5-0 in the group stage, Ali. That would not be the desired result. Ironblood looking for, again, that revenge again for what happened to them in the group stage. It would be quite pleasant, wouldn't it? But regardless, we're gonna have to go to a restart. The players decided that they didn't want to get into Mercado Search and Destroy. They're teasing me, mate. I'm edging.
Got some birds chirping over the area, brother?
Get some what?
Got some birds chirping over there right now. You hear those through your in-ears?
Oh, yeah, I do. Well, actually, no, bud, because these in-ears, they're actually pretty good. I can't hear anything outside of them. My parents could be shouting at me right now, and I would not know. Actually, I probably would know. That's a lie. That's a lie.
I've heard your parents shout at you before. Yeah, they
you
are.
You have.
Yeah. They're very adamant about making sure that you know exactly how they feel, Brody, in that moment of time. But man, what a crazy day of just challengers altogether, especially for North America. I'm being told right now that Kevin Fame is also doing Kevin Fame things as far as what Rocker Academy are concerned versus Aphelion, who just got 3-0'd, by the way.
Ooh.
3-1 on the Asilo control. I got word that Fame just dropped somewhere near like 24-9. That was his KD ratio. Aphelion losing to Rocker Academy. I mean, I almost expected it to happen somewhat, especially with how Aphelion did look in their final days versus Boston Academy, sure. But even comparatively to how well Rocker Academy were playing just as a cohesive unit, you go back and you look at some of the VOD versus Omid of what little time that we had in between our series, because I'm always curious to see how these boys are doing on Rocker Academy, and they were looking pretty darn spicy. 6-1 in the Fortress Search and Destroy, 3-1 in the LSU control, Aphelion in the lower bracket, my heavens.
I mean, more importantly, Rocker Academy in the upper bracket, right? I mean, they're now in the upper bracket final. What a performance for the Rocker Academy squad. This team, again, just continues to go to strength for strength. It is almost exactly like Boston Academy, except from the hole that they were in was not quite the hole that Boston Academy were in. For Rocker Academy, again, it is almost a surprise in a way, just because the storyline for Rocker Academy, when they were formerly known as Electrify Steel towards the end of the Vanguard season, was that they just couldn't do what they were doing online. It's such a weird inversion of the regular kind of online storyline that you normally have for teams, kind of like a Wobble towards the end of the Vanguard season. But, you know, this team now, Rocker Academy, third place again at Raleigh. You have questions about whether or not they'll do the same thing here coming into Challengers Elite Season 1. They absolutely are, and they are a top threat. And again, the storyline for Rocker Academy remains, right? It's like going all the way back to Built by Gamers in Black Ops Cold War, Andy. I'm sure you remember it, bud. These guys,
I do.
The Silver Surfers, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They couldn't win anything. And that needs to stop. They need to win something, for heaven's sake. Just please, for Panda and God X's sake, I just want them to win something. Bias caster, whatever, I don't care. Like, after the last 2 years that they've had, like, they need something. They've got PTSD at this point.
You know, it's funny because I remember going all the way back to Toronto when me and Schiff landed in Canada. We went in there and we were talking to a couple of the Challengers players, and Pander did have specifically this to say about Fame, is that he did have a lot to prove, and I think he's definitely proved to the world, especially with what he has to offer, especially with that Electrify Steel team, as they then go to Boston, where, again, you know, they ride that Silver Surfer wave. Whether or not they're serving Galactus is completely up to them, but regardless, you know, losing to Toronto Ultra Academy North America, not being able to qualify for champs, you really do feel like that something's got to go right for this roster eventually. And hey, you got one of the best Spaniards to do it with Real as far as the secondary SMG is concerned. The guy has been looking good. He's got a great house to be able to help things out with them. Take a look at that winners bracket and how things are shaking up. If anybody's wondering, I expect that the chat is probably blowing up. It's like, oh, where's Doug? When are we going to see Boston play? That's going to be the next match, okay? We got Boston versus War. That's going to be happening after this. The winner of that, of course, will be facing Rocker Academy.
Yeah, we'll have that
like
match
my
very
interpretation of what chat sounds like?
Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty accurate, to be fair. I will say that much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Boston and War, that's coming up next. We promise, guys. We apologize for the delay with that one. I think we've had a really long day, I think, of challenges with just everything that's been going on. Of course, it's a little bit longer than we usually kind of rested up to in challenges. Of course, we're kind of wrestling with a new format this year with the double elimination bracket as opposed to the single elimination that we had last season, where it was only 4 teams as well. So there's a massive expansion with 12 teams instead of 8. There's just been a lot of formatting changes that we are kind of wrangling with, and you have to let us settle into it a little bit, guys. But it's been fun. Again, you know, I think this is one of the biggest talking points coming into this season of Challengers Elite has been the fact that, again, Challengers Elite has grown from 8 teams to 12. We unfortunately didn't get to see a league for Asia Pacific and Latin America. That would have been nice. Maybe in the future when we get to see that, because there's a lot of talent that needs to be talked about in those regions. But still, I think, you know, such a great improvement to see 12 teams, especially in North America. You know, I've said before that maybe Europe didn't necessarily need it because the competitiveness in that region is a little less. So I'm a big European fan. So I'm saying that, you know, a little less competitive than North America. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Like, in terms of teams, I'm digging myself a hole here. I'm digging myself a hole. Stop looking at me like that, Andy. I hate it when you look at me like that. I can see you right now. Stop it. You're making me feel nervous about our relationship here, bud. Yeah, regardless, I think, the positive point we should take out of this is that North America has been hyper competitive, and I'm so glad that we've kind of seen an improvement up to 12 teams.
Yeah, and listen, if you did not get your fill of challengers so far, keep in mind, Boston is all of like 2 weeks away. So, yeah. The Challengers is going to continue to pop off as we continue on through the end of the month here of January and the beginning of February, where we get some cross-regional matches. I'm not too sure if APAC is sending a couple teams over. I hope they are. But Europe versus North America, it's always a slamming time.
Absolutely, it is. And totally no bias from me. Totally. None whatsoever.
You keep digging the hole, Brody. You keep going.
Completely unbiased cast whenever Andy and I are on all the time, every day. Regardless, guys, what we're going to do while we wait for T-Fal Enterprises versus Ironblood to conclude is we're going to talk to you guys a little bit more by making you wait a little bit longer as well. We're going to go to a very quick break. Get yourselves a cup of tea. It's very late if you're Europe. Don't do that because you're going to wake your parents up. We're back in just a second with game number 5. Whoa, would you look at that, guys? We started 60 seconds early. I do that all the time. Here we go. T-Fal Enterprises versus Ironblood Gaming in game number 5. And T-Fal going to go towards A off the rip. Would you believe it? It's Mikado Search and Destroy. Business as usual. Stuns and nades galore.
No trophy systems, of course, in round 1. For Yush. Just look at the aggression. Oh, my heavens. Yuli doing Yuli things with the bomb top shingles like this. I mean, it might not even matter. Binks last alive. Reveals his positioning. Gonna try to take his virtues back through the tunnel. Ghosty's probably gonna peek through the patio side. Yeah, there comes some warning shots. Bink, stay away from my bomb site, brother. Good luck, have fun.
Hey, I got faith in Bink.
Love that out of you, honestly.
Yeah? Isn't Bink like a character in Alpha? I don't know. Maybe I'm making that up. Regardless, Bink. 1 versus 3. There you go. Get shut down by T-Fel Enterprise. Yeah, I have a legitimate question. Is he a character in Alpha?
No.
Am I making that up?
Yes.
I'm convinced.
Brody, you don't get to talk about like peak late 90s, early 2000s cartoons when you still don't know
That's
who
when I
Charlie
was
Brown
born.
is.
What do you want? What do you want from me, dude?
I just want you to get cultured. That's all I want,
Okay,
really.
that's fine.
Sorry,
That's a fair
I'm
ask.
sorry. I didn't mean to burn you.
No, you did.
T-Fel Enterprises, though, very aggressive through that first round because, of course, they can. It's just one of those things, again, you don't have a trophy system to start off a round like that. The Suns and Nades just gets Yuli so much space.
Straight towards A we go again this time around, and the first blood will go the way of T-Fel Enterprises. It gets even worse. This is a very lopsided round, gunless. 1 versus 3 or 4, excuse me, and he's able to get 1 on the flank. T-Real doesn't know his positioning. Might get a second as well. Yes, he does. Gunless is making this more realistic than he has any right to. Finally does get shut down there, and I'm really glad that whichever player that was did that quickly, because if there was any hesitation, Gunless is in with a chance.
I mean, Gunless, that was technically a 1v3, and I don't mean Ghosty coming in for the trade. I mean, he had to shoot and finesse through the railing. I can't tell you how many times I've been in a gunfight versus that railing. I've lost because of it. Very strong railing, that one. Oh, when you're thinking about walking downstairs, you definitely want that support. Ghosty on 4 in a row, by the way. That streak counter, of course, in the top left, just a little bit bugged here for Search and Destroy, so Ghosty getting closer towards that cruise missile. Proof systems in play this time around for the A execute.
First Bloods will be going the way of the T-Fel Enterprises this time around. I'm Blood Gaming. No control over A whatsoever, and Bink will fall. Yeah, Gunless another 1 versus 4. This time, not even going to get the first kill. You have to imagine Yuli actually won't get him out just yet, but still, yeah. Gunless, you know what those phrases that we use, the good luck, have fun moments? This has to be one of them. There's like no chance. I did question myself for a second there, to be honest.
Oh, man. And just to give you the full-on answer as far as Arthur is concerned, I said no. The character's full name is Binky.
Ah, see? See?
You missed a crucial consonant there at the end, so no dice. But just as the same could be said here for Iron Blood so far as these rounds are concerned, everything's really been settled out in the opening, like, 20 seconds in these early skirmishes. It's just Mercado Las Almas, Search and Destroy in a nutshell. You get in these gunfights early, you get the trades of the team shots. If your team does it better, you're probably going to keep numbers in your favor. Iron Blood need to have this offense.
Iron Blood needs something pretty quickly here in this Search and Destroy, to be frank. It's been abysmal so far in the first 3 rounds. T-Fel have wiped the floor with them. Now, First Blood going their way, and there isn't an immediate response from T-Fel. They're banking on a very long flank from Yuli.
Going to commit towards it, and that's before the bomb actually goes down, but that's a great elimination to find and trade at that onto Fellow. 2v3. Yuli's Dead Silence has completely exhausted, and yeah, just got to try to get yourself out of here. Try to maybe join with the likes of Ghosty, who's just lurking in the middle of the map. Swings to the bomb, doesn't see anybody planning it. Sees Gunless, Dolphin dive over, but that's a nasty head glitch to compete against. Bomb should be playing it here today.
Yeah, now both of these players going to regroup around the back line. Bink has an AR watching them. Bink should walk away with 1 kill, and they will actually force him out of position here. So an opening for T-Fel Enterprises. Yuli, fast and furious as ever. Looking to swing wide for Pristini. Pristini not going to give him the satisfaction. Gunless will take Yuli down. Trade is through from Ghosty, but 25 seconds left now. Ghosty doesn't have the element of surprise anymore and should be taken down by Bink. Surely? Ooh, makes it a little bit more entertaining than it needs to be. Iron Blood, they're on the board.
Hip fire is the truth there. Very, very good stuff again for Iron Blood. Get themselves on the board. Start things off with those early skirmishes. Again, you get that trophy system down forward over by the statue, this back alley, and it just negates all the stuns, the nades, so that way all of Iron Blood can trench themselves top and bottom cantina, be able to find those eliminations. And the player that was stuck behind the planters box, I mean, you want to talk about up creek without a paddle type mentality. That was absolutely it. It was being looked at by about 3 players. Once you find where the last two were located at, plant that bomb, put yourself in a win condition.
Alrighty then. Iron Blood, they're in the game. And even more so now, Pentagram with a sniper rifle on towards Ghosty. Gunless picking up yet another 2 here in the game. Fellow 1 versus 2 situation now. Was a 1 versus 3. Ooh, almost gets away with highway robbery. The kill on towards Gunless. Not only would that have made a realistic situation, a really manageable one too, because the last player that would have been alive would have been Pentagram.
Yeah, with the boomstick. I mean, we've seen that so many different times in Mercado Los Almas. That player back banana with the boomstick is typically going to be the last alive just because the forward positioning, obviously, that needs to be taken from SMGs and ARs alike. But all that said, Pentagram with the sniper will end up finding himself his first elimination. It was a crucial pick at that, just to deny Cantina presence for TFL Enterprises, answering back from the 3 rounds in a row for TFL. Ironblood get 2 of their own. They're going to bull rush over towards A. Both teams, in fact.
Hit over towards A for both of these 2 teams. Nothing coming of it just yet. A lot of utility. Pristini is feeling like he's in a war movie at the moment. Finally falls. Yuli going to be the one to draw that blood. Gunless peeks out towards A though. Didn't get anything. Information would be enough for Bink to act on, and information is enough. Bink will pick up the kill. Ghosty's still there. Fed up towards the window. Peekaboo, says Yuli. How about that for a jump scare? Gunless didn't quite expect that, and now Pentagram in a 1 versus 3. At least he doesn't have the sniper rifle.
You really are a glass half full kind of guy, 4 a.m. I'm just going to try to get inside Cantina, but I mean, there's just TFL Enterprises members just already located in and around the area. Again, it's just, I mean, look, Mercado Los Almas search and destroy. It's sometimes there's really not a whole lot of analysis. Team A, Team B, they both send all 4 players over towards A. The trophy system stops the nades from the defensive team from taking a forward approach, and the stuns inside Cantina mean that all of Ironblood can't challenge out from the windows, as they are very, very weak. It just comes in for a full collapse for TFL Enterprises that stopped the round train that Ironblood were trying to put together for themselves. Build that lead buffer back up to 2.
How about this for a plate? Ironblood Gaming actually giving quite a lot of respect to TFL Enterprises here. This is a plate that sometimes doesn't exactly work out, and that's why you give away full control of Cantina to TFL Enterprises. And off the back of that, they will take the mile. Bomb will go down.
Really looking to get that 6 kill here, Brody. How crucial would be a cruise missile? Pentagram back banana with the sniper. This is so tough as far as an angle. He's just trying to buy time. Look at player number 7 as well as 5. They're trying to pinch this. 3 different sides.
Pentagram could still do some serious damage here. Just peeking. Ghosty doing the dance with death. Pentagram pushes out here. Should be dead to right. No? How? All right, well, Pentagram now in a 1 versus 3. Picks up the Basnef. 1 versus 1 now, and Ghosty takes him down. Oh, Pentagram. Oh, that is a very close one that Pentagram almost clutches up, but no, not to be. Ghosty. Not on this day.
Yeah, I mean, whether Pentagram knew it or not, finding that elimination onto Yuli is just massive. Yuli gets that elimination, even in a losing form for TFL Enterprises, which doesn't happen. He gets himself a cruise missile, so really gave himself a best effort, found that elimination. John wicks the SMG into his hands and almost got away with a highway robbery there, but how you have to do what is seemingly impossible, and stop TFL Enterprises when they're feeling themselves on the search up on series point.
Can we get a B, please? Can I get a B? Please? Somebody? I'm blood. Oh, you just trickled me. Pristini coming out here. Pristini coming out here. Doesn't matter. The damage is done. They don't care if it's going to be an A or a B. I'm blood. They get it done. Pristini's the one in the end that will close things out.
Expecting a whole little chant out of you.
I hate you so much.
You told me to give you a B. I gave you a B. What are we spelling out here, brother? We're spelling out Ironblood, stopping the bleeding. As far as around is concerned, they're the ones that get aggressive, like you were highlighting there. Choking up on your words from laughter. Pristini able to push up. They find themselves a handful of eliminations and just a lot of damage to speak of. So plenty of work left to be done here for Ironblood. They're still down 2 rounds. It's offense for TFL Enterprises. Well, hold your horses. Going A.
All right. Once again, TFL Enterprises being gifted to the bomb site. Ironblood putting a lot of eggs in the basket that will be tunnel push. Do TFL read this? That's the question. Double push coming out, and well, the AA is dragged across by T-Real there. He does fall to Pristini, but it's enough for Yuli to get the trade. Information gained. for TFL Enterprises here in the situation, and Ironblood, again, they lose full control over the bomb site. Pentagram with the sniper will be down.
I'm still hopping back Cantina. Persini, that silence about to expire, but throws a shoulder and Yuli sees him. So now if you're Ironblood, you're kind of trapped back here. Nobody is really in a position to try to make a play. I mean, that player might be gunless, but my understanding, he's probably got a trophy system as Persini has the dead silence. Might just try to wrap this around the back, knowing dang well that the bomb has not been committed yet.
Gunless got to get away here. Pristini puts the shots in. Is the cover there? Pristini might know the bomb's going down, and even if he does, to be fair, there's nothing he can do about it. Elsewhere, Bink tries to get an opening blood on towards the retake, but no. Yuli with the denial. Now Pristini and Gunless left up here in a 2 versus 3 scenario. Pristini taking shots. There's no way in. Gunless with a reposition through tunnel side. Got to get past Fellow up top. Now the reposition will come from Ghosty and Fellow too. Gunless turns around for some reason. Not entirely sure what was going on there, but it doesn't matter anyway. Closing things out will be TFL Enterprises. They've got to go to a game 5, and this time they will win on Mikado.
Gunless maybe hearing the whispers of someone talking about his car's extended warranty, just tries to snap around, but it's not going to be the case at all. And again, it really does come down to those final few moments where Persini exhausts their dead silence, just trying to make a play back through tunnel. Once that completely gets depleted, Brody, there's nobody to make a play all the way to the backside to maybe try to pinch from the tunnel side because, I mean, again, Gunless had a trophy system, so not exactly the utility that you want in that situation where you're basically forced to make a play. And it just cannot simply happen. Not with the way TFL Enterprises were just always and continuously bullying their way in towards the A site. I think it only got shut down maybe one time. I could be wrong, could be twice. All we saw was the A-bomb execute really from these two teams. But regardless of the matter, won't be snuffed away twice in a map 5 as far as the Mercado Search and Destroy is concerned for TFL Enterprises. Commiserations, obviously, to Ironblood. Happy that they were able to come in and compete to the highest level that they were able to showcase for themselves. But TFL Enterprises win it in 5, and they'll stay alive here in Elite Season 1 playoffs.
Yep, TFL Enterprise, the battle survival will go their way. Ironblood Gaming will take a loss at the end of the day. Ironblood should still be proud of themselves, though, you know, to take the first 5 points away from TFL Enterprises in that best of 5. Very different to what we saw in the 3-0 for TFL in the group stage. Ironblood look a lot better. I hope they stick together. I know that North America is a wild west of roster changes post-events. I know there's already been some roster changes made, looking at teams like the Wobble NA and Convoy Gaming. I hope this Ironblood Gaming team sticks, especially for players like Bink that haven't really had a chance like this before. I think this team still has a lot of potential in them. And again, you know, I think seeing them at Boston, I think they might be in a much better position.
Yeah, for sure, especially when you talk about the land environment that is Ironblood. I mean, seeing Persini, the way he talks smack on land, that is just an infectious personality to have yourself around. And as you were saying, Bink finds himself in good company to continue on with their ventures as far as a Challengers elite player is concerned. But TFL Enterprises, man, continuing on with their virtues in their winning ways, albeit, like you were saying, Ironblood should be feeling pretty good about themselves, regardless of being knocked out in this lower bracket of what we have here for you, all on your screen. Taking both hard points off of TFL Enterprises, showing that gods do, in fact, bleed. Omit able to take down Smog. TFL Enterprises taking down Ironblood. Now Omit have to wait for the loser of Team War versus Boston Academy to see who they play up against next.
And how wild is it, by the way, that we're looking at the #1 seed from groups A and B competing in losers round 2. Does just go to show how competitive the North American region actually is. Aphelion and TFL Enterprises, only one of those two teams will survive. We'll see that one next week. Omit, though, will continue on after their victory over Smog Alpha. And again, you know, we talked about Smog Alpha, what they brought to the table here in the North American region. They surprised a lot of people, especially after kind of what their preseason looked like, even with a roster change, even bringing Snoopy onto the team. That team, I think, again, you know, you have to give it credit where credit is due. Their early season was not great at all. Top 32 was basically the peak for them, and to come out here and finish in top 8, they should be happy with that. Is look over towards the upper bracket, though, to show you guys where we're currently at. Rocker Academy have already booked their place in the upper bracket final with a 3-1 victory over Omit, and then followed that one up by a 3-0 over Titan in Aphelion Esports. Boston take on War next, though, for the spot alongside Rocker Academy. Look, I'm not being a biased cast or anything, but if you remember the storyline that we had I have to preface it like that because I know you'll call me one anyway. But you remember that storyline that we had coming into today, which was that Rocker Academy and Boston Academy, the Academy teams, and I tweeted this yesterday, by the way, as well. Their day number 1, abysmal in group play. Rocker Academy just not performing up to par. Boston Academy, I think, performing up to par, at the time at least. We've since learned that that's not the case. They've moved par very much. And then since then, of course, 9-0 and 9-1 respectively in terms of maps. It would be almost poetic in a way, I think, for that to be the storyline for a Winners Bracket final. But Team War, they might have something to say about that. We know the org is a very passionate one, and we know the players are too. Some interesting storylines behind this matchup. We'll talk about all that and more after this break.
I'm too exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got that power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me at tower. I don't care for the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We've been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's every day. Putting in overtime. Punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pulls. Watch me hit the power move. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for? Been here, done that. You all know what we came for? Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. We've been here, we done that, we done that. You all know what we came for? You all know what we came for? We've been here, we done that, we done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for? Energy, 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 energy. I need that energy, energy.
Hey everybody, how's it going? We're ready to go into our final match of the evening here in Call of Duty Challengers Elite Season 1. It's been an absolute grueler of the day for these players as we've whittled down our field of teams from 8 to 6. Now, we're about to put some teams in the upper bracket final. Rocker Academy, they already await the winner of this matchup right here. Goodness me, what a match it is. Boston Academy, the unlikely heroes, and I will say that as much as that upsets some people. I don't think people expected them to be in this position, going head-to-head with Team War. Another roster that, to be fair, I think came out in Cup number 3 and surprised a lot of people.
Yeah, no, they sure did. Obviously, winning Cup number 3 is no easy feat, especially with the competition that you did have in front of you, qualifying as well. I mean, the story does have to revolve around Parasite, right? You know, he subs in for that Team Notorious roster, could not get their full roster. They placed top 12 in Raleigh. And the guy feels like he's still got it, and I tend to agree. When Parasite is feeling hot, that guy is just a force to be reckoned with. The Spawn Guru, if you will. But this matchup is, in fact, a rematch of that beginning of the escapade of group stage. At Boston Academy 3-1 this Team War roster, and that continued on with their winning ways and how they find themselves here.
Yeah, just an incredible storyline. I think we should really start the story with Boston, just generally speaking anyway, because this Boston storyline is one of my favorite storylines to come out of Challengers this season. It's only bloody Season 1, for heaven's sake. It's January. We've already got some incredible storylines here in Challengers. Boston Academy, man. I would argue, and I will say this as well, I'm a big fan of Beans. I think I've made that much apparent just because of what he's been able to do in Europe last season in Vanguard, and even the season past that as well. You know, his rise in stats from like the breaking point, top 20 players of Cold War, and then towards the very top, basically, of the top 20 players of Vanguard. Beans is just an incredible player. I have a real soft spot for this Boston team, and the storyline for them has just been kind of insane in a way that, you know, again, kind of disappointing to see them early on in the season with top 16 placements across the board, but now they have really come out to play. They are on top form. But this roster isn't about Beans. This game isn't about Beans. It's about a head-to-head between two players where there is bad blood in the water. Sensor, the man with the golden guns around his arms, going head-to-head here with actually Parasite. This is a real interesting graphic, I think, because obviously, you know, two players which are effectively, you know, I think there's just so much history behind these two players. Obviously, anybody who's followed Call of Duty over the years will know what these players are bringing to the table. I myself have been following competitive Call of Duty since Modern Warfare 3, so I've seen the rise of these players, and, you know, if you can describe it as a fall down of Challengers, yeah, sure, we'll go with that. But, you know, back in their heyday, Sensor, of course, you know, winning the very first event of Advanced Warfare, counting towards 4 major victories. Parasite, 7. A huge part of that being Farico Impact back in the day. Yeah, we're throwing ourselves all the way back, but these guys, they are veterans of what they do.
First elite appearance for Doug Sensor Martin as well. Comparatively to the 4 for Parasite through, through 3 titles now, honestly. It's just crazy that both of these guys have been competing since 2011, and well, they still have the grit, and they still got the gunny and the overall willingness to do it. Things you absolutely love to see. Sensor looking to continue on with their winning ways. Parasite looking to play upset.
Yeah, and now there's a poll going in the chat, by the way, folks. Who has the better series? Statistically, that is the question we were asking. So at the end of the series, who will come out on top the stats-wise? Will it be Sensor or Parasite? I'll be honest, in this situation, given recent history for these players, I know where my channel points would be going. I'm not going to say it, though, because I don't want to get pooped on by fans in the chat. But you guys can now vote on that, and we'll be calling out at the end of the series to see whether you guys will be right. Sensor versus Parasite, make sure you get your votes in. Now, moving forward in the series, though, we don't even get a look at the best of 5. We're getting into the swing of things here, of course, so it's probably about time that we do so, to be fair. Boston Academy taking on Team War. Oh, I'm getting tingly feelings in my belly again, mate. This is a series and a half, and the earlier storylines that I was alluding to, didn't really get to talk about it, by the way. Sensor versus Oh Johnny. It's a storyline that transcends the game. It went onto the Twitterverse, and back into the game we go.
It's important to know, by the way, the format's worth play is. I'm bringing this right back in, baby. That when they played in the group stage, Mercado Hardpoint was not played at all. They played an embassy and a hotel. We'll talk more about that later. On the favorite side of the map for the time being, will still be Boston Academy, but I mean, Team War, you can see what they're playing with right now. They're completely content in their positioning on the map. There's still 30 seconds left to soak up here on P1.
Still a lot of time here for Boston Academy to get, but Lau says no. It's the kill on towards Shawnee. Johnny will fall as well, so that will weaken the attempt from Team Water. Rotate over towards P2. 20 seconds left now, though. Boston Academy going to try and remove War from that scrap time. Sensor gets overzealous with a flank towards the middle of the map, and that will actually open up a lane here potentially for the banana side. Unfortunately for Team War, nobody actually there to capitalize, and Boston Academy off the back of that feeling comfortable enough to overextend here towards the scrap.
I'm just going to get cut down through the middle of the map. Look at how far back Beans is playing, all the way into the backside behind the taco truck. Got a lot of faith in Shawnee and Sensor just to play top and bottom Cantina and soak up some time. Kremp will be there for some assistance. Beans, by the way, will secure the flank. No naughtiness for Team War coming around the back alley.
Team War now still out of this hard point. You really want to break in if you can, because this would be a great start of the game for Boston Academy if they're able to start like this. Sensor going to hold on, though. Unfortunately, will get shut down there by Johnny, who not only takes him, but takes Shawnee too, and that's a brilliant break from Team War. Overwhelming. Are they all that time? And now for Boston Academy here, you spawn up towards the barbershop. You give this one more crack because it's a valuable 20 seconds, but you also need to have that rotation at the back of your mind. Johnny's still on this spree, by the way, 4 in a row. Finally goes down.
Finally go down indeed, but as you were talking about, this rotation need to be kept in mind for Team War, especially after Boston Academy were able to sequence a handful of points there off of P2. That last little bit of contest will keep this slight buffer in favor of Boston Academy, but the setup here for Team War is a good one. Fire up top, excuse me. Won't be able to get the recognition until Lau peeks the back window. We'll take down Sensor, quickly traded out by way of Semtex.
Fire still up here. Gonna go huge. Fire looking to go huge, and he does exactly that. 2 massive gunfights against Beans and Kremp. We'll open up proceedings here for Team War. A massive rotation from them. Now, we're gonna hold on. As Boston Academy spawning up towards the middle of the map here, they're looking to resurge through the connector. Fire up top, now on 4 in a row, making it number 5. 1 or 2 kills away here from the cruise missile. You never quite know. Fire, though, he most certainly does know. There is number 6, still 1 player below him. A 1 versus 1 for the back 20. It's Beans sitting in the corner, and Fire will decimate him, as now that's 7 in a row for Fire. The cruise missile has been acquired, and the rotation too for Team War.
It's important to remember how well Fire has been playing all Modern Warfare 2 year. Specifically in the Elite, is currently boasting a 1.21 overall hardpoint KD, leading their team by a solid margin. You're going to need that plus some more if you're going to put Boston Academy to rest, especially coming in towards P4. Cruise Missile actually getting invested very early on, but everybody for Team War that was kind of jostling in and around the barbershop, not exactly the safest thing to do, but it's what Team War were attempting to do in that moment of time. It actually leaves Sensor inside the hardpoint by themselves. Still ample time to fight over here, and as Sensor takes down Lau, buys time for reinforcements to come up.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that utility. Utilization of the cruise missile, to be honest with you. It's 35 seconds left though. Fire look to redeem himself on a 10-killing spree. Finally is going to be shut down by a teammate of all things. Lau back at it again, but regardless, the end result, Team War able to get in for the back 25 here. Still, potential a late push coming out from Kremp. Lau will be down for the count, so a 1 versus 1 against Johnny, and Kremp actually wins that, so big 20 seconds actually being won by Boston Academy towards the back line. Fortunately for Team War, Parasite spawns pretty close, and will have some say on it, but over towards P6 we go, or P5, excuse me. And the gunfight's looking to go down. Now up top, able to take down Sensor already. A couple of kills in from Boston Academy. Will give them some presence on the point, but Lau follows up with a massive another kill against Shawnee. Is still on the hunt for yet another one. Spots out Kremp in the corner, but just a little too late. Kremp able to fight back, but it's not enough. Team War still presence around.
Yeah, tip your hat to Lau, what they were able to put together there with the TAC 56, Dead Silence pop. They get in behind enemy lines, take down Doug from that top window area, and it just starts piecing up everything they possibly can. Allows Team War to be able to rotate from P4 to 5 as willingly as they did and as happily as they did as well. Team Nate on Lau, not exactly going to be feeling that hurt. Lau should be spawning up, actually gets gifted a pinch spawn as well. There's no way that Boston are ever going to expect that their reeling individual gunfights Team War can simply do no wrong.
And this is really where you're starting to feel the separation of these two teams in the game, right? Team War getting that back 15 seconds. There is a gulf between themselves and Boston Academy, but we've seen crazier comebacks on Mikado Hardpoint. They just need the rotation, and that's not even going well for them, to be honest. Center, the last player left alive, he will be shut down, so Team War in a really good spot here. Lau starts to really heat up, 5 in a row. Looking for number 6. If he gets a streak, that would be huge, but the overextension's a little bit too much. Didn't check the barbershop, and Brent will take him down before a cruise missile can be accrued. Team War now. This could be a really important moment here in this game. Might well put it away, to be honest, at this point. Kremp pushing through, though. Wants a bit of the action. Unfortunately, Sensor denies, and now he falls as well. Shawnee goes down, fire for 2, and Boston Academy not able to break.
Not able to break it all, and I don't mind these overextension pushes that Team War are putting together throughout the entirety of this hardpoint. I mean, how can you not be feeling yourself in this moment of time? Especially before we even get into P7, it is 200 to 72. Fire is 20 and 8 for crying out loud. Johnny behind them at 16 and 12. Nobody's positive for Boston Academy. They're unable to stay alive in the hardpoint for a sufficient amount of time. They're unable to find the trades that we saw versus TFL Enterprises earlier on, specifically in their map 4. This is a different type of Team War. This is a different belly of the beast.
And I think at the moment, things just really not going well for Boston Academy, right? You know, what's their win condition, generally speaking? It's Beans. He's 6 and 13. He has been shut down at every avenue at the moment. Team War neutering him. If he can start to fry up here, maybe Boston Academy will find their way through, but another streak utilized there, I believe, by Team War in an attempt to break the parking lot hardpoint, but it doesn't work out. Parasite and Fire, though, they will do this with the subs. Parasite following up with another one. It is just going to be Beans now off the back of the spawn. Team War, they're in, and they can close it here. Parasite, just a couple more gunfights to win. Overwhelmed by players pushing through Warehouse. Team War, they shouldn't be able to finish it here.
No, they won't be able to close it out here, Brody. Before they even get to the point in time, they won't be able to be generating more than enough hardpoint time to be able to close it out. So you have this leader's advantage plus some extra. I mean, honestly, you want to talk about a big body pillow of a cushion that Team War have at the end of the first set, 227 to about 110. So you can basically pick and choose which hardpoint Team War want to close it out on. They've got a lot of good mid-map coverage. There's no way you would expect Shawnee to be all the way on the backside of Banana like that just to beam a few people in the middle of the map. But these stray eliminations are just the start for what Boston Academy need to piece together if they want to have the comeback of the century.
23 seconds. That's all that Team War need out of a hardpoint to close out this game. They might well be able to find it here. A couple of seconds pulled away from P1. They've also got the rotation for P2 too. So for Boston Academy, a dire situation. Shawnee kill against Lau would be nice, but Lau just toying with it at the moment. Lau just swings wide of Banana to take him down, and the kills being won on the other side too. But one player has actually broken. That's going to be Beans that manages to get through towards P2. Team War can still finish it here. Off the back of P1 though, Fire looking to do exactly that, but he is going to be shut down from afar. Beans gets involved in the action for 2. Sensor now looking to get on through, and yes, we will now see the next hard point, but now a lot of this going to fall down to Beans over there. He has 3 players to deal with in the back alley. Parasite down for the count. Beans on 5 in a row. Will not find number 6, and now Team War, they're ready to hit.
13 points are all they need. Kremp has to go big here. Has 2 players, one up top, and the railing. Fire's going to find that trade. Now he's the only player that's up over here. Parasite actually gets really close spawning here. These 2 players that are down low is Sensor and Shawnee. They need to go big, but most importantly, Beans in the cut cannot do anything. Fire's going to be there for the entry.
Yeah, there's just too many players here from Team War, you have to imagine. Somehow, though, Sensor and Kremp still survive. Johnny, though, for 2. Johnny looking for 3 is denied. Lau might have the final say, though. Beans throws a nade in. It will make Lau weak and follows up the kill on towards the Vastnefs of Boston. Fighting tooth and nail to hold on in this game. Beans, though, will fall, and as does Kremp. Now it's up to Shawnee to try and hold on. Just 11 seconds, all that Team War desire, and Shawnee is forced out of the point. Fire will win that last 1v1. Boston have to split their attacks here between the new heel and the old. Fire on his lonesome. Even if he survives this engagement, the rotation should be Team War's, and it will be. Wowee, what a statement in map number 1. Honestly, Andy, I don't think that scoreline actually does justice to just how well War played that.
I mean, especially through the first set, huh? Like, I mean, put some respect on this guy's name. Fire, 29 and 12. The dude was frying through every single inch of this. Map number 1 goes on to Goliath sprees. You asked where that second cruise missile came from. Well, Brody, it came from Fire because he went on to just get another casual spree. First for what was it, like a 10, and then he goes on another 6 spree as well. Mercado Las Almas hardpoint is very notorious for being known as an SMG's playground. Fire is just looking so comfortable, and how can you not when he's playing with a longtime friend and teammate of Parasite, right? I mean, those two always bickering back and forth on Twitter. Always love to see those two go back and forth as far as who's the son, who's the father. Regardless, whatever may have you, this is Team War firing off on all cylinders. Say what you will about Parasite. 12 and 17, 11 and 6. I don't care. Like a minute and 22 were the hill time. Everybody else was flying around him. That's all you can ask. And Boston Academy just very slow to get themselves started. Even Beans, I mean, only 15 for 17 as far as non-traded kills are concerned. I would say uncharacteristic to say the least that we didn't get a pop-off moment for Beans across this hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is for Parasite in this situation is, like, when the rest of your team are getting pretty much every single gunfight, like, what can you do? And you can see that in how many drastically less engagements he actually had. It's not just like, oh, 12 kills, you know, he actually had less engagements than the rest of the team as well, you know? So, I mean, what, he ends up with 29 engagements as Fire has kills? Yeah. That's literally what I was about to say. Oh, goodness gracious. Parasite, you got to do better than that, buddy. On the other side, I think Beans as well, this is one of the key things. Again, I kind of said it there when we were on Parking Lot Hardpoint, like, that's the first bad game I've seen from Beans in ages, in like forever. And even then at the end, he only just finishes negative. It was like, I think it was like 6 and 13 or something on that Parking Lot Hardpoint. Yeah. So, you know, he definitely turned things around towards the end. But I think that does just go to show how much of an impact Beans actually has to this roster. And I don't mean to say in any way that Beans is the only player that can do something on this roster. I think the last few days of play from Boston Academy have absolutely proved otherwise. But nonetheless, again, you know, Beans just does so much for this team that when he does have a stinker like that, it's felt. It absolutely was felt. I don't think there's any denying that. So map number 1 goes the way of Team War, but we know that Hardpoint hasn't exactly been a strong suit for Boston Academy today. Maybe Search and Destroy will be better for them.
Yeah, this is the new Boston Academy. Hey, they might just be a 2-3-5 team for all we know, but we'll all get all of our answers and more, especially with this Embassy Search and Destroy. This is a map mode combination, again, through the 4 maps worth being played, was not played in their group stage matchup. Their map number 2 was a Mercado Las Almas Search and Destroy, which you see is map number 5, and that was the only map that Team War were able to take off of a fiery Boston Academy at the time. 6-4 was the scoreline, but Embassy Search and Destroy is an interesting one for me, Brody, especially for this Boston Academy roster. You know, the 2 times that we got to see them play it throughout the group stage, specifically when they were playing up against the Wobble, they did get pushed back to the brink into a round 11. But we know this map mode combinations. You dig deep inside of Beans' Twitter profile there, and you'll find some very snappy clips with the sniper rifle in his hand.
So true. I remember like the early, I think it might have been Eric that tweeted out the clip. I'm not entirely sure, to be fair. I know that somebody did. They were like, I think Beans might be the reason that we have to GA the sniper, guys. That might be the reason. We didn't in the end. Fortunately, after all that discussion, the sniper is still in. And I think that's good for Beans because he is just a monster with the sniper rifle. One of the best players of it. I think you and I have had that discussion before, right? Like, Hugh is the best player with the sniper rifle. And I think Maple was like one of the other candidates we were thinking about. I personally wanted to put Panda into the ring because I think Panda has been excellent with the sniper rifle this season, but obviously is that 50th conversation with Godorex. The point being, anyway, that Beans is goddamn disgusting with the sniper rifle, and we love to see him play with it. That will be a boon of success for Boston Academy here on Embassy Search and Destroy. The other thing, though, is that we've seen Embassy go really well for Boston Academy in the past. You know, we were talking earlier on today, albeit in Hardpoint, about the fact that Shawnee and Beans on this map are a duo that is really going to be a concern, I think, for War. As long as they kind of neuter those players, I think they should be okay.
Also important to note, this is the first time that we'll see Team War play on an Embassy Search and Destroy throughout the entirety of Challengers Elite Season 1. So to allow this map mode combination to come through, you feel like there has to be some semblance of preparation. Team War got rid of the Hotel Search and Destroy. You know that Embassy was going to be open. Let's see how they get on.
Boston Academy really need this in the series, to be honest. Maybe they'll find it. Beans with the sniper rifle. Gonna allow to get through. And oh, the first sniper's actually missed. Look, after all that gassing up, Beans, you gotta deliver better than that, buddy. The bomb will go down. Beans can't deliver on the second as well. Fast forward. Lau will pick up the kill against Beans.
Sensor there for the trade. Bomb planted at B. His post plan is all around admin. Shawnee, though, with attack will take down Parasite in towards the back. You have no idea that Fire is just lurking in this corner. That's going to cause some considerable doubt for Sensor. In this 2v1, though, Johnny has relocated over by the planter's box. He's just going to see them both cross in front of him. You just got to stay alive here, Johnny. 14 seconds remaining. The only play that you really have here if you're Shawnee is to hop on the bomb. Johnny has to race through the planters in the tree box just to check it, but Shawnee was laying prone, and he'll get the defuse. Boston Academy steal round 1 away.
Hey, what did I tell you, bro? Beans and Shawnee, the players to watch out for, though not quite the way that we expected that one to go. It's an early plant from Team War. After a fair bit of kerfuffle, will result in Shawnee getting the defuse, the ninja in at the end. Good play from Shawnee. That veteranship, of course, Shawnee has been around the block a fair bit. Previously at the London Royal Ravens. He's a veteran for sure. That mindset helps him out in that situation. Now for Boston on the offense. They want to make their way over towards A. Things will not be helped there by Beans getting sniffed out in the middle of the map. That's a good call from Lau, but now they know where the bomb is going.
Yeah, Fire gets shrugged away from that line of sight. Sensor is committed towards this plant. The stun is also going to connect on the Parasite and Fire in towards the back. Sensor, what a massive elimination. Lau thought he was going to have a free entry point, but things stay even with the bomb being planted today.
Yeah, this bomb being planted is the real problem for Team War in this situation. Have one player in the middle of the map that could cause some problems, but doesn't really matter anyways. Johnny and Fire going to draw buds here. Sensor now find himself in a 1 versus 2 and turns around for the kill versus Johnny. It's Sensor versus Johnny. This is the story, and Sensor wins the 1 versus 1. And I'd imagine Sensor streaming right now probably has some choice words for Johnny there.
Oh my.
Ooh.
I mean, it's just honestly impressive. It's talk about like a semi one-dimensional setup, especially for an A post plan, right? You had the one player over by the white van. They get taken down because Johnny was hitting through the mid alley, gets pushed past that box ramp over by P2, and yeah, from that position alone, you really felt like that Johnny just had to get a swift trade. But hey, Sensor snaking the bomb site, gonna be able to give Boston Academy this 2-0 lead.
Boston Academy, hopefully for them, starting as they mean to go on. Beans drawing first blood and second as well. Oh, that's the sniper rifle play from Beans that we wanted to see. 2 more players to go here on the hit list for Beans, and there's no way they're getting across the middle of the map now.
Cramp. Getting in their face, making them feel the pressure. Fire gets cut down. Johnny, that's a casual 1v3. Technically be the entire ace if they're somehow able to walk away with this round. 50 seconds left to play, no dead silence, and yeah, it's just the window peak right there. It's just so frustrating to deal with, especially if you don't have a nade to blow up that car. You would only give away your positioning that much further. Wonderfully done here from Shawnee. Again, in Search and Destroy in particular has been an absolute phenom for this Boston Academy roster.
Do you remember at the start of the Search and Destroy when we talked about Beans with the sniper rifle, Andy?
I do. I was here for that.
Yeah, it's a good conversation to have because it's really relevant now because Beans just showed us exactly why sniper rifle is in his hands. Paramount to that round is Beans, and Boston Academy now 3-0 up in this Search and Destroy war. They got to get the wheels turning soon. Back towards A they go. It's unconventional, to be fair. Very rarely do you see these A hits early on. Boston Academy, though, making it look easy. Sensor in this round, picking up 2. Parasite across the middle of the map will pick off Shawnee, but no more than that. And Lau is taken down. Parasite now going to cause these guys to rotate towards B. Sniper rifle. There's no way. Oh. There's a vision where that happens. But Parasite still might be able to catch these players off guard. Might be able to stop the defuse, or the plant, excuse me. No, does not happen, but has the information on both of these players. Looking for the post plant. Sensor just playing around him, and Parasite should be dead to rights. But I tell you what there, buddy. There's a universe in the infinite multiverse out there where Parasite lines those guys up.
I mean, perhaps. I don't have a time stone, so I can't look at the 14 million different possible outcomes in the one that we got, but it's just one of those things, again, for this Boston Academy roster, and Search and Destroy specifically. We talked about in their Map 2 versus He-Fell Enterprises, and it kind of reprises here, is that their trust with one another, their repetitions with one another, it's just really all there. And Parasite not having dead silence for that previous attempt, it just makes things that much more difficult. Couldn't get the planter off the exit. Beans top AC confirms the kill. 4 rounds in, Boston have the lead.
This round, Parasite with the sniper rifle, neutered early on. Sensor drawing the first blood. There's a trade through from Johnny. Massive gunfight, though, for Beans in the middle of the map. Shawnee with the call there. Already here, Team War unable to get past square one. Bomb now stuck at top admin position. Fire. Yeah, this is one of those moments where it's not really like you can do anything again. Just the mid-map pressure from Boston. What on earth is this Search and Destroy?
It's just dissection at its finest. The specimen is not a frog. The specimen is Team War on Embassy. These guys of Boston Academy are just looking just abominable at best here, man. They have every single corner covered, every single trade to speak of. That when one player goes down, there's at least 2 arrows that snap to that positioning of that previous player that found the elimination. Gotta say, Brody, that I'm just sitting here looking at a black screen. So I have no idea what exactly we're looking at. Look,
Someone
that
pulled the
was going so crazy that my glasses fell off. So yeah, I'm not too sure. Look, it was 5 rounds deep, and Boston Academy just completely wiped the floor with Team War. And again, you got to talk about the sniper pressure from Beans, the follow-up AR pressure from Shawnee. Sensor, again, is just playing their life to such a high degree. I know what people are always expecting. Sensor is just there just to plant the bomb, and then he'll probably die. Not the case this time around, as he is just getting so much good coverage from Kremp just lurking through all these different fixtures on Embassy.
This is the funny thing. Sensor's not good in Search and Destroy. At least historically speaking, he has not been good in Search and Destroy. He hasn't turned up.
Even, he's not bad at, he's not good in Search and Destroy.
I don't mean to say that in a rude... That probably did come across as rude. I'm sorry, it's 5 a.m. me. But, like, you know, Sensor just doesn't usually do this in Search and Destroy. He's performing. He's coming out. He's getting first bloods. He's doing things for the squad. And we were going into this talking about Beans and Shawnee, and be it, you know, they have absolutely contributed here to this game by far. I mean, you've seen that with the dirty snipes from Beans. But nonetheless, Sensor has to be given his flowers here for his part in this 5-0, because he is absolutely playing a really pivotal part with those first bloods, just being an annoyance, really. And this is something that we're not used to seeing. So, you know, props to Sensor for coming out and playing here. Boston Academy, 5-0. What? I need to say it, 5-0. I just keep on saying it again. It's giving me, like, euphoria at the moment.
Say it one more time for the guys in the back.
5-0 right now for Boston Academy. Just impressive. It is highly impressive, isn't it, for this roster? I just, you know, think, especially after that hard point, right? It's just like, what a bounce back from this team.
Yeah, no, it really is. And again, I feel like this is almost what we're going to expect out of Boston Academy. You know, say what you will about the hard point. Definitely has not been their strongest suit as far as the game mode is concerned, though. Might be a hypocritical statement for me in particular, considering that they won both the hard points and the control the last time these two teams faced back in group stage. And it kind of did start that entire escapade of them not dropping a single series throughout the end of the group stage. And then, of course, TFL Enterprises earlier on today. But their Search and Destroy has continuously just impressed us, not to mention their overall control victories as well in the latter half of the group stage, and not to mention the one on Hotel versus TFL Enterprises. But again, you know, I don't want to sit here and beat a dead horse, but you really do have to shout out for Sensor and how much discipline they're able to exemplify. That also gets backed up with the amount of trust that you have to have, along with Kremp lurking in the middle of the map. Beans with the sniper rifle, Johnny with the AR. Seems to be a recipe for success because the results are in. Sorry we didn't get to see the ending of that Search and Destroy, but it's a 6-0. We're tied up for a piece.
You're spoiling it. Naughty. That's a no. We're 60 seconds behind, god darn it. Stop doing that. Regardless, yeah, it's 6-0. You guys know already. We're telling you for 60 seconds late. 6-0. Jesus. Or other religious figures, exclamations, things to say that shows shock. What are we watching? Mikado Hardpoint? Team War, they came out, they smoked them. Didn't even look like they were in it. I mean, again, we should clarify, if you weren't here for map number 1, that scoreline does not do it justice. Team War just dominated them in the Hardpoint. Boston weren't in it.
Yeah, it was like 200 to something, like 86 or something at the end of the first set.
Boston come out and they're like, did we just play hardpoint? I don't remember the hardpoint. Don't worry about it, guys. That is composure to a T. Boston Academy coming out here and drawing up the series at 1-1. Next up, we have a control. This is where the fun begins for these two teams. Again, we were questioning Boston Academy earlier on today. I've learned not to do that at this point because their control's been looking pretty good.
Yeah, their control has been looking very good for Boston Academy. Again, the 2-3-5s in particular, you can clearly see where the focus for the back of house, the coaching, specifically for Magic, really lies for these 4 players. Obviously, they have to execute on all of that practice and studying as well. Has really been showing up in a big way in their 2-3-5. And if you are this Team War roster, well, you should be feeling a little nervous about yourself, because the last time these two teams faced, it was on a Hotel control, and Team War got smoked. They lost at 3-0. Yeah. And not to mention, to continue on with the conversation I had about the Embassy Search and Destroy for Team War, that was the first time that they played it all elite stage. The same thing is about to be happening here for the Fortress Control. They've only played El Asilo, they've only played Hotel, and earlier on today when they went up against their first opponent, Fire and Blood, they also played Hotel, which they won by way of round 5. So, lots of question marks.
Yeah,
Need the answers.
Well, I can give you one answer, buddy, of how this one's probably going to go. It's probably going to go to round number 5. Of course, this is Fortress after all. Yeah, we do love a little bit of Fortress, mate. It's fun. Yeah, regardless, I think it's kind of interesting that, again, when we always talk about the veto process for these teams at this point in the tournament, this is where you're really starting to bring out those deep strategies. You have a playbook effectively knowing what a team like Boston Academy is likely to enjoy. You don't want to play Hotel against them, I think is the big thing, as we've said. And, you know, ideally, El Asilo, even that is probably a strong map for Boston Academy. So maybe Fortress is just the right play at this point in time. And we'll see how it goes again for Team War and Boston Academy. Honestly, at this point, I do not know how this is going to go. There are just so many deep storylines between these two teams. For Boston, the tenacity of this roster to do what they've done over the last few days, and for Team War, the storyline for them, I mean, even they, you know, they've come out with some fire, some tenacity again over the last few weeks, right? I mean, the formation of this squad post Raleigh, we didn't know what was going to happen post Roster Mania. We did not know who would be the first team to come out on top of a Challengers Cup. It was Team War, much to the happiness of Team War organization, which is a lovely bunch of chaps constantly supporting Call of Duty Challengers. Shout out to those guys. Shout out to Boston as well for picking up an Academy team yet again. But one team is going to take a lead here in the series. It's a swing game for Control and Fortress. A reminder for you folks at home, this is winners bracket round 2. One of these teams is about to join Rocker Academy in the upper bracket final. Let's see who it shall be. It's Fortress Control and it's Boston starting things off on the offense.
Very difficult to do. Even Wee Man has succumbed to the blender that is this map mode combination of Fortress Control. So you got to be very careful as far as your opening break is concerned. And, well, Lau will make you feel that one. 4-0 is the start here for Lau, and the blunder might very much so be on, especially with Parasite playing bottom single, will be traded out. Let's have some help from up top, and just as soon as you think Boston Academy might have their way out, well, Team War, they shut the door and they keep them right back in.
Alrighty, well, Boston Academy and Team War now trading blows early on in this round. A deadlock here. All these two rosters. Boston Academy looking to find their way out of the spawn trap. It's just increasingly hard to do so, especially when the middle of the map is being watched like this. Parasite able to put the first on towards Shawnee Beans. Trades things out, but not quite secure enough to make that journey across the middle of the map. And now it's Johnny in from behind, inside maps. He will decimate Kremp and Sensor. 20 seconds now on the clock for Boston to make the great escape out of the spawn. It's just not likely, is it? Especially when the ARs are this dominant.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, right? I'm still alive. Guy hasn't moved. Okay, well, my bad. Didn't mean to speak that one into existence, but Beans needs to hop on the A zone, needs to stall out this clock. He has some assistance not too far away from Shawnee on the outside of maps. You know that there's going to be player top double windows, players in towards the back. Beans, Kremp, they're able to combine for a few.
Now Boston's starting to make some real progress on this point. These ticks are really important for a prospective round number 5. They might well be important for this round as the sporting gunfights are through. Beans on 5 in a row. What on earth is this? They break out of prison and now starting to make their move forward here. They've completely turned this round on its head, down to a 9 versus 13. Yes, still, they do not have the advantage in terms of lives, but an extra 60 seconds will be pretty good. And Shawnee, actually still not dealt with, finally will be.
Beans on 5 in a row. How crucial would a cruise missile be in this situation? Pops up, smokes Parasite, head rolling across the streets. Sensor also able to find fire elsewhere. That's on the backside, so Sensor's actually going to start touching this B zone. That's going to cause Team Warrior a little bit of distress that they have to deal with Sensor, and they will. But then the next threat is Beans in the back. They'll find them. 2 more respawns remaining for Boston on their offense.
Yeah, 5 versus 8 here on the point. Kremp has actually managed to break through. Saw and he's flying. Breaking 3. And Kremp now able to get the kill on towards fire. 3 versus 5 as Beans will go down for the round. Kremp, they know where he is, but can they deal with him? That's the question. Doesn't expect Johnny to be laying down in that position. Sensor now a 1 versus 4. How spectacular would this be with 10 seconds left to pull this off? But he's just doing pull-ups at the moment. Look, Sensor, buddy, this is not the time to do all of that exercise stuff. It's time to pull off a 1 versus 4. Can't get it done.
That's just honestly really funny, Joe. I don't know if anybody. Obviously, we have a whole bunch of Center fans in chat. Know that he has a pull-up bar behind him at all times in his stream. To translate that into game is something special. Speaking of something special, I mean, talk about the brink of defeat, especially in an offensive attempt there for Boston Academy. Be able to finally break out of their spawn trap prison, as you were calling it there, Brody, to walk away with 3 segments. Albeit Team War were able to win off of lives. Definitely something to keep note of when this inevitably probably goes to a round 5.
Keep an eye on those ticks of progression moving forward. That was a big capture from Boston Academy. Exceedingly rare. Johnny, though, to start this round, wants to do some damage for Team War. Lau also picking up 2 of his own. There is actually a pretty good effort here from Team War. Get some early progression on towards A. Johnny will still have to play a key part here, and Boston Academy well aware of that fact. They know they have to unearth him from munitions. Sensor does exactly that and kills on the other side too. Use Parasite left up all on his lonesome. Parasite for 1, but no more than that. Boston Academy are able to clear the danger with no ticks given.
And now they can start putting themselves in a situation where they can keep Team War trapped in the back of their spawn. Bean's going to play that head glitch over by the boxes. Yeah, Krem's in the money location here, top map. So long as you negate Team War from getting out from maps, you're going to be sitting pretty. But Krem takes their Virtues S-Flare just to make sure that nobody gets past Blacksmith. We'll clean up Lau scot-free. Pops Dead Silence, looking to make this play continuously.
And those kills still coming through from Boston Academy. Krem now starting to heat up here, 3 in a row. Sensor, the Guardian of Art. Krem will pick up Lau. He'll have the back of Sensor. Sensor now gets overwhelmed. 3 players coming through outside. This is the last-ditch effort here from Boston Academy to escape. Beans, shots going on through. Shawnee elsewhere has picked up 1. Lau sprints across the middle of the map, but gets caught and fired down. Or no ticks of progression for them, and that is a key differentiating factor between themselves and Boston on the offensive efforts.
It's like I said, you gotta keep in mind those 3 segments that Boston were able to get. We know how oppressive defense can be on Fortress Control, but these 2 teams in particular who ended up getting the veto, especially for Control, I believe was, Team War. They got rid of the Hotel Control, did not want to face Boston Academy there again. They take their Virtues over here. A battle of the defenses so far, because of course it is. It's Fortress Control, for crying out loud. 16-8 for Beans, having a much better respawn here comparatively to what they did in their map number 1. Johnny 13-8 on the opposite side. Looks like a B execute off the rip here. Team kill is not going to help out your Virtues, Boston Academy, but still presence past the open area.
As penance for doing those pull-ups earlier on. Beans will take him down. Boston Academy. Not too much map control. Hopefully for them, Kremp will be the player that carves out a piece of the map. Moment. Not really providing much support of the rest of his team, so Kremp will have to do this all on his own. So I think he was hoping for a couple of kills to come on through, but Kremp says, fine, I'll do it myself in Thanos fashion. 2 kills now up top munitions, paving the way for the rest of his team, but they still can't get out because of the pressure being put on by Lau inside Art. Kremp still needs to do more, swinging from wall to wall, and he will inevitably get shut down. But Beans has escaped. Beans could still do some damage.
Cruise system will be there to keep themselves safe. Keep in mind, you, that Beans still has that cruise missile. Might hold it on toward round 5, or if they can convert this A zone, if they're feeling the ante to maybe rotate on over towards the B zone. Presence is here. 2 players strong. Beans is going to get shot from the side. So much to do inside of the zone itself. Kremp is still alive, by the way. Sensor helping things out over by the back pillars. Kremp inside the truck. Should be swarmed here, and the shots from the truck will do it. First segment is all Boston are able to find.
The kills coming through now from Team War, doing an excellent job at keeping Boston Academy at bay. Not enough to stop that first tick of progression coming on through. Boston will be happy with this situation. They just don't want to feed at the end of this round. Parasite and the kill feed lands 2 inside Art. And that should be all she wrote. Shawnee looking for any last bits of damage to remove any War players from streaks. Fortunately, I don't think he has to worry too much about that at the end of this round. Beans will exit for the last, but yeah, again, a Team War, they win the round. Boston, they're content with that. They now have 4 ticks of aggression over their opponents.
That's solid math out of you, Brody. Love to see it. And Team War, again, that's the condition. You know, the potential long play win condition for an Albagra Fortress Control is that you not only have to fully convert one of the 2 zones, but you also have to get a segment on the parallel zone as well. and then maybe try to do some quick maths there as far as kills are concerned, and maybe sway the decision for the game to get round 5 defense. We know that's what both teams are looking for. Boston Academy looking to shut things down, and how about this? Beans, he's going to have his work cut out for him. That stun will connect. I don't think he knows how many players are over there. Well, he'll know now as Kremp die stop single.
How about this for a start coming out from Team War? They know that it's a dire effort that's required. Getting that first tick on B would be good maths for them. Of course, then it would come down to kills if they could manage to capture A off the back of that. There's still a lot of things that Team War need to do, but I think at the end of the day, that first effort is completely neutered by a wave of gunfights in favor of Boston Academy. All of that, of course, as Sensor and Beans pick up a couple of kills. Results in the fact that Boston Academy once again have control of the map. Sensor now needs to get at least one gunfight here. Does so against Fire. Long-range kill with the Vasnef. A little bit more to do inside art as well. As the support of Kremp just outside. Sensor gets involved in the gunfight, and Lau will take him down. Now an opportunity here, potentially, for Team War. They're stuck inside art. Just got to get past Kremp in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, Kremp can just continuously play this position. He just has to be annoying because the ARs are watching over by Blacksmith. Kremp will finally be shut down, but you don't really get anything out of that because now you have control of maps. 27 seconds remaining. Team War need to go if they want to show presence on one of these zones, and they are struggling to get players out from art, but just as I say that, Fire Johnny, they combine for 3. The push is going to come over towards B. Sensor has so much to do.
And they actually have a look at A there. They still might as well as Lau picks up 1. Kremp looking to take him down, and Beans will do so. But yeah, they have a little look at B. They want to get 1 tick of progression, but now they're going to default over towards A. They sent 2 players already. Progress now being made. First tick of progression will be through. 16.8 in the clock as it is freeze. Second tick now through, and for Boston Academy, yep, they've chalked it. They know exactly what to do. Do not overinvest. Oh, wow, Beans is actually going to bring this. We cannot see that. Beans is going to bring the cruise missile down, but does not stop the capture coming through, but will stop the follow-through of players making their way back across the map.
So now you go back to square one for the spawn trap. Remember, it's that single segment of progression that Team War are looking for, potentially the second, but hey, I mean, you convert the entire B zone, you just win the map, and you force out a map number 4 in that swing map mode combination. Shawnee playing on top of the truck, drops down. Nice team shot to combine that with Kremp. Will be a 4-for-1 trade. Johnny's the only one able to find that trade onto Kremp. 11 plays up against 9. 45 seconds remaining, and Team War need to battle out of the spawn trap once again.
I forget the bargain bucket. Shawnee just went into the lunchtime meal deal, got himself a 2-piece, and Boston Academy off the back of that now going to clear out, but now won't last long. Beans in the middle of the map here, stuck between a rock and a hard place, or just many Team War players. They only need 1 tick of progression. 1 good push is all that this will take. Kremp battle hard and will survive a couple of stuns thrown his way. The end result, of course, after a flurry of trades, Lau on his lonesome. But again, the middle of the map has been broken 3 here by Team War. A path has been forged. Sensor at the moment just playing with his food. The dead silence activated. He draws out Parasite towards the back line. Lau 2. And now all of this up to Johnny here in a 1 versus 4 on the point. Support is on the way. Fire has joined proceedings. Johnny now going to look for more. Johnny still looking for kills. It's finally going to be shut down. 17 seconds left now. Lau is involved in the situation. A 1 versus 2, but it's not to be. Shawnee will win out in the situation. They stop that first tick of progression coming through on that point, and we will see a Boston defense here in round 5.
Oh, man. Moment I looked at the top of the scoreboard and I saw 3 plays up against 3, I was like, I mean, Johnny's in a pretty good spot. Potentially continuously play upset. Dude was beaming, just inchworming his way closer and closer towards the stage. Was probably going to collapse once that player hit through the side door, but too much to do for Lau. Those double doors, obviously, as wall bangable as you possibly could like. Yeah, it's going to be the case. In particular, Team War now have to convert an offensive round win in round number 5 on Albagra Fortress Control to take the swing map mode combination.
Here we go. Boston, all you got to do is win a defense on Fortress. How hard can it be? Probably shouldn't have said that, should I? Sorry, Sensor fans. Kremp, though, will fall. And yeah, I definitely shouldn't have said that. Team War here coming in with a resurgence of kills. Shawnee, the last one left up. He goes down. The A capture starting to come through.
Oh, man. Could not have asked for a better start for Team War, but some trades are starting to come through. The battle over by the A zone. Johnny was not looking at that potential trade, but it's gifted by way of a team nade from Shawnee to take down Kremp from that back truck position. And now Johnny's patience pays off. Finds Sensor towards the middle of the map. Will be traded out almost immediately. Still presence over by the A zone. Clock being stalled out. First segment has been tacked over.
Kremp comes through, though, and saves the day. Swings on towards the point to remove Parasite and Fire. And at this point, we're in round 5. Take progression doesn't matter. You need to go for the win. And 45 seconds left on the clock. Status quo has been restored here for Boston Academy. Shawnee making sure of that. Sensor once again getting rid of a teammate here in this situation. 35 seconds left on the clock, though. Team war. It's do or die time.
Really is 30 seconds. You feel like this would have to be a commitment through maps. Sensor actually does not get hit by any of these nades, so as soon as Fire jumps across the stairwell, Sensor will get gifted that free kill, but Johnny elsewhere is able to find 2. Now you're able to maybe work your way out from the gate. It's just Beans over here. You gotta get this trade. There it is. They're on A.
Indeed they are, and the stack will be through. All 3 players on the point. They want to get this point done before Boston Academy can put a stop to them. Johnny supporting gunfight on towards Shawnee. It won't be long before Lau joins the ensemble as well. There it is. A has gone. An extra 60 seconds on the clock, and this time, the key difference, Boston Academy do not have a streak. There is no clearance.
13 plays up against 13. A minute left. Johnny has a cruise missile. How are your trophies looking here, Boston? Because you would almost feel that if you get a couple eliminations, Seymour might just have to call that puppy on in, but Beans will find 2. That'll stop the push almost immediately. But look at Fire's position on the minimap. He is here. Top rails. Has to buy some time away from reinforcements, and that reinforcements is coming from the sky.
Uh-oh. Johnny bringing this streak down from the heavens. It will land towards the backline, but it doesn't matter. The space has been cleared. It won't even be down to the streaks. It'll be down to the pure firepower of Lauer and Parasite on the point. Kremp wants to make a route happen. The first kill versus Fire would be a good start, but he doesn't actually secure that. A 9 versus 8 on the point. Progress now starting to be made. Boston Academy, you gotta go now, and all the kills will be in their favor off screens. It's Beans for 2, and Fire now left up in a 1 versus 4. 30 seconds on the clock.
Just gotta wait. Reinforcements. Look at Kremp's position on the minimap. He's actually all the way back behind enemy lines. He's going to play upset to this entirely if you don't turn around and deal with this guy. Kremp, there he goes. Pops out from bottom maps. We'll find Parasite. 15 seconds remaining. 6 plays up against 3. Lau has so much to do. Can't find much of anything at all. It got close. It got a little weird, but let me tell you, Boston Academy, they hold off. They will walk away with a 2-1 lead as far as this series is concerned.
I like the attempt here. Just shooting through the door. Yeah, they do actually touch at the end, but it's just too little too late. At that point, they're past the 0 point. On the clock, Boston Academy come out with what is a tumultuous victory. What a map between these 2 teams. I tell you what, it's like Marmite. You love it or you hate it. Fortress Control can give us some beautiful maps, though, and it does exactly right there. And, you know, it's kind of funny in a way because the key differentiating factor there between Team War in round number 4 and round number 5, again, Boston, they had a streak to clear on round 4. They didn't have it in round number 5. Team War, they had the streak. Johnny made that realistic. It sent all the players inside munitions. Sorry, Anna, I'm taking the color away from you here, mate, but what an impressive round number 5 from Team War. But Boston, the ice. Wow, it just... so impressive. I can't wait to the scoreboard, by the way, as well, because I think there's like a combined 80 kills between Beans and Shawnee in that map. Like,
Beans and Kremp for sure. I mean,
yeah, Kremp, excuse me, yeah.
Kremp was just being that annoying SMG that we know Kremp used to do. It kind of makes me get some old Volans vibes. I wonder what that guy's up to these days. But regardless of the matter, it's just one of those things that, you know, Kremp, if he gets the light of day, especially from Beans and Shawnee that are playing these longer lines of sights, Kremp defensively can always enforce their way inside of maps, and he was there continuously. 28 of 38 eliminations were non-traded. Maybe that damage is true. I know sometimes it gets bugged. I'm led to believe that it's definitely over 4,000 than under, because this guy was just shooting nukes out of his Vaznev from time to time. Bean's also there to follow up. 39, 23. Those non-traded kills, that can't be right whatsoever. I can't trust the scoreboard. Also, I mean, it's just one of those things that Boston Academy, especially through their defensive rounds, really did set the pace. But the offensive round is obviously the tie turner, the first offensive round for Boston Academy. Again, if you've never played Fortress Control, if this is your first time experiencing competitive Call of Duty, I cannot say it enough, and I gotta scream it to the heavens, that it is so hard to get out from that offensive spawn trap, but somehow Boston were able to do it, and they get those 3 segments over by A, only that single segment in their second offense, and they hold off Team War from getting anything beyond those 3 segments in their second offense just to be able to get that round 5 defense. You know it was probably going to be the battle for it. It's very rare that you see offensive round conversions on Fortress. Boston hold off. They take the swing map mode.
What an impressive map from Boston Academy. And again, you know, to be fair to Team War, they played their part when required. See some of the replays here from this one again. Boston Academy early on. I think this was really the trendsetter, if you will, for the map, as Boston Academy took the vast majority control off the back of this push right here. Being Sensor, Shawnee, everybody played their part in that initial push. Team War, they did have something pretty similar later on during the round, but I mean, Boston Academy, I mean, they came pretty close to an offensive victory in that first round.
And I'm sure we'll probably see it in the replay package. You know, the biggest turning point, obviously, getting those 3 segments of progression on A is something to obviously write home about for Boston. Their grit, tenacity, other words in between for Beans and Kremp to be able to piece together the way that they did. But, I mean, it's tough to be able to call in that timing, to be able to get that cruise missile to touch down. And when fire kind of pops out from top rails over by the side door that leads to the gallows, they get gunned, and nobody was in a position to maybe try to follow up off of that cruise missile presence. Tough scenes to come all the way through, but almost what we might have expected, honestly, from this Boston Academy roster, playing up against TFL Enterprises in their winners round 1 match. Their 2-3-5 is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the win condition, ultimately, isn't it, right? The 2-3-5 for Boston Breach. Their hardpoint hasn't exactly looked spectacular today. They wanted that control victory. They get it in pretty much exactly the same fashion that they did against TFL Enterprises in the winners round 1 matchup, a round 5 control. Next up, we have another hardpoint. That first hardpoint, mate, wasn't good for Boston Breach. So, look, game number 5 could well be on the cards here.
Hey, their first hardpoint versus TFL Enterprises was a 100-point club. Wasn't good for them either, and they won that series in 5. I'm not saying that the stars are aligned.
They still went to 5, Andy.
I know.
Look, all I'm saying is, somewhere out there, right now, Austin's, he's like getting ready to say it. He's like, to game 5, baby. To game 5, baby. Austin's ready to go, man. I can feel it right in my bones. Austin's going to kill me by the end of this.
I like to think that that's part of Austin's vocal exercises, but regardless of talking about visions.
We don't know what he does.
Sorry, your boy Ozzy. We'll put it to rest right now. Hotel Hardpoint in particular for this Boston Academy roster has actually been historically great, especially through the Elite Stage 1. This was actually a map that they played versus Team War in their previous best of 5 in the group stage. They won that 250 to 239. Not to mention how they were also able to kind of eke on through versus Aphelion. This was their map 1 versus the top dog in their group B. They won that 250 to 123. And if there's anything that you can truly take away from, or any comparisons maybe in between that map 1 and what you got to see on that Fortress Control, Beans, Kremp, they have woken up and they are here to play. You got to have a similar performance out of Fire, you would feel, of what we saw from that Mercado map 1. Maybe deal with the aggression and presence that's about to be on the map from Boston Academy.
Alrighty, well, Boston Academy just 1 map away from taking this one versus Team War. We have referenced, though, a storyline that we haven't really had to really touch upon, to be honest, outside of a 1 versus 1 inside the Search and Destroy. Sensor versus Johnny, and for those of you guys who don't know where the bad blood comes from, where the beef comes from, well, here's a little time travel trip back to 1 week ago after their matchup. It goes further back than this, to be honest, but here's the war of words on Twitter after a long history. Sensor saying, "You lost and you suck. You literally have not beat me 1 time, and karma will bite you hard. I hope the $550 is worth it." Mate, this was 1 tweet in a series. There are others that we can't show because they're not safe for work. This is the family-friendly version of what was a beefy Twitter timeline on that day.
It's just spicy, man. Like, honestly, like, if there's one thing you can always come to expect, especially when the conversation comes around from Sensor, is that there's always going to be a certain amount of heat, whether that's inside a Twitch chat or it's across the timeline on Reddit, whatever may have you. People are always going to have some words to speak of when it comes down to Sensor. But, I mean, he's out here. Dude's grinding. He's putting in the work and the effort. He finds himself here. You got to add some respect to it at some point in time. But for me, as just an outside a commentator looking on in towards the Twitter sphere, it's just comedic gold at the end of the day. I love these storylines. I love how spiced up everybody's making these matchups truly do appear. It makes our jobs, Brody, that much more fun.
Yeah, it does. A little bit of entertainment here at 5:30 in the morning. You'll love to see it. Hopefully, honestly, at this point, I'm pulling for the game 5. You know, gotta say it. Bias
You're really trying to see the sun come up, aren't you?
Well, I'm going to anyway. At this point, you know, I'm used to it. This is just, this is life, isn't it? But regardless, I'm here. I'm enjoying it because we're watching Call of Duty Challenges, the best Call of Duty League on the planet. Team War need to win this one if they want to avoid the lower bracket. Again, we know that all those Team War fans, all the entirety of the Team War organization will be sitting there biting their fingernails at the moment. Anticipation to see how this map will go. Map number 1 went swimmingly for them. Let's see if this one happened in the exact same fashion. It will be War starting on the better side of the map, but things not exactly going as well as they would like off the start. Cremping up 2 and Sensor following up with another one. Boston Academy denying War a touch of this half lane.
Yeah, again, starting off on the favorite side of the map can only mean so much if you cannot hold on to it ahead of the rotation. But nice little return off the previous gunfights to get Boston Academy off of the hardpoint itself. You have really big key moments from Fire that comes out from the backside of line, but might have pushed up a little bit too far close to Jacuzzi, because you can see the spawns now for Boston. They're in the back. Parasite's able to take down Kremp on P4, but are they expecting the other 3 to be by pillars?
Yeah, there's still a good effort here coming from Boston Academy, pushing from that Chandler side. Shorty just laying down. He puts in some shots. Beans will be the player, though, that finishes those players off. Johnny only able to get 1 here before Boston Academy do get an iron grip over this hard point. Now Team War sent back to the respawn point. I like the overextension coming out from players like Beans and Sensor. This is a very far out push coming from Beans. Might force a spawn around the back line from Team War, so they do have to be kind of careful of that potentially coming on through. But now it will be Shawnee and Kremp left alive inside the hard point. Those players will be taken down. It's Team War that managed to find their way through. Boston, though, for them, the spawns will hold strong.
Back. Gotta deal with Shawnee. You would feel like a lot of players playing that chandelier area at the same point in time. Parasite just playing the head glitch towards the spa side. An absolute fine tee. Now Reprise is pushing forward on a 4 spree as well, making them feel the punishment. They're just gonna leave Sensor behind and maybe try to contest for some scrap time in that 1v1 versus Parasite. Would be a big kill if they can find it just to shut down the streaks. But I love what we're seeing out from Team War on the rotation ahead of New. Able to find rotational gunfights. You just gotta deal with Kremp. Johnny will get the final laugh. Force all of Team, or Boston Academy, excuse me, to spawn over by shots, but they hoofed it across the restaurant to be here.
Yeah, big hill coming out from Boston Academy. Johnny's still in the back line. We'll have to take this one 2 versus 3 alongside Lau. Unless they want to wait, but this is time given away to Boston Academy. You really don't want to. Johnny would be made weak by a nade. Nicely done there. From inside the hard point from Beans. Will Beans be able to survive the onslaught, though? No is the answer as Johnny makes his way on through. It's not quite secure just yet, though. Those spawns for Boston Academy will give them another go at this one. Sensor flying out from the back line. Fire winning that 1 versus 1. Kremp now from the side, and he can't do anything either. Shawnee will fall foul to Lau, who now finds himself with a 2nd kill there. Johnny on another 4 spree, and Team War should be able to get that scrap.
A very tough start here for Shawnee, 2-8. Probably going to be looking for them to turn things up here in the upcoming hard points, or, well, we really have to. I mean, Beans, about a nice little 3 spree from the kid. Out of the rotation over by Bar, you got to take this forward approach if you are Beans. If you can get inside top bed and you can find a couple of eliminations, you'll actually force all of Team War to spawn over by Kitchen. And that's exactly what Beans is looking to do. Finds the first on a Johnny, not going to check the tight left corner. Lau will find the trade.
Boston will get first touch here. Nobody towards that bedroom side, though. Team War will not be far away. Now up the stairs. They didn't expect Kremp to be over towards D2, and now you most certainly do know where he is located. An attempted flank from Sensor might have alleviated some pressure, but now no longer the case here as he will fall. Beans goes down as well, and Boston Academy being battled back towards their spawn. It's Team War who will now be able to take some time away from the Boston Academy roster. Sensor, Shawnee down for the count. Kremp now one last look at this one as Boston continue to spawn in that backline. War will actually get a pretty close spawn over towards Spark, but it doesn't matter anyways. Kremp, Shawnee, Beans, they all contribute to a retaking of the hard point. 15 seconds that will go their way.
You're going to feel Shawnee not having that trophy system early on for P4. Could have kept Kremp alive from that Semtex damage that came through from Fire. Could have generated potentially more time. Still within 40, though, are these two teams ahead of the rotation for the restaurant. And it has been green in the kill feed for a decent amount of kills now. You just got to be able to find Fire over by Rugs. I don't even know if Boston Academy will be aware that Fire's in this position. He's going to be the first point of contact, but gets gunned from behind. Shawnee for 2. Now it's all up to Johnny. What can they do? They're going to be able to combine for 3, but Sensor gets the last laugh. Last defender here for the hard point.
Sensor picking up 2. Looking for number 3. Oh, missed shots towards the end of that gunfight. Parasite, the veteran on the other side, will take him down. It won't be long before War. Get another looking towards time here on Restaurant. 30 seconds. Beans desperately trying to fight for it, but it will only just be pot shots at this point. Very little of it actually connecting for a gunfight. Lau with the overextension out to Connector for a kill or 2. Will push Boston Academy away momentarily. Sensor not able to time his hit alongside Shawnee, and for that, War will get the scrap time. So looking pretty good now, War. They're putting some distance between themselves and Boston Academy, and this rotation becomes really huge for the Boston squad.
You know, if find myself choking up on this phrase. I mean, somebody's got to kind of step up and help out Sensor. He's the only one that's positive right now, really. I mean, Bean's now +1. 11 and 8 is Sensor right now. And you look from top to bottom, I mean, it's not like Team War are completely outslaying them. It's just these very quick and snappy breaks through the first set of rotations so far. That is why Team War have themselves this 40-point cushion ahead of the final hard point of this first set of rotations. Boston Academy are in. They're doing a great job of just controlling the pace and really manipulating the middle of the map so far.
Beans towards the back line here, providing quite a lot of cover for Boston Academy. Said this was a paramount hardpoint for them. They're doing a really good job at the moment of providing all the support in gunfights. Slough on the other side, losing the 1v1 against Sensor, who, as you said, is absolutely having a good game here. Boston Academy should get the back 18. Short of spent some spectacular heroics from Johnny for the scrap time. Brent waiting for it, but there you go. Supporting kills coming through from Beans and Shawnee. They're making sure that that touch, well, if it does come through, should get dealt with pretty quickly. And there you go. Shawnee will actually pick up that gunfight. So as you said, Boston, at the end of that, how about that? A really close game. Just 1 point the difference between these two teams as we go into the next set.
Generating about a solid 50, maybe a full 60 off of that last hard point there here on Greenberg Hotel. Will keep things just about even ahead of the second set. Beans is starting to turn up in a big way. Now 17 and 14 to help out Sensor, who's, again, having themselves a whale of a game. Drop shot on a Parasite. Kremp will take them down. The hardpoint remains neutral. Seaboard are still spawning on the unfavored side of the map. Boston Academy, double-edged sword here. You want to get fire off the hardpoint, but you don't want to lose spawns ahead of new.
Yeah, that will be at the forefront of Boston Academy's minds. They're still kind of putting bodies on towards the point to keep War off it. Valuable 20 seconds. They're going to send Shawnee in. It's a last-ditch effort to get Johnny away from that point. Fire and Parasite would be nice as well. Only one of those two players will go down. Sensor activates Dead Silence, but has been stunned. So any chance at playing this one silently is probably out the window. Go through 1v1 against Fire and actually will win that. Important to try and deal with players who managed to get through. One player has slipped the net. That's Lau in the back line. I think the fact that Shawnee is, Sensor, is chasing after that kill probably means that he's aware of it, but a little too late. At least the communication might be a little scuffed as Lau is able to get through and cause all sorts of problems for Boston Academy. They continue to spawn in the back line, but War are in.
Yeah, I was about to say, Krem spawns in first. Bean spawns on the opposite side. Are you going to expect Beans to come through the chandelier archway? Oh, the coverage is just absolutely immaculate, but the pinch from the opposite side from Sensor takes down Lau. The kill feed erupting in green once again. Still 30 seconds left to be playing for, and Johnny's not too far away from potentially pinching this from their teammates over by the chandelier side. Nice shots to maybe try to contest for some scrap time. It will be in. Last trade will be Lau to take down Sensor. Will actually force Beans to still spawn in, effectively for P2. And you're going to be feeling that ahead of this rotation, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely you will be. It is going to be a rotation that should be in the hands for a Team War here. Amount of time taken away from Boston Academy. Again, very little to separate these two teams as you make your way over towards the restaurant hardpoint. Kremp around the back line. Then this one slow. It's like they have no idea that Kremp is here. Could blow this thing wide open. There's Fire. Johnny 2, maybe Lau on the other side. Doesn't matter. Lau is down for the count. Kremp will take him down. But even that isn't enough. Johnny picks up 2 crucial gunfights. It keeps Team War in the conversation for this hardpoint. Beans now knows how integral this break is. They relied so much on Kremp doing that. They need to deliver off the back of it. And yet still all this utility isn't resulting in taking time away. The contest is through from Shorty inside Freezer, but once again, as Fire picks up 2 and Parasite gets his snake on, Team War are the ones coming out with time.
They sure are. Sensor, or Parasite, excuse me, as you were saying, they're just snaking the head glitch in the middle of the hard point. We'll end up walking away with a 3 spree, and you know, that probably would have became a little bit more upset had Sensor not had to run into at least one player over by the jacuzzi. Could have been there for the pinch. It's just not going to be the case. 237 is what the scoreline is going to look like versus the 178 for Boston. You got to have this rotation ahead of P4. They are here, but the trophy systems need to be online. That's the one thing that blew it up early the last time around.
Team War just 16 seconds shy of sending us to a game number 5. Boston Academy. We're going to hold on. A lot of this down to Kremp, who will be providing the supporting gunfights across the mid. Finally will fall now. Shawnee coming off the respawn. Knows he needs to provide what Kremp was just doing. Making sure that Team War don't touch. Johnny with the first blood now. Here they come. Fire takes out his teammate. So now just down to Johnny. And Johnny lands an aid round towards Sensor. As you said, no trophy systems will protect them this time around. Just 10 seconds now. All that War requires. Johnny, what can he do? Shots across to Johnny, but none of them connecting. Parasite also there. A good read from Johnny to take down Fire. But now you need to get involved yourself. You can't get it done. Let's have a game 5.
Yeah, because of course it is going to be a Game 5 coming through. Boston Academy really gave themselves a good old scholar's try through the entirety at the end of the first set to make things all even. But, you know, it's back to the usual things that Team War were able to do, even on that Mercado hardpoint map number 1. The same thing, it gets exemplified through the tail end of that hardpoint as a whole, is that these very snappy breaks that they're able to find for themselves, that when Team War are solidified and they stabilize the entirety of the map, they find themselves almost unable to be taken down inside of each one of these hardpoints. Most importantly, when you take a look at that P2 break, how influential was it? It just be keeping Boston all the way in the backside of those P2 staircase spawns. And then the same thing could be said when they got themselves over inside a kitchen. They were able to turn scrap into initial, not once, but twice, through 2 different sets of hardpoints here on Greenberg Hotel. Very difficult to do from 2 to 3, but Team War were able to do it. They were able to find the trades required, reading where Boston were coming through continuously. And again, I hate to say it because, again, sometimes it's just out of the player's hands to not generate that trophy system for P4, but you get those trophy systems online, you stop those Semtexes from keeping your teammates weak. Back Spa, back D2, D1, may not matter. Team War twice on over, break P4. That could be the very big difference maker of why they won this hardpoint.
And the thing is, for me, it's not even like they realized it. They realized their position they were in. They had no trophy system, so they actually tried to actively do something about it by sending Kremp forward towards the bedroom and keeping players away from anywhere near the hard point. But of course, you know, there's only so much you can do in that situation. The trophy systems, or the lack thereof, will inevitably fail you, and Team War off the back of that. 250 to 207. Let's take a look at the scoreboard then at the end of that game. Honestly, the slaying difference between the two teams, not all that much, especially when you're looking at players from Boston Academy that, you know, again, Censor, you got to shout them out at 23 and 18. Like, yeah, there was a really close game. I think Johnny, the top performer, at 29 and 24, Parasite 22 and 18. Again, got to shout out Parasite for 20 non-traded kills at the 22 that he got. Sheesh from him. I can't even produce a good sheesh at this point, mate. Mercado Search and Destroy, that is what's up next in the best of 5. I've got Deja Vu because Boston have been here before.
Yeah, they sure have. And at the beginning of their night, they found themselves in a map 5 versus TFL Enterprises. And this Boston Academy were able to get their first Mercado Search and Destroy win. So coming into this, they are 1-2, but that Search and Destroy is going to be looming over the heads, I'm sure of it, for maybe the Team War back of staff. But there's one thing we can expect from the 4 players that are fielding for this Team War banner, is that they will completely come in here with a clean slate, Brody. You cannot think about that 6-0 loss that did come through on that Embassy map number 2. We didn't even see the end of it. Didn't matter because everybody from this Boston Academy squad were absolutely having. But in this Mercado Search and Destroy as a whole, you just got to hope that you got to be feeling pretty darn good about it for Team War. The playbook needs to be diverse. You got Parasite there as well. The first Game 5 that Team War find themselves in the Elite season so far, so you better hope that the stamina is there.
Yeah, indeed. To be fair, I think with the veteranship of this Team War roster, it's not like they're not used to Game 5 situations. I just think, you know, for these guys at this point, first one against Boston Academy, pretty big one to take on. This Boston Academy roster has proven to be pretty good at these Game 5 situations, as we saw earlier on versus TFL Enterprises. So that's really the struggle, if anything. It's the fact that you are going up against a roster that seems pretty good in these situations. But as I was saying, I mean, you look at kind of the veteranship on this roster again. If you guys aren't really familiar with Team War, you should familiarize yourself with this team. Of course, 3/4 of this team have all had stints on Paris Legion, now known as Vegas Legion, you know, and even Parasite has had a moment in the league as well with the London Royal Ravens. They've all had points in the league, I think is the point, right? And I think the agreement that you and I had when it comes to this is just like that. I think for most of them, it was just kind of right place, wrong time. And I think for these guys now, it's kind of getting your heads down, really proving that you deserve a spot in the league again. That story has been the story for Parasite, like, forever, to be honest, at this point. But you got to give it to him. He's got some tenacity.
Shout out Seymour and Sport in the behind the scenes, showcasing what just popped up as far as the lower third is concerned. That was the first Game 5 that Boston found themselves in earlier, and they converted into a round 11. And you better hope that you have some of that grit and tenacity coming into this as well, because what I was basically setting up continuously, you know, albeit War, this is their first time finding themselves in a Game 5. As far as Search and Destroy is concerned, Brody, they are now 5-2 overall. Now, 4 of those wins through group play was on this map mode combination in Mercado Las Almas. The last 2 times that they played it versus Omit, 6-1. Aphelion, 6-1. This was their map number 2 versus Boston Academy. They won it 6-4. We're in for a good one here, brother.
I think we are. Mikado provides us such variety, as is the spice of life. Boston Academy looking pretty spicy off the back of the sniper rifle plays, but Team War more than capable of it as well. And oh my goodness, Team War. I want to kiss every single one of you on the lips right now. Team War making their way over towards B. And to be fair to Boston, they have actually read this really well. Of course, we missed the first couple of seconds of the round, so I don't know if there's any indicators as to how this happened, but regardless here, Johnny will actually draw first blood.
Beans goes down. You think that might be presence over towards this B, S&D area, but Sensor was tagged up with a nade, so they should be aware that Sensor's location stays alive. Kind of throws their entire body out in there in the open. Fire will get the final bullet required. 4v2. Kremp, what can you do here, brother? It's going to end up finding one and just get the heck out of Dodge.
Fair play, right? He dips. He's just like, nope, I'm out. Gonna move over towards A, and that's just a pretty good rotation coming out from Kremp because he's going to get a lot of information from the middle of the map, but Lau up top spots him. Shawnee now left up in a 1 versus 3. They know that Shawnee's somewhere around here. Maybe not. Shawnee takes his time. Shawnee takes his time. Shawnee! Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Oh my goodness me. He hit every shot.
I mean, he had to have been weak from a previous engagement for sure. Didn't see his HP, but I mean, regardless, here's the little replay from Shawnee. Even mind you, this guy went 12-6 in that round 11 escapade. There's the first, there's the second. No, he was full HP. And slow it on down. 35, 1 HP what? Fire just hits all of the bullets. There had to have been maybe a headshot in there. I mean, I'm not too sure. Regardless, Team War 1-0 up.
I guess it's the Vaznev versus attack in that situation. The Vaznev is technically meant to win those gunfights, so balance restored. Boston want to go traditional. Yeah, with a move over towards A. Look at that! Kremp has been skipping stones, skipping nades across the middle of the map towards Lau's feet. Sensor now taking the brunt of a stun and a nade. We'll get the bomb down, but Johnny runs straight into the site for 2. Parasite following up. How about this for a post plant? How about that for a post plant? Boston, blink and you miss it, blink and you're gone.
That shades of the Mercado map #1 with how fast Boston just got eviscerated away from this bomb site. Even with the bomb being planted, this was the biggest struggle when you go back and you watch their map #2 when these two teams did play off against each other, was every single time that Boston were getting the bomb planted, Brody, they always ended up getting gunned immediately. The retake potential for this Team War roster is just at an all-time high, and it got showcased just right there, albeit losing first blood by Kremp skipping nades across the cobblestone into tunnel. This was not enough to stop the overall coverage that Team War had to collapse on that ASD.
All right, well, Team War starting this strong. This time, though, a trophy will not save Lau from an 8. Beans well places. And back alley. However, Fire with the first blood on towards Shawnee. Kremp has a lot of weight on his shoulders here with this push inside Cantina, but it's a pretty common one. Team War should be ready for it, and Parasite, of course, will be. Brawling his way forward. Kremp just going to back away here, but these guys are on the opposite side of the wall. There are pretty thin walls here as well, so you could probably hear Parasite crawling. Parasite has a look elsewhere. Beans has drawn that blood, and that will force Team War out of the site.
Nope, don't like it, but who do you got mid-map? That's going to be Beans with the sniper rifle. He's on 3 in a row here, Brody. Parasite might find the trade, but he has to find so much more to convert this round. 38 seconds. Did he bait out the camera? No, he didn't. I look at Kremp and Sensor. They have the A site covered. You just play retake there with the numbers. What are you gonna do here, Parasite?
Well, the choice to move over towards B, as long as he does this fast enough, of course, he doesn't have the knowledge that we have with the mini-map and the X-ray, he will be able to get the bomb down scot-free. Of course, the question then becomes, what is the reaction like from Sensor and Kremp? You should expect these guys to play this one together, but Parasite picks a corner. Might not be the right one, but Parasite. Oh, he moves. This puzzle continue to rotate. If Kremp plays this out of time with Sensor, there is absolutely an opportunity here for Parasite to get these kills, but no, Kremp. Despite the fact that Kremp has checked that, he goes back over towards where Sensor is located. Parasite just laying down in the middle of the map now. Parasite, all he needs to do is stop this defuse. He's playing for the opposite side of the bomb. And oh my goodness me, Parasite! The biggest of brain plays. There has to be the clutch, and there it is. He plays to the opposite side of where he has planted that bomb and completely out big brains Boston.
Yeah, and what was really concerning for me, I mean, you're in a 2v1. I don't know why Sensor is just crab walking his way behind Kremp, as Kremp is already just right in front of him, just clearing everything. Whether Dead Silence was popped or not, you got numbers. You got to play the trade game there, Boston Academy. And without being able to fly across through that B-cut area to at least clear away that and just trying to favor towards Tin, I can't fault them for it. But also at the same time, it just shouldn't have taken that much time. You're in a 2v1. You just play the trades there, Brody.
War looking better and better with every single round. Boston have to get something going soon, and it won't happen here. Shawnee falls. Door will be swung wide open. Boston, they've got Cantina control. Not much more than that. Beans, though, flips around on its head. 2 kills on towards Parasite and Johnny. Yes, Lau responds with 1, but now it's Fire left up in a 1 versus 2.
I'm going to pop Dead Silence. Where do you go from here? Oh, he's going to see Fire. And, oh, is that just coverage of team shots? The trust from Boston Academy puts themselves on the board. Fire almost made the utmost heads-up read. Beans is just playing just nerdy angles galore, covering the tunnel side, takes down Fire, and yeah, the team shots definitely highly to speak of. That is what worked out so well from them in their map number 2 here, Brody. Looking at maybe getting things going here in the Mercado search.
Boston finally on the board, and that's the key thing. Again, Beans has been pivotal moments in these rounds. Sniper rifle. And this time, it won't be a sniper rifle that will be pivotal to the rounds. It'll be nades. Of course, Boston down to just Beans and Shawnee. They know that Beans will have the sniper rifle. They know that Shawnee is likely to have attack. So War can play this one very aggressive. Shawnee down for the count. Beans. Yeah, no.
And that's just one of the tougher scenes, right? I mean, with those nades connecting can only suggest a single factor that maybe the trophy system was not in play to get closer towards that planter box to stop those nades from coming in, and just kept all of Boston Academy just so weak. Just Beans left alive after Shawnee goes down towards mid-map. I mean, I've seen Beans get some nasty flicks and some nasty clutches, but it's almost just too much to ask. 6 and 4 for them, 2 and 5 for Shawnee. Sensor still sitting on a donut. Fire is continuing on with the Mercado Los Alamos way, 7 and 2.
Still a tight time for Boston. You have to get something going now. Now you got to shut down Johnny. Dead Silence activated. Shots on towards Kremp. Big kill from Kremp. That's the utilization of Dead Silence gone. Beans will be made weak here by a nade. Decides to get the hell out of Dodge as the second one will fly his way. Now for Beans, the sniper rifle. Never been more useful. You take out Fire in the back line, that would be huge, but Lau peeks in, and there you go, finally Beans will activate. One more player down, the shot's coming through. Player boxed in, and Beans takes the head off Lau. Goodness me, if you ever needed a tutorial on how to use a sniper rifle, Beans is right there to give you guys a lesson.
Yeah, Beans writing a whole novel on this day for Search and Destroy on how to find value with the SPX-80 here in Modern Warfare 2. Double positive now for them, nice shots, and even better job of just staying alive top Cantina. I mean, he ate a Semtex. There were like 3 stuns that got thrown upstairs as well. And Beans just stays alive through it all. I thought that Lau was about to be making the play. It was the last kill there for Boston Academy to find. Stops the bomb from being planted initially, but just did not have any assistance as Beans was too busy picking them off.
How about this for a change in strategy? Boston Academy deciding to completely forego any presence towards that back line. Mid-map is where Boston have put all their beans, quite literally. Here we go, the fly out from Team War. The trades will go in their favor. They knew what was up. Now, Shawnee and Sensor, gotta go big.
I'm still not being planted here today, though. Presence for A, for sure. Trophy system there to at least keep them safe from any throwables, but Boston Academy just don't have any left. Johnny, trophy system, Sensor pops Dead Silence. He's going to lead this charge, but going to have to beam at least one. Yeah, nice, good team shots. That's the opening bomb planted.
And I like how fast they respond on towards more as well. Sensor? Sensor. Oh, Sensor. Oh, Doug.
Loud's got a
Oh,
check.
Sensor.
Loud's got a check.
Oh, my goodness me. The check is through. It's a little too late. The big brass one's on that. I mean, frankly, Team War never expect that play. It's so audacious.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you beam the one top cantina stairs. Johnny's there for the overwatch. It knows that there's going to be a player top cantina. They can't just come flying out chowing the bomb. It really just came down to Loud to check. He was playing the top dumpster side. Boston Academy, yoink one away. You don't need to find kills, I guess, if you're Sensor and you just walk away with a ninja.
Yeah, Sensor. How about that? Agent 007 living up to the stealthy nature. Now, though, for Boston Academy, 2 rounds on the bounce. Got to keep bouncing. Kremp. Playing the role of bouncer here at the bomb site, allowing full control here. Team War looking to retake through the middle of the map, but Kremp effectively gatekeeping Fire from getting in. Fire takes a peek, actually, and the first 2 shots from Kremp don't connect.
Gonna be a reposition now coming through from Fire. He's gonna be back on Banana. Beans gets traded out after finding first blood. Kremp, how proactive is this? Reprises through tunnel. Now it's all up to Johnny. 1v3. Time is not on their side, Brody.
15 seconds left now for Johnny. He's not getting this defused in a million years. Boston Academy. Just when you thought they were dead. From the ashes rises a new academic roster. These guys just refuse to die.
They just know how to turn up on the latter half of a search and destroy when they're surely down. It happened in their map 5 versus TFL Enterprises. Why not here again? Getting in the mental of Timor after that ninja defuse. You cannot allow that to happen. Composure needs to be tested now for Timor on this offense. Trophy systems, it's not online here for Loud. Not so far. Nades over the top. 2-2 split, though, defensively for Boston.
Oh, I love this. Boston pushing all the way back. That early utility will halt Team War. Now a trophy system down. It's a late one. And now I am starting to wonder what Boston's play is here. They've given up full control over the site. Team War will sooner realize this than later. Bomb should go down.
There it goes. Bomb being planted. This is bold for Boston Academy just to play for a 4v4 retake. See both 6 and 8 on the minimap. Beans, Shawnee, they're waiting for those reinforcements. They're going to try to full wrap this, but Parasite and Co., they will see at least one player cross through tunnel potentially. That's going to be Beans. They're going to expect this play from the back, and the pinch from Shawnee going to be coming through L.
Yeah, there's a lot coming around the back now from Boston Academy. Beans with a sniper rifle. It isn't enough, but they will overwhelm Fire. First kill down. Sensor gets off the donut. His pacifist run will end, and the kills coming in the kill feed as well. Johnny, a 1 versus 4. Just to defend the bomb. It's not enough. Boston Academy. Goodness me. Sensor 2 kills in the round, and Boston now 4 rounds in a row.
Oh my great heavens. This Boston Academy team is just putting on a show. Again, it's a bold call to want to play for the 4v4 retake. As you were saying, they got information off the utility that there were going to be players on the backside of the Barber Alley, but they do absolutely nothing with it. They just hold the line through the middle of the map, make sure that the rotation over towards B doesn't happen. Once they get the information that the bomb's planted over at A, they just full wrap 3 players strong. Shawnee comes through L, and then they find the eliminations required. Gotta have it here for Team War to force around 11.
Through the middle of the map goes Kremp, channeling his inner capsule. He's done this before, though. Might well be a playbook from his own, and no, Sensor draws the first blood this time around. Lau in for the trade. Kremp from the middle of the map will finally go off. Parasite reads it, an integral kill here to keep this alive. But so quickly as this round going down, it's Parasite for a 1 versus 2. He's trying to fly away and now decides to turn around for the 1v1 against Beans. The Beans has the sniper and 5 rounds in a row. Boston Academy have the final say here. Sayonara to Team War. You're going down to the lower bracket, and Boston continue the dream.
That is just insane scenes. Oh, dude. I don't know how these guys keep getting away with it. A 20 and 11 difference in between Beans and Kremp, the usual suspects, as you like to call them, Brody. They show up in such a massive way, especially through those 5-round stints. Yeah, hands on head, bro. I don't know what the heck just happened, but you truly do feel like that one of the bigger turning points throughout the entirety of that was when Sensor put on his best Daniel Craig impression. 007 hops on the bomb for the Ninja Defuse, Loud nowhere to be seen to check the bomb for timing, and from there on out, it's just a continuous pace differential. Again, bold calls coming through from Boston Academy to be able to find value with nades over top of A. Typically, that immediately calls that they should have Cantina presence. That causes a whole lot of distrust for Team War that they could be still lurking around the A bomb site. It's not the case at all. They go for the full retake and then the full send on the final round 10 just to completely belittle all of Team War with bullets and off angles alike like get called. Kremp through the middle of the map, comes out from tunnel. Unbelievable. Boston Academy. They just can't lose. Can't lose, man.
The ice, that's all you gotta say, Andy, mate. The ice is there from Boston Academy. What a spectacular conclusion to today's insane set of games. Game number 5 in every single one. We could not have asked for a better deliverance of a package of goods from North America. Final scoreboard, as you say, the usual suspects. Beans 10, Kremp 10, Sensor in the last few rounds managed to get 3 kills to contribute to the efforts. Of course, I think someone in chat said it earlier. I will steal it from them. I think the Ninja Defuse is probably worth 7. The way how important that was in the resurgence from Boston Academy. Wow, so impressive. Here's a look at the replays then from this play. From this is such a spectacular play from Sensor. Like, in what universe do you think I'm just hopping? Like, Team War aren't going to check it because it's just such a dumb play.
Well, Parasite's up top here, so you would feel like that maybe he's the guy to come and check it, but Shawnee kind of throws some shots towards it, so that causes Parasite a little bit of distress. In the moment that Loud peeks, the only person he sees is Shawnee, and Sensor was just laying prone behind his teammate and gets the defuse. Parasite too late to drop from the window. I mean, get down, Mr. President, because Shawnee just soaked up so many bullets for that defuse to come through. Just uncanny stuff. The 2-3-5 from Boston Academy, not once but twice on the day versus 2 top teams in NA Challengers. I can't even believe it, man. This is absurd. How are you not entertained with NA Challengers Elite Season 1?
Oh dear. I can't believe it, man. Yeah, as you say, the 2-3-5 has just been so impressive for Boston Academy again. Search and Destroy has been so consistent. That Embassy Search and Destroy was incredible. So dominant, even if we didn't see the final round, of course. We have to give Team War their flowers, though. Their hardpoint has looked spectacular, especially that Mikado hardpoint to begin the series. It looked like they were really setting the tone for what could have been a slapping. I was going to use another word there, but it probably isn't safe for work. Boston Academy. Ooh, wow. I feel like Michael Scott at the moment. Wow, just speechless. Honestly, it is just such an incredible storyline, isn't it? You know, when we talk about NA, and honestly, Andy, this is why you and I love Challengers so much. We are really speaking from the heart when we say this. Like, Challengers just offers so many beautiful storylines like this. You look at Boston Academy, and it's not over yet. The journey is far from over. We'll talk about the brackets in just a second, show everybody's out. But you look at Boston Academy at the start of the season. I don't think anybody really rated them, and I don't mean that in any mean way, but like top 16 every single tournament, it didn't really look like they'd amount to much without a roster change. Now they're coming in here after day number 1. We'll exert day number 1 from your thoughts for a second. That doesn't count. The last few days of play for Boston Academy, it looks like a totally different evolution of this team. They are coming out to play. It is a beautiful storyline, and I'm so happy just to be here, honestly, for it, because it is just incredible.
It really does warm your heart, right? When you're looking at what some of these players were piecing together, you know, last year when they were even playing with Ghosty, you know, Beans gets picked up as that 5th player for just the Boston Breach CDL team, and he joins the likes of Sensor, Shawnee, and Kremp. And you and I mean, I'll speak for myself in particular. I was ready to write off this team. They were not piecing together any wonderful results through the opening few cups. They qualify for the Elite. First team, by the way, to qualify for the Elite in the upper bracket side at that. But even more so than that, they put together the hard work on and off the battlefield, and it has paid off in a big way. But man, do they have a dangerous and destructive date in that winners round 3 matchup. That winners finals match is going to be quite telling to see where these two teams actually stand against one another.
Right.
2 academy teams going up against each other. Stick it in my veins, man. I'm ready.
Hey, CDL teams, by the way, if you guys are looking for academy teams and you're wondering how successful can they actually be, have a look at this bracket. Have a look at this bracket right here. Boston Academy and Rocker Academy making it towards, ignore the fact that LAG Academy didn't qualify. Boston Academy and Rocker Academy making it towards the upper bracket final. And it is really poetic, isn't it? Again, this is the storyline for these two teams. Extremely familiar. Of course, Boston, you know, they had to go to game 5 twice to get here. But beyond that differentiating factor, the storyline remains that the first day for these two teams didn't bode well. Rocker was not performing up to scratch. Boston, I mean, were performing up to scratch. And then ever since then, it's just been lights out for these guys. They seem to have found a 6th, 7th, and 8th gear. They've got a whole new gearbox in there somewhere. Boston Academy versus Rocker Academy. That will be next week for the winners bracket. Let's take a look at the losers bracket to show you guys who is still in, though. We were waiting to find out who Amit would be facing. Team War. Mate, NA is so stacked with talent that this lower bracket doesn't look fair. Aphelion versus T-Fel, War versus Amit. Oh, mate, we're in for a treat.
I mean, if there's one thing you always know for certain is that NA Challengers is just boasting with talent. It is overflowing with talent because there's still teams that aren't even in this double elimination bracket that are honestly just as nasty. And it's crazy to think that this is what it comes down to. We had to say sayonara to Ironblood, commiserations to Smog Alpha today, losing to T-Fel Enterprises and Omit respectfully. Those upcoming matches are going to be insane. Another really tough test for T-Fel Enterprises to see if they can bounce back after a map 5 loss in round 11, and then a map 5 win versus Ironblood there. Is if Aphelion can honestly have the bounce back of the century. Same thing could be said about Omit. They're going to have to go up against a very fiery Team War roster that I know are going to be hitting the books. They're going to be getting the homework ready, man, because they are going to come into that series white hot.
Man, what a day of games here in North America. Of course, part of that in Europe as well. Challengers Elite is cooking up some beautiful Call of Duty action. If you're not here, what are you even doing? Tell all your friends, tell all your family, tell your nan that we're in for a great time here at Call of Duty Challenges. One more week of action to go before we crown a champion in Europe and North America. Just 2 more days, and all that starts next Wednesday. Once again, live here at Call of Duty Bravo. Oh my goodness, you don't want to miss it. Of course, if you want more Call of Duty action, tomorrow the CDL resumes with Major 2 qualifiers. I think we might see some beautiful faces on the broadcast this weekend as well. Can't wait for that. It's going to be a great time. Can't wait for it. But again, tune in next Wednesday for more Call of Duty Challenges Elite action. Until then, I got to go to bed. Andy probably does too. We'll see you later.